The era of terror has arrived, and the deadly games have emerged, marking a world where the demon slayers coexist with the eerie in a past life. Chu Qing was on the verge of becoming the esteemed king of Chu Jiang, only to be reborn at the dawn of this strange era. The old rules are on the brink of collapse, and amidst the dark dawn, who shall reign supreme? Chapter 001. I am Chu Qing, returned from the depths of hell. Young man, what brings you to a place like the Dragon King Temple at this hour? Surely it's closed by now? In Luo City, on the evening of August 30th at 8 p.m., a taxi traversed the road. The taxi driver cast a curious glance at his passenger. The young man beside him was strikingly handsome, surpassing even the youthful taxi driver who had once earned the nickname Little White Wolf in Luo City. The driver couldn't help but admire his remarkably attractive visage. However, what compelled the driver to steal furtive glances was the peculiar expression on the young man's face. After years in this profession, he had never encountered anyone quite so strange. The young man sat in silence, his gaze fixed ahead, seemingly lost in nostalgia or perhaps fixated on something unseen in the darkness. This unnerving aura prompted the driver to initiate conversation. Just then, the young man turned to him and reflected, I came to admire the scenery. It has been a long time since I last visited Luo City. The taxi driver inquired, Young man, you aren't from Luo City, are you? It was evident that had he known the young man was a visitor, he would have taken a longer route. The young man remarked, Indeed, it is local, but I've been away for quite some time. He gazed into the inky darkness of the night, the street lights illuminating the lengthy thoroughfare on either side and the distant rushing of the Mother River. Lost in reverie. In a previous life, during the era of terror, the genesis of the downfall of Luo City unfolded right here, at the Dragon King Temple, a place that instilled fear in countless ghosts. Tamers across the blue star, the blood-eyed Dragon Lord. Memories of everything associated with this place flickered through his mind. Regrettably, the driver, unable to perceive his nostalgic musings, interrupted, Oh, you seem rather young. Have you gone off to university? Today's youth hardly wish to return home. They're all eager to rush towards the big cities. In my opinion, Luo City is truly the best. Upon hearing this, the young man sincerely nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is truly remarkable. In his past life, Luo City had been among the first of the populous megacities to be obliterated, its bizarre numbers of inhabitants unprecedented on a global scale. Moreover, it boasted one of the most formidable anomalies, the blood-eyed Dragon Lord. Few cities could rival Luo City in its unique attributes. By the way, how long have you been away from Luo City for university? The developments here have been astounding. The driver, a garrulous fellow, took delight in conversing with a returning native. The young man pondered for a moment. It has been about 20 years. The taxi driver was taken aback, incredulous. 20 years? This lad appeared no older than 22 or 23, perhaps freshly graduated from university, which would mean he left Luo City at the tender age of 3, wouldn't it? Upon boarding the vehicle, the young man perpetually wore a nostalgic expression, prompting the driver to ponder the absurdity of his demeanor. Was there perhaps a hint of mental instability in this fellow? Yet, as the long night stretched ahead and the journey to the Dragon King Temple continued, the driver inquired, What brings you back to Luo City? Are your parents here? The young man shook his head. I'm an orphan. I intend to settle in Luo City henceforth. The driver paused, glancing at the strikingly handsome youth, his expression softening instinctively. Humanity often conjures an unwarranted empathy for certain sentiments. Your life must be quite challenging. Then, a hint of profound reminiscence flickered in the young man's eyes. Challenging? That was an understatement. 2 decades spent in precarious uncertainty. 2 decades treading on the edge of a precipice, could scarcely remember how many times he had brushed against death, how many betrayal. Alas, losses and sacrifices had led him to this juncture, the threshold of ascending to the throne. Yet, just as he stood on the brink of becoming the king of Chu Jiang, a treacherous strike from behind shattered his aspirations. That blow rendered his 20 years of toil utterly futile. Bian Cheng's king, Ding Xiet, a glimmer of coldness flashed in the young man's gaze. Nevertheless, he merely smiled, turning his attention to the vast, enveloping night outside. It's all in the past. The future promises to be far more intriguing. Youth is indeed a blessing, forever brimming with vitality. Just like our girl at home at this juncture, the taxi driver revealed a fleeting smile of contentment. With a loving wife and daughter, though not affluent, he felt satisfied with the simple pleasures of life. In this era, happiness is not an exceedingly rare commodity. Regrettably, the taxi driver remains oblivious to the impending events that will unfold 3 days hence. At the stroke of midnight on September 3rd in Kyoto, a multitude of strange occurrences will ensue as the book of life and death materializes beside every individual, weighing their existence. Humanity will either succumb to these anomalies or transform into the exorcists of the Dark Order, battling for survival. Only 3 days remain in this era. Perhaps changes have already begun, however. As an ordinary taxi driver, he remains unaware of them. The young man did not continue the conversation. The dim streetlights cast a glow upon his tousled black hair, and he momentarily drifted into thought. Rebirth, what an extraordinary concept. Yet, in such tumultuous times, even if given a second chance, he harbored no absolute confidence in traversing further and more steadily than in his previous life. Thus, he resolved to take a gamble in the entirety of Luocheng. No place could be more suitable for this gamble than the destination he was headed to, wagering the frail remnants of humanity to command a formidable entity from his past life, the blood-eyed Dragon Lord. And thus it began anew. The taxi driver, observing the young man lost in contemplation, silently mused to himself. Indeed, this lad's mental state is far from normal. Thus, the taxi driver pressed the accelerator, and after leaving the city center, the speed surged dramatically. In the distance, the Dragon King Temple seemed to finally come into view. At this moment, the young man, surprisingly, felt no urgency. Just drive slowly, it's late at night, and safety comes first. These words momentarily startled the taxi driver. After all, it was quite sensible. Could it be that he had overthought the situation? Perhaps this lad was merely intoxicated? Yet, there was no scent of alcohol about him. The taxi driver felt a sense of doubt and uncertainty regarding the young man's mental state. Soon, the young man's voice resonated once more. At this hour, once you finish this fare, it would be wise to return home early, and rest the night can be perilous. The taxi driver felt a warmth in his heart indeed. He had been overly contemplative. This was merely a sensitive young man, perhaps shaped by his orphaned upbringing, who longed to return to his homeland. Upon reflecting on this, the taxi driver, unsure if it was guilt or simply his naturally loquacious nature, pondered for a moment before resuming the conversation. Where do you hail from, young man? Where have you lived all these years? From where did he come? A flicker of nostalgia crossed the young man's eyes. There lay a place filled with ominous deities ready to devour humanity. There existed practitioners of the bizarre, wielding the powers of the supernatural. There were numerous hidden realms, ghostly traps, infernal artifacts, and curses. That was a vision of the future world, a glimpse into the hell of yesteryear's last. The young man parted his lips and uttered, "Hell? What?" The driver was taken aback, convinced he had misheard. Yet, the young man remained silent, for a simple reason. The Dragon King Temple of Luocheng was finally within sight. He paid the fare, opened the car door, and gazed at the distant, shut gates of the temple. The driver, regaining his senses, rolled down the window, blinked, and looked at the young man's retreating figure. "Hey, young man, what's your name?" The young man turned back, glancing at the driver. He was indifferent to the driver's underlying intentions, as they bore no significance to him. However, he offered a faint smile. Within that warm smile lay an inscrutable meaning. Chu Qing, Chu as in the ruler of the river, Qing as in the azure sky. In the shadows, the young man's silhouette gradually advanced, fading into obscurity. All that remained was the taxi driver, momentarily stunned, before he picked up his phone. "Hello, is this the Luocheng Inspectorate? I need to report a case. I encountered a lunatic named No. Really, it was truly all right, fine, I understand." Chapter 002. The Malevolent Deity. The Eye of the Blood-Eyed Dragon Lord. The Dragon Kingdom. A nation steeped in history with a lineage spanning millennia on the vast expanse of the 9 provinces, stands as the most profoundly historical country on Blue Star. In the wake of the arrival of the terrifying era, it has also given rise to formidable spirit tamers, becoming the nation most rife with horror and the uncanny. Among the ranks of first-tier royal spirit tamers, figures such as King Qing, King Biansheng, King Zhuanlin, and King Wu Guan are notable. Likewise, the realm of malevolent deities is not without its share of enigmas. In particular, the city of Luo, 3 years into this terrifying era, has been irrevocably transformed into a forbidden zone for humanity. Indeed, this very city of Luo will, in 3 years' time, be rendered a desolate wasteland. A fundamental reason for this fate can be traced to the mother river of the Dragon Kingdom, the Yellow River. Over the years, during this terrifying era, a being has emerged here whose level of horror can rival the top 5, or even the top 3, of all malevolent deities within the Dragon Kingdom. The sky hangs heavy with darkness. Before him, the Dragon King temple looms like a monstrous entity poised to devour any who approach. Chu Qing raises his gaze to behold the temple, the malevolent spirit king responsible for the ruin of Luo City. Renowned for his fearsome reputation throughout the Dragon Kingdom and Blue Star alike, resides within this very temple. The Dragon King, blood-eyed Dragon Lord. The clock strikes 8:30. At this hour, the Dragon King temple has long ceased to welcome offerings from visitors. Chu Qing circles the structure, taking advantage of the night and the temple's secluded location, where the streetlights cast a dim glow. With a few agile leaps, he descends from the wall and slips into the depths of the Dragon King temple, where, in stark contrast to the bustling atmosphere of the day, the night unveils an atmosphere of chilling eeriness. As if possessed by a pair of blood-red eyes, it scrutinized the intruder who dared to approach. Navigating past the temple's interior, the incense-selling shops, and the quarters of the staff, Chu Qing finally arrived at the main hall of the illustrious Dragon King Temple in Luocheng. Within the grand hall, the lingering scent of incense still permeated the air. Who could have anticipated that this Dragon King, once venerated through countless offerings by humanity in hopes of favorable weather before the dawn of the Age of Terror, would later become the malevolent deity that ravaged the entire Dragon Kingdom, a figure that instilled dread in the hearts of many? Instinctively, Chu Qing lifted his gaze. On the incense altar stood a statue of a man with a dragon's head, proudly towering there. However, the dragon's head was now shrouded beneath a layer of crimson cloth. According to local custom in Luocheng, at the end of each lunar month, the Dragon King is honored, and during this time, a red cloth is placed over his head. Ancient legends spoke of sacrifices of young boys and girls to the Dragon Lord, who was said to wed a maiden, hence the covering of the red cloth symbolizing their grand marriage. Of course, in modern society, it merely serves as a token gesture. This red cloth would remain until the 5th day of the following month, conveniently allowing Chu Qing to make his move. He leaped directly onto the altar, aligning himself with the Dragon Lord, who was venerated during the day. Beneath the crimson fabric, the clay statue of the Dragon Lord appeared to observe Chu Qing in return. At this moment, however, Chu Qing found himself unable to gaze any longer at the statue. If the blood-eyed Dragon Lord had indeed materialized, even if it had not ascended to the rank of a formidable first-tier deity, but remained at the lowest 9th tier, it would still be beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person like him to confront. Consequently, Chu Qing abruptly waved his hand, and the crimson cloth draped over the Dragon Lord statue was instantly unveiled. A vividly lifelike golden dragon had emerged. Unlike mere sculptures, this Dragon Lord's visage bore a pair of genuine, independent pupils within its eyes. Chu Qing refrained from looking directly into those eyes. Instead, he retrieved his phone and, relying on instinct, aimed it at the pair of orbs, capturing their likeness before examining the image closely. The pupils seemed to be crafted from some precious gem, endowing the Dragon Lord's countenance with an extraordinary vitality. At first glance, it appeared as though it were truly locking eyes with him. Yet, Chu Qing understood all too well that these were indeed real eyes. Although he had departed from Luocheng after the onset of the Era of Terror, escaping the cataclysm that befell the city in his previous life, his upbringing in Luocheng had made him acutely aware of its destruction. Naturally, his understanding of the blood-eyed Dragon Lord far surpassed that of the average person. Initially, the source of its power lay within those very eyes. After the advent of the Era of Terror, these eyes became the essence of the blood-eyed Dragon Lord. and they were the principal reason for its ascendance to the status of king in this new age of horror. In a second life, Chu Qing, having chosen to gamble his life on peril, naturally sought to merge with the most promising spirit, thereby becoming his greatest ace amidst the myriad schemes and encounters with countless eerie specters that would arise in the impending era of terror. Thus, gazing at the pair of blood-red orbs, seemingly carved from chicken bloodstone, within the gaze of the Dragon Lord statue, Chu Qing abruptly extended his hand and plunged it into the statue's eye socket. Ordinarily, the pupil within should resemble a ball lodged within a stone lion's mouth, utterly impossible to extract. However, as Chu Qing's fingers delved into the Dragon Lord's eye socket, the orbs, akin to chicken bloodstone, appeared to rotate on their own. Had it not been for Chu Qing's confidence, he might have remained oblivious to this scene. The eyes seemed to possess a consciousness of their own, attempting to evade his grasp. Yet, with the era of terror not yet fully upon them, despite their remarkable potential and newfound abilities to kill, they had not yet attained the formidable strength of the future. The pupil, measuring merely a few centimeters, was hardly capable of escaping Chu Qing's capture. With a sudden, decisive grip, the orb had no time left to flee, and throughout the entire process, Chu Qing had not once met the gaze of those eyes. It was bizarre. Even the nascent rules and abilities were sufficient to slay a defenseless human. The texture was not the hardness of a gem, but rather soft and somewhat elastic, akin to a gallbladder. Thus, it was effortlessly extracted from the Dragon King's eye socket. Success. 2 blood-red eyeballs were carefully placed into a pre-prepared iron box, after which he hailed a taxi and returned home. By the time he settled back onto his bed, the clock had struck 11 at night. The silvery moonlight illuminated Chu Qing's face, which was flushed from his hurried run, and simultaneously aided him in regaining his composure. Within the iron box, the 2 blood-red eyeballs seemed to emanate a faint, eerie glow beneath the moonlight. Chu Qing took a deep breath, feeling his heart racing within his chest, gradually calming itself. He then extended his hand, finally able to touch the blood-red eyes inside the iron box. After approximately half a minute, the movement of the eyeballs gradually came to a halt, their dark vertical pupils, obscured and indistinct, seemingly fixated on him. At last, Chu Qing smiled. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed a nearby fruit knife and plunged it straight into his left eye socket. Splatter. Vivid crimson sprayed forth. Chapter 003. The Fusion of the Blood Eyes. Beishan Cemetery. Drip, drip. It sounded as if a faucet had not been turned off properly. In the room, the oppressive silence was pierced by an unsettling rhythm. Scarlet liquid dripped from the gaps between Chu Qing's fingers, which covered his eye socket, falling into the iron box. Amidst this sanguine immersion, the 2 similarly blood-red eyeballs seemed to shine even brighter. The pain was excruciating, enough to cause many to faint instantly. Yet throughout it all, Chu Qing's expression remained utterly unchanged, despite the clenched jaws and the prominent veins throbbing on his forehead. The excruciating agony he endured was a testament that even he had to summon extraordinary fortitude to bear such torment. Yet this ordeal was far from over. There was no malevolent force seeking to dominate the bizarre. Rather, it was a matter of merging oneself with the spectral entities. Furthermore, the probability of success was exceedingly low. Should he falter, he risked severe injury, disability, or even a sudden demise. Nevertheless, Chu Qing proceeded without hesitation. The Blood River Blood-Eye Dragon Lord was one of the most terrifying deities of his previous life, and presently, the only manifestation of a malevolent spirit accessible to Chu Qing. At that moment, this eerie presence was merely a nascent entity, brimming with untapped potential yet feeble in strength. If he did not dare to act at this juncture, what hope remained for seizing the throne or attaining the power of immortality? With blood-red irises in hand, Chu Qing forcefully inserted the orb into his wounded left eye socket. The intensity of the pain, capable of rendering one unconscious, coupled with the body's instinctual rejection, caused his form to convulse slightly. However, resolute, Chu Qing steadied himself and approached the mirror, lowering his bloodied palm to witness the hollow and blood-stained left eye with his remaining eye. A writhing motion ensued. Within the scarlet eye socket, his left eye incessantly squirmed, as if some entity was attempting to adjust and acclimatize itself to this newfound haven. Yet, soon, the writhing accelerated, suggesting an unsettling urgency, as though it sought to extricate itself from the eye socket. Had Chu Qing not swiftly recognized the anomaly and pressed his palm firmly against the socket, this entity might have indeed escaped. Failure to merge? Impossible. Chu Qing's visage contorted in a fierce grimace. According to his understanding, this peculiar source, originating from an organ, exhibits a remarkable compatibility with the human body in its diminutive state. The blood-eyed dragon lord, indeed, lives up to its reputation as a fearsome entity, having once ranked among the foremost in the dragon kingdom in a previous life. Bereft of anxiety or despair, at this moment, apart from the ferocity etched on his face, the only emotions reflected in Chu Qing's eyes were excitement and fervor. The higher the innate abilities of the blood-eyed dragon lord, the better. Chu Qing firmly pressed his palm against his eye socket, attempting to halt the escape of the blood-eye. However, it seemed to sense something amiss and sought to directly crash into the nerves of his brain behind the eye socket. Should the brain sustain any damage, no matter how formidable Chu Qing's willpower, he would inevitably succumb to unconsciousness or worse death. Yet, if the blood-eye were to escape and fail to merge with his flesh and blood at the first opportunity, he would be unable to truly control it thereafter. What to do? A flicker of hesitation surfaced for the first time in Chu Qing's mind. His remaining right eye gazed into the iron box, where the other blood-eye appeared to be swirling in a frenzy of unrest. These blood-eyes, as a pair, were undeniably a singular entity. Was it only through their simultaneous fusion that success could be achieved? However, should he fail, losing both eyes in this impending era of terror, even with fragments of memories from his past life, he would undoubtedly face grave complications. The prospect of premature demise loomed ominously. To gamble or not to gamble? Clearly, the time for Chu Qing to deliberate was running short. Once the blood-eye erupted completely, even the chance to gamble would vanish. With this thought, Chu Qing steeled his resolve. With almost no hesitation, just as the pain had yet to dissipate even slightly, another knife plunged in. The excruciating agony caused Chu Qing to experience a fleeting moment of consciousness clouding. He could barely maintain control, teetering on the brink of complete unconsciousness. However, the terrifying willpower honed in his previous life held him steadfast, compelling him to insert the other pupil he had grasped firmly into the shattered eye socket. In that moment, Chu Qing had no other eye to observe the changes within the pair of pupils. He could only tightly shut his eyes, attempting to restrain the fleeing pupil with the faint strength of his eyelids. Ultimately, through mere sensation, he perceived that the blood-red pupil, struggling to escape, gradually weakened in its frantic attempts, allowing him to exhale a sigh of relief. Simultaneously, the intense pain seemed to transcend its own will, triggering Chu Qing's already near-limit threshold of endurance, rendering him devoid of all consciousness as he fainted upon the bed. The pure white moonlight illuminated the scene. Beneath Chu Qing's closed eyelids, something appeared to writhe rapidly. If, at that moment, someone could pry open the eye socket to peer within, they would witness the previously severed blood vessels and nerves within the blood-red pupil being swiftly repaired and reconnected. Remarkably, even Chu Qing's originally shattered pupil was rapidly mending in this crimson hue, though the once black and white iris gradually enveloped the blood-red eyes within. In the end, everything descended into silence. Beneath the cloak of night, the entirety of Los City succumbed to an absolute silence. Yet within this stillness, numerous secrets, unbeknownst to most, took root and flourished. In the northern outskirts, at North Mountain Cemetery, the desolation and decay were palpable compared to the city's renowned larger cemeteries. Were it not for the sign and the relatively orderly gravestones, one might easily mistake it for a mere charnel ground. The reason for this was simple. It was rumored that in its early days, aside from the urns housed in the designated cemetery, it also contained a multitude of coffins and the remains of the deceased interred here. Moreover, North Mountain's remote and ominous location only amplified the tales of hauntings that surrounded it. This night, it seemed, was particularly rife with such echoes. This cursed place. One might ponder, why not install some streetlights? What a farce. They call it a beautiful job, yet the pay is decent. I am childless and without a wife. What is there to fear? Perhaps a female ghost would be the most welcome. A man in his 40s, wielding a flashlight, patrolled the summit of North Mountain, cursing under his breath, as if this act could slightly assuage the trepidation swelling within him. Here, he could gaze down into the abyss below and up at the luminous moon above. Despite its continued desolation and gloom, a sudden rustling sound broke the stillness, freezing the man in place. Who? What is it? The flashlight flicked towards the source of the disturbance, revealing a pitch-black cat perched by the cliffside, its emerald eyes glowing eerily in the night, utterly indifferent to the approaching man and the beam of light cast upon it. The black cat stood upright on its hind legs, its head tilted back as its front paws came together, seemingly offering a prayer to something not far away, while its entire body trembled. Damn, you nearly scared me to death. The man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, crouched down, and picked up a stone, preparing to throw it at the black cat. In that moment, while maintaining his crouched position, he instinctively glanced towards his groin. Suddenly, an icy wave coursed through him, as if all the blood in his body had turned to ice. A disheveled human face appeared before him, no more than 10 centimeters away. What was even more terrifying, however, was that the face bore no discernible features. Beneath the hair lay a blank mass of flesh. The mass abruptly split open, emitting a hollow voice. Do you see my face? A blood-curdling scream shattered the silence atop the dark and foreboding North Mountain. Only then did the black cat turn its head, its emerald green eyes casting a bewildered glance before returning to its previous posture, as if in reverence to something unseen. If someone stood behind it, they would observe that the trembling black cat seemed to be paying homage to the entire North Mountain. Chapter 004, An Eye for an Eye. A series of dull knocks echoed, rousing the slumbering Chu Qing, who frowned slightly, still not fully recovered from her previous state. Chu Qing, are you dead at home? Didn't we agree to go for the internship interview together today? I've been calling you, so hurry up and open the door. A sound powerful enough to shake the entire floor accompanied the persistent knocking at the door, causing Chu Qing, who seemed still ensconced in slumber, to furrow his brow in greater consternation. Chu Qing, you can't possibly be dead, can you? Just a moment. Let me call the landlady and have her bring the key. It's merely a heartbreak, after all. It's been so many days. The pain? An indescribable agony, akin to a branding searing into his mind, compelled Chu Qing to cover his eyes instinctively. The knocking outside grew ever more insistent, and he abruptly opened his eyelids, which were nearly glued shut by dried blood. At that moment, the entire world appeared drenched in a crimson hue. The bed and desk before him seemed to be shrouded in a blood-red veil. Though obscured, there was an uncanny sense of clarity that enveloped him. Success. Chu Qing's consciousness surged back to life. Although his vision differed starkly from that of a human, the ability to perceive once more was sufficient proof of his triumph. He hastily retrieved his phone, disregarding the relentless knocking at the door, and activated the camera to focus on himself. Within that sanguine vision, he scrutinized his reflection. However, upon doing so, he was momentarily taken aback. The previous black and white irises had vanished without a trace. Instead, he beheld within his darkened eye sockets a pair of blood-red vertical pupils, a stark contrast to human eyes. Especially as Chu Qing gazed intently, those crimson slits constricted suddenly like a pinhole, reminiscent of a fierce beast locking onto its unsuspecting prey. He had truly succeeded. However, the era of terror has yet to formally descend, and the ledger of life and death for survivors has not emerged. Thus, Chu Qing is unable to comprehensively grasp the effects and abilities of this blood eye through the ledger. Just as this thought began to materialize, a crimson script gradually coalesced before Chu Qing's eyes. Blood eye, grade 9 category, entity symbiotic anomaly, lifespan 3 months, eye for an eye rule after a certain duration of direct gaze. One may disregard the opponent's rule-based abilities and reflect them back, should the adversary possess no rule-based abilities. The power can control the life force, spirit, causing their blood, in energy, to flow backward, spill, unto death, with the duration of the gaze determining the effectiveness based on the disparity of grades and talents between the two. Eye and pearl, ability can probe into living beings, infernal artifacts, etc., discerning grade, essence, rules, abilities, and lifespan. Symbiosis, state currently coexisting with humanity, resulting in a doubling of lifespan consumption, whilst also awakening a modicum of intelligence. Promotion requirements, unknown, note. How do you find it? Esteemed 1's abilities are unparalleled. Humble humans, be sure to properly nurture me. Chu Qing. Even with an inkling of the foundational rules and powers that enabled the blood-eyed dragon lord to become one of the most formidable deities of the dragon kingdom in his past life, did not truly anticipate the extent of this blood-eye's capabilities upon witnessing them firsthand. Spirits possess inherent rules of ability. The more powerful and high potential a spirit is, the simpler it often becomes for their abilities to manifest. The capacity of this rule, during the nascent phase of the era of terror, once triggered by humanity, inevitably leads to a fatal conclusion. Thus, in the face of the bizarre during this foreboding time, the paramount task is to discern the opponent's method of engagement. Only through this understanding can one, as a mere mortal, hope to evade the uncanny threats. Yet, how arduous this endeavor proves to be. Each rule of immediate demise that is uncovered invariably comes at the cost of human lives. Undoubtedly, the blood-eyed specter's principle of an eye for an eye, which activates simply through mutual gaze, stands out among the myriad of lethal rules possessed by countless apparitions. Moreover, it possesses the extraordinary ability to disregard the opponent's rules and retaliate post-activation, not to mention the even more astonishing capability of having eyes and pearls. Should one fathom the rule-bound abilities of a specter, particularly in comprehending the specter's principles, the likelihood of survival can be significantly enhanced, especially during the early days of the Terror era, thereby securing an unassailable position. The sole peculiarity lies in the latter stipulation, which causes Chu Qing to furrow his brow. The notion of a symbiotic state does not surprise him. Indeed, the consumption of longevity aligns with reason. However, what he did not anticipate was the blood-eyed specter exhibiting a degree of awakened intelligence. Typically, specters of comparatively lower ranks lack any semblance of wisdom, relying solely on instinct, akin to beasts that know nothing but to manifest their rules and engage in indiscriminate slaughter. It is only after accumulating longevity and elevating their rank to around the 4th tier that they genuinely awaken to consciousness and self-awareness. However, this blood-eyed specter, upon merging with its own existence, has exhibited a nascent form of intelligence, which, judging by the annotations, appears to be quite substantial. Whether this is a boon or a bane remains uncertain. As for lifespan, it is rather straightforward. Not only does it serve as a vital currency in the impending era of terror, but it is also one of the most essential commodities. Lifespan embodies an enigmatic form of longevity that can be transformed into spectral currency for use, albeit the exchange rate is somewhat oppressive. Moreover, for specters to elevate their rank, they often require a considerable amount of lifespan for ascension. More importantly, the vast majority of specters are incapable of augmenting their lifespan independently and, in fact, tend to deplete it. They can only glean lifespan by slaying humans to absorb their young lifespan or by consuming their kind. Conversely, once humans transition to a profession, they acquire various abilities that allow them to naturally generate lifespan. This lifespan can also aid in the advancement of their professions and nourish the specters they command. In this grotesque and desolate world, humans and specters exist in a paradoxical enmity, yet they are inextricably linked. Neither can exist without the other. As for my own condition, given that this blood-eyed entity can manifest some effects akin to the Book of Life and Death, it can certainly reveal my status. As Chu Qing's words faded, the crimson text before me indeed shifted once more. Chu Qing, rank unclassified, lifespan 3 months, young lifespan 3 months, symbiosis states substantial reduction of personal young lifespan. Full control over the blood-eyed specter. Note, it's not control. All I ask is to borrow a bit of your strength, but do take care, human. Should you perish, I shall follow suit." Chu Qing's hand clenched tightly. In his previous life, his lifespan recorded in the Book of Life and Death extended a full 60 years. Truly, attempting to wield the power of the bizarre, especially that of a malevolent spirit like the blood-eyed ghost, is no trifling matter. With only 3 months remaining of those 60 years, one might conclude that he had but 3 months left to live. Of course, there exist methods to augment a human's lifespan. Similarly, one could convert their Yin lifespan into Yang lifespan. Yet even if he were to exhaust all 3 months of his Yin lifespan, it would merely yield 6 months. Not to mention that without any Yin lifespan remaining, the blood-eyed ghost would inevitably rebel. However, unless the blood-eyed ghost were to wreak havoc to acquire a low-quality and low-cost Yin lifespan, the only way for a human to directly increase their Yin lifespan would be to first attain a Yin position. Reflecting on this, Chu Qing exhaled deeply. This time, the choice regarding the Yin position required careful consideration. Just then, the incessant knocking at the door ceased, followed by the voice of the earlier man. Yin Jia, I must trouble you once more. I apologize, but that lad Chu Qing seems to be up to something." In the next moment, a clear voice chimed in. "What happened to Chu Qing? I can't reach him by phone, and he hasn't responded to the knocking. He hasn't gone missing, has he? I heard he just suffered a breakup a few days ago. He wouldn't be in despair, would he?" Amidst the conversation, the sound of jangling keys resonated, followed by the crisp sound of a door lock being inserted, which distinctly reached his ears. Chu Qing furrowed his brows and glanced around. A blood-stained fruit knife, a rusted box with dried blood clots, and desiccated bloodstains sprayed across the bedding. It was evident that this was the scene of a heinous crime. Although, having been granted a second chance at life, Chu Qing held little regard for the crumbling societal rules. He was reluctant to squander his precious time on trivial matters before impending terror unfolded. With utmost haste, he tidied up before dashing into the bathroom. Chapter 005, Chu Qing's Task. The door swung open, and 2 figures swiftly entered. One was a young man, roughly the same age as Chu Qing, bespectacled and exuding an air of refinement. The other was a young woman in her 30s, clad in a silk nightgown. Chu Qing. The two were about to call out when they heard the sound of running water emanating from the bathroom. Subsequently, Chu Qing stepped out, his handsome face glistening with water. Casting a puzzled gaze at the 2 intruders, "Fong Ping, what is the matter? Why are you in such a hurry?" At this moment, Chu Qing appeared unchanged from his usual self. His black and white eyes reflected surprise and confusion, seemingly unaware of the intentions of the 2 who had barged in. "What the hell? Why do you even ask? You've been ignoring our calls, and we've been knocking for ages. I thought you were still hung up on that in Ruoxue, contemplating something foolish." "In Ruoxue?" Chu Qing blinked, pondering for over 10 seconds before recalling the identity of the person in question. He smiled faintly and remarked, "I had a bit to drink and didn't catch that. My apologies." Upon hearing this, Fong Ping appeared even more taken aback. "You truly are not well. How long has it been since I heard you utter those 2 words, my apologies? Is something genuinely amiss?" Ignoring him, Chu Qing turned his attention to the landlord, Su Siyun, who stood nearby. "Sister Yun, I apologize for troubling you to come here." Su Siyun shook her head. "Chu Qing, are you really all right?" "Me perfectly fine." "All right then, I shall take my leave. I heard from Fong Ping that you have an interview today. Best of luck," Su Siyun said, making a fist in encouragement. "Thank you, I'll see you off." Chu Qing wiped his face and led Su Siyun to the door. As he gazed at this alluring and graceful landlord, who was in the prime of her life, his expression remained calm. Su Siyun's origins were shrouded in mystery. All that was known was her affluent status. However, in his previous life, during the onset of the terrifying revival and the arrival of the deadly game, this wealthy landlord met her demise within her own room. Not only Su Siyun, but every woman in the building, and eventually the entire neighborhood, faced a tragic fate, their deaths characterized by gruesome horror. It was rumored that someone had once spotted a mysterious girl in red on the balcony of Su Siyun's 16th floor apartment, draped in crimson attire. She appeared as though forged from blood and human skin. It was later heard that during the ascension of the Blood-Eyed Dragon Lord to the second rank, a grand selection of consorts was held in the city of Luo, which had since transformed into the Forest of Ghosts. Among the chosen, it was said, was the enigmatic figure in red who now resides in the Garden of Happiness. Clearly, according to the natural progression of events, the exquisite countenance of this captivating young woman would soon become an integral part of that crimson-clad maiden's persona. At the thought, a glimmer of intrigue flashed in Chu Qing's eyes. He contemplated and said, "Sister Yun, should any unusual occurrences arise in the neighborhood, feel free to call me." His demeanor remained serene, yet his words carried a profound seriousness that momentarily startled Su Yun. With a hint of skepticism, she replied, "Unusual occurrences? What could possibly warrant that? Chu Qing, are you like those smooth-talking boys online, becoming disinclined to put in the effort? Huh. A young man should indeed aspire to have his own ambitions. Nevertheless, I appreciate your kindness, but remember, rent is due next month." Chu Qing's expression remained unchanged as he calmly replied, "Understood." His encounter with Su Yun was fleeting. Whether she thrived or perished bore little consequence to him. More crucially, he found himself captivated by the peculiar crimson-clad maiden who would eventually become the Blood-Eyed Dragon Lord's consort. Perhaps through Su Yun, he could attract the attention of that spectral figure in red during her vulnerable early stages, thus facilitating a more effortless conquest. Furthermore, if possible, Chu Qing hoped to preserve some semblance of his humanity. Moreover, even in his previous life, he did not, like many other ghost tamers, completely lose all semblance of humanity. At that time, he had encountered the one who had ascended to the esteemed rank of Wheel King within the Dragon Kingdom. This Wheel King once imparted to him a profound insight. The journey of a ghost tamer is not merely a struggle against spectral entities, but also an internal battle with oneself. It involves grappling with the madness within, confronting one's own obsessions, and contending with the frigid nature of humanity. The most crucial aspect for a ghost tamer is to recognize their humanity, to perpetually remember that they are human, not a ghost. Otherwise, the path of the underworld may transform one into a mere specter. The reason a king is deemed a king is their ability to command all, not only malevolent spirits, but also themselves. Chu Qing, has always been a human mastering evil spirits, rather than a spirit dominating humanity. This truth is clear to Chu Qing. However, despite his clarity, another aspect within him remains inadequately controlled and evidently disapproves of the tone and words of the woman before him. From the depths of Chu Qing's memories, the true nature of this blood-eyed dragon lord becomes apparent. In an instant, his black and white eyes, once serene, became uncontrollably blood-red. Within the pitch-black sockets, a singular crimson vertical pupil abruptly emerged, locking onto the figure of Su Yun before him. As Su Yun, who was about to turn and smile, felt her body suddenly stiffen, an uncontrollable surge of blood raced towards her brain, causing her black and white eyes to flush with color. Her heart raced violently, as if it were on the verge of explosion. In an instant, she was on the brink of death, blood flowing from her 7 orifices. Yet in a fleeting moment, those terrifying blood-red vertical pupils vanished without a trace. Su Yun, whose heart raced uncontrollably, gradually found solace in the rhythm of her heartbeat. She gazed at the young man before her, who wore a playful smile, his eyes shimmering with warmth. It seemed as though her previous words, tinged with mild reproach, had left no impact on him whatsoever. At that moment, Su Yun felt a disorienting dizziness coursing through her veins, compelling her to brace herself against the wall nearby. Chu Qing extended his hand, gently resting it on her shoulder without overstepping any boundaries. "Sister Yun, are you all right?" It was only then that Su Yun regained her composure. Hastily steadying herself as she continued to gaze at Chu Qing, her mind swirling with confusion. Had she truly witnessed the young man's pupils transform? Surely, it must be an illusion. Perhaps it was due to the rigorous dieting she had been undertaking, consuming far too little. Quickly shaking her head, she stood upright once more. "I apologize. I may be experiencing slight hypoglycemia. Chu Qing, please disregard what I said earlier. If you require any assistance, feel free to reach out to me. I must take my leave now." As she hurried away, her complexion pale and her mind clouded with uncertainty. Chu Qing felt no joy at the turmoil he had inadvertently caused. Instead, he furrowed his brow, his expression calm as he silently covered one of his own eyes. Whispering to himself, "This is the first time. I hope it will be the last. If it spirals out of control, I would not hesitate to gouge out my own eyes, let alone yours. Moreover, do not forget that it is due to me that you possess a semblance of wisdom." In an instant, the irises, alternating between black and white, transformed into a vivid crimson, swiftly oscillating between these hues. It appeared exceedingly displeased with Chu Qing's demeanor, yearning to break free, yet unable to escape the confines of this corporeal prison. After struggling for a considerable duration, lasting over 10 seconds, tranquility was finally restored. Meanwhile, Fong Ping, who had been growing increasingly impatient within the room, emerged and cast a glance at Chu Qing, who seemed lost in thought. "Qingzi, cease your reverie. Sister Yun is not of our world. Are you going to the Tianyu Entertainment interview or not?" Tianyu Entertainment is a well-known entertainment company in Luocheng, which also oversees a gaming industry. Both Chu Qing and Fong Ping are students majoring in fine arts at a local university. The employment landscape for art majors, particularly in fine arts, is bleak in this era, where graduation is almost synonymous with unemployment. Securing such an internship opportunity is indeed quite challenging. However, Chu Qing turned around and said, "You should go by yourself. I've already found a job." "What? Since when?" Fong Ping exclaimed, his eyes widening. "Just now." "What job?" Chu Qing approached the door and picked up the recruitment advertisement from the Luocheng Morning Post that had been delivered that very morning. Pointing to a minuscule job listing, Beishan Cemetery is hiring a security guard, accommodation and meals provided. Monthly salary of 6,000 with 5 insurances and 1 fund, meal allowance, light work, and relatively flexible hours. Candidates who are bold and unafraid of superstitions preferred. Chapter 006, The Shadow Position. Gravekeeper. The sun shone brightly, accompanied by a hint of oppressive heat. This warmth, rather than rekindling Chu Qing's connection to the warmth of the world, only served to remind him of his accustomed familiarity with darkness and chill. However, upon disembarking from the taxi and gazing upon the cemetery before him, nestled against a grand mountain and devoid of even a small convenience store, an all-too-familiar chill enveloped his heart, instilling a sense of solace within him. North Mountain Cemetery. The sign, somewhat dilapidated, bore signs of rust upon its edges. The entire cemetery, from its entrance to its inner sanctum, exuded an air of decay. North Mountain is, in fact, the periphery of Baiming Mountain, renowned throughout the Dragon Kingdom. This site is infamous for being the final resting place of numerous nobility and high-ranking officials throughout the ages. It was once a place of great prosperity due to this very reason. Although it lies a considerable distance from the actual Baiming Mountain, where the tombs of emperors and dignitaries have been designated as protected cultural relics, the hope of drawing some semblance of fortune for future generations remains appealing. Yet, the current state of the cemetery speaks volumes about its decline. The lack of upkeep, compounded by its status as a public facility and the unsettling rumors of hauntings, has rendered this once vibrant cemetery desolate, even in the light of day, seemingly devoid of any staff. However, soon enough, a young man rushed down from a distant private car parked by the roadside. "You must be Chu Qing, right? I am from the Beishan office, and my name is Su Wei." The young man appeared exceedingly anxious. After Chu Qing nodded in acknowledgement, Su Wei continued without waiting for a response. "You've seen the benefits. Haven't you? Our work is relatively flexible. You only need to patrol once at 6 in the morning and again at 10:30 in the evening. And after clocking in with a photo, you won't need to do anything else. You're welcome to return home at night or stay here if you prefer. If everything seems fine, just sign this form, and you can officially start today." Before Chu Qing could respond, Su Wei eagerly handed him a form, brimming with impatience. In such a manner, who wouldn't feel something was amiss? There was no intention to invite him inside, as if merely standing at the door had already reached the limit. Chu Qing observed everything with keen eyes, but remained unfazed. He took the form and swiftly signed his name. His reason for applying for the position of cemetery security was not particularly concerned with the so-called benefits. it was for another purpose. In his previous life, his underworld occupation was that of a paper craftsman, which allowed him to tenuously utilize his rudimentary artistic skills, and initially, he thrived in that role. However, in this life, upon his rebirth yesterday afternoon, Chu Qing had developed new aspirations regarding his first underworld job. There were numerous options available for a ninth-grade underworld position, and he was aware of at least dozens. Each individual possesses unique abilities and excels in different domains, particularly in the art of controlling spirits, where each technique has its own merits. However, as one ascends the hierarchy of spiritual positions, the higher the rank, the more scarce these positions become. Furthermore, the difficulty of advancement is exponentially greater than that of the spirits themselves. Notably, certain high-ranking spiritual positions necessitate corresponding lower-ranking roles for promotion. For instance, it is rumored that the esteemed king of Taishan, among the 10 Yama kings, can only ascend to his second-rank position by first becoming the Lord of Taishan, which in turn requires the completion of the mountain folk path from the 9th rank. The elevation of one's spiritual position and the path taken are intrinsically linked to future achievements and potential. When assessing the capabilities of a spiritual position, aside from combat prowess, the most significant factor is the acquisition of spiritual longevity. The paper artisan, within the realm of spiritual positions, boasts a combat ability and spirit manipulation that can be considered moderately above average, and the path to ascending to an 8th rank position remains plausible. However, it is far from the optimal choice for attaining a 9th rank position, primarily due to the considerable difficulty in acquiring spiritual longevity. To obtain spiritual longevity, one must meticulously fold a paper effigy resembling oneself, inscribe their birth details upon it, and then incinerate it. While this may sound straightforward, the folding process is exceedingly intricate. Failure to achieve a close resemblance renders all efforts futile, wasting materials and potentially diminishing one's spiritual longevity in the process. Moreover, the path for the original paper craftsman to ascend to the 6th rank was already exceedingly narrow. It was only through a fortuitous opportunity during his elevation to the 6th rank that he transitioned into the shadowy position, coming tantalizingly close to becoming the Lord of Chujian. Thus, in this lifetime, the paper craftsman would certainly not entertain such aspirations. Among the shadowy positions known to Chu Qing, the one that offered the highest potential for longevity was now within reach. This was also the position Chu Qing had meticulously contemplated. The Gravekeeper. In the horrific era of his previous life, this role was maligned by countless individuals and was later dubbed the most dismal of the 9th rank shadow positions. The reasoning behind this was straightforward. The range of potential for a Gravekeeper was exceedingly vast. However, the pinnacle of this role was singular, embodied by the king of Bianqing, who was rumored to have once occupied the 9th rank as a Gravekeeper, the very position that had led to his failure in ascending to the Lord of Chujian. Yet, there was only one king of Bianqing, while the lower tier was a reality faced by nearly all Gravekeepers. The very name of the role reveals its function, to guard the tombs. However, attaining a shadow position recognized by this bizarre era's death games was no simple feat. A Gravekeeper must oversee the resurrection of spirits within the tombs, ensuring that all malevolent entities return before the break of dawn, thereby safeguarding the sanctity of the burial site. In doing so, they could automatically convert their shadow longevity during the daylight hours. Furthermore, the greater the number and quality of the supernatural entities within the tomb, the more longevity one could accrue. Most importantly, there was virtually no upper limit. For the Gravekeeper, as long as one can maintain control over the malevolent spirits within their tomb, it is akin to effortlessly reaping the benefits of extended life. This is a daunting task for an ordinary spirit master aspiring to become a Gravekeeper, as many have fallen victim to the bizarre retaliations within these sepulchres. However, for Chu Qing, who possesses the profound memories of the terrifying era and the Blood Eye ability, this role is perfectly suited to him. Moreover, it is significant that in his previous life, Chu Qing encountered certain extraordinary elements within a particularly unique secret realm. He beheld a peculiar mural, its inscriptions faded and worn, yet etched indelibly in his memory. The origins of that secret realm were shrouded in terror, and its dangers were extreme. Many second-tier spirit masters from the Dragon Kingdom met their demise within its depths. After enduring countless hardships, he managed to enter a grand hall, where he discovered not only a singular orb, but also this intricate mural. The mural was exceedingly complex, its accounts rather chaotic. Yet, he distinctly recalled that several ninth-tier positions were highlighted, with the most prominent being that of the Gravekeeper. This Gravekeeper position was also the initial ninth-tier role of Ding Xie, the king of Bian City, who had once been his closest ally, but ultimately dealt him a fatal betrayal at the last moment. Chapter 007, The Faceless Ghost. The earthbound spirit of Beishan. Upon entering, to the left, there lies a small incense shop, which also serves as the guard's lodge. This will be your abode. Inside, you will find a bed and some basic necessities. Should you not mind, you may choose to reside there directly or opt for new accommodations. Furthermore, the incense shop is stocked with floral wreaths, paper effigies, and the contact numbers for incense suppliers. If you wish to engage in a small business venture, you may do so, though the profits will be your own responsibility. Additionally, each month on the first day, you will need to collect your salary from the office located 2 kilometers away, starting at 8 in the morning. After the young man named Su Wei finished his lengthy explanation, he handed the keys to Chu Qing and hurriedly departed, driving away from the entrance of the Beishan cemetery without ever stepping inside. Chu Qing, however, paid this little mind. Holding the keys, he unlocked the imposing iron gate of the Beishan cemetery and strode in with purpose. Yet, as he crossed the threshold, his steps faltered slightly. He began to understand why that fellow had refused to set foot in this graveyard. The Beishan Cemetery, true to its name, is situated on a desolate hill that belongs to the Beimeng mountain range. Aside from a vacant section of graves at the foot of the hill, there exists a small mound encompassed within. Although the hill rises only 200 or 300 meters, the cemetery's description notes that the higher the location, the more valuable the burial sites were deemed, consequently elevating their prices. Of course, with the cemetery's decay, many of the once illustrious ancestors have long since relocated, having altered their fortunes and moved away from the Beishan Cemetery. The North Mountain Cemetery is indeed quite desolate at present, with scarcely a few gravestones to be found. This emptiness evokes a certain unease within one's heart. In truth, the location of the cemetery is quite favorable, not far from the Yellow River. Beyond the barren hills lies the mighty river coursing through the landscape. The entrance connects seamlessly to the outskirts of the city, and there is ample open space surrounding it, presenting numerous opportunities for development. This cemetery is situated in such a place. Chu Qing may not comprehend the nuances of feng shui, yet upon entering this cemetery, a wisp of gray aura manifested before his eyes. This grayness is imperceptible to the untrained eye. However, under Chu Qing's gaze, it becomes strikingly evident. It is none other than the so-called yin energy or spirit energy. Although the era of terror is set to officially commence at the dawn of the day after tomorrow, there are not a few entities, like the blood-eyed dragon monarch, that have already begun to exhibit eerie signs. North Mountain may well be among them. It is no wonder that such a being hastily departed. Furthermore, given the abundant remnants of this yin energy, it is likely that the peculiarities here have already engaged in the siphoning of vitality, having tasted flesh. In other words, this place has witnessed death. Upon reflecting on this, a faint smile graced his lips. From the perspective of the gravekeeper, he found great satisfaction in this expansive cemetery. Not only is it vast, but its varied terrain allows for numerous tombs where yin energy can coalesce, promising to accommodate even more anomalies in the future, thereby preventing the mindless slaughter among the initial entities. Most importantly, the initial gift of a malevolent spirit is a most fortuitous boon, though uncertain of the potential talents. And far from becoming his grave spirit, Chu Qing had long since contemplated the selection of the grave spirit. However, the primary advantage of a gravekeeper, compared to other spirit tamers, lies in the abundance of fierce spirits at their command. Thus, these are not mere strange malevolent spirits. To him, they represent a living, self-sustaining entity of shadowy fortune. As for the grave spirit, as the name suggests, It is a fierce spirit entirely under the control of the gravekeeper, restricted to the confines of the tomb. This limitation is indeed one of the most burdensome aspects of the gravekeeper's role. Once outside the tomb, it is not much different from an ordinary individual and lacks significant strength. Nevertheless, within the tomb's boundaries, the combat prowess of the gravekeeper alongside the grave spirit remains commendable. Therefore, even with the blood-eyed spirit in existence, the value and significance of this first grave spirit cannot be overstated. With this thought in mind, Chu Qing's steps quickened as he approached the area thick with malevolent energy. Before he could summon the blood-eyed spirit to examine the source of the aura closely, an unusual sound interrupted from the side. Meow. Chu Qing turned to investigate. A black cat sat regally atop a dilapidated stone tablet overgrown with unknown vines, its orange-green eyes curiously observing Chu Qing. A wisp of malevolent energy swirled around its form. Was this a mysterious feline that had encountered the uncanny and absorbed the shadowy energy, leading to its initial awakening? A smile crept upon Chu Qing's lips as he crouched down and extended his hand. Meow meow. The black cat regarded Chu Qing with surprise. It had exhibited no fear whatsoever. It leaped gracefully from the stone tablet and landed before Chu Qing. The black cat, measuring merely about 30 centimeters, appeared diminutive with its gaunt physique, its pure black fur glistening under the sunlight, exuding a deep crimson hue. Ancient texts recount that the black cat, entirely ebony in color, reveals a reddish-brown tint in the sunlight, possessing the power to ward off evil and exorcise malevolent spirits. As I stroked the cat's body, its initially trembling form suddenly emitted a soothing purr. It was then that Chu Qing inquired, "Little one, has there been death in this place?" Oddly enough, upon uttering these words, the once calm cat began to tremble uncontrollably once more, as if it comprehended human speech, continuing to smooth the cat's somewhat disheveled fur. Chu Qing smiled and reassured, "Do not be afraid. I understand. It is not your fault. You merely happened to be present while that entity was feeding, perhaps indulging in some remnants. Correct?" The cat's response was a piercing meow, transforming from its previous docility into a manifestation of sheer terror. The once gentle demeanor vanished completely, as its orange-green pupils shrank to pinpricks, gazing either at Chu Qing or, perhaps, over his shoulder. An indescribable chill emanated from behind him. Despite the fact that it was still daylight, Chu Qing narrowed his eyes slightly, but refrained from turning abruptly. The enigmatic rules of murder are ever-changing. Who could fathom the nature of this ghost's abilities? Thus, amidst the cat's growing dread, Chu Qing's eyes, which were once a blend of black and white, suddenly morphed into a haunting shade of black-red. In the depths of the inky void, a pair of blood-red, slitted pupils fixated intently upon the black cat. And only then did Chu Qing slowly turn around. Before him stood an ethereal figure, shrouded in crimson. This apparition was clad in a tattered and decaying white dress, its original form rendered unrecognizable. Ashen, withered hair obscured its visage, rendering it impossible to discern any features. Nevertheless, the deep crimson eyes locked in, and the effect of having eyes and pearls was instantly activated. Before him, the abilities of this specter unfolded within the observation of the blood-red gaze. Faceless ghost. Grade, 9th category. Earthbound spirit. Lifespan, 9 months and 17 days. Terror face, ruled by crafting an atmosphere of fear and a corresponding scene. It can weaken the resolve of living beings. Once a human's will plummets beyond the threshold of fear, the true face of the faceless ghost can be unveiled, simultaneously triggering a fatal transformation. The effectiveness of the fear induced is contingent upon the grade and innate abilities of both parties. Wall of Ghosts. Ability capable of creating a wall of ghosts illusion within a designated area, diminishing the will of living beings and plunging them into profound terror. Earthbound spirit. State unable to leave the confines of Beishan Cemetery, within which the recovery speed of its abilities is accelerated. Furthermore, its daily consumption of lifespan is halved. Promotion requirements. Unknown. Note. Hey, you're not frightened by such a creature, are you? Yet, it seems our appearance aligns quite well with its aesthetic. observing the rules and abilities of the faceless ghost as relayed by the Crimson Gaze. Chu Qing could not help but marvel once more at the capabilities bestowed by the blood-eyed Dragon Lord, which indeed allowed it to thrive in such an environment. However, it was not long before the corners of Chu Qing's eyes twitched. The unfortunate dilemma now was that, given the entity's lack of a face, how could one possibly engage in eye contact? Chapter 008, Subduing the Faceless Ghost. Ex-girlfriend? Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the North Mountain Cemetery, where the sun shone brightly overhead. Yet within the graveyard, it felt as frigid as an ice cellar. Two figures stood motionless, locked in confrontation, while a black cat, with a look of sheer terror, observed the two seemingly otherworldly beings from a distance. As time ticked away, Chu Qing could distinctly sense a creeping fear welling up within him. This fear was not due to a lack of willpower. Rather, it was a manifestation of the faceless ghost's rule-based abilities that had begun to activate. Although there were no extraordinary circumstances to amplify this fear, its presence was undeniable, and it gave rise to an involuntary sense of dread. He understood that even with the blood eye at his disposal, the faceless ghost was a formidable entity of the ninth tier. While its rule-based abilities might not be overwhelmingly powerful, once triggered, they could easily spell his demise. What he needed to do was to counteract the opponent's rules before they took effect with his own. Yet, ironically, the first true anomaly he encountered was one devoid of eyes. The activation of the blood eyes rule required mutual eye contact. How could one establish such contact without eyes? This posed a conundrum. Nevertheless, even in this critical moment, Chu Qing remained unperturbed. By mastering the lethal rules of the supernatural, he could consistently maintain the upper hand. Even if one cannot be subdued, one can withdraw at any moment. With this thought, Chu Qing cast a glance at the visage obscured by withered strands of hair and smiled faintly. What a pitiful creature. Do you not even possess a face of your own? Upon hearing these words, the black cat, which had leapt back onto the gravestone, regarded Chu Qing as if it had seen a ghost. Even the nearly mindless faceless specter paused momentarily in surprise, only to be overtaken by fury. This lowly aberration, devoid of intellect, sensed emotions like a beast, and the faceless spirit before him thrived on the emotional turmoil of others. From Chu Qing, it sensed no fear, only a profound derision. In an instant, the North Mountain Cemetery seemed to transform into a realm of shadows. The sun vanished, leaving a shroud of darkness punctuated by the occasional rustle of wind. The sense of dread became an ever-present companion. Yet, Chu Qing remained unfazed. His blood-red eyes remained fixed on the faceless specter, even extending his hand in an attempt to probe its ethereal form. Unfortunately, as a bound spirit, it lacked a corporeal body, rendering it untouchable, leaving only a chill in his grasp. After perceiving this, Chu Qing withdrew his hand and continued. What do you think of my face? During my school days, I was somewhat of a heartthrob. Surely, this visage aligns with your aesthetic? Indeed, these were the precise words of Blood Eye, and there should be no issue with them. Meanwhile, the black cat continued to observe Chu Qing's actions, akin to someone dancing recklessly in a minefield. Chu Qing slowly leaned his forehead against that of the faceless specter, the brow of man and ghost seemingly merging. Now, tell me, do my eyes appear alluring? They were a deep crimson, reminiscent of rubies. Would you wish to pluck them out and adorn yourself with them? Chu Qing blinked his blood-red eyes, disregarding the feelings of shame and resistance that surged within. Although it appeared as though he was jesting, his heart was already racing with trepidation. Confronting a ghostly entity was akin to walking a tightrope. Unless one possessed overwhelming strength, danger lurked at every turn, particularly with creatures of such primal nature, devoid of intellect. In the early to mid-stages of a ghost master-esque journey, the essence of battling these entities lies in discerning and unraveling their rules, employing one's own abilities to navigate and subvert those very rules. The activation of the blood-red eyes relied on direct eye contact. However, it had never been stipulated that such contact necessitated the use of eyes. The perception of a ghost extends beyond mere sight. Thus, what he endeavored to achieve was a profound exploration of the rules governing the blood-red eyes. Should success be within reach, all would be well. Yet, Should it falter, an escape route was not entirely out of the question. As it turned out, Chu Qing's blood-red eyes indeed possessed an exquisite allure. In the dark labyrinth of the ghostly realm, those crimson orbs seemed to radiate an ethereal glow. As the unmistakable sensation of fear burgeoned within him, Chu Qing, in unison with his blood-red eyes, sensed a peculiar gaze directed towards him, or rather, towards his visage and the scarlet pair of eyes adorning his cheeks. A sporadic sound echoed, "Beautiful. Face eyes. Give me." In an instant, the crimson light in Chu Qing's eyes blazed forth. The rules of the blood eye were activated at that moment. Chu Qing had already calculated the duration required for the confrontation against the faceless ghost, also of the 9th tier. A mere breath's time. Less than 2 seconds. Indeed, the potential of the blood eye was unfathomable. However, through the blood eye's own ocular observations, it was unable to discern the corresponding weight of the rules. One must await the arrival of the enigmatic era and employ the Book of Life and Death for investigation. Yet, this was not a moment for Chu Qing to lose focus. Nearly the instant the blood eye's rules were unleashed, the body of the faceless ghost before him began to tremble violently. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. This was the formidable capability of the blood eye's rules. Once activated, any abilities employed by the opposing specter could be completely immune and simultaneously returned with doubled intensity. How terrifying such a rule could be. At that moment, under Chu Qing's deliberate provocation, the effect of this eye-for-an-eye principle was fully realized. Trembling, the faceless ghost began to shake violently. The fear it had previously instilled in Chu Qing was entirely returned to it through the 2 blood eyes. In its gaze, those blood-red orbs consumed its entire field of vision, as if in the next moment it would be utterly devoured. A profound instinctive dread compelled it to kneel upon the ground, burying its head beneath its arms, murmuring in despair, "No, not my face." Enveloped in overwhelming terror, Chu Qing acutely sensed that within the framework of an eye for an eye, under the dominion of the faceless specter's own fears, a mere flicker of thought could extinguish this wraith's existence. It was akin to a diner savoring a morsel poised to swallow at any moment. Such was the inherent instinct to kill that arose once the rules were set in motion. Yet, Chu Qing refrained from such an act. Although vanquishing this faceless specter and absorbing its essence through his blood, I would undoubtedly yield a portion of its longevity. He recognized the latent potential of this entity, born before the advent of true terror. Despite witnessing its formidable capabilities, Chu Qing had not contemplated transforming it into his own tomb guardian. However, observing the fear it instilled, he surmised that it could serve as a stable source of longevity for an extended period. Moreover, as a bound spirit, it could be deemed a fated laboring ghost. Thus, he lowered his gaze, and even though he could not physically touch the faceless specter, he reached out and gently spoke with a smile. "Do not worry. As long as you obediently comply, I shall not strip you of your face. Furthermore, if you behave well, I shall procure a visage you would prefer. What say you?" Clearly, the specter's comprehension of such words was limited, merely responding to Chu Qing's gestures and the emotions conveyed, its ethereal form quivering in response. However, it also conveyed a sense of obedience. The specters lacked wisdom, resembling beasts, yet they did not seek their own demise. The midday sun shone brightly and fervently, as if intent on dispelling all the darkness that enveloped this dismal land. The interplay of light and shadow danced upon Chu Qing's disheveled black hair, softening his otherwise somber demeanor. Gradually, he rose to his feet and turned his gaze to the side, extending a hand. The black cat trembled all over, yet dared not refuse his summons, leaping back into his embrace. With a cheerful smile, Chu Qing cradled the cat, facing the blazing sun behind him, and looked upon the North Mountain Cemetery and the entire Mang Mountain. "From now on, with me around, no one shall bully you." Just then, the cemetery gate behind him was nudged open, producing a clattering sound. Chu Qing turned his head to see Fong Ping prying open the gate, peering inside. "Chu Qing, just came to check out your workplace. Look who I brought along." Through the rusty iron gate, Chu Qing caught sight of a girl of similar age to them, clad in a Chanel jumpsuit, her Valentino-studded high-heeled sandals sparkling in the sunlight. and holding a toffee-colored Hermes calfskin handbag. After running through his thoughts, he finally recalled who she was, his ex-girlfriend from that time, and Ruoxue. Chapter 009. Humans are quite intriguing, aren't they? In the era of terror, Chu Qing had endured over 20 years in his previous life. Over those 2 decades, his attention had long been diverted to matters of greater significance. The legacy of Yama, the sequence of the underworld, the acquisition of a ghostly lifespan, the ominous embryonic form. He regarded certain trivial matters that occurred prior to the advent of terror as inconsequential. Had it not been for the elevation of his underworld position, which bestowed upon him an exceptional memory, he would have likely forgotten them long ago. Clearly, for Chu Qing, this former girlfriend, who appeared rather pitiful and even somewhat remorseful, was one of those trifling matters. He vaguely recalled that in his previous life, this woman had begun a relationship with a wealthy heir just before graduation. However, before he had the chance to mourn, the age of horror had descended, rendering such trivialities utterly insignificant. Now, how had she come to be here? At some point, the faceless ghost had vanished without a trace. Cradling the black cat in his arms, Chu Qing approached the door and smiled. Fong Ping? What brings you here? Fong Ping scratched his head. I finished the interview and was waiting for the results. Guess what? As soon as I left Tianyu Entertainment Company, I ran into Ruoxue. She specifically inquired about your situation, and since we both had some free time, we thought we would come and check on you. As he reached the end of his statement, Fong Ping appeared somewhat cautious. It was evident that he was not being entirely truthful. In reality, his concern for Chu Qing's circumstances drove him to call on Ruoxue, urging her to come and see how Chu Qing was faring. After all, Chu Qing had made the rather unconventional choice to serve as a security guard in a chaotic graveyard, thereby bypassing 30 years of convoluted paths, particularly those of a dark and sinister nature, which inevitably led Fong Ping to harbor some apprehensions. Chu Qing naturally perceived the unease of his friend, but chose to disregard it. After glancing at the two, he said, "Come in." Following closely behind him, the two entered. However, it seemed as if they instinctively shivered upon stepping through the entrance of the cemetery. Clearly, no ordinary person would find leisure in such a ghostly place. This further solidified Fong Ping's belief in his speculation. His friend was indeed reeling from the heartbreak of a recent breakup. With this thought, he turned to Ruoxue. After biting her red lips, nodded in agreement. They entered what had been designated as their dormitory, a former guard's room and incense shop, where the surroundings appeared surprisingly clean and spacious. Nevertheless, as in Ruoxue casually selected a seat and sat down, she wore an expression of deep remorse and began, "Chu Qing, I'm sorry. I know I have hurt you, but you need not." Chu Qing looked at the woman before him, who was struggling to contain her emotions. Indeed, his ex-girlfriend possessed considerable cunning. He recalled how she had successfully captivated a wealthy heir in a previous life. Had it not been for the arrival of the bizarre era, her aspirations of soaring to prominence might very well have been realized. Even if she had not become a wealthy matron, she would have likely established herself as a formidable spirit wielder in the early days of Luo City. Regrettably, she ultimately succumbed to the calamity that befell the city, perishing amidst the ghostly affliction. Chu Qing waved his hand dismissively. "It's all right. I bear you no ill will. There are plenty of couples who part ways during graduation season. Your choice is understandable. There is no need to take it to heart." Upon uttering those words, and Ruoxue felt an intensified sense of guilt. "I know you feign indifference, yet you have come to this place to escape. I understand. I have wronged you. Could you please add me back on WeChat?" And Ruoxue gazed tenderly at the man before her. He exuded an indescribable charm, complemented by his status as the heartthrob of their less than prestigious university, and the feelings he stirred within her were undeniable. However, and Ruoxue was acutely aware that such sentiments could not sustain her post-graduation, leading her to swiftly seek refuge in the arms of a wealthy and influential heir from Luocheng. Yet, upon encountering Chu Qing once more, that enigmatic aura and the mysterious thrill he evoked transported her back to those earlier days. Thus, she extended her phone, her beautiful eyes pleadingly fixed on Chu Qing. However, Chu Qing's brows furrowed slightly. He truly did not wish to be entangled with this woman. Any notion of being unable to let go was utterly preposterous, for their past connection had been mutual, and he had savored it as well. In fact, on numerous occasions, it was in Ruoxue who had covered the hotel expenses. Hence, any feelings of anger or resentment were nothing but absurdity. Moreover, it is not merely that he, having returned from rebirth, cannot recall who his former lover was. Even considering that in his previous life, the treacherous Ding Xie of Bianqing had disrupted his affairs and ultimately deceived and betrayed him. The resentment he feels does not compel him to seek immediate vengeance or to imagine consuming the flesh and blood of his adversary. It can only be deemed as an enmity that must be eradicated in this life. Kingship transcends mere physical prowess. It encompasses an indomitable spirit. The moment of retribution is inevitable, and indeed, Chu Qing has already conceived a preliminary plan. However, allowing vengeance to disturb his peace of mind is a folly. In such a harrowing era, where the malevolence of specters corrupts the hearts of men, aspiring to become a king-level demon master is utterly unattainable. Bearing the weight of countless sins, he must forge an immortal heart. In comparison to his lofty ideals and ambitions, hatred is of little consequence. His reluctance stems solely from a desire to avoid complications. Yet, it is evident that his resistance has led Fang Ping and in Ruoxue to misinterpret his intentions. Fang Ping cleared his throat and said, "Well then, you two continue your conversation. I shall take a stroll outside." With that, he genuinely turned to leave, utterly oblivious to the potential dangers that awaited him alone beyond those walls. And Ruoxue, seemingly oblivious to Chu Qing's exasperation, gazed tenderly at the black cat nestled in his arms. "You still have such a fondness for cats, don't you? The little dumpling we raised together is still with me." Yet, observing Chu Qing's continued indifference, she finally spoke up. "Chu Qing, we are both orphans, and we are acutely aware that in this society, in this era, without money, one's existence is hardly worth more than that of a dog. The only support women have, aside from their youthful beauty, is to relentlessly strive to ascend." Chu Qing smiled faintly, realizing that she had finally broached the main topic. He awaited, with bated breath, the forthcoming humiliation from his former lover. However, even in his previous life, where he nearly became the king of Chujiang, he could never have anticipated that this ex-girlfriend would unexpectedly shift her tone and continue. "But Qing, I still love you. Add me as a friend. I have 10,000 here for you to take. Lin Hengtian and I have already obtained our marriage certificate, though we have yet to hold the formal wedding. Recently, his family has been quite busy, leaving me little time. How about this? I will send you money every month, and whenever we find the time, we can meet here in secret." Upon hearing this, even with his past experiences, Chu Qing found himself utterly taken aback by her words. And Ruoxue glanced around, clearly satisfied, and nodded. "Indeed, this place is sufficiently discreet. It makes for a splendid meeting spot. Rest assured, Lin Hengtian's father has recently been in particularly poor health. In a few years, the Lin family's assets will all belong to Lin Hengtian, who is nothing but a fool. At that time, I will strive to seize the fortune and divorce him." Chu Qing remained silent, observing the woman before him, who spoke so self-importantly. Wasn't it agreed that there would be a dramatic turn of events? Yet it had suddenly devolved into the role of a venomous antagonist? And Ruoxue looked at Chu Qing. Her emotions stirred. Even if these words held a grain of truth, they should not be carelessly uttered. The fewer who knew, the smoother the plan would unfold. However, gazing at the man before her, shrouded in melancholy amidst this desolate place, her heart softened. Regrettably, time was not on their side today. Chu Qing, rendered speechless, shook his head, ready to clarify matters. Yet in Ruoxue it did not afford him that opportunity. She continued, "It's settled then. I have been quite busy due to some troubles at the Lin family, and my time outside has been limited." No sooner had her words fallen than a roaring engine echoed from outside. Suddenly, and Ruoxue's countenance shifted, and, as expected, the voice of Fang Ping rang out. "Lin Hengtian, how did you find this place?" Chu Qing raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Ruoxue's reaction. Without missing a beat, and Ruoxue sprang to her feet, retrieving a wad of cash from her latest Hermes caskin bag, and handed it to Chu Qing, saying, "Take this for now. Lin Hengtian has arrived, and given your previous disagreements, it would be best if you stayed inside. I will handle everything." Having uttered her words, and Ruoxue hastily opened the door and rushed outside. Within the confines of the security room, Chu Qing could still hear her overly sweet voice exclaiming, "Darling, what brings you here? Weren't you at the hospital with Dad?" A smile crept across Chu Qing's face as his eyes transformed once more into a crimson hue. In the shadowy corners, illuminated by the sunlight, those blood-red orbs danced erratically within their dark sockets, seemingly applauding the splendid little drama that had just unfolded. Subsequently, Chu Qing appeared to be conversing with himself. Or perhaps he was directing his words towards the two beings in the room who were not of the same kind, inquiring, "Humans are quite fascinating, aren't they?" Chapter 10. There are ghosts here. Schwer, didn't you mention that a close friend invited you to lunch? Yet here you are? A strange man's voice questioned from outside. Through the somewhat chipped glass, Chu Qing caught a glimpse of a hazy figure beyond the door. Clad in a white suit, he barely resembled a respectable gentleman. Clearly, this was Lin Hengtian. However, after merely a glance, Chu Qing's brow arched slightly, revealing a hint of intrigue. The three individuals outside, however, seemed oblivious to the dim scrutiny cast by Chu Qing. And Ruoxue's voice soon followed. "Darling, please don't be upset. It was Fang Ping who said that Chu Qing was feeling a bit troubled, so I came to persuade him to help him abandon this futile hope. So that is the case. But tell me, what on earth is that pretty boy doing in this eerie place?" Lin Hengtian's voice resounded once more. He claimed he came to be a doorman, and out of pity, I bestowed upon him 10,000 as a severance fee, hoping he would refrain from causing further chaos in the future. You really do not trust me, do you? And yet you followed me here? Hearing a trace of anger in Ruoxue's voice, Lin Hengtian's tone softened immediately. Not at all. My mother came to take over my shift. The hospital does not require my presence any longer, and my father has been incessantly clamoring to be discharged, which is quite bothersome. I intended to take you out for a meal and perhaps meet your friend, yet here we are in this wretched place. At this point, Lin Hengtian glanced around and seemingly spotted a figure within the doorman's room. Leaning in, he exclaimed, "What on earth is that fool Chu Qing thinking? I always said those in the arts have peculiar minds. How can he stoop to being a doorman in such a dreadful place?" Chu Qing, are you brave enough to come out?" The doorman's room was pushed open, and in Ruoxue's expression turned tense. As anticipated, Chu Qing emerged, clutching a wad of cash. "Young Master Lin, is there something you need?" Well, you really dare to show your face." Lin Hengtian scoffed, a smirk playing on his lips. "What I say back then? You should have gone directly to a KTV or a nightlife venue for this sort of work. I assure you, earning tens of thousands a month would be no challenge. If you encounter a few affluent women willing to spend on you, making over 100,000 a month would be quite feasible. If necessary, I can provide some introductions. My father is acquainted with several affluent ladies lacking male companionship in the business world, and there are even a few male bosses who share such preferences. Should you require an introduction, I could facilitate it. Who knows, perhaps our Lin family's business might even benefit from your persuasive charm." Ha! Chu Qing's smile remained unwavering, her enthusiasm undiminished as she surveyed Lin Hengtian before her, seemingly oblivious to his words. Meanwhile, Fang Ping could no longer contain himself and stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Chu Qing. "Lin Hengtian, what on earth are you saying?" Lin Hengtian cast a frosty glance at Fang Ping. "What? Are you really considering a confrontation with me? Given your current predicament, I heard you applied at Huanyu Entertainment this morning. Let me tell you, Zhao Yu, from Uncle Zhao's family at Huanyu, is a childhood friend of mine. Do you truly believe you can work there? Dream on." However, observing Fang Ping's flushed visage, Lin Hengtian smirked. "I've co-founded an MCN company with Zhao Yu. Therefore, if you wish to insult this pretty boy right now, I can ensure that the HR manager position is yours, with an annual salary starting at 20,000, not including bonuses. What do you think?" He regarded Fang Ping with an air of superiority. This was his favorite tactic. Beneath the allure of wealth, notions of love, friendship, and even familial bonds were rendered insignificant. He was accustomed to witnessing the obsequiousness of individuals under the seductive power of money. Thus, he eagerly awaited Fang Ping's response. with Chu Qing also intrigued as she looked at her friend from behind. Only Ruoxue furrowed her brows, casting a genuinely displeased glance at Lin Hengtian for the first time. Fang Ping's face flushed an even deeper shade of crimson as he rushed forward, seizing the collar of the latter. What makes you so arrogant with your pitiful amount of money? Without me, you are utterly insignificant. With that, he raised his fist and struck towards Lin Hengtian's face. This scene caught both Lin Hengtian and Chu Qing off guard. The former instinctively recoiled, while Chu Qing reached out, finally intervening to stop Fang Ping. Maintaining his usual demeanor, he smiled at the somewhat flustered Lin Hengtian. Young Master Lin, your display of authority has concluded, and you've located your person. Now, take this money and be on your way. As Lin Hengtian beheld the wad of cash handed over by Chu Qing, he snapped back to reality from the earlier turmoil. With a resounding slap, he returned the 10,000 yuan, intending to continue his protest when an unexpected chill enveloped him. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the brightness of the cemetery seemed to diminish significantly, and above all, an indescribable fear began to pervade his heart. He forced himself to glare fiercely at Chu Qing and Fang Ping. I am not in need of this trivial sum. Do not entangle with Ruoxue again. Darling, let's depart. With that, he deliberately linked his arm within Ruoxue's and hastily made his way towards the exit, boarding the ostentatious sports car. As he opened the car door, he instinctively cast a glance back at the cemetery. However, that fleeting gaze rendered his previously sunlit form as if plunged into an icy abyss. He swiftly dove into the vehicle, pressed the accelerator, and sped away. Dear, what is the matter with you? And Ruoxue asked in surprise, gazing at the distracted Lin Hengtian. At that moment, Lin Hengtian's body seemed to tremble, and abruptly applying the brakes on the road, he turned to Ruoxue in a flustered manner. Swear, there's a ghost in that place, right beside Chu Qing. A ghost with an indistinct face, only hair clad in white. Noticing the terror in Lin Hengtian's eyes, a fleeting glimmer of disdain flickered in Ruoxue's gaze. Though she spoke gently, there are no ghosts in this world. Besides, it's broad daylight. Have you become a bit paranoid from spending time with Dad lately? No, Suat? I am not deceiving you. Lin Hengtian urgently insisted. Just wait and see. That Chu Qing won't last much longer. How dare he work as a security guard in such a haunted place? But perhaps it is for the best. He will no longer be able to cling to you. Perhaps it is for the best. Listening to Lin Hengtian's nonsensical ramblings, and Ruoxue chose not to respond, her delicate hands softly patting Lin Hengtian's back, seemingly soothing his fears. However, within her eyes, which Lin Hengtian could not see, lay an unmistakable chill and unmasked disdain. Chapter 011. The Paperman. The familiar scent of copper. Chu Qing stood at the door, still smiling as he watched the roar of the engine fade away. He had not done anything from the beginning to the end. Instead, he turned a glance at the still furious Fang Ping and smiled, saying, All right, is it really worth getting so worked up? Fang Ping was taken aback and looked at Chu Qing. Chu Qing, are you not angry at what this scoundrel just said? Damn it. Does he really think I would bow down for that meager sum? If he had even a shred of common sense, he would realize that in this day and age, who can't make a living? Am I really going to starve just because I lack a few coins? Chu Qing smiled and opened the door to the guardhouse. Fang Ping, seeing his friend's demeanor, felt an uncontrollable irritation but was at a loss for what to do. So he simply walked inside. However, Chu Qing did not follow Fang Ping but continued toward a nearby vacant lot, saying, Don't rush. He possesses something intriguing. When the opportunity arises, you will get your chance to savor it. Upon returning to the room, Fang Ping looked at Chu Qing with suspicion. What are we rushing for? What opportunity? What are we savoring? I'm already full of anger. Chu Qing did not respond but cast a glance at Fang Ping, secretly pleased with his reaction. Although Chu Qing rarely foolishly tested human nature, he found Fang Ping to be rather commendable. It was indeed a pity that he had perished early in his previous life during the outbreak of the ghostly plague. With this thought, Chu Qing tossed a stack of 10,000 yuan onto the table, extracted a few bills, and said to Fang Ping, I will teach you a skill. Hand me your ID card. What? Fang Ping was startled, but complied obediently. Then, He stared in astonishment at Chu Qing as he deftly folded the crimson banknote in his hand into a diminutive paper figurine. This paper figure, complete with arms, legs, and a head, rendered Fong Ping speechless, especially when Chu Qing, having retrieved a watercolor pen from the side, began to draw upon it. He felt as though this origami figure represented himself, for he noticed, to his utter shock, that Chu Qing had inscribed his birth date upon it before handing it back to him. Keep this safe and close to you. If you encounter any peril, toss it away or ignite it for a more pronounced effect. Then, simply come find me. Fong Ping, still in a daze, accepted this peculiar object and glanced around the dilapidated security booth that also served as a shop for incense and paper figures, incredulously exclaiming, "Goodness, you truly intend to pursue this vocation?" Chu Qing, unfazed, continued to pick up another banknote, directing his gaze towards Fong Ping. "Stop with the trivialities and learn from me. My time is limited. I must step out shortly." "Oh, all right. But Chu Qing, could we perhaps use a different piece of paper? Isn't it a bit extravagant to fold money into shapes?" Fong Ping expressed his regret, his gaze somewhat peculiar, as he began to contemplate whether he should call a psychiatric hospital. Without lifting his head, Chu Qing replied, "These matters are of little consequence. You need not concern yourself with what Lin Hengtian just mentioned. Remember, everything he relies upon, including himself, holds no significance to me beyond the mere identity of being human." Fong Ping demonstrated considerable aptitude. Half an hour later, under Chu Qing's meticulous guidance, a rather impressive paper figure had been crafted. Chu Qing nodded in satisfaction, saying, "All right, become well acquainted with this. For the next few days at home, do nothing but fold these." Then he added, "By the way, send me in Ruoshu we chat later." Gazing at the pile of paper money figures in his hands, Fong Ping could no longer contain himself. "Qingzi, are you really all right? You've seen that woman, and Ruoshu. She isn't worth it." Observing Fong Ping's worried expression, Chu Qing chuckled. "Where are you headed with this?" "I'm merely returning the money to her." "Oh, well then that's fine," Fong Ping replied. "But I must ask, what purpose do these figures serve? Are we aiming to dominate the funeral market in Luoqing together?" He pinched the paper figure in his hand with a hint of annoyance. Chu Qing pondered for a moment before placing a reassuring hand on Fong Ping's shoulder. Leaning in with an eerily grave tone, "These can ward off spirits. Lin Hengtian is haunted, and I suspect his entire family is as well." With that, Chu Qing boldly stepped out of the guardhouse, leaving Fong Ping alone in the ominous room, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Watching Chu Qing's retreating figure, he adopted a mindset of better safe than sorry and tucked the paper figure into his embrace, hastily following after him while exclaiming, "Qingzi, I know a good psychiatric hospital. Do you want me to help you get in touch with them? Get lost." After watching Fong Ping depart in a taxi, Chu Qing similarly hailed another cab to return home. Before pursuing the grave ghost he had longed for, which Ding Xie had lamented over countless times, he felt compelled to investigate the situation concerning the Lin family. He possessed myriad methods to eliminate Lin Hengtian, and he also had ways to avoid trouble. It was quite simple. Let Lin appear in a video, captured by surveillance, and allow the faceless ghost to dispose of him. The only reason he spared Lin's life was due to the intense energy emanating from him, which was even more potent than that lingering in the northern mountain cemetery. Most importantly, Chu Qing detected a familiar scent on him, a scent that stirred his composure, compelling him to suppress the tumult within with a mere smile. It was the metallic aroma commonly known as the smell of copper. While in Ruoshu bore no such scent, Lin Hengtian's odor was exceedingly pronounced. In a past life, a unique entity possessed a remarkable artifact. Without delving into the artifact itself, it suffices to say that the one who wielded it was far more renowned than the blood-eyed dragon lord. In terms of strength, it was difficult to ascertain who was superior. However, the blood-eyed dragon lord merely wielded power within the confines of Long Country, an actualized deity of dominion, while that artifact could be said to endure renown across the entire globe. The scent emanating from Lin Hengtian was derived from a treasure held by that entity. Yet, could this artifact have also originated in Luoqing? No, perhaps it was merely a fragment of a larger puzzle. Or perhaps he had simply misjudged the situation. Regardless, He felt compelled to seek the truth. As this thought crossed his mind, a glimmer of determination shone in Chu Qing's eyes. Sitting in the taxi, he promptly sent a friend request to Enruashue. Approximately 10 minutes later, the request was finally accepted, and Enruashue sent nothing but a single red heart emoji, as if conveying everything without uttering a word. Chapter 012. The Wealth God of the Lin Family. On August 31st at 1:12 p.m., at the Second People's Hospital of Luocheng, within an opulent single-occupancy room, several nurses and 2 doctors restrained an elderly figure. This was a middle-aged man who, by age, was not truly old. His hair was merely graying at the temples, giving him the appearance of someone in his 50s. Yet, the madness etched across his face lent him an indescribable aura of insanity and decay. My money. My money. Someone is trying to steal my money. Wealth God. Where's my wealth God? Quickly, summon the wealth God. Only with the wealth God present can no one touch my money. My money is all mine. His cries bore no resemblance to those of a prominent businessman in Luocheng. Rather, he appeared to be a complete madman, a miser clutching his wealth with a deranged fervor. Beside him, a woman wore a pained expression, yet she, along with the other medical staff, remained firmly focused on the man known as Lin Yuancheng. Soon, the door to the VIP ward of the hospital swung open, and Lin Hengtian, who had scarcely had a bite to eat, hurried back. He looked at his father, who appeared to be as if under some malevolent control, and inquired, "Father, has the condition recurred?" Although she was exasperated by her son's choice of words, the woman nodded, her face etched with worry. Where is Xiaoxue? As a mother-in-law, she held her daughter-in-law in high esteem. Despite the family's modest circumstances, Xiaoxue was exceptionally filial, deeply affectionate towards her son, and most importantly, ambitious and studious, with a striking beauty that did not attract unwanted attention. Having only had one boyfriend at her age, the woman felt reassured, and despite the disparity in their backgrounds, she approved of her son's choice. Lin Hengtian then said, "Mother, you called to inform me that father is once again obsessed with that object. I thought continuing like this was untenable, so I suggested that Xiaoxue return home to retrieve it." The woman glared at him. "What are you thinking? Your father's current state is a direct result of that object. In my opinion, it should be destroyed immediately. Why would you still allow?" Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Yuancheng suddenly broke free from his restraints, seizing the woman's neck with both hands. "You want to take my money? You want to rob me? I will strangle you. I will kill you." Within mere seconds, the woman's face turned crimson, but fortunately, the medical staff nearby reacted swiftly, reapplying the restraints and securing him tightly to the hospital bed with a rope. Nonetheless, even in such circumstances, Lin Yuancheng's eyes, bloodshot and glaring, remained fixed upon his wife of over 20 years, as if she were not his beloved companion, but rather a sworn enemy responsible for his father's demise. At last, the woman could no longer contain her anguish and collapsed onto the bed, weeping uncontrollably. Only Lin Hengtian, his brow furrowed, felt a twinge of annoyance amidst the cacophony. He could only hope that Enruashue would arrive with haste to bring forth that particular item and grant these 2 elderly souls a moment of tranquility. However, unbeknownst to Lin Hengtian, beside Enruashue was an unexpected wild man, entering their villa garden in the very car he had purchased for her. The origin of this turmoil lay in an incident a week prior, when Lin Hengtian returned home in the dead of night to find his father, Lin Yuancheng, hunched over the incense altar in the living room, murmuring to himself about his money, fearing it was being stolen, and seeking the protection of the god of wealth. Both Lin Hengtian and his mother deemed his father's behavior as madness. In the days that followed, the symptoms only grew more severe. As Enruashue recounted the tale, she descended from the driver's seat of her white BMW 530 alongside Chu Qing. Chu Qing's expression was remarkably serene. However, the slight tremor at the corner of his eye betrayed the tumult within, evident to those who knew him well. Upon entering the lavish garden of this 8-figure villa in Luocheng, Chu Qing was now unequivocally certain. His prior suspicions had been validated. The scent, that familiar and peculiar metallic odor, a haunting fragrance that, upon a single whiff, becomes indelibly etched in one's memory. The 2 of them had already stepped into the grand hall of the villa. Yet the former girlfriend beside him remained blissfully unaware of her marital status with another man. It was as if they were a couple deeply in love. As she affectionately sought to link her arm with Chu Qing's. I took a risk bringing you here. Qinggu, how shall you repay me? Casting a glance at her alluring visage, adorned with a sense of self-importance, Chu Qing could not help but think that she was indeed a shameless woman. Yet, she possessed a certain charm. Otherwise, it would not have been so effortless for Chu Qing to enter and uncover the truth without encountering complications. He disregarded Ruoshue's flattery. Every fleeting moment before the impending era of terror was invaluable. His plans had already been slightly altered due to the presence of this phenomenon. Where was the leisure to delve into the intricacies of human emotions with her? His gaze swept across the room, swiftly locking onto an object that beckoned him. Having encountered countless peculiar entities, even without activating his blood eye or utilizing his dark abilities, he could sense the concentration of dark energy. At that moment, the atmosphere in the villa's living room was thick with this energy, comparable to the North Mountain Cemetery, if not more concentrated due to the confined space. No wonder Lin Hengtian bore the dark circles of one marked for an early demise. The source of this ominous energy was right here. He did not hasten to utilize the blood pupil. Judging by Ruoshue's reaction, this object had been present for at least half a month. Yet among the numerous members of the Lin family, only Lin Hengtian's father seemed to have been affected. Furthermore, according to Ruoshue, there was no imminent danger of death, which undoubtedly indicated that the lethal rules governing this item had not reached a terrifyingly immediate efficacy. This was a statue of the god of wealth, approximately the height of a human head, seemingly crafted from bronze, though it appeared somewhat tarnished, possibly due to the passage of time, causing the originally bronze-colored surface to oxidize and darken. In the dimly lit living room, devoid of lamps and curtains, it exuded an eerie aura. Notably, the bronze deity grasped a small, black copper coin in its hand, seemingly cast in this form during its creation, fitting together perfectly. Chu Qing's gaze remained fixed on the statue and the black coin it held, unmoving. Meanwhile, Ruoshue continued to chatter incessantly. Qinggu, you wouldn't believe it. Just after leaving the Beishan cemetery, that good-for-nothing Lin Hengtian claimed he saw a ghost beside you. He even said that you might die soon. While he is the one who should be worried. At his age, fearing ghosts is laughable. He pales in comparison to you, Qinggu, apart from having a good father. At that moment, Chu Qing finally spoke. He is not mistaken. Huh? And Ruoshue, interrupted by Chu Qing, was taken aback, and his words left her momentarily speechless. Chu Qing's gaze remained unchanged, steadfastly fixed upon the statue above, as he repeated, he is not mistaken. And Ruoshue opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words, and after a pause of more than 10 seconds, finally managed to say, Brother Qing, what are you talking about? How could you possibly? Chu Qing calmly interrupted. I'm not referring to that. I mean, he is not mistaken. There truly are ghosts in this world. What? And Ruoshue found this utterly absurd at that moment. The sunlight outside was shrouded by clouds, and in an instant, the already dimly lit living room, made darker by the drawn curtains, descended into an eerie silence. Yet, Chu Qing remained unfazed, slowly pointing upward as he continued, Look there. And Ruoshue lifted her head, and the statue of the god of wealth loomed in the shadows, appearing ominous and uncanny from this angle. For reasons unknown, after gazing at this figure, a chill coursed through her body, and goosebumps erupted on her skin. Chu Qing's voice echoed in her ears. There's one lurking above, watching us, this pair of dog lovers. Chapter 13. The Sinister God of Wealth. Chu Qing, competing with ghosts for money. Silence enveloped the villa, leaving only the unsettling darkness and an overwhelming stillness. 5 seconds later, a crisp thud resonated through the air. The sound of the woman beside him swallowing was notably loud. However, at that moment, neither Chu Qing nor Ruoshue paid any heed to such trivialities. Chu Qing could already sense the tremors of the woman beside him, and Ruoshue grasped the sleeve of Chu Qing, her fingers turning pale as she involuntarily trembled, shaking his garment. However, Chu Qing remained utterly unconcerned, even standing before her. alongside the idol of the god of wealth, who was shrouded in darkness, obstructing Enruo Shue's path. This gesture left the misunderstood ex-girlfriend profoundly moved, though she dared not believe that ghosts truly existed in this world. At this very moment, if Enruo Shu had possessed a bit more courage to stand beside Chu Qing, she could have discerned the answer. For unbeknownst to her, at some point, Chu Qing's pupils had transformed into a crimson hue, coolly and indifferently gazing at the shadowy figure of the god of wealth before them. The blood-eyed dragon lord's abilities were beyond doubt. At this juncture, it was likely that no living being could withstand the all-seeing gaze of the Yin god of wealth. Title: Yin god of wealth. Rank: 9th grade. Category: Entity Anomaly. Lifespan: 3 years, 2 months. In 10 days, divine wealth. Rule living beings may worship this idol to beseech for wealth, after which they enter a state of being blessed by Yin wealth. While in this state, every time they receive a portion of wealth, their dependence on the Yin god of wealth intensifies, resulting in a decrease in willpower. Once the wealth acquired under the Yin blessing surpasses a certain threshold, the rule of murder is triggered, absorbing the entirety of the living being's fortune. The number of lives taken through this rule significantly enhances the absorption of Yin lifespan. Greed Unleashed. Ability passive effect that intensifies the greed of all beings who behold this true form. The entity is hindered from free movement, and its lifespan diminishes by half each day. The promotion requirements remain a mystery, noting the self-importance of the blood-eyed ghost beneath its beady gaze. Chu Qing's calm demeanor showed no regard for this so-called Yin god. Yin god? What a ridiculous title for a mere 9th grade anomaly, audacious enough to claim divine status. In the earlier era, a powerful exorcist would have effortlessly vanquished such a fledgling entity upon encountering it. This being had merely just come into existence. Driven solely by instinct, ignorance can be forgiven. Chu Qing's blood-red gaze followed the blood-eyed ghost's indication, resting upon the obsidian coin it clutched. Clearly, in comparison to this Yin god, the coin held far greater significance. Black coin, grade, 9th category. One of the infernal artifacts, size unknown and undetectable. Mintage, ability holding this coin grants 1 daily access to 1 day of Yin life currency. Who doesn't love wealth? Curse no usage curse. Any sentient being may utilize it. Note: human, hasten to claim it. Do not delay our fortune. This is our wealth. A smile graced Chu Qing's lips, the most heartfelt expression he had worn since his rebirth. This black coin was indeed remarkable, providing a daily yield of Yin currency. In the early stages, should a practitioner of spirit manipulation obtain it, they would, to a considerable extent, secure a foundation, alleviating concerns regarding the consumption of their spiritual lifespan. Not to mention, this artifact does not invoke curses. This implies it is a treasured instrument of the netherworld, usable without consequences. The use of such instruments is typically accompanied by curses. The severity of the curse directly correlates with the value of the instrument. The lower the demands imposed by the curse, the higher the worth of the artifact. However, what truly fills Chu Qing with elation is not merely this aspect. Rather, it is the affirmation that this coin is indeed a fragment of the puzzle from his memories. The entire world, the terrifying realm of Blue Star, has a limited number of first-tier ghost kings and malevolent spirits, though they do exist. Yet, one cannot even compare to a first-tier netherworld instrument. Even those within the 3rd tier are considered extraordinary treasures. In his previous life, Chu Qing possessed one, which was one of his supports in becoming the king of Chu River. However, in comparison to the complete version of this artifact, his previous possession pales in significance, both in stature and reputation within the terrifying world. Of course, the esteemed figure known as the Madam who wields the complete version of this item is a renowned entity throughout the terrifying realm of Blue Star, and there is naturally a considerable gap between her and him. Nevertheless, Chu Qing never anticipated that a fragment of this object would manifest in Luo City. It seems that in the future, there lies a significant opportunity to engage meaningfully with that madam from the realm of divided space. With this thought, the corners of Chu Qing's mouth lifted in an enchanting smile as he extended his hand. And Ruo Shui sensed a shift in Chu Qing's demeanor and leaned forward. just in time to witness his slender, pale fingers gripping the black copper coin held by the statue of the god of wealth. What was he up to? It soon became apparent to Enruo Shui as he tugged at it, the force visibly intensifying. Despite the veins on his hand standing out, neither the coin nor the statue budged an inch. Enruo Shui, standing behind Chu Qing, was left utterly astonished. Was he attempting to rob the deity? No. Just moments ago, Chu Qing had mentioned a ghost perched upon it, suggesting that he was now contending with a spirit for the coin. Was he out his mind? The most concerning aspect was that it seemed this ghostly god of wealth had no intention of relinquishing its hold either. Before long, Chu Qing eased the pressure from his grip, exhaling deeply as he recalibrated his slightly erratic breathing from the exertion. In the next moment, he extended his hand, signaling Enruo Shui to step back. She complied, though she dared not stray more than 2 paces from him. With a calm demeanor, his blood-red eyes fixed upon the ghostly deity, he spoke softly yet firmly. You, a lowly aberration that devours the fortunes of the living, dare to exist under the guise of a true divine being. I shall grant you an opportunity, but do you truly comprehend the gravity of your situation? It was evident that Chu Qing did not expect this 9th-tier aberration to grasp the weight of his words. Engaging in discourse with such mindless beasts was indeed futile. The primary objective was to capture the attention of this entity. The blood-red pupils were firmly fixed upon the dark deity of wealth, whose pitch-black eyes locked onto it in an instant. At that moment, the sensation reminiscent of the faceless specter reemerged. Thus, facing the gaze of this entity, Chu Qing, amidst Enruo Shui's bewildered stare, gradually inclined his body. O deity of wealth, may you bestow upon me prosperous fortune. The wealth I seek is not mere human scraps of paper. You must comprehend my intent. With that, he audaciously bowed to the ominous figure above. Then, to Enruo Shui's astonishment, the previously foreboding statue of the dark deity began to sway on its own. Subsequently, with a thud, it toppled directly onto the incense burner. This bronze statue seemed to kneel upon the altar, unable to withstand Chu Qing's reverence. Meanwhile, the black copper coin, which Chu Qing had exerted all his strength to retrieve, clinked as it fell before him. He picked it up, feeling its icy chill. You exhibit some sense. Thus, I shall spare your life. You shall serve as my guardian. A sound echoed as the statue rolled, as if in response, affirming, indeed. Chapter 14. The Legend of the Death Apartment. Chu Qing's command. The era of terror has descended for 20 years. We're the most formidable, malevolent spirits and deities. As Chu Qing sat alone in a taxi, returning to the cemetery, this intriguing question resurfaced in his mind. In a future era, countless practitioners of spirit taming had formed forums, where many formidable beings had left their marks in the most renowned threads. In this post, there exists a plethora of formidable deities and spirits from around the globe, each governed by their own unique set of rules. Among them, we find the blood-eyed Dragon Lord, reigning over the Dragon Kingdom, the infamous Bloody Mary, a nightmare for all men on Blue Star, the enigmatic proprietress of the Neutral Realm, the Night Girl, the Hunger, the Curse of Friday, the Midnight Cinema, and the Clown. Among these entities, some possess exceedingly high ranks, others are governed by peculiar rules, while some boast astonishing feats. However, there exists one remarkably unique presence among them. It stands as one of the most extraordinary and eerie tales. Once a profound nightmare for ordinary humans, it became the trial coveted by the ambitious and courageous. 2 decades after the era of terror, it acquired numerous names across Blue Star. In the Dragon Kingdom, it was initially referred to as the Death Apartment or the Underworld Hotel. In Blue Star, it later garnered names such as Little Hell and the Crimson City. Legends say that it began as merely a room. Those who entered this room would trigger a peculiar curse. The nature of this curse was straightforward. It compelled the individual to go to a certain place and fulfill a task. The specifics of this task were uncertain. It could be so arduous that a mere mortal would be required to use the very rules to cause the eerie entity to annihilate itself. Alternatively, it might involve bringing a spirit back to its domain, or it could be as simple as merely taking a stroll and returning. Yet, without exception, Failing to complete the task invariably led to death. And where there are penalties, there are also rewards by completing the task. One could earn what is known as hell points within its realm. These points could be exchanged for a multitude of treasures. It is said that it encompasses everything. This is precisely what has ignited the fervor of countless spirit tamers. However, during those 20 years of terror, it seems that only ordinary humans, yet to become spirit tamers, could venture into its depths. This is undoubtedly the most lamentable aspect. Consequently, when news of the death apartment spread, many spirit tamers dismissed it with indifference. Until one day, an event shook the realm of spirit tamers. In the southeastern region of the Dragon Kingdom, a first-tier spirit tamer known as the Buddha King discovered the existence of the death apartment. Ignoring its rejections and warnings, he employed a unique method to deliberately enter the apartment. After a tranquil 3 days, the contract spirit that symbolized the Buddha King, three-faced Buddha, dissolved its contract and re-emerged into the world. From that moment onward, aside from the emergence of a fearsome spirit, the three-faced Buddha, it was as if the first-tier spirit tamer, the Buddha King, had never existed. With quiet finality, he extinguished a first-tier spirit tamer and left behind his inherent spirit. The death apartment, from that instant, became a uniquely untouchable entity. This is the legendary tale of the death apartment, a story known to all spirit tamers in a previous life. Ding ding. The taxi horn interrupted Chu Qing's reverie. Glancing at the somewhat flustered taxi driver who had arrived in this eerie place, Chu Qing paid the fare, alighted, and returned to the North Mountain Cemetery, which now wholly belonged to him. Withdrawing the key, he unlocked the gate, whereupon his eyes metamorphosed into a profound crimson hue, and he beckoned. The faceless ghoul, hitherto concealed within the umbra, promptly materialized behind Chu Qing, shadowing him as he transgressed into the guardhouse. Fondling the frigid coin of bronze, Chu Qing embarked upon a prodigal undertaking, incising his finger with a fruit knife. Getatum, drops of sanguine fluid were relinquished into a bowl. Ere long, the vermilion liquid had filled a modicum of the bowl's capacity. Chu Qing, after some cogitation, had mixed a modicum of cinnabar and mineral water, remnants from the store, and with his digit as a stylus, he stirred the concoction within the bowl. After a brief trial, he nodded in contentment, then fixed his sanguine gaze upon the bewildered, faceless ghoul. He produced 2 bowls and extended them into the faceless ghoul's corporeal form, commencing to decant. The faceless ghoul endeavored to evade, yet was inextricably held by Chu Qing's bloodshot orbs, rendering it immobile. Eventually, subsequent to the amalgamation of a surfeit of energy into this pigment of blood and cinnabar water, Chu Qing once more employed his finger as a calamus, initiating the inscription upon the glass of the guardhouse door. Appellation, God of Wealth Grade. 9th in the prior incarnation, juxtaposed against the universally acknowledged legends of the death apartment. Ding Xie had communicated the affairs of the death apartment to him, and his initial utterance had astounded the Chu Qing of yesteryear. Ding Xie had professed that he almost, in the Genesis, had commandeered the death apartment. Verily, this king Bian Sheng, Ding Xie, had initially proclaimed this assertion, which any bystander would have deemed an indubitable fabrication. However, Chu Qing understood that, based on his acquaintance with Ding Xie, even inebriation would not lead Ding Xie to engage in frivolous boasting. Although it seemed utterly implausible, the reason was simple. Ding Xie had once declared that the death apartment was summoned, perhaps even created, by him through a stroke of fate. Astonishing as it was, the fellow had spoken with such conviction. More importantly, to bolster his credibility, he had shared with Chu Qing the specific details, procedures, and subsequent deductions surrounding the event. Initially a gravekeeper, Ding Xie had only managed to create a small grave on his family estate after assuming that role. In the early days of his guardianship, he had developed a habit of inscribing the bizarre news, locations, death tolls, and speculative thoughts he gathered from various sources onto the sole iron gate of his modest grave, thus preparing for future inquiries and plans. Likewise, in this moment, Chu Qing's thoughts flickered while his hands remained busy. The crimson characters swiftly formed the next line. Location, Second People's Hospital of Luo City. The potential and audacity of Ding Xie. destined to become a prominent figure in the underworld of Longhua, had already manifested at the onset of terror. Consequently, each time he ventured out, the likelihood of his triumphant return was exceedingly high. He would invariably display the captured anomalies upon that gate, whether allowing his grave spirit to absorb them or interring them within his tomb. After a day had passed, Ding Xie suddenly noticed that the inscriptions he had etched upon the iron gate had undergone some peculiar changes. Initially dismissive, he later found to his astonishment that the characters on the gate began to move of their own accord, revealing an entirely unfamiliar and eerie trail. Skeptical yet intrigued, he ventured to the location, only to discover the existence of an uncanny entity. However, upon returning to his tomb, he found the strange inscriptions on the iron gate had vanished, as he had failed to fulfill the task of the blood inscription. Consequently, even the tomb specter guarding the site remained oblivious to the entity's disappearance. Subsequently, the ominous reputation of the death apartment began to spread gradually across Long Nation and the world. Ding Xie had recounted this tale to Chu Qing on numerous occasions, lamenting the missed opportunities. Had he anticipated the situation and realized he possessed a controlling specter, he would have sought to capture the death apartment at any cost, no matter the dire consequences. Chu Qing paused momentarily in her writing, a smile creeping across her face as she declared, "Objective: retrieve the essence of the Yin God from the Second People's Hospital of Luo City. Simultaneously, ensure the Lin family, tainted by the Yin God, perishes en masse." Thus, Ding Xie, who had ascended from the humble rank of a gravekeeper to become the king of Bian City, continued on his path. Even he believed that the initial form of the death apartment, that gateway to oblivion, could be deemed the finest choice of a grave spirit for a tomb guardian. He had conversed with Chu Qing on multiple occasions, pondering what splendid vistas might have unfolded had he embarked on the path of a grave spirit through the death apartment as his starting point in this ninth-tier spectral profession. It can be asserted that the reason for Chu Qing's rebirth and his decision to embrace the role of a tomb guardian as his ninth-tier spectral vocation is profoundly linked to this peculiar grave spirit, as the most esteemed friend of the former king of Bianqing in his past life. How could Chu Qing possibly refrain from assisting this good brother in realizing his aspiration? Contemplating this, Chu Qing dipped his fingers into the remnants of the blood-red pigment at the bottom of the bowl, leaving behind the final touch on the glass of that portal. Comment: wealth can traverse the heavens and encompass the earth. Money can summon spirits and also banish deities. Edict of Chu Jiang Wang Chu Qing. Chapter 15. The Grave of Money. The Arrival of the King of Hell. On August 31st, at 4:17 p.m., there remained 55 hours and 43 minutes until the terrifying resurgence would fully manifest. In Luocheng, at the Second People's Hospital, Enrua Xue had never been so cautious. In fact, when she had departed from the Lin family villa with Chu Qing, it had barely been around 2 o'clock, yet now she had spent over 2 hours on the road. It was not due to traffic, but rather the peculiar object resting in the back seat. Prior to this afternoon, she had staunchly disbelieved in the existence of ghosts in this world. However, after the events at the Lin family villa earlier, she now comprehended that the deity of wealth placed in the back seat was indeed an authentic enigma. Who could drive with such a matter weighing on their mind? Throughout this journey, she had lost count of the numerous fines she had incurred. The mere thought of a specter lurking behind her instilled a profound sense of dread within Enrua Xue. Little did anyone know the countless times she had cursed Chu Qing in her mind during this trip. Had it not been for the peculiar attitude this entity exhibited in the presence of Chu Qing, she would have been tempted to voice her frustrations aloud. Was this fellow even human? It seemed that the answer was uncertain. After scaring her senseless, he had the audacity to hail a cab and leave her, a lone girl, to navigate with this ghostly presence. Of course, those were her inner thoughts. On the surface, she repeatedly reassured herself, "I am Chu Qing's woman. Should you seek trouble with the Lin family, do not involve me." It must be said that while that man treated her like a mere tool, at this moment, Enrua Xue realized that he was the only one who could provide her with a sense of security, even if it was just a name. Thus, when she eventually arrived at the hospital, cradling this peculiar entity, she found that the fear that had once gripped her heart had, unbeknownst to her, vanished without a trace. "Schwer, you have finally arrived. Why didn't you answer my calls? Lin Hengtian hurried forward to take the black statue of the god of wealth, which stood approximately 30 centimeters tall. He seemed oblivious to the statue's transformation, simultaneously grumbling about her tardiness, which had subjected him to the torment of two elderly nuisances for over 2 hours as he reached out to accept the weighty bronze idol. Hastily, he made his way towards his father, Lin Yuansheng. As expected, ever since Ruoxue entered, Lin Yuansheng's gaze had remained fixated on the statue of the god of wealth. God of wealth, god of wealth, mine, my money. Father, the god of wealth has arrived. Fear not, with the god of wealth here, our family's fortune shall not dwindle. Please cooperate and let the doctor treat you well. Lin Hengtian promptly handed the statue over. Lin Yuansheng clutched the statue tightly to his chest, his wide, bulging eyes finally began to close slowly, bringing a collective sigh of relief from everyone present. Lin Hengtian then remarked, I told you, bringing this to father was sufficient. Once he settles down, allowing the doctor to treat him properly is far better than anything else. Seeing her husband calm down, the woman also breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Glancing at her husband with closed eyes, she continued, in that case, let your father rest for a while. Inform the medical staff? He hasn't eaten all day. Let's step out for a bite. The three of them nodded in agreement and exited the hospital. After hastily dining at a nearby eatery, they emerged to find that night had fallen. However, as they returned to the entrance of the people's second hospital, a taxi came to a gradual stop before them. The three cast a glance at the vehicle, but two of them found themselves frozen in place. Lin Hengtian's brows furrowed, while Ruoxue displayed a mixture of surprise and a hint of panic. Yet, neither spoke, silently observing as Chu Qing stepped out of the taxi. Indeed, the arrival was none other than Chu Qing. What brings you here? Lin Hengtian asked coldly, causing Chu Qing to turn his head and regard the three individuals at the door. A familiar and detestable smirk reappeared at the corners of his mouth. In response to young Master Lin's inquiry, Chu Qing replied straightforwardly, I have come to retrieve something of mine. Young Master Lin is here as well. You have something here? Lin Hengtian glanced at the entrance of the second courtyard, momentarily taken aback. However, it was evident that after the events of that afternoon, Lin Hengtian was no longer inclined to engage in idle chatter with Chu Qing, especially in the presence of family. He strode directly into the hospital lobby and approached the elevator doors. Yet, annoyingly, that bothersome individual followed him into the elevator. Lin Hengtian did not conceal his disdain. The woman beside him noticed her son's expression and cast a peculiar, contemptuous glance at the simply dressed young man, who nonetheless possessed an extraordinary aura. As a genuine member of the upper class in Luocheng, she was unaware of the connection between Chu Qing and her son, but it was clear that there was no need to extend any courtesy. Just as she was about to inquire, several hurried nurses entered the elevator. Upon seeing the four individuals, one of the older nurses slightly bowed and said, Ladies and gentlemen, we have an urgent matter to attend to on the 8th floor. Would you kindly wait a moment? Apart from Chu Qing, the other three were momentarily taken aback. Lin Hengtian spoke up, We are also heading to the 8th floor. What is the matter? The 8th floor housed the exclusive wards of the second hospital, where only the affluent could stay. However, the expressions of the nurses visibly changed, and they shook their heads, saying, It's nothing. Since that is the case, let us go up together. Lin Hengtian exchanged a glance with the woman, both sensing the worry reflected in each other's eyes, while Chu Qing's smile remained unwavering. Upon reaching the 8th floor, a doctor urgently inquired at the elevator entrance. Has the spare key for room 11 been brought? Hurry. The mention of room 11 caused Lin Hengtian's complexion to drain of color. Ignoring the woman behind him, he hurriedly followed, asking, Doctor, what is wrong with room 11? The doctor clearly recognized Lin Hengtian, but, regrettably, had no intention of conversing at that moment. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, dampening even the edges of his mask. He grasped the spare key and approached the door of room 11, with Ruoxue and the woman hastening to follow suit. Only Chu Qing strolled leisurely towards them, listening to the piercing screams emanating from ahead. In less than a few minutes, the once imposing woman collapsed in a faint scream, and the previously domineering young master turned pale, collapsing to the ground. The anxious doctor exhaled in relief, his worries alleviated. Meanwhile, Enrua Shui, her face ashen, turned to glance back at her former boyfriend, Chu Qing, who was sauntering over. Her expression was a complex tapestry, tinged with an indescribable terror. A sudden illusion enveloped her, as if the king of hell had come to collect souls. Chu Qing paid no heed to her gaze, instead pacing forward until he finally arrived at the threshold of room 11. The door to the room stood wide open, revealing Lin Yuansheng reclining upon a pristine white bed, a bronze statue of the god of wealth cradled in his arms, facing the entrance, its visage seemingly smiling at all who approached. Scattered across the immaculate bed were numerous crimson banknotes, strewn about haphazardly, blanketing the bed and the floor alike. In that moment, the room bore no semblance to a hospital ward. It resembled a tomb heaped with vibrant red currency. At the very center of this tomb, Lin Yuansheng propped himself up against the bed, his eyes darkened to a sinister red from asphyxiation. His mouth hung open, filled to the brim with vivid banknotes, resembling a blooming rose. Chapter 16. The Human Heart. The death of Lin Hingtian. Amidst the clamor, panic, and wailing, there lay an unconscious figure. In this fleeting silence, the room and its surroundings erupted into a cacophony akin to a bustling marketplace, shattering Chu Qing's desire to savor this scene, which resembled an artistic funeral. A doctor hurried over, lifted Lin Yuansheng's eyelids, and instructed the nurse to place the unconscious woman onto an adjacent bed. Rising, the doctor shook his head. The patient has committed suicide, choking on the money. We did not anticipate that the patient harbored suicidal tendencies. Please accept our condolences. Condolences, my foot. Is this how your second hospital treats patients? My father was already in a fragile state of mind, and you. Lin Hengtian erupted in fury. Mr. Lin, please remain calm. After you departed, the elder Mr. Lin immediately locked the door behind him. We are unaware of what transpired. When we inquired, he only spoke briefly. It was only 10 minutes ago that the nurse's examination yielded no signs of activity, which led to. The doctor appeared visibly troubled, clearly taken aback by the situation. However, Lin Hengtian could not possibly acquiesce, for it was his father lying on the bed. Just as he was about to press further, a nearby nurse interjected hastily, "Dr. Zhang, Mrs. Sun's condition is deteriorating." Mrs. Sun was evidently Lin Hengtian's mother. He swiftly turned his head, and the doctor approached, examining her pupils, and exclaimed, "This is critical. The patient is suffering from acute cerebral hemorrhage. Quickly, to the emergency room." At this moment, Lin Hengtian could no longer afford to create a scene. The once spirited young master, who had been full of vigor at noon, now appeared utterly lost, his eyes reflecting sheer bewilderment. Yet, amidst this turmoil, an even more infuriating development arose. Outside the bustling nurse's station, the figure of his fiancée, Yi, who should have been present, had inexplicably vanished, now accompanying that detestable individual as they departed. What could she possibly be doing? Lin Hengtian felt a surge of uncontainable rage within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he stealthily followed them. With his father's sudden act of desperation and his mother's uncertain fate, how could this woman engage in flirtation with that unknown interloper? As anticipated, the two individuals stealthily made their way to the secluded emergency exit. Lin Hengtian could no longer contain himself. He promptly pushed open the door to the emergency passage and hurriedly followed. "Enrua Shui, what are you doing?" However, upon rounding the dimly lit corner, Lin Hengtian was taken aback to find the two figures standing there. Most strikingly, there was not a hint of panic on their faces, particularly that of his girlfriend, or rather, his fiancée, Yi, whose beautiful eyes exhibited only a trace of guilt and calm acceptance. Chu Qing, with a curious glint, turned his attention back to the young master. In the shadowy glow of the emergency lights, he finally spoke. "Young Master Lin, how does it feel to lose both parents in a single day?" His voice, calm yet laced with a hint of mockery, echoed through the emergency passage, sending a shiver down Lin Hengtian's spine. Lin Hengtian fixed his gaze on Chu Qing. "What nonsense are you spouting? My mother is not dead." Chu Qing shook his head. "I can assure you with utmost responsibility that your mother is doomed, though it is somewhat regrettable." He genuinely felt a pang of regret. The influence of the ominous deity weighed heavily on this family of three, naturally affecting them the most severely. As one ages, sudden shocks, coupled with an already overburdened body, lead to inevitable demise. Cerebral hemorrhage, compounded by a body drained of vitality by the malevolent aura, is a certain death sentence. The lamentation for his demise does not stem from the sorrow of an innocent life lost, but rather from the unfortunate manner of death itself. Neither the Een god of wealth nor the blood-eyed ghost can derive any longevity from it. After all, that is money, his money. Hence, having already missed one opportunity, this one before him must not be squandered. With this thought, Chu Qing's gaze towards Lin Hengtian grew fervent. Lin Hengtian, eager to speak further, found himself abruptly interrupted by Chu Qing. "All right, the reason I summoned you is not to discuss this matter." Lin Hengtian was taken aback. At that moment, the tone of the man before him exuded an undeniable authority, making him feel as though he were the true sovereign. Yet, before Lin Hengtian could fully comprehend the implications of Chu Qing's words, the next statement sent a chill coursing through him. "You see, your parents departed on this very day. As their only child, you surely cannot bear to see them languish alone over there. Why not accompany them?" Chu Qing spoke with a smile that made it seem as though he were merely suggesting a casual outing for supper. Lin Hengtian's lips twitched in disbelief. He looked at Chu Qing with shock, fear, and anger. The man before him, perpetually adorned with a serene smile, resembled a devil. Even Ruoxue turned her gaze sharply towards Chu Qing. He had never before indicated a desire to kill Lin Hengtian. However, in that fleeting moment, and Ruoxue's eyes suddenly darted around. "Stay back. I know Sonda. In this present age, do you still dare to take a life?" Lin Hengtian assumed a fighting stance, yet before he could complete his words, his body suddenly froze. At that moment, he inexplicably noticed that the man before him, in the dimly lit emergency passage, possessed eyes that had transformed into a deep crimson. His entire being trembled. He yearned to flee, but for some unknown reason, the blood in his legs seemed to have ceased flowing. Despite his desperate desire to escape, he found himself utterly immobilized, just when he truly believed death was imminent. Chu Qing's voice echoed once more through the shadowy corridor. "TSK, this is becoming rather dull," and Ruoxue. It was only then that Lin Hengtian recalled his fiancé. He was still by his side. Seemingly responding to Chu Qing's call, and Ruoxue acknowledged softly, prompting Chu Qing to continue with a smile. "How about this? I'll grant you a favor. You decide whether to spare your dearly beloved fiancé's life. Take your time to contemplate, for his fate lies entirely within your hands." And Ruoxue's body stiffened with tension as she regarded the blood-red gaze of Chu Qing directed towards her, alongside the expression of fear and hope etched on Lin Hengtian's face. She pressed her lips together. Lin Hengtian swallowed hard, his eyes fixed on Ruoxue. He had unwavering faith in her. Even at this critical juncture, his belief remained steadfast. From a very first moment he encountered in Ruoxue, he was convinced she was the partner he would seek for a lifetime. Beauty is inevitable. She is kind-hearted, fond of small animals, and industrious. Starting as a mere sales associate in their family business, she managed to secure substantial contracts that eluded many seasoned managers. Within a few short months, he resolved that this girl before him was his lifelong love. To this end, he defied his parents' wishes and secretly wed her, transforming raw intentions into irrevocable reality. Thus, he believed that his love for this woman was profound, and surely, and Ruoxue harbored equal affection for him. However, it was this very Chu Qing who, once out of danger, vowed that no matter the cost, even if it meant hiring an assassin at an exorbitant price, he would ensure her demise, root and branch. As he nurtured such dark aspirations, and Ruoxue exhaled deeply, casting a glance at Chu Qing before slowly retreating. This seemingly trivial motion appeared to convey a decision and an answer, filling Lin Hengtian with joy and causing Chu Qing to raise an eyebrow in intrigue. Yet, the tide turned swiftly, and Ruoxue halted her retreat, picking up a fire extinguisher. Under the dim emergency exit lights, the extinguisher glowed a vivid red, as if soaked in blood. The woman approached the astonished Lin Hengtian, tears streaming down her face, marring her exquisitely crafted makeup, even allowing a trickle of mucus to escape her nose, a testament to her profound sorrow. Nevertheless, this heart-wrenching visage faced the pallid Lin Hengtian as she spoke. Hengtian, we are already married. Once you and your parents are gone, all that remains of your family's fortune will belong to me. The sum of money is exceedingly vast. Even if I were to divest all my shares without engaging in any business endeavors, it would suffice for several lifetimes. Hengtan I epalizais truli ido. But it is simply too much. The wealth is overwhelmingly excessive. With such an abundance, I refuse to share it with someone I do not love. As she murmured these words, she finally seized the half-meter-tall fire extinguisher and hurled it towards Lin Hengtian. The sound echoed, both muffled and clear. Chu Qing leaned against the wall, observing this scene with a dramatic tension far surpassing that of the earlier hospital room, a smile creeping on her lips once more. Why do humans turn to the shadows, wielding their uncanny abilities as ghost masters? Because the human heart is infinitely more inscrutable than the bizarre rules governing murder. Is it not? Chapter 17. The Lantern of Human Heads. The Vanishing Blood Characters. In Luocheng, Jingshan Community, a dilapidated old structure nestled within the historic district. Due to the establishment of a nearby processing plant, most residents have vacated in anticipation of demolition, leaving behind those with nowhere else to go. Among them is Fong Ping. He exhaled deeply, lying on his bed, glancing at his slightly reddened fingers, then at the stack of discarded papers on the table. By Chu Qing standards, only a few could be considered barely complete. Yet this was enough to fill Fong Ping with a profound sense of accomplishment. Though he himself could not ascertain the meaning or purpose behind these actions, it stemmed purely from his unwavering trust in Chu Qing. However, as he contemplated this, Fong Ping gently touched the peculiar paper figure nestled in his embrace. The crimson paper figurine, both endearingly awkward and grotesquely charming, coupled with his own birth date and time, imparted a peculiar sense to him. This origami figure truly resembled an alternate version of himself, who had taught Chu Qing this skill. Previously, he had never heard of this individual possessing such talent. Tucking the vividly crafted paperman back into his embrace, Fong Ping retrieved his phone, which had been carelessly discarded, and casually opened WeChat, only to be momentarily taken aback. Following graduation from his senior year, the once close-knit camaraderie among classmates had dissipated. With everyone pursuing their separate paths during this summer, the class group chat had become virtually silent. However, upon entering today, the conspicuous red notification of 99 messages indicated that something significant had transpired. With determination, Fong Ping clicked on the chat and scrolled back to the beginning of the discussion. The words that greeted him made his eyes widen in disbelief, causing him to abruptly sit up from the bed he had just reclined upon. Zhao Miao. Something grave has happened. Lin Yuancheng, the chairman of Senmu Group, committed suicide this evening at the second hospital due to mental illness. His wife suffered a cerebral hemorrhage in response to the news and passed away, and his son, unable to cope with the reality, jumped off a building. Lu Yunyan, is this for real? Zhao Miao, absolutely true. I was accompanying my mother for a checkup today, and Lin S. body was just a few dozen meters away from me. He jumped from the 8th floor, and the impact was horrifying. Wang Qing, no way. I just applied for a job at Sima Construction today. This can't possibly affect my 6,000 yuan monthly salary, right? Mu Hong, wait, the son of Sima Group? His surname is Lin? Isn't it that? Li Qingyan remarked, indeed, our university's Belle's new boyfriend. What a surprise. The Belle never anticipated that before even entering the aristocratic circle, she would face such a catastrophe. Lu Yinyan chimed in my opinion, back then, Chu Qing and Ruo Xue were such a perfect match. Why the need for this? And now, look at the outcome. Wang Qing interjected. What does it matter if they were a match made in heaven? Now it should be about wealth and beauty. What a pity that the university Belle missed such an opportunity to soar to greatness. Zhou Lingling added, while you all revel in this misfortune, do you not realize? Ruo Xue has long since obtained a marriage certificate with Lin Hengtian. With this incident, do you comprehend how much inheritance she stands to gain? Wang Qing exclaimed, what? A marriage certificate and then a massacre? Is there some conspiracy at play here? The entire student group became engulfed in fervent discussion. However, Fong Ping could only mechanically peruse the chat records, his thoughts entirely elsewhere after the initial comments. The notions of vast inheritance and conspiracy held no significance for him. What mattered was a singular point. This afternoon, before returning from the Beishan cemetery, the words spoken to him by Chu Qing echoed in his mind. This object can exorcise spirits. Lin Hengtian is haunted, and likely his entire family bears the same affliction. Haunted, and not long for this world. He suddenly grasped the folded paper figure he had placed in his embrace. At that very moment, he noticed a faint crimson glow appearing just outside the window, not far away. His residence is located on the first floor of the Jinshan community, a venerable building that reaches a modest height of merely 6 stories, devoid of any elevator, let alone the presence of conspicuous streetlights. The faint red glow outside appeared exceedingly jarring. He raised his head to gaze in that direction, and upon first sight, Fong Ping was momentarily taken aback. It was indeed a lantern. No, perhaps it was a balloon? Fong Ping blinked, momentarily unable to discern the difference. However, it appeared to be a luminescent balloon, which should be a lantern. Yet how did this peculiar object come to be at the edge of his window? Uncertain of the answer, he instinctively opened the window to scrutinize this anomaly. The gentle red light instantly enveloped him, instilling a profound sense of inexplicable exhilaration throughout his being. Amidst this sensation, Fong Ping slightly squinted, feeling as though he were floating in a state of ethereal bliss. However, just as this feeling washed over him, he suddenly regained clarity and looked up, only to realize that, at an unknown moment, the blood-red lantern had materialized directly above him, and he finally discerned what illuminated within this crimson orb. It was a human head. Fong Ping was struck with terror, yet it seemed he was already too late. The lantern had, unbeknownst to him, descended upon his head, and through the opened window, it seized him, pulling him upward into the sky. We're taking off now. In front of the Beishan cemetery, a taxi remained parked, its driver wearing a countenance of misfortune, hastily collecting his fare and departing from his haunted locale. Chu Qing paid no heed to the exhaust fumes expelled by the taxi driver's heavy acceleration, cradling the Yin God statue in his hand as he returned to the Beishan cemetery. Lin Hengtian was dead. The entire family had perished without any surprises. Chu Qing felt a profound satisfaction with this outcome, for his gains were evidently tangible. Chu Qing, rank, none. Yin lifespan, 4 months. Yang lifespan, 3 months. Symbiosis, status substantial depletion of his Yang lifespan, enabling complete control over the blood pupil ghost. Note, the essence of Yin lifespan is rather delightful. It is only due to that inferior human being's premature infection by Yin energy that this meager amount of Yin lifespan was transmuted. Allow me to consume that object in your embrace, for I have an inkling that its flavor will surpass that of the human manifold. Indeed, the eventuality of Chu Qing did not permit Enruashue to take the initiative to eliminate Lin Hengtian. Not only would it have been overly cumbersome, but the traces left behind would have posed significant complications, which he wished to avoid with the inspectorate. Fortunately, the capabilities of the blood pupil dragon lord offered numerous avenues for exploitation. After locking eyes, the powers of the blood pupil could manipulate blood, effectively controlling Lin Hengtian's movements. Upon discerning Enruashue's intentions, he directly invoked the blood pupil to compel Lin Hengtian to leap from the 8th floor before the eyes of all present. This maneuver entirely circumvented any ensuing complications and garnered him a full month of Yin lifespan. Once the matter was resolved, he instructed Enruashue to attend to the aftermath at the hospital, while he returned to his rightful kingdom, bearing his true objective. The gates were reopened once more. The night's Yin energy was palpably denser than that of the day. In the present moment, the ordinary figure of Chu Qing shivered slightly. His blood-red eyes swiftly scanned the surroundings. Beneath the cloak of night, the Beishan cemetery lay shrouded in impenetrable darkness, devoid of any visible light. Yet, this did not hinder his vision. A soft meow echoed in the distance, 2 points of eerie green glimmering in the shadows. A smile graced Chu Qing's lips as he extended his hand. Ah, You little guardian, quite impressive indeed. Tomorrow, I shall reward you with a delectable treat." The black cat seemed to comprehend his promise, leaping with excitement into the embrace of his outstretched hand, then vaulting gracefully to perch upon his shoulder. Chu Qing paid no mind to this, instead releasing a deep breath. Regardless of the ominous presence of the god of wealth or any other supernatural entity, nothing was more significant than the door he was about to cross. The death apartment was an enigma birthed from the words of Ding Xie and his own understanding of the peculiar rules surrounding it, a prelude to summoning. It represented the finest choice for a gravekeeper, the grave ghost, a selection that must not fail. With this thought in mind, Chu Qing approached the gatekeeper's chamber and pushed open the door. The god of wealth followed him inside, moving slowly. His blood-red gaze swept the room. The faceless ghost had been left abandoned at the entrance, and now that door was likely saturated with malevolent energy. As the lights flickered on, he cast the faceless ghost aside, fixing his eyes upon the blood-red inscriptions that appeared to be slightly dried upon the gate of the guardhouse. 3 minutes elapsed without any sign of change. He had already steeled himself for potential failure. After all, Ding Xie had repeated such actions numerous times, not merely a dozen, before he finally awakened the embryonic form of the death apartment. He yearned for success on his first attempt, yet even with additional preparations, the endeavor proved exceedingly challenging. This failure was entirely reasonable, and he bore no dismay. However, just as Chu Qing was on the verge of relinquishing all hope, something remarkable transpired. Suddenly, his blood-red pupils sharpened, and the dried crimson text on the glass appeared as if freshly inscribed, slowly flowing and ultimately vanishing from sight. It was as though some unseen force had devoured the blood-written words entirely. Chapter 18. The embryonic form of the death apartment. Morning guests. How was the bazaar born? This question eludes a definitive answer. Nonetheless, as a top-tier ghost master who was merely a step away from ascension in his previous life, Chu Qing held some insights. The rule governing the birth of the bazaar is that it operates devoid of any rules. Indeed, the emergence of the bazaar can occur under any circumstance. Humanity, particularly the ghost masters among them, either faces death and absorption by the bazaar or stands a chance to become bazaar themselves. Furthermore, an ancient artifact, a serendipitous event, or even a single phrase, a sound, or an intangible entity, such as a website, could all potentially give rise to the bazaar. The essence of the bazaar's birth lies in its utter lack of regulations. However, as a premier ghost master from a former existence, Chu Qing was privy to certain insider knowledge. While it is true that the bazaar can emerge in any scenario, however, the intensification of the ominous energy is bound to accelerate. This energy represents the most pronounced characteristic of a terrifying era. Accompanied by a global increase in such energy, the environment of the world is destined to undergo certain mutations. Therefore, regarding the changes in the death apartment, Chu Qing harbored a modicum of confidence, provided that Ding Xie was not merely boasting at the time. Yet, Chu Qing did not anticipate such a smooth progression. The blood-red characters gradually faded away, and his blood pupil concentrated, fixating on the exceedingly ordinary door composed of stainless steel and glass. Soon, the blood pupil discerned a subtle anomaly. The dense, ominous energy gathered, which required no further elaboration. More critically, through the observation of the blood pupil, a peculiar transformation began to manifest. Indeed, even the blood pupil failed to identify the source of attraction coalescing in front of him. Nonetheless, this was sufficient. He could definitively ascertain that the embryonic form of the death apartment was coalescing. That alone was enough. Should Ding Xie be merely engaging in frivolous chatter, and this method fail to summon the death apartment, then the choice of the grave ghost would demand considerable effort on his part. Contemplating this, Chu Qing wasted no further time. He glanced at the clock, placed the ominous deity upon the counter, and without disrobing, reclined on the wooden bed, allowing his eyelids to slowly descend. Even with the fusion and symbiosis of the blood pupil, he felt an enveloping weariness. However, it did not amplify his physical prowess. Rather, it became evident from the diminution of both his mortal and spectral lifespans that the assimilation of the sanguineous eyes proved to be an encumbrance. Nevertheless, Owing to the ceaseless exertions from dawn until the present moment, Chu Qing was equally fatigued. Yet, as the illumination waned and his eyelids descended, just as slumber began to beckon in his drowsy state, a sharp, metallic clang reverberated from beyond the door, piercing the silence. Qingzi! Qingzi! Help! Chu Qing's eyes snapped open, and he promptly rose to fling open the door, whereupon he beheld Fong Ping frantically pounding upon the iron gates of the cemetery. However, Fong Ping's current state was somewhat pitiable. His trousers and person were besmirched with blood, and his neck bore several stark lacerations. Chu Qing's brow furrowed slightly. What has transpired? A specter. There is a specter. By Jove, Qingzi, you have delivered me from certain doom. I shall prostrate myself before you. Observing Fong Ping's incoherent ramblings and the dense miasma of spectral energy enveloping him, it was manifest that he had encountered a phantasm. Chu Qing nodded, unfazed. Enter then. Only then did Fong Ping finally venture into the guardhouse. Chu Qing relit the lamp. You encountered a specter? Having entered, Fong Ping seemed to regain his composure somewhat, the profound dread of a brush with mortality still lingering. Was the paper effigy utilized? Fong Ping continued to nod, then turned his gaze upon his friend. Was Chu Qing, perhaps, exhibiting an excessive degree of composure? However, recalling the recent scene, Fong Ping still felt a shiver coursing through his bones. Speak of it, he said. After yawning and pouring himself a glass of water, Chu Qing finally settled down. Thereafter, Fong Ping recounted the events he had just faced, the head lanterns. Chu Qing pondered for a moment. During his previous life, the unique geographical position of Luo City resulted in a significantly higher frequency of ghostly afflictions compared to most cities in Long Country. There were countless occurrences, both known and unknown, far too many for him to comprehend fully. Yet, through Fong Ping's description, he learned that these phenomena transmitted their murderous rules through that very light. This method seemed to surpass even his blood-eye inconvenience. If it were to develop, its potential could be remarkable. Of course, while the murderous rules of the blood-eye might be more complex than those of the head lanterns, Chu Qing had yet to witness any ninth-tier anomaly that could rival its combat prowess. Thus, he felt no cause for concern. So, the injuries you sustained were a result of the paper effigy effects, causing you to fall from the sky? Fong Ping nodded. Qingzi, you cannot imagine the journey from my home to here. It felt as though my soul was about to be lost. Those damn taxi drivers saw me and nearly ran me over without stopping. Thankfully, a kind-hearted stranger intervened. Otherwise, we would have been separated by realms. Disregarding Fong Ping's tearful state, Chu Qing nodded, saying, Very well, you should rest now. Here's fine. Tomorrow during the day, I will accompany you to your home. Based on my conjecture, that entity should not possess the capability to kill indiscriminately. After suffering defeat at your hands this evening, it is likely to seek you out again tomorrow. Be prepared. Upon hearing this, Fong Ping's complexion turned pale, yet Chu Qing had already retreated back inside. The night swiftly passed, with Chu Qing enjoying a deep and restful slumber, in stark contrast to Fong Ping, whose panda eyes clearly indicated a night of discomfort. However, as soon as Chu Qing awoke and rose, the sound of knocking on the large iron door echoed once again. Upon opening the door, she found, unsurprisingly, that it was in Ruoxue. Chu Qing's gaze held a hint of amusement. The reason was simple. The previous day, when this woman had taken her to the Lin family villa, she had driven a BMW 530 worth several $100,000. Yet today, the widow of her deceased husband arrived in a Ferrari SF90, once belonging to him. Meeting Chu Qing's teasing gaze, and Ruoxue forced a smile and said, I brought breakfast. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Please come in. Upon entering the guardhouse, and Ruoxue was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Fong Ping, but quickly regained her composure. Let us eat, she suggested. The breakfast spread included crab roe buns, shrimp dumplings, and spicy soup, indicating that the woman had put considerable thought into it, bringing a variety of flavors. Each of the three harbored their own thoughts, leaving the atmosphere silent. However, what took Chu Qing by surprise once again was the sudden roar of an engine from outside the gate. Was the Beishan cemetery typically this bustling? What astonished him further was the unmistakable sound of the locked gate creaking open. Chu Qing furrowed his brows slowly and approached the window of the guardhouse to peer outside. A woman in her 40s entered, glancing back at a yellow Ferrari with a look of bewilderment. As Chu Qing and the others stepped outside, the woman's reaction was akin to encountering a ghost. She instinctively let out a scream. "Ew, you're not dead?" A deep crimson flickered in the depths of Chu Qing's eyes. Should he have been dead? Merely 3 words. Yet the profound implications they carried were truly intriguing. An early morning visitor. How fascinating. Chapter 19. Hello, I need to call the police. It must be said that since starting his position yesterday, Chu Qing had sensed that the atmosphere at Beishan Cemetery was exceptionally peculiar and imbued with an eerie quality. This was not solely due to the presence of the faceless ghost, but also because of the circumstances surrounding his employment. From the lingering aura of negativity and his subsequent observations of the faceless ghost, it became evident to Chu Qing that prior to his arrival, the residual negativity in the cemetery indicated that his predecessor had likely not been deceased for long, perhaps even less than a day. Within that brief span, the previous employee's death might not have been fully resolved, yet he had already commenced his duties. What was the urgency behind this? Moreover, did the deceased gravekeeper have no family? There were numerous points of suspicion, yet Chu Qing found himself disinclined to dwell on them. It now appears that the reason has indeed manifested. However, before Chu Qing could respond, the woman furrowed her brow, quickly realizing, since you were not dead. Were you last night? Why did you fail to clock in? Why did you not patrol this morning? Showing such negligence on your first day of work. You must be Chu Qing, correct? From this moment forth, you are dismissed. The woman appeared to be in her 40s, with prominent cheekbones and thin lips, exuding a distinctly acerbic demeanor. The absurdity of her words was quite amusing. To expel a gravekeeper from his own tomb? This was one of the most imaginative jokes Chu Qing had ever heard. Yet, before he could utter a word, and Ruoxue stepped forward and inquired of the woman, "Who are you?" The woman glanced at Ruoxue and replied, "I am Huang Hong, the overseer from the Beishan office." And Ruoxue smirked coldly. "In that case, from this moment, you are dismissed." "What? On what grounds do you dismiss me?" The woman named Huang Hong, in her 40s, advanced menacingly. It seemed that if not for the presence of Chu Qing and the 2 men, she might have resorted to physical confrontation. And Ruoxue, however, remained unfazed. Retrieving 2 sheets of paper from her Hermes bag, and first addressed Chu Qing, she initially intended to surprise you. Then she turned to Huang Hong and said, "This morning, I contacted Mr. Wang Tao from the Beishan branch. Now, the Beishan Cemetery and part of the operational rights for the Baima Mountain Scenic Area have been leased to Mr. Chu Qing and me for a sum of 10 million over 20 years. Thus, we hold complete authority over personnel decisions at the Beishan office. I am in Ruoxue. Do you have any questions?" Upon hearing this, Huang Hong's complexion paled slightly. However, when she saw the written agreement, complete with signatures and fingerprints, she found herself at a loss for words. So soon? Even Chu Qing shared her astonishment. How could matters be resolved so swiftly? And Ruoxue had managed to handle such a significant issue in merely one night? Furthermore, the Lin family's demise was still fresh. Their bodies had yet to grow cold. Evidently, he had underestimated the decisiveness of his former girlfriend. Indeed, in the wake of the Lin family's tragedy, numerous associates from the Senma Group, along with various acquaintances and distant relatives, had gathered at the Lin residence. As a uniquely positioned heir to the Lin family's legacy, she was undoubtedly the target of scrutiny. Having witnessed everything firsthand yesterday, and Ruoxue understood well that even if she employed some subtle tactics to seize this wealth entirely, it would prove challenging. Beyond overt methods, there were also covert ones at play. The only person capable of safeguarding her in this endeavor was none other than Chu Qing. That night, she swiftly assessed the liquid assets available to the Lin family and reached out to General Manager Wang, who was in charge of Beishan. Within a few hours, she clandestinely finalized a contract, which she intended as a gift for Chu Qing, while also serving as a talisman for preserving her life in the times to come. The woman's intelligence and decisive execution were indeed unparalleled. Chu Qing discerned her subtle intentions, but remained indifferent. The so-called official contract would only hold significance during the initial months of the impending chaotic era, as the ensuing social disorder would render might and power the only true contract. However, he chose to disregard these trivial matters for the moment and focused instead on the woman before him, Huang Hong. Indeed, this Beishan cemetery concealed secrets unknown to him, and the key to the enigma seemed to lie with this woman named Huang Hong. He slowly advanced, and she instinctively retreated a few steps, her expression far from pleasant, perhaps due to her dismissal or some other reason. A flicker of sinister intent occasionally glinted in her eyes as she regarded the strikingly handsome man before her. Finally, Chu Qing halted 5 meters in front of her and spoke, his first words causing Huang Hong to gasp in shock. "You reek of death." Huang Hong forced a smile, replying, "What are you talking about?" The air was thick with humidity, prompting the woman to suggest, "I shall go for cupping therapy." Without a backward glance, she strode out the door and swiftly drove away. Chu Qing observed her departing figure with a calm demeanor, while Fang Ping, unable to contain himself, finally spoke up. "Brother Qing, that woman seems rather peculiar, doesn't she?" Chu Qing not that Tao Gu Fun. Meanwhile, Fang Ping's eyes lit up as he recalled the events of the previous night, which had enlightened him to the existence of certain extraordinary elements in this world, forces capable of dictating the lives and fates of others. His good brother was undoubtedly one of those exceptional individuals. A mere paper figure, crafted with casual finesse, had the power to rescue him from peril. Clearly, she was no ordinary person. At that moment, Fang Ping envisioned the three of them, including Enrua Xue, forming a supernatural investigative team reminiscent of a novel or anime. An indescribable sense of legendary purpose surged within him, banishing his earlier weariness and invigorating his spirit. "Brother Qing, when shall we set off?" Chu Qing regarded Fang Ping's enthusiasm with a peculiar glance, struggling to comprehend the source of his excitement. "Set off for what?" Fang Ping pointed towards the fading exhaust of the departing vehicle. "Of course, to investigate that woman. She was acting suspiciously. She must be up to no good." Chu Qing's gaze towards him grew even more bewildered. "Fang Ping, hasn't any teacher ever imparted a lesson to you throughout your life?" Fang Ping blinked in confusion. "What lesson?" "When confronted with danger and malevolence, one must undoubtedly alert the authorities, seeking the aid of Inspector Hat Uncle." "Huh?" Fang Ping was momentarily taken aback, failing to anticipate such a course of action. However, Chu Qing disregarded his surprise and, right before his eyes, produced his mobile phone and dialed. "Hello. I wish to report an incident." Chapter 20. Preparations for the Shadow Position. The sister of King Qing Guang. One of the survival principles in this era of terror. Never underestimate the unknown when faced with eerie information. For one can never predict which peculiar rule or ability may ultimately work to your detriment. Countless self-proclaimed invincible ghost tamers have met their downfall in the depths of darkness. Even with the advantage of blood-eyed ghosts, which bestow a tactical edge, Chu Qing has never been complacent, especially when confronting an entirely unfamiliar spirit. Utilizing the method of reporting is an excellent avenue for gathering intelligence. At the headquarters of the inspectorate in Luocheng, a young officer who received the call bore a grim expression. "Another report? How many have we had in the past fortnight? What are you waiting for? Quickly relay the details." The captain interjected with irritation. A report from the cemetery in Beishan indicated that someone had died previously without notification, and the matter had not been addressed by the office. A new gatekeeper had been appointed that very day, and it was he who had placed the call. Why must such ambiguous matters be funneled to our criminal department? Are we not aware of how busy we have been lately? Who knows? As they conversed, two figures entered from outside. The captain turned to the two individuals. "Xiao Lu, Xiao Tan, have you found any useful clues?" Most of the attention had coalesced around the female inspector bearing the name Lu Lian on her identification badge. The reason was simple. Beneath that somewhat ill-fitting uniform lay an undeniable surge of energy. Yet her face resembled that of an unfinished doll, forced into a cold demeanor that, rather than rendering her unapproachable, only enhanced her charm. "Captain Wang," they replied, "today we visited the Shiho Villa complex." Captain Wang furrowed his brow. "What are you doing there?" Is it possible for the headless corpse from the old district to appear in the villa area? The two exchanged a glance before lowering their heads. It was the female Inspector Lu Yin who spoke again. Captain, the situation is as follows. No new victims were discovered in the old district today, and the other interviews with family members and evidence collection yielded no progress. Furthermore, our senior colleagues have completed their work, and I felt our presence was unnecessary. However, I heard something intriguing last night and decided to investigate today. What was it? Last night, at the Second People's Hospital, the Lin family of the Senmu group was found dead. Observing Lu Yin's mysterious demeanor, Captain Wang let out a sigh. He felt somewhat exasperated. This young lady hailed from a distinguished background, yet insisted on entering the perilous criminal investigation department, often stirring up matters of little relevance. He truly wondered what the director was thinking. How could he possibly be unaware of the news regarding the Lin family's tragic demise? Lin Yuansheng is a prominent figure in Los Angeles. However, what is there to discuss regarding that case? Everyone has witnessed Lin Yuansheng's mental instability. The surveillance footage clearly shows no one entering or exiting during that time, and such a manner of death could not have been perpetrated by an outsider. His wife's acute cerebral hemorrhage is beyond question. The only individual who raises some concerns is the young master of the Lin family. Yet, this young master's leap from the building was witnessed by numerous nurses and doctors, unequivocally a suicide. What relevance does this case hold for our criminal investigation department? Nevertheless, considering the background of this young lady, Captain Wang could only nod and inquire, have there been any discoveries? Indeed, Lu Yin said mysteriously, I have uncovered that. Following the demise of the entire Lin family, the greatest beneficiary is Lin Hongtian's fiancée, a woman named Enrua Xue. According to my investigation, they had only obtained their marriage certificate less than half a month ago. Within that brief span, the entire Lin family has perished, and all their inheritance has been bequeathed to her, an outsider. It can be asserted that Enrua Xue has the strongest motive for the crime. And then, Captain Wang shrugged. Where's the evidence? Everyone has already established that it was suicide. Lu Yin scratched her head. Isn't that what we're still investigating? Furthermore, during my visit today, I discovered something else. This morning, the Lin family villa was bustling with activity. However, Enrua Xue was conspicuously absent from the premises. By reviewing the traffic surveillance, I found that she appeared to have gone to meet her ex-boyfriend. Most importantly, when the Lin family tragically perished yesterday, her former boyfriend, Chu Qing, was inexplicably present at the second hospital. Clearly, no one, including Captain Wang, paid heed to Lu Yin's so-called revelation. The rationale was straightforward. Although Lu Yin's conjectures were indeed accurate, the evidence surrounding the Lin family's demise was overwhelmingly compelling. Inspectors cannot rely on intuition to adjudicate cases. Even if it seems that Enrua Xue had a strong motive, the principle remains. Justice must be grounded in evidence. Just then, one of the inspectors interjected, wait a moment. Little Durian, what did you say that Enrua Xue's ex-boyfriend's name was? Chu Qing, she replied. It appears he has inexplicably taken up a position as a security guard at Beishan Cemetery. From my intuition, I suspect this Chu Qing is still entangled with Enrua Xue. Before Lu Yin could finish her thought, the inspector continued, speaking of which, the call reporting the incident was made by none other than that Chu Qing. Upon hearing this, Lu Yin rose abruptly. Noticing her reaction, Captain Wang decisively stated, very well, Lu Yin. You need not assist with the unsolved case in the old city for the time being. Take Tanyu to Beishan Cemetery and inquire there. Understood. Even Chu Qing had to concede that this female inspector possessed distinct qualities. Of course, these traits extended beyond mere physical attributes. It was her face that bore a striking resemblance to someone from his memories. Are you Chu Qing? Yes. Did you report the incident? Indeed. Please elaborate on the specifics. Tanyu, the male inspector, inquired further. Chu Qing shook his head. At that moment, Lu Yin could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, I would like to know your thoughts on the deaths of Lin Hongtian and his son from the Lin family. A flicker of emotion crossed Chu Qing's heart, and he donned an expression of profound reflection. I was at the second hospital yesterday, and it struck me that the wealthy are not necessarily truly happy. The most important thing in life is to find joy. Evidently, His demeanor did little to assuage the suspicions of the female inspector before him, who continued to regard him with a scrutinizing gaze. Yet, she could not deny that it was difficult to perceive such a visage as that of a suspect. Chu Qing, however, smiled amiably at her and asked, "Inspector Liu, what is your relationship with Liu Ci?" Upon hearing this, Liu Yin was momentarily taken aback. "He is my brother. Do you know him? But that can't be right. He is pursuing a doctorate in the capital, and I have investigated your background, which shows you have always been in Luo City." Realizing the implications of her words, Liu Yin abruptly fell silent, blinking nervously as she looked towards Chu Qing. Unfazed, Chu Qing smiled gently and advised that Huang Hong is indeed rather perilous. "I recommend that you investigate whether anyone associated with her has gone missing or returned home under mysterious circumstances. It would be prudent not to summon her casually or act recklessly on your own. This is my WeChat ID. If there is anything specific you require my assistance with, feel free to reach out to me at any time." The two individuals were taken aback, exchanging a peculiar glance at Chu Qing. Nevertheless, they added Chu Qing's WeChat, for according to his account, this matter was indeed extraordinary. They needed to investigate the whereabouts of the previous security guard and the vicinity of Huang Hong. With the gate closed, the duo swiftly departed in their vehicle, while Chu Qing found himself deep in contemplation. Liu Ci, the King Qing Guang from his past life. King Qing Guang ranked first among the legendary 10 Yama kings, and while Liu Ci's prowess may not have been the absolute pinnacle, he undoubtedly ranked among the foremost in the realm of Yin officials in Blue Star. More importantly, he held the esteemed position as the head of the Bureau of Otherworldly Affairs, the official ghost-wielding organization of the Dragon Kingdom during an era of shattered order, representing the last vestige of authority and public trust. He had not anticipated that the sister of King Qing Guang from his previous life would be in Luo City. Yet, he had heard that King Qing Guang and the Bureau had repeatedly attempted to eradicate the peculiar forces led by the Blood-Eyed Dragon Lord in Luo City. Was this perhaps connected to her? Intriguing. As for Liu Yin's slight suspicion of him, he paid it no mind. Before he could ponder further, Fong Ping returned, this time carrying a substantial bundle. Observing Fong Ping's labored demeanor, Chu Qing nodded in acknowledgement. "You're back." Fong Ping wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Brother Qing, why do you need so much of this stuff?" At that moment, the contents of Fong Ping's package revealed their true nature. In addition to the abundant white paper used for origami figures, there were also wooden boards, marble slabs, and a myriad of other miscellaneous items. "Mind your own business and continue folding your paper figures," Chu Qing said, somewhat helplessly. Nevertheless, he inquired, "Qing, when shall we confront that lantern?" The human head lantern was initially intended to be investigated during the day, alongside Fong Ping, while they procured the necessary items. However, the unforeseen circumstances surrounding Huang Hong's report had left him pressed for time. The sooner these matters were resolved, the more assured he would feel. It would not be too late to go tonight. After all, you did not rest well yesterday, so if it becomes too taxing, you can take a short nap. Agreed. Without further addressing Fong Ping, Chu Qing looked at the assortment of items and nodded in satisfaction. Their purpose was straightforward. They served as tools for the gravekeeper to construct a grave and materials to draw the supernatural to the guarded tomb. Additionally, they were essential transition tools required to become the 9th grade Yin position known as gravekeeper. He had to prepare in advance to ensure that he would be the first to attain the position of gravekeeper after midnight tomorrow. If his memory served him correctly, being the first to assume the corresponding Yin position would yield significant advantages. In his previous life, he had missed this opportunity, but in this life, he certainly would not let it slip through his fingers. Chapter 21. Lantern, Eyes, Black Umbrella, That Splash of Blood Red. September 1. St. 6:42. Only 29 hours and 18 minutes remain until the arrival of the terrifying era. The night has fully descended, enveloping the world in utter darkness. Ordinarily, at this hour, it should not be so dark. However, this year's nights seem to arrive much sooner than usual for September. Liu Yin let out a sigh and glanced at her driving partner. "Old Tan, why is it so difficult to crack this case? Why is it so challenging to identify a murderer?" Tanya replied, "In any case, solving a case requires evidence, though I sense she has her own issues." He continued, You also find that Chu Qing is rather suspicious, don't you? Today, he kept inquiring about Huang Hong's situation on WeChat, showing considerable interest. Tan Yu observed the excited Miss Liu and offered a somewhat awkward yet polite smile. Well, the suspect I mentioned is actually Huang Hong. Haven't we gathered clues today? Huang Hong's husband, Zhao Chuan, claimed to have returned to his hometown and has been gone for 3 days. Yet, no one there has reported seeing him. Furthermore, the original guard at Beishan Cemetery, Liang Dezhu, has also vanished without a trace. Huang Hong is indeed very suspicious. I have already requested an investigation order from Captain Wang. Liu Yin felt deflated. You also believe that the death of the Lin family of 3 is unrelated to outsiders, don't you? Tan Yu scratched his head and swiftly changed the topic. Sister Liu, it's time to clock out. I'll head off now. There have been many cases lately, so try not to stress too much. Shall I give you a ride home? Tan Yu was acutely aware that the arrival of this esteemed lady was accompanied by a prominent figure from their director's office and a high-ranking individual from the city of Luo. She was not someone he could aspire to covet. Self-awareness is a virtue. Observing his partner's demeanor, Liu Yin let out a soft huff, saying, "Forget it. I'll just grab a bite to eat myself. By the way, where are we?" Tan Yu glanced around and replied, "This is the old district. Isn't Huang Hong's family situated around here?" Liu Jia, with a hint of defiance, added, "No need. Let us not forget that I am armed." She tapped the stock of her slender firearm, which appeared incongruous with her delicate frame. Tan Yu pondered for a moment and nodded, recognizing that she was indeed no mere ornament. Her consistent top scores in internal assessments were a testament to her skill. Very well then. After an hour of indulgence in culinary delights, Liu Yin emerged from a modest eatery nestled within the alley. The old district retained its antiquity. Not only were public amenities lacking, but even the streetlights cast a dim glow. It was merely around 8 o'clock, and the thoroughfare was nearly deserted. As Liu Yin walked along the roadside, the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes, flies, and moths began to irk her. She muttered to herself, "I must raise this concern with Uncle Du. The renovation of the old district needs to be prioritized. It's been ages and not a single taxi in sight. How frustrating." However, her spirits lifted momentarily as her gaze fell upon a taxi parked before an imposing gate. She hurriedly approached and knocked on the driver's window. As it rolled down, a face emerged, a middle-aged man whose pallor seemed to glow faintly in the dim light. Even in the presence of a stunning beauty, the driver exhibited no flicker of emotion, his eyes, resembling those of a dead fish, fixated upon her. "Are you leaving, sir?" she inquired. The man remained silent, merely nodding in response. A surge of joy flooded Liu Yin's heart as she prepared to enter the vehicle. However, at that moment, a shrill scream pierced the air from a distance, though it was not jarring. As a public inspector, Liu Yin abruptly lifted her head, casting her gaze behind her. This was an old-fashioned residential complex, evidenced by the dilapidated storefronts and rusted gates. Without a moment's hesitation, she sprinted towards the complex, though her peripheral vision soon caught the name of the place, Jinshan Community. Yet, in her haste, Liu Yin remained oblivious to the pale-faced taxi driver, whose lifeless eyes began to move subtly. Subsequently, the seemingly ordinary taxi gradually pulled away, and after traveling a mere 10 meters, it vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed at all. In less than 2 minutes, a black Audi came to a slow halt in front of the community entrance. A figure rolled down the window, glancing at the gate of Jinshan Community, and a glimmer of red flickered in their eyes, such a palpable aura of malevolence. This must be the place. Wait here, for now. Excitement and exhilaration coursed through Liu Yin at that moment, for the opportunity she had long yearned for, to solve the case, was finally within her grasp. Moreover, this is a recent high-profile case. The piercing scream originated from man. At this very moment, he is rendered utterly voiceless. It appears that something is constricting his neck, with half of his head submerged in a pool of crimson, the source of which hovers ominously in the air nearby. Liu Yin does not rush to investigate. Instead, she conceals herself in a corner while retrieving 2 items. As her colleagues in the Criminal Investigation Department are well aware, Liu Yin is certainly not a mere decoration. Even now, she remains composed and does not act impulsively. First, She sent a message via WeChat to Captain Wang and Tan Yu, calling for reinforcements, before releasing the safety on her pistol and chambering around. At that moment, beneath the 10-meter-high expanse, apart from the vivid crimson object, there was not a soul in sight. At least, none that she could discern. So, what exactly is that red entity? A drone? But could a drone truly achieve such a feat? Who could be controlling it to commit murder? And how are they executing this? Lu Yin is uncertain. All she knows is that if she does not act soon, that man will undoubtedly perish. Thus, even at the risk of alarming the perpetrator, she has no choice but to intervene. Come out. Lower him down or I will fire. Her commanding voice reverberates through the nearly deserted neighborhood. Yet silence prevails. The red glow seems to sever all awareness in the vicinity. Even in homes illuminated by a few lights, it seemed as though no one had heard. Lu Yin had no time to ponder this scene, as the aperture in her hand was directed towards the crimson glow hovering less than 10 meters above. The night, cloaked in an impenetrable darkness, did not in the slightest affect the steadiness of her gun-holding hands. Bang! The muzzle erupted with a burst of flame. The fireworks in the night appeared to pierce through the red light. The trajectory of that crimson beam seemed to be altered. Splash! The shot had indeed proven effective. The man, whose neck had been constricted, plummeted from the sky. However, just as Lu Yin was about to assist the figure descending from above, she was taken aback to see that it hovered gently, not descending but rather ascending above her head. The moment she instinctively raised her gaze, she finally discerned what it was amidst the darkness. It was a large red lantern. The illumination in this night was exceedingly faint. Yet, beneath the embrace of this red radiance, an indescribable sense of comfort enveloped her. It was akin to the refreshing relief of cool water on a scorching summer day. The ultimate relaxation of soaking in a hot spring during the frigid winter months. The fragrant allure of nicotine after a long, arduous night. This sensation of ease compelled Lu Yin to subconsciously lower her weapon, and she felt as though she had taken flight. Wait, taken flight? Lu Yin abruptly snapped back to reality from that euphoric feeling, only to realize that, unbeknownst to her, her body had indeed begun to ascend. As if drawn by some unseen force, this pull was devoid of anguish, instead evoking a sensation of joy. She tilted her head back, and the enormous red lantern loomed above her, resembling a hat poised to descend. Yet, in an instant, Lu Yin's pupils constricted sharply. In a moment she raised her gaze. She finally discerned, within the void beneath the grand red lantern, a head, a face, grinning at her with an eerie smile. She covered her mouth, desperate to struggle. But it was futile. Even the handgun, her sole source of security, had fallen to the ground moments ago. It was over. She did not comprehend what this entity was. She only knew that her demise was imminent. She did not wish to die. Her large eyes brimmed with tears of terror. At just over 20, she had yet to experience the sweetness of love and had countless endeavors still ahead of her. However, the slowly ascending figure, the inexplicable chill, and a lantern's base drawing ever closer incessantly informed her that she was about to join the countless headless corpses previously discovered. Yet, all her reluctance and resentment began to dissipate as the lantern approached. Regardless of the outcome, she was dying to save another. Her original intention, at the very least, had been fulfilled. With this thought, Lu Yin even allowed a faint smile to grace her lips as she embraced her fate. Just then, the sound of light footsteps approached from a distance. The neighborhood was in utter disrepair, with scarcely a few streetlights illuminating the path. The faint sound of footsteps jolted Lu Yin, who had momentarily lost herself in thoughts of her great-grandmother. She opened her mouth, uncertain whether to cry for help or to urge the unexpected figure to depart swiftly. Yet, in the fleeting moments of her awareness, as she turned to behold the approaching silhouette, Lu Yin was momentarily taken aback. The figure held a pitch-black umbrella, which appeared strikingly out of place against the star-studded night sky. His steps were remarkably steady, entirely unfazed by the peculiar atmosphere above him. As Lu Yin's consciousness waned, he approached her, the dark umbrella tilting slightly to reveal his face. He finally regarded her, his gaze drawn to the blood-red lantern suspended in the air. Lu Yin felt as if she might faint, yet she summoned her strength to meet the figure's gaze. In the next heartbeat, an electric shock coursed through her entire being. Enveloped in darkness beneath the black umbrella, his features remained obscured by the night. Although she could not discern his face, amidst the profound shadows, she beheld a pair of blood-red eyes, deeper and more sinister than the lantern's glow above. Chapter 22. Darkness Beneath the Light. The Terrifying Head Lantern. How does one reclaim a prey that has succumbed to the rules of murder? It is simple. One must immerse the prey in their own deadly game before it breathes its last. This is precisely what Chu Qing accomplished. The moment Lu Yin beheld the pair of blood-red eyes, the constraints imposed by the lanterns in the sky appeared to vanish into thin air. Completely overwhelmed by the relentless torment of this bizarre battlefield, Lu Yin succumbed to the unbearable pressure and lost consciousness as she plummeted from the sky. In the enveloping darkness, the crimson hues of the ground and the heavens mirrored one another, as she was carelessly tossed aside as if she were mere refuse. Chu Qing lifted his gaze once more. The blood-red eyes promptly provided him with feedback. Lantern of Heads, grade, 9th, type, spiritual anomaly. Lifespan, 7 months and 16 days, severed head, rule position directly beneath the Lantern of Heads. Will enter a dragged state. Once the head is pulled into the lantern, the killing rule is fulfilled. Darkness beneath the lantern. Ability, the flickering candlelight can alter the perception of living beings simultaneously when a candlelight blooms. It obscures the vision of entities beyond the light and blocks all non-anomalous attacks. Spiritual entity, state typically imperceptible and capable of traversing physical barriers. Each traversal consumes a portion of its lifespan. Promotion requirements. Unknown though, the potential of this wretched object is quite commendable, but alas, it still pales in comparison to my own prowess. Ah, the solitude of invincibility is indeed profound. Chu Qing regarded this entity with calm contemplation, standing resolutely beneath the Lantern of Heads. The escape of 2 consecutive prey seemed to ignite an unusual fervor within this otherwise tepid crimson lantern. The swaying crimson light rendered this world a deep scarlet, imparting a sense of ethereality to Chu Qing. Is this the deception of perception? Such a terrifying ability. One could assert that the power of this human head lantern has the potential to obliterate an entire city. Should this entity ascend in rank without being eradicated, countless ordinary souls in Luo City would undoubtedly face catastrophe. It is no wonder that the proud Blood Eye spoke of this lantern as merely a fraction inferior to himself. Aside from its seemingly frail rules of murder, the darkness beneath this light is indeed formidable. However, the chilling feedback in his eyes did not halt Chu Qing's contemplation. Instead, it compelled him to speak softly. It has indeed grown dark there at night, lacking illumination. Would you be willing to accompany me? With a sudden gust, it felt as if a tempest had swept through the entirety of Jincheng community. Amidst the howling winds, Chu Qing's dark cloak billowed dramatically. The human head lantern responded, suddenly descending as if something had been tethered around his neck. Yet, the motion of the lantern attempting to drag him upwards abruptly froze in place. For within that lantern, a grotesquely terrifying visage turned its gaze upon Chu Qing. The blood-red pupils locked onto his own. The noose around his neck was released, and the immense lantern gradually settled onto the ground. Even as a 9th-grade anomaly, the human head lantern, under the collision of rules, was compelled to yield to the blood-eye dragon lord. An eye for an eye. In the fleeting moment, when Chu Qing locked eyes with the Lantern of Heads, the lethal rules of the lantern were effortlessly rebounded back at it. Thus, what was once a scenario where the lantern sought to drag Chu Qing became one where he held the reins, pulling the lantern instead. Should he desire, he could simply reverse the celestial polarity, thrust his head into the lantern, and it would be the lantern that met its demise rather than himself. Realizing this shift in dynamics, the lantern ceased its resistance, allowing him to gently lift it. Observing the once vibrant red glow of the lantern now diminished, a smile graced his lips, further igniting his curiosity. Just how high was the weight of the Blood Eye's rules? The weight is the might of the bizarre rules abilities. Often, especially after many years of the horror era's onset, as the bizarre entities ascended in rank. The formidable nature of the rules made it quite common for a clash of rules to arise. In such instances, the outcome of this clash necessitated an evaluation based on the weight of each party's rules. In the subsequent horror era, many ghost tamers gauged the potential of the bizarre primarily through three aspects. First, the simplicity of the rules activation and the potency of its effects. Second, the weight of the rules' abilities. And third, an area yet unexplored by Chu Qing, the ascension of the bizarre. These three criteria stand as the primary measures of the bizarre's caliber. Regrettably, perhaps due to its low rank, the blood-eyes sole enigma was its inability to discern the weight of its power. Once the Book of Life and Death manifested, Chu Qing would finally have the opportunity to scrutinize the true weight of the blood-eyes abilities. And now, he proceeded slowly, lifting the blood-red lantern. Bathed in its crimson glow, Chu Qing momentarily paused, casting his gaze upon a figure beside him. It was not Lu Lian, but rather the man she had rescued in the beginning. Yet, even Chu Qing could not have anticipated that this individual would be a familiar face. Indeed, since his rebirth, he had nearly forgotten many of those from before. However, the man before him was someone he had seen just yesterday morning, and the demeanor he had displayed left a profound impression on him. Sue, the very person who had attended to him upon his arrival at the Northern Mountain Cemetery. How did he come to be here? Chu Qing's blood-red eyes narrowed slightly. Simultaneously, the blood pupils responded. Sue, rank, none, lifespan, 1 month near-death coma, state unable to move, unable to think. Note, a frail male human, plagued by the miasma of corpses and the chill of the underworld, bearing numerous sharp wounds. Even without encountering the human head lantern, he would struggle to survive much longer. Human, I presume your intellect allows you to deduce something, does it not? As a token of gratitude for my contribution, why not consider him a snack for me? Chu Qing's gaze remained unwavering as he grasped the human head lantern and re-erected the dark umbrella. As he walked, shielding his eyes, he remarked, enough of that. Consuming such things in excess is detrimental to one's health and can hinder development. Behave. Besides, how would you consume him? Do you expect me to pry open his eyelids? That woman? No, that won't do. I may find use for her in the future. In the depths of a pitch-black night, the clock had slowly ticked towards 9 o'clock. Within the desolate and shadowy residential area, a solitary figure wielded a dark umbrella and held a blood-red lantern, engaging in a soliloquy that could easily induce fainting in any onlooker. Yet, it was precisely this eerie tableau that roused a certain individual from her stupor. Lu Lian gazed at the crimson glow and the elongated silhouette beneath a trench coat, yearning to extend her hand. However, the previous ordeal had rendered her utterly powerless, and the spot where she had fallen throbbed with unbearable pain. Wait. The figure came to a halt, yet did not turn to face her. What was that? What entity? The blood-red lantern now hung quietly in the figure's grasp, resembling a timid kitten, as if the earlier events had been naught but an illusion. The voice resonated once more. It is merely a famished little creature. My apologies for startling you. Lu Lian stared blankly at the being, her gaze fixated on the retreating form. A sense of weakness enveloped her, and the double vision before her obscured the details of the figure. In her final moment of clarity, she managed to inquire, then, who are you? The figure fell silent and gradually moved away. The darkness beneath the lantern's glow was beyond the reach of its illuminating presence, rendering it invisible to any bystanders. As the figure distanced itself, gradually shrouded by the shadows, Lu Lian's already tenuous consciousness finally shattered, and she succumbed once more to unconsciousness. However, in that fleeting moment of unconsciousness, a voice emerged from the shrouded darkness. King Chu Jiang. Chapter 23. Does King Chu Jiang truly exist? 10 minutes later, the wail of sirens shattered the stillness of the night, resonating at the entrance of Jinshan community. Shadows armed to the teeth swiftly approached, soon discovering the unconscious forms of Lu Lian and Su Wei on the ground. The corpulent chief, sprinting ahead, was nearly paralyzed with fright upon witnessing the scene. Fortunately, upon rushing closer and detecting their faint breaths, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. As for Su Wei, he did not so much as cast a glance in that direction. Xiao Lu, are you all right? Lu Yin slowly opened her eyes, and upon spotting the familiar Inspector's hat, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Mustering the strength to utter the three words that were etched deepest in her memory. King Chu Jiang. Quickly, find King Chu Jiang. Huh? The chief and the team members trailing behind, including Captain Wang and Tan Yu, exchanged puzzled glances. Was this King Chu Jiang? A deity from the underworld? One of the legendary Yama who governs countless vengeful spirits? But how could such a being exist? Has this girl lost her mind after dancing with death? With this thought, the chief urgently shouted, "Ambulance, hurry!" Meanwhile, on the other side at the inspectorate, Fong Ping was oblivious to the unfolding situation. At that moment, he was akin to an Ruoshu who had once escorted the god of wealth to the second hospital, desperately attempting to keep his gaze forward, yet subconsciously stealing glances at the rearview mirror. There, beside the figure clad in a black trench coat, lay a lantern, roughly the size of a grinding disc. It was this very thing that nearly claimed my life last night, as I was forcefully drawn outside. Now it resides on my back seat. It is impossible to say that my legs are steady. Fong Ping's subtle maneuvers did not escape Chu Qing's notice. However, at this moment, Chu Qing was not preoccupied with such trivialities. His entire focus was consumed by the recent events. Earlier that day, he had instructed in Ruoxue to investigate Huang Hong's background, and, coupled with the intelligence regarding the sister of Qing Guang, he had gleaned some insight. Huang Hong's residence is situated in the old district near the Jingshan community. The condition of Su Wei was evidently orchestrated by Huang Hong. The scent of corpse energy emanating from him was nearly identical to that of Huang Hong. Could it be that this woman had turned her missing husband into a zombie? At first thought, this seemed the most plausible explanation. Yet, upon reflecting further, Chu Qing furrowed his brow slightly. It defies logic. At this stage, the existence of such bizarre entities as zombies should not be possible. This phenomenon, not to mention being classified as a 9th grade anomaly, would cause even 7th or 8th grade ghost tamers considerable distress. Therefore, if a genuine zombie were in existence, Su Wei could not have possibly escaped. He would undoubtedly be dead beyond any doubt. Moreover, and of greater significance, if it were indeed a bona fide zombie, what would compel it to heed Huang Hong's commands? Simply because it was likely her husband in life? Yet the question remains, was she the one who caused his demise? How could he possibly transform into a zombie and still obey her? Had the yellow rainbow not been reborn and managed to become a corpse driver of the 7th rank before the impending era of terror, Chu Qing would have preferred to meet her demise. Such a scenario, however, seemed highly improbable. Could it be? With a slight raise of his brow, Chu Qing's eyes sparkled with insight. At this juncture, the emergence of a genuine zombie was out of the question. Otherwise, Luo Cheng would scarcely endure for even 6 months before facing utter annihilation. Even in his previous life, Luo Cheng had held out for a full 3 years before its complete downfall. Yet upon grasping this realization, Chu Qing found himself unexpectedly at ease. If that creature truly required a copious supply of corpses for sustenance, then the yellow rainbow was no fool. She had already dared to act against the nearby Su Wei. Clearly, she sensed that her actions had been reported, and she was preparing to embrace the chaos, resorting to a desperate means of feeding that abomination. The time ahead would likely not be too comfortable for her. However, after midnight tomorrow, when the ledger of life and death descended, the game of mortality would commence, heralding the resurgence of the horrific era. The peculiarities within the city would surge dramatically, and it was likely that those individuals would find themselves devoid of the time and energy to pursue her. So be it. Chu Qing's flickering gaze closed once more. Let her entertain herself at her leisure. Brother Qing, shall we return to the cemetery? Beneath the night sky, the Audi sent by Ruoxue sped swiftly through the darkness. Yet, atop an old building shrouded in shadows within this ancient district, a figure crouched, observing the ambulances and police cars racing below. Indeed, those damned inspectors have already traced their way back to me, all thanks to that brat. The pair of sinister eyes harbored an inexplicable malice. The visage belonged to none other than Huang Hong from earlier in the day. Yet, how had that wretched boy managed to survive? Was the mysterious presence at Beishan Cemetery truly gone? With a caw, Huang Hong swiftly turned her gaze to her shoulder. At that moment, a peculiar creature perched upon it, a raven entirely shrouded in obsidian feathers. This raven was significantly larger than an ordinary one, and its eyes, rather than the usual black, glimmered with a haunting emerald hue, reminiscent of a predatory wolf stalking its prey under the veil of night. Its sharp talons dug into Huang Hong's shoulder, drawing forth droplets of crimson blood. However, she paid it no mind, instead speaking softly and tenderly, "My dear, do not fret. We shall search further. I promise to find you something to eat. Let's proceed." Upon her words, the raven seemed to comprehend, unfurling its wings and soaring into the air, while Huang Hong grasped its ankle. Though her frame was exceedingly slender, she must have weighed around 50 to 60 kilograms. Yet the raven effortlessly towed her through the sky. "Let us rest for tonight, and tomorrow evening we shall seek revenge on that insufferable boy, shall we? At that time, I will procure your favorite delicacy, his eyes, and we shall feast together." Caw! Little did Chu Qing know, the very eyes he relied upon had already attracted unwanted attention. Beneath the cloak of night, wielding a lantern fashioned from a severed head, Chu Qing gradually stepped into the guardroom of the Beishan cemetery. As expected, upon the glass of that guardroom, a line of blood-written characters began to writhe with alarming rapidity. Chu Qing could distinctly sense the burgeoning power within. His summoning technique had become far more intuitive than Ding Xia's initial method. By employing his own blood, a medium steeped in malevolence, and nurturing it with the ethereal essence of the faceless specter, the results appeared promising. The blood characters writhed incessantly, striving to coalesce, ultimately transforming into a vivid scarlet hue, which then seemed to be absorbed by the glass door, vanishing without a trace. This spectacle left Fang Ping utterly dumbfounded. "Brother Qing, what on earth is this?" Chu Qing replied nonchalantly, "A new enigma. You shall grow accustomed to it in due time." "How do you feel today?" Fang Ping wished to express that he felt nothing at all, as he had hardly participated in the events unfolding this time. Yet, the sanguine lantern, resting on the ground and casting a faint glow, served as a stark reminder of the life-threatening presence that had nearly claimed him. He pressed his lips together. "Brother Qing, what exactly is going on? What else could it be? As you can see, this world is inhabited by spirits. But before is but a memory. Now is the reality." Chu Qing extended his hand, and the black cat, which had been waiting at home, darted into his embrace with remarkable swiftness. Upon reflection, Chu Qing suddenly recalled something. "Ah, my little companion, I promised you a delightful treat yesterday, but I became so preoccupied during the day that it slipped my mind." With that, he reached out and seized the black copper coin from the hands of the god of Yin. Unbeknownst to him, beneath this black coin lay a delicate sheet of white paper money, a day's worth of Yin longevity notes. Upon seeing this, the black cat paused momentarily, then seemed to sense something, opening its mouth wide to swallow it whole. With a gentle smile, Chu Qing affectionately ruffled the little creature's fur and mused, "I have yet to bestow a name upon you. Let me think. From now on, I shall call you Xian Tong. It would be splendid if you could advance in your abilities. It is rare for one as gifted as you to possess such potential. While I do not expect you to reach the level of that Nico Mata from the islands, I certainly will not keep idlers by my side." Meow. Observing Chu Qing's actions, which appeared cruel to onlookers, Fang Ping could barely contain his curiosity and pressed on. "Qingge, enough of this idle chatter. Come help me hang the lantern." Chu Qing interrupted. He grasped the human head lantern while Fang Ping, burdened with thoughts, took hold of the ladder. The two made their way to the entrance. Chu Qing suspended the lantern behind the main door, illuminating the darkness at the entrance of Beishan Cemetery just a touch. He glanced at the bright red lantern and nodded, saying, "Stay put here. If you wander off and I have to catch you again, you may not be so fortunate next time. But fret not. I am not entirely devoid of compassion. I shall ensure you are not deprived of your Yin longevity." With a sense of fulfillment, Chu Qing leaped down from the ladder and raised his head to survey the scene before him. Behind the ominous black door, a resplendent red lantern hung from the mast, casting an enchanting glow. The distant remnants of tombs and gravestones lent an air of eerie horror to the tableau. Yet, cradling Xian Tong, Chu Qing did not rush back to the guardhouse. Instead, he took deliberate steps towards the summit of Beishan Cemetery, even at this late hour. Fang Ping followed closely behind, and after 10 minutes, the two arrived at the pinnacle of the cemetery. Standing there, they gazed down upon the entirety of Luocheng. Finally, Chu Qing spoke. Pingzi, the current state of Beishan Cemetery already harbors 3.5 peculiarities, and there will surely be more in the future. Do you understand what this signifies? Fang Ping nodded, contemplating before resolutely declaring, Qinggu, I wish to return to the countryside. The countryside? Do you think that such a retreat will allow you to evade these peculiarities? That is rather naive. However, to Chu Qing's surprise, Fang Ping shook his head. No, I've come to a realization in recent days. Qinggu, I want to stay close to my parents. I understand that my time with you might extend my life, but I'm their only son. Now, it is my turn to protect them. Chu Qing was taken aback. After a brief pause, he nodded. Very well. Do not forget the methods I have taught you. When midnight strikes tomorrow, fold 10 talismans personally, burn them to ashes, and then steep them in water to drink. As for the rest, I need not instruct you further. What dangers lie ahead? You may contact me by phone. Perhaps I might not arrive in time, but I could still retrieve your remains. This is the method of promotion for the paper-making artisan of the underworld. Fang Ping nodded excitedly, surprisingly refraining from inquiring how Chu Qing possessed such extensive knowledge. This evening, he had learned a significant truth. Ultimately, however, he turned to Chu Qing, who loomed over the darkened city of Luo, and could not help but ask, Brother Qing, does the king of Chu Jiang truly exist? Chapter 24. The House of Strange Tales. Points for 3,000 years of Yin lifespan. Fang Ping set off early in the morning, before dawn had broken. Chu Qing made no effort to stop him. He had already done enough. He had salvaged Fang Ping from an otherwise imminent demise, and had even imparted the invaluable method of promotion for the paper-making artisan of the underworld. The worth of this knowledge was beyond measure. Should Fang Ping become the first ascendant within this underworld hierarchy, he would reap significant benefits. If wielded wisely, these advantages could facilitate a rise during the initial phase of this terrifying era, and that would suffice. As he opened his eyes, the frailty of his body caused Chu Qing to involuntarily twitch his lips. With less than 3 months of remaining lifespan to merge with the blood pupil, the situation was dire. More importantly, to summon the bizarre embryonic form of the death apartment, he had sacrificed 2 small bowls of blood over the past 2 days. Should the death apartment fail to manifest, he would truly find himself at a loss. Although he had some nourishing food, it was unlikely to yield immediate results. Fortunately, today marked the final day. The glow of his phone illuminated the screen, clearly displaying the time, September 2nd, 7:12 a.m. Tonight heralds the true onset of the terrifying era. As midnight approached, he would officially become the Gravekeeper, upon attaining the rank of a 9th-tier spectral position. Though the enhancement of one's physical form was indeed linked to such roles, it should not render one so feeble. With this thought, Chu Qing remained unperturbed. Less than 15 hours remained until the onset of the terrifying era. During this time, a cautious approach was paramount. With this in mind, he unzipped his travel bag and retrieved his rather worn laptop. In the dim recesses of his memory, it seemed to be the very same device he had purchased alongside in Roashua during their youthful days of part-time work. He gently opened it and connected it to a power source. After a moment's contemplation, he launched the browser, his fingers deftly dancing across the keyboard to enter a website's domain, skillfully bypassing restrictions. 10 seconds later, the page refreshed slowly, revealing a pitch-black emblem before his eyes. On the wholly dark forum, for blood-red characters in both Chinese and English were inscribed, Home of Strange Tales. A smile crept across Chu Qing's face, indeed. These individuals were remarkably efficient. Home of Strange Tales had been the largest platform for spirit tamers across the entire Blue Star in his previous life. Here, whether one had ascended to the esteemed rank of king at the 1st tier or was merely a novice, just beginning to navigate the Eyrie at the 9th tier, all could find their place. Moreover, not only humans frequented this site, certain peculiar entities could also gain access. Initially, this website was merely a creation of enthusiasts with unique interests, But as bizarre occurrences proliferated across Blue Star, many began to congregate here to discuss the various anomalies. As the era of terror descended for a time, the truth of the world gradually unveiled itself before everyone's eyes, particularly in this realm. Even more astonishingly, this house of strange tales later transformed into a genuine website dedicated to peculiar narratives, a site that could embody true bizarre tales, accessible even amidst power outages or internet disruptions. Here, one could auction, publish tasks, and peddle information. The implications of such a platform are readily apparent. Consequently, in later generations of spirit tamers, this place held a status akin to that of an official forum. However, the website had yet to evolve to that esteemed level. Suddenly, a flicker of realization brightened Chu Qing's mind. He recalled a particular matter. After the House of Strange Tales officially morphed into a site for bizarre narratives, there was a notable change in the forum's point system. In the current era, as well as in the early days of terror, forum points could be directly exchanged for currency. Yet, once the House of Strange Tales became a true repository of the uncanny, that rule was rendered obsolete. To acquire points for forum use, one now had to exchange them for a portion of their lifespan. This is precisely why the House of Strange Tales would wield such immense influence in the future. However, Chu Qing found himself uncertain whether the points of prior users were preserved after the transformation into a genuine site of the bizarre. Nevertheless, he vaguely remembered that in his previous life, there were indeed some actively engaged spirit tamers who profited significantly from this very phenomenon. Upon considering this, Chu Qing promptly retrieved his phone and called in Ruoxue. Transfer 1 million to my account. Understood, and Ruoxue did not inquire about the reason. Within 5 minutes, a notification chimed on his phone. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Qing registered an account, mindlessly filling in the name Chu Jiangwang. Even though in this lifetime he had strayed from the path of the ferryman under the shadow of the Chu Jiangwang, this title had accompanied him throughout his rise to fame in his previous life, and he held a deep affection for it. The 1 million was instantly converted into points, an astounding 100 million forum points. Even after the House of Strange Tales had truly transformed into a realm of the bizarre in his past life, this vast sum of points equated to a staggering 1 million days of shadowy longevity, approximately 2,700 to nearly 3,000 years of life. Undoubtedly, this was an immense fortune. Consequently, after investing this 1 million, Chu Qing refrained from further contributions. It was evident that, with the onset of the era of terror, the existing currency and the vast majority of money had devolved into mere scraps of paper. The ability to exchange money for shadowy longevity? Even if the exchange rate were 10 to 1, or even 100,000 to 1 day of shadowy life, countless wealthy individuals would rush to redeem it. Yet, such opportunities were non-existent. The essence and value of shadowy longevity, aside from often functioning as a hard currency, also possessed practical utility. This sum was already substantial. Should he allow greed to dictate his actions, the House of Strange Tales would inevitably seek to trouble him. The emergence of this phenomenon bore no pattern or forewarning, marking it as one of the most enigmatic anomalies from his previous existence. If it is not necessary, it is indeed better to refrain from making enemies. Exiting the recharge page, Chu Qing gazed upon the homepage of the Strange Tales house, his attention drawn to the trending posts. The sun never sets Empire witnesses eerie red dancing shoes. Those who don them dance to the point of exhaustion and death. The Lighthouse Nation encounters the vengeful spirits of Native Americans, a terrifying curse upon the entire race. The horrors of the inner world. Does Silent Hill truly exist? The terrifying Snow Woman of Winter Snowtown. As expected, this Strange Tales house had gained considerable notoriety. With the gradual descent of the era of terror, a segment of the populace was bound to engage with it. Even if merely 1 in 10 survived, it would affirm their conviction in the truths of this world. Such an increase in inquiries was entirely reasonable. Contemplating this, Chu Qing pondered for a moment before adding a section pertaining to the Dragon Kingdom amidst these posts. Just as he clicked on it, a knock resonated from the door. Frowning, he stood up nonetheless and opened the door of the Beishan Cemetery, welcoming the first visitor of the morning. Unfortunately, Since his arrival at this cemetery, he had yet to encounter anyone genuinely seeking to purchase a burial plot. Those who came were far from ordinary. Clearly, this Inspector Lu Ling, who had narrowly escaped the grasp of a head lantern the previous night, still reeking of malevolent energy, was not considered a normal individual in Chu Qing's eyes. Hello, we meet again, Mr. Chu. Chapter 25. Do ghosts exist in this world? Inspector Lu has arrived. What about the one from yesterday? Observing her solitary entrance, it was evident that her complexion remained as pale as ever. Moreover, Chu Qing distinctly noticed that beneath Lu Yin's shirt, she still wore a hospital gown. Clearly, the Lu Yin before him had likely escaped from the confines of a hospital. Lu Yin shook her head. Some issues have arisen, and Tanya went to address them. I have come today to convey something to you. Chu Qing, not in a hurry to inquire, continued to smile. Let us discuss it inside. Following Chu Qing, Lu Yin stepped into the guardroom. Upon seeing the wooden plaques and small stone tablets scattered across the floor, Lu Yin's expression soured slightly. For reasons unknown, she felt an unsettling chill within this room, one that seemed colder than that outside the cemetery. This chill involuntarily reminded her of the brush with death she had experienced the previous night. Prior to that evening, she had been an unwavering atheist. However, the events of last night shattered her worldview entirely. The terrifying lantern of severed heads, along with the figure that appeared at the brink of death. Was it the king of Chu Jiang? She murmured to herself. Even though her colleagues believed she had merely experienced hallucinations following an attack. Yet, she remembered that voice all too clearly. Just then, a voice interrupted her thoughts. Inspector Lu, you may speak now. There is no tea or refreshments here. I hope you do not mind. Glancing at the glass of water being offered to her, Lu Yin instinctively murmured her thanks, though she seemed momentarily lost in thought. The sound from last night. She raised her head, only to behold the exceedingly handsome face of Chu Qing. His pallid complexion was slightly flushed on the cheeks. Lu Yin regained her composure and hastily spoke. It is as follows. Last night, we conducted an overnight investigation and discovered that Su Wei, also from the Beishan office, had been attacked, most likely by Huang Hong. In the latter half of the night, my colleagues followed the leads to Huang Hong's residence. At this point, Lu Yin seemed to recall something, and her already pale face grew even more ghastly, involuntarily shivering. In Huang Hong's refrigerator, we uncovered remnants of skin and decaying flesh. Upon DNA analysis, it was determined that the remains belonged to no fewer than 8 individuals, the longest hidden among them being Huang Hong's partner and child. Chu Qing's brow furrowed slightly. Had this woman been affected to such an extent? This bizarre and terrifying era is indeed like this. Some struggle to survive, others rise against the odds, while some transform from human into specters, or even into something far more dreadful than the bizarre. The forensic expert's preliminary assessment indicated that 8 individuals had perished, and their time of death did not exceed 7 days. Chu Qing nodded. It appears my conjecture was not mistaken. In that case, have you proceeded with the arrest? Lu Yin's brow knitted. I was also attacked last night. Hence I did not participate in the operation. However, according to my colleagues, despite the extensive search and surveillance, Huang Hong's whereabouts remain undiscovered. Therefore, I have come primarily to inform you. Mr. Chu, as the individual who reported the Huang Hong case, it is paramount to note that prior to your report, you had engaged in a verbal altercation with the perpetrator. Thus, I have ample reason to suspect that you might very well be the next target of the criminal. However, the man before me displayed not a hint of panic in his gaze. Instead, he nodded appreciatively, saying, "Thank you for your reminder, Inspector Lu. I shall exercise caution. Not merely caution, Mr. Chu. Should any danger arise, you must promptly contact me or the Inspection Bureau." Lu Yin fixed her unwavering gaze upon Chu Qing, her demeanor exceedingly serious. Rest assured, should anything occur, I will notify you without delay. Please take care of yourself. Having faced an attack, ensure you recuperate well. Upon hearing Chu Qing's assurance, Lu Yin finally stood up. To Chu Qing's astonishment, she performed an unexpected gesture. She bowed deeply. I apologize, Mr. Chu. What is it? Chu Qing found himself momentarily at a loss. I wish to express my regret for suspecting you as the murderer in the Lin family massacre yesterday, Lu Yin proclaimed loudly. Chu Qing chuckled. So, you harbor no doubts today? Lu Yin pressed her slightly pale lips together and nodded. Indeed, an event transpired yesterday that surpassed my expectations, revealing to me that there are many matters in this world of which I remain unaware. Therefore, Mr. Chu, please just call me Chu Qing. Very well, Chu Qing. I would like to inquire if you saw anything unusual during your time at the Second People's Hospital. Lu Yin gazed at Chu Qing with anticipation. She did not specify what it was, but before her, Chu Qing shook his head. I did not see it, and you need not apologize. At this juncture, amid Lu Yin's astonished gaze, the man leaned in closer, their faces now mere centimeters apart. With a sly smile, Chu Qing quipped, perhaps I truly did commit the act. Lu Yin opened her mouth, forcing a smile. Chu Qing, are you joking? What would you use to do such a thing? Chu Qing pointed towards an object beside the counter. With that, Lu Yin turned her head, slightly taken aback. It was a small, approximately 30-centimeter tall, bronze statue of the god of wealth, which held a jet-black coin in its hand. Upon that dark coin lay a crisp, white paper offering. Lu Yin chuckled. I did not expect such a handsome man like you to enjoy telling such corny jokes. The deaths of the Lin family members were not caused by injuries from heavy objects. Well, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. I'll see you off. In contrast to their entrance, where they walked in a staggered manner, the two exited side by side. As they walked, Lu Yin inquired, Chu Qing, do you believe that ghosts exist in this world? As her words echoed, it seemed as if a breeze stirred within the North Mountain Cemetery. Chu Qing nodded. Indeed. You do not mean to imply that one is present here, do you? TSK, you have discovered it. There is one following you. But fret not with me around. It shall not harm you. Lu Yin's pallid visage was momentarily illuminated by a smile. You are utterly detestable. Ha ha ha. Yet this smile, which had barely escaped her lips 3 times, faltered, gradually fading into an expression of rigidity. She tilted her head, gazing vacantly toward the entrance of the Beishan Cemetery. At that very entry, a tall mast bore a vibrant red lantern, swaying in the howling mountain winds, yet remained steadfastly still, as if a grotesque, blood-red visage was suspended in the air, glaring at her with malevolence. In that moment, Lu Yin's complexion grew even more ashen as she found herself shivering involuntarily, her teeth chattering rapidly. Just then, a voice whispered in her ear, Isn't it beautiful? Chapter 26, A Guide to the Eerie Survival. The voice, carried by the chilling breeze, sent shivers down Lu Yin's spine, reminiscent of a frigid reptile flicking its tongue. In her terror, she turned to look at Chu Qing, whose calm demeanor momentarily stunned her. Regaining her composure, she forced a smile and asked, When did you purchase that lantern? I bought it yesterday. Otherwise, it would be too dark at night, he replied. Is that so? It certainly is necessary, but why not install a streetlight? Streetlights are rather expensive. The two lapsed into silence as they exited the gates of Beishan Cemetery. Stepping beyond the massive iron gates, Lu Yin inexplicably felt a sense of relief wash over her. She stood at the door, turning her head to glance at the smiling Chu Qing behind her. Finally, Lu Yin could not restrain her curiosity and asked, Chu Qing, do you know about the king of Chujiang? The moment the words escaped her lips, Lu Yin felt a twinge of regret. However, Chu Qing, without a moment's hesitation, nodded with a smile, Of course I do. In the face of Lu Yin's astonishment, shock, anxiety, and confusion, Chu Qing winked and continued. He is one of the Yama kings from mythological tales, the second king of the 10 halls of Yama, presiding over the underworld's watery hell. All those who perish in water fall under the jurisdiction of King Chujiang. Lu Yin's gaze shifted from complexity to a forced smile. I see. You truly possess a wealth of knowledge. I've always found these topics intriguing. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to work here, would I? During my school days, I would occasionally come across ancient murals, some depicting the 10 halls of Yama, which I even tried to replicate a few times. Chu Qing responded. But before Lu Yin could speak again, she interrupted. All right, you don't seem to be in the best of spirits. It would be wise to return home and rest. If you have any questions or encounter difficulties, feel free to seek me out. Lu Yin nodded. seemingly forgetting that her visit was intended to caution Chu Qing about a certain individual. As she departed, Chu Qing was about to retreat back into her small room when the familiar roar of an engine filled the air. A striking yellow SF-90 emerged from the distant road, and Ruo Shui opened the car door, breakfast in hand. Who was that dairy farmer just now? Chu Qing cast a sidelong glance at the woman. Mind your words and actions. And Ruo Shui pouted, then followed Chu Qing into the inconspicuous, somewhat dilapidated guardhouse. Qing, I'm willing to invest in renovating this place. It's rather uncomfortable to reside in such a run-down establishment. We'll discuss it later. After taking a sip of the egg drop soup, Chu Qing remarked, there should be results regarding the investigation, right? Upon the mention of serious matters, and Ruo Shui nodded. The god of wealth indeed appeared half a month prior to the incident involving the Lin family. This individual is the largest beneficiary of the Lin family's misfortune. Aside from myself, he is the second largest shareholder of Senma Group and also the chairman of Gao Jian Company in the provincial capital. He wields significant influence not only in Luo City and Xingqing, but throughout the entire Central Plains province. The statue of this god of wealth was a gift from Chairman Gao Hong to Lin Yuansheng, just half a month before the incident. Furthermore, in recent days, Gao Hong and his company have been acquiring shares of Senma Group. Chu Qing note that it seems this Chairman Gao is surrounded by capable individuals. According to the speculations and calculations from the previous life, signs of the impending terror era typically emerged about half a month to a month prior. It is likely that once the god of wealth encountered issues, he was swiftly identified and brought here. Contemplating this, Chu Qing turned to Ruo Shui. Your current situation must be rather precarious as well, I presume? And Ruo Shui nodded. That day, I encountered Director Gao. He candidly expressed his intention to acquire the shares held by the Lin family of Senmu Group at an exceedingly low price. TSK. Chu Qing chuckled softly. After gaining some extraordinary power, there will always be those who believe they can effortlessly dominate others. Of course, he himself is no exception. This is the primal instinct of the survival of the fittest. Enough. I understand your thoughts. When that Director Gao appears again, you should articulate your stance clearly. Let him and his benefactor come to me. Very well. When he visits next, I shall speak to him. Brother Qing, there is one more matter. At this point, and Ruo Shui's large eyes glimmered with anticipation as they turned towards Chu Qing. Chu Qing was naturally aware of her intentions. In his previous life, and Ruo Shui had the potential to become a ghost master, having witnessed Chu Qing eliminate Lin Hengtian with his blood eye. During this period, she had been exceptionally obedient, arriving punctually with meals, readily providing money, taking charge of the North Mountain Cemetery, and organizing its renovations, all of it stemming from her curiosity and yearning for such power. Chu Qing was never one to fear ambition. Ambition is a commendable trait. Therefore, he pondered for a moment and replied, I am aware of your intentions, and I must forewarn you that wielding such power comes at a price. Naturally, you will not be deterred by this. Come find me at midnight tonight. His eyes sparkled as he conceived a promising idea, and Ruo Shui's eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brilliance as she abruptly stood up. Really? Upon noticing that Chu Qing's expression remained unchanged, she quickly wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him. Qingge, I knew it all along. You still love me. Chu Qing chuckled softly. Love? Such an emotion seemed rather extravagant for someone like him, who had battled in the depths of hell for a decade. Nevertheless, the enchanting and Ruo Shui before him was indeed a commendable specimen. Indeed, if circumstances permitted, Chu Qing was curious to discover whether Ruo Shui could become the first user to experience the emergence of the death apartment. Yet, he pondered whether she could truly distinguish herself in such an endeavor. In his previous life, those who emerged from the death apartment, powerful spirit manipulators, exhibited an array of peculiar techniques and possessed numerous underworld artifacts. He was eager to determine if, under his control, the death apartment would manifest any alterations, with Ruo Shui serving as the optimal test subject. Very well, go and attend to your matters, he said, bidding farewell to the eager and Ruo Shui. Once she departed, Chu Qing redirected his focus back to his laptop, returning to the House of Strange Tales. This time, He refrained from perusing the somewhat trivial or inconsequential posts. Instead, after entering the channel, he adeptly switched through countless IP addresses. Once he established a secure connection, he composed a post in the input box, Guide to Surreal Survival. The era of terror is approaching. Learn the fundamentals of survival in this world rife with the bizarre. Author, Chu Qing Wang Viewing Fee, 100 points, Chapter 27, The Hellish Society. The Souls Trapped in Mirrors. Haha, which fellow is responsible for this post? It appears so genuine. With its talk of longevity and peculiar entities, truly fascinating. Goodness, what this individual claims is authentic. I genuinely encountered a terrifying anomaly in the Lighthouse Nation, a doll, to be precise. To the fellow from the Lighthouse Nation, it seems you have encountered the type of entity referred to by the original poster. Is it your intention to transform this forum into a theme akin to a containment facility? Intriguing, count me in. With just 100 points, one could easily participate in this across various nations for a mere 1 unit of currency, or even by recruiting a few individuals and completing a couple of tasks. Thus, after the emergence of Chu Qing's exquisite lengthy post, numerous individuals were drawn to it. Initially, it was predominantly those who stumbled upon it by chance seeking amusement. However, as the post gained extraordinary popularity, swiftly reaching the front page, a plethora of unique accounts began to surface, with responses that carried profound implications. Dear poster, do you possess any knowledge regarding Chu Qing Wang? Are you also from the Dragon Nation? Your Excellency, Chu Qing Wang, may I have your contact information? I wish to engage in an in-depth discussion with you. Poster, I have sent you a private message. I kindly await your response. Poster, I would like to inquire how humanity may combat these wretched beings. Dear friend, I am the council member known as Count of Purgatory from the Hell Society, and I would like to extend a sincere invitation for you to join our esteemed organization as its representative in the Dragon Country. We have sent you details regarding the benefits of joining through the back end. I kindly ask you to give it thoughtful consideration. Wait, why do those people upstairs seem so genuine? Hell Society? What on earth is that organization? Do they really need a representative in the Dragon Country? Upon reading this, Chu Qing became intrigued and accessed the backend. Sure enough, within a short span of time, he found an overflowing inbox filled with 99 private messages. This indicated that the Strange Tales house had indeed garnered considerable popularity on a global scale. Perhaps it was this very reason that allowed the Strange Tales house to evolve into what is now referred to as the official forum. The first private message he opened was from someone claiming to be a member of the Hell Society. He was aware of this organization. Although he had never heard of the so-called Count of Purgatory, the name of the Hell Society was undeniably significant. It was rumored that the founder of the Strange Tales house had connections to the Hell Society. However, once the Strange Tales house had fully embraced its identity as a hub for strange tales, the identity of its founder became irrelevant. The Hell Society, in its previous existence, was a renowned organization of spirit tamers with power that could rival certain small national entities. It was surprising to discover that these individuals had already reached such a scale even before the onset of the Era of Terror. In his previous life, he had little interaction with these individuals, and the Dragon Kingdom remained an uncharted territory for the Hell Society. As for the so-called terms and conditions proposed by the other party, they were utterly inconsequential. Even now, as these individuals became aware of bizarre phenomena, they predominantly sought to entice him with mundane currency, which held no significance for him. Nevertheless, considering the immense power wielded by the Hell Society in his past existence, an entity with which even the most ordinary of first-rank spirit masters would hesitate to antagonize, Chu Qing felt compelled to respond. The remainder of the discourse largely revolved around inquiries regarding specific details concerning the anomalies, to which Chu Qing provided casual answers after a brief glance. Just as he was about to depart, however, his attention was suddenly captured. Within his thread, which had accumulated several hundred replies, a line of text in Dragon Kingdom characters vividly caught his eye. Dear host, I am currently in Xinjiang, Central Plains Province, and I have encountered a strange occurrence. After exiting the bathroom, it seems as though I am the only person left in the entire city, and I am terrified. Observing the individual's plea, Chu Qing decisively opened their private message. Please describe your current situation to me. Wah, dear host, help me. Do not panic. Please elaborate on what transpired. I truly do not know. I usually enjoy these supernatural themes, and last night, I stumbled upon some sort of boundary ritual. After midnight, I set candles in front of the bathroom mirror and inserted sandalwood incense, as it was said that one could enter another world. Then I attempted it, yet discovered no alternate realm. Instead, I found myself utterly alone in this world. Alas, gazing at the responses in the dialogue box, Chu Qing's eyelids twitched. The notion of a boundary-crossing ritual was nothing but sheer nonsense. However, the mirror, in an era fraught with horror, undoubtedly ranks among the most terrifying artifacts. During the harrowing 2 decades of the previous era, aside from the mysterious realms, there existed certain peculiar and permanent eerie worlds. One such realm was the mirror realm. Within the mirror, entities known as mirror spirits, governed by the principles of light refraction, reside, crafting a world that closely mirrors our own reality. It was evident that the individual before me had unwittingly entered the mirror realm, oblivious to the danger. Yet, despite the perils of the mirror realm, its value is indeed remarkable. Without delving into specifics, that sizable portion could potentially serve as a trap for capturing mirror-like anomalies. Moreover, it appears that certain puzzles related to netherworld artifacts require fragments from the mirror realm. Most importantly, it lies not far from my location. The distance from Luo City to Qing City is a mere 100 kilometers. Such a distance, even amidst the horrors of this era, is not insurmountable. Considering this, Chu Qing hesitated no longer and directly inquired, "Please send me your name and exact address. I shall pay a visit when time permits. However, I recommend that at midnight tonight, you return to the mirror and attempt once more to replicate your previous actions, to see if you can find a way out." All right, esteemed one, my name is Zhang He, and I currently reside in the Yulong community of Xingqing. With this matter duly noted, Chu Qing once again perused the remaining posts on the Strange Tales forum. It must be said that, over the course of this past month, the increase in bizarre occurrences has drawn many individuals from the Dragon Kingdom to scale the metaphorical walls and contribute their accounts to this peculiar repository. Upon inspecting the platform, Chu Qing indeed encountered a plethora of strange events reported within the confines of the Dragon Kingdom. However, the majority held little allure for him, their potential deemed rather mediocre. Yet, this notion is understandable. Entities like the Blood-Eyed Dragon Lord, even in their nascent form, possess an inherent terror that can snatch away life in an instant upon the triggering of their rules, leaving scant opportunity for escape. Those with extraordinary talents and formidable abilities seldom leave survivors, which naturally results in a limited number of contributors to the online discourse. Reflecting on this, Chu Qing cast a glance at the sky, which had once again succumbed to a blanket of gloom, and finally rose to his feet, exhaling a deep breath. Once more, he faced the 2 white porcelain bowls. Calmly, he lifted the knife yet again. This marked the 3rd occasion. Although it was merely a small half-bowl, the consecutive bloodletting over the past 2 days had indeed begun to take its toll. However, it should be nearing completion, one would assume. According to Ding Xie, he had managed to fully summon the blood character of the death apartment after approximately 3 months in this horrific era, utilizing the method of blood remnants. He had captured around 5 or 6 entities. Such a number is not insignificant. Ding Xie is indeed no ordinary individual. The Gravekeeper sought to hunt the bizarre, dancing precariously upon the edge of a knife, grappling with death itself. Only by inciting the anomaly and luring it into his tomb could he subdue it, for he lacked the means possessed by Chu Qing. This was Chu Qing's 3rd attempt. Though fewer in number, he was far better prepared, using his own blood mixed with Yin energy to more effectively attract the otherworldly presence. Drip, drip, the deep crimson liquid flowed anew into the bowl, as the Yin energy, water, and vermilion were gradually blended. This time, Chu Qing set aside his fingers and picked up a nearby brush. Upon the glass door, he slowly inscribed new blood-red characters. Name, Huang Hong, half-ghost, grade, unranked 9th grade location, Luo City objective. Investigate the anomalies surrounding Huang Hong. exterminating or reclaiming them while simultaneously killing or capturing Huang Hong. Commentary. Who says that demons disturb the hearts of men? The malevolence of humanity surpasses that of ghostly evils. Edict of Chu Jiang Wang Chu Qing. Having completed this, Chu Qing rose slowly to his feet. The sky darkened earlier than usual. At 5 o'clock, even in winter, the sun typically lingered. Yet today, for reasons unknown, it had already succumbed to darkness. This night was a hunting ground for both hunter and prey. Chapter 28. The stage under the moonlight. The hunter and the prey. Caw, caw. Beneath the inky sky of night, the harsh cries of crows pierced the silence, their hawk-like forms circling low. Below, atop a towering water tank, a figure crouched and waiting. In the depths of the night, a pair of emerald eyes fixated intently on the children frolicking below. Dried blood lingered at the corners of her mouth, and remnants of flesh clung to her nails, and the formidable 40-centimeter cleaver nestled at her waist. The aroma wafting through the air was intoxicating. How could it be so fragrant? Come play above. Hurry, dear children. Annie has toys for you. A droplet of saliva dripped from her lips as her gaze remained locked on the children playing beneath the water tower, clearly from the nearby school. Just as she could no longer contain herself, a shadow circled above and then swooped down beside her. Caw-caw. She turned sharply to the raven. My darling, are you suggesting that wretched creature has finally emerged from that accursed place? Caw-caw. Excellent, excellent. But, my dear, do you not fancy these little ones? I recall how much you relished that wild ling when you feasted upon it. I understand. You prefer not to consume the living. Rest assured, I shall take the initiative, and then we shall divide the spoils. Shall we? Caw-caw. What, do you still believe that creature deserves to suffer more? Indeed. That creature is utterly despicable. It has finally crawled out of its shell. Kill. Slay that wretch. Let's go. Right now, let's vanquish that boy, devour his eyes, and then return for these little ones. Caw-caw. In the embrace of the night, an indescribable chill enveloped the air. Previously, Chu Qing had traversed this territory by car or taxi, never truly taking the time to explore the cemetery he had come to regard as his own domain. Yet, it was evident that the accompanying facilities were nearly non-existent. Aside from an apparently abandoned crematorium, there were no nearby convenience stores to speak of. The desolation stretched on either side, devoid of any sign of life. The nearest supermarket was nearly a kilometer away, and even the closest dwelling lay over 500 meters distant. The former office of the Beishan branch was a full 2 kilometers away. Here, one might suspect that even a death would go unnoticed for some time. Apart from the streetlights lining the main road, the surroundings were shrouded in darkness. A profound silence enveloping the highway, interrupted only by the cool caress of a gentle breeze. The dim streetlights seemed impotent against the gloom of the night, while only the crescent moon cast its unimpeded radiance from the horizon. Fortunately, Chu Qing was not without means. With this thought, he glanced down at the large red lantern he held. The head within the lantern seemed to sense his gaze, revealing a smile that, to most, would appear terrifying, yet to Chu Qing seemed almost endearing. A smirk graced the corners of his mouth in response. Subsequently, he retrieved his black umbrella, opening it slowly. However, unlike yesterday, when it served to shield him from the shadows beneath the lamp, today it was for the sake of another. Instead of heading towards the urban area, he stepped out of the Beishan cemetery and ventured into the wilderness that lay between the cemetery and the city. A figure emerges from the depths of the night, clad in a dark trench coat, holding aloft a black umbrella, while in the other hand, a blood-red lantern illuminates the surroundings. As it ambles forward, one might sense a leisurely appreciation of the tranquility and solitude bestowed by the moonlight. The silvery glow serves as a spotlight, casting its illumination upon this solitary figure upon the stage of darkness. Yet this is not the sole presence, for in the very next moment, the ethereal light above is obscured by a silhouette with outstretched wings. Beneath those wings, a form, wielding a formidable cleaver, rises defiantly against the vastness of the night, as if descending from the heavens, intent on cleaving through the figure concealed beneath the black umbrella, akin to a serpent-hunting hawk swooping down from the skies. Alas, this winged beast is not the invincible predator it appears to be, nor is the wandering figure in the boundless wilderness a mere blustering serpent. Rather, it is a true malevolence, with a gaping maw, lying in wait for the oncoming strike of the hawk. Prey often remains unaware of who the true hunter is. The razor-sharp cleaver, despite showing signs of wear, continues to gleam brilliantly under the moonlight, reflecting the scene that seems to elude the figure cloaked in darkness. Unbeknownst to the moment, that figure has already lifted its gaze. Under the moonlight, amidst the gleam of the cleaver, two figures in the sky were distinctly visible, revealing the disdainful smile lingering at the corner of the man's lips. In stark contrast to the woman's frenzy, his gaze exuded an unnerving calmness, a tranquility that momentarily bewildered the woman, who had attempted this seemingly infallible maneuver countless times. In the next instant, it was as if a cinematic curtain had been drawn back, abruptly unleashing the concealed crimson light. That beam of light appeared to slow everything down. Then, astonishingly, the cleaver pierced through this veil of red light, leaving even Chu Qing, who was ensnared within it, unscathed by any assault. Darkness enveloped the light. This scarlet radiance could disregard all physical attacks, save for the bizarre. Not only would a knife be rendered ineffective, but even a distant rocket launcher discharged in this direction would bear no consequence. When faced with the supernatural, technological weaponry posed no threat. Rather, it might even serve to bolster the adversary. For instance, at this moment, should he wish, Chu Qing could effortlessly seize the cleaver and deliver a fatal blow to the entity before him. However, such a demise would be too lenient for this being, which transcended the definition of humanity. In this world, death was but a release. Chu Qing's gaze turned frigid as he casually hurled the severed head lantern into the sky. A vast expanse of crimson enveloped the wilderness. Meanwhile, the once ferocious and deranged woman plummeted to the ground with a thud, her vacant eyes fixated on the severed head lantern suspended in the air. Confronted with the formidable capabilities of the latter, this madwoman, who has yet to fully transform into a specter, appears to possess no means of resistance. Chu Qing disregards this entity and instead directs his gaze slowly towards the heavens, where a similarly bewildered black crow resides. His eyes, reminiscent of blood, are as cold as ice. Chapter 29 Ghoul. He is not human. In this terrifying era, an array of bizarre entities manifests in various forms. Previously, there existed humanoid specters akin to the faceless ghost, as well as the peculiar corporeal entity resembling the Yin god of wealth. There are also entities like the Death Apartment, which seem entirely devoid of a physical form, existing solely as a curse of rules, and the House of Strange Tales, which intriguingly exists only as a virtual website. Equally, there are those that emerge in animal forms. The black cat, which Chu Qing has named Xiantong, possesses the potential to evolve into a unique and extraordinary entity, a demon ghost. The creature before him, while also taking on an animalistic appearance and embodying a nascent form of the bizarre, differs fundamentally from Xiantong. Black Crow, grade, unclassified, type, ghoul, lifespan, 20 days, in lifespan, 19 days, rules, unclassified, unable to possess rules. Night vigilance, ability, enhanced vision in darkness, alongside heightened danger perception. Ghoul, state capable of consuming the corpses of living beings, thereby acquiring a portion of Yin lifespan. However, both Yin and Yang lifespans will diminish daily. Promotion requirements. Unknown. Note. What a feeble creature. Humanity. You dare to make such a fuss over such a diminutive entity? I must question your abilities. Chu Qing's my Fai Li, paying no heed to the jibes of the Blood Eye. As he had surmised, the vast quantity of corpses consumed, coupled with the almost pickled aura of death emanating from Huang Hong, left only one conclusion apart from the presence of zombies: the existence of ghouls, also known as scavengers, a particularly unique category among the bizarre entities. The abilities and rules governing ghouls are often quite ordinary, leading them to frequently linger beside more formidable anomalies, scavenging on the remnants left behind. Clearly, Huang Hong had previously relied on the faceless ghost of the Beishan cemetery to nourish this ghoul, which explained the circumstances. However, With the faceless ghost now subdued by Chu Qing, and having spent day and night in the company of the ghoul, Huang Hong could no longer suppress the darkness and madness within, ultimately becoming a half-ghost, akin to a specter. What surprised Chu Qing was that this ghoul had not even reached the level of a product. It had merely taken on a rudimentary form of the anomaly. Nevertheless, given the situation, it was well on its way. Indeed, this creature held both value and significance. The surveying ability of the Black Crow was undeniably crucial. With this realization, Chu Qing's blood-red pupils finally locked onto the Black Crow, which was ensnared by the control of the lantern head. The sound of its terrified cries echoed, piercing the air with an unbearable shriek. It seemed to have witnessed the most terrifying and dreadful entity in existence. It yearned to flap its wings and flee from this place, to escape the man's blood-red gaze, yet it found itself utterly incapable of doing so. With a slight movement, it seemed as though the very blood within its veins had congealed. The ominous energy, born from the consumption of countless corpses, transformed into a prison, ensnaring it firmly. Observing the Black Raven, which had shifted from frantic struggle to a gradual acceptance of its fate, Chu Qing revealed a hint of a smile as he extended his hand. The raven's body gently descended from the air, landing delicately upon his palm, as if fearful that its sharp talons might pierce the skin of this human. Chu Qing retracted his hand and scrutinized the creature before him. Its feathers, as dark as silk, shimmered under the night, while its eyes, glowing with a spectral light, reflected fear and trepidation. Even a beast, devoid of considerable intelligence, harbors a primal fear of death. Chu Qing slowly extended his other hand, stroking the raven's plumage thoughtfully. "Do you wish to understand how to become a true anomaly?" The raven croaked, perhaps unable to fully grasp the significance of Chu Qing's words. Its beastly mind merely sought to appease this formidable and profoundly strange human. That was all. Yet, Chu Qing remained unperturbed, chuckling softly. Anomalies, before attaining their true form, cannot manifest genuine rules of power. Ghouls are relatively inferior beings among anomalies. The requirements for advancement are simple and straightforward. You need only to elevate your shadow lifespan to match your daylight lifespan, and during the usual consumption, you can successfully ascend to a higher tier. The raven gazed at Chu Qing with a hint of bewilderment, unable to comprehend the meaning of the presence before it. It simply trembled in response. Chu Qing fixed his blood-red gaze upon the Black Crow before him. "Little creature, if you follow me from now on, I could elevate you to the rank of a spirit at this very moment. What say you?" A shrill caw pierced the air, and this time, the creature seemed to comprehend the implications of his words, imbued with a hint of supplication. However, Chu Qing remained unconvinced. The peculiar entities he had captured, the Yin God and the faceless ghost, were incapable of movement. The human head lantern was under his strict supervision. The intimidation of his blood-red eyes was insufficient to fully subdue a being of limited intellect. To entirely restrain, conquer, or even command these entities, one must attain a position within the realm of darkness. Fortunately, the arrival of that moment was not far off. At that instant, a piercing and terror-stricken scream echoed. Awe. Chu Qing turned to look. Unbeknownst to him, the human head lantern had already materialized above Huang Hong's head. This woman, whose mind was saturated with the essence of death and shadows, seemed to finally grasp the true essence of fear in that moment. Her neck was ensnared by invisible tendrils of dark energy, firmly tethered beneath the lantern. Inside, the blood-soaked visage of the human head glared at her with a profound and vengeful intensity. Such overwhelming terror dissolved the previous confusion that had shrouded her under the lantern's shadow. Chu Qing, however, remained unfazed, calmly directing his blood-red eyes towards the human head lantern. "Very well, let her down." The lantern swayed gently, seemingly reluctant to relinquish this easily attainable prey. A flicker of cold brilliance flashed in Chu Qing's eyes as his blood-red pupils activated, manifesting an eye-for-an-eye effect that allowed him to seize complete control of the lantern-like head. The howling mountain wind swept past, and with a thud, Huang Hong plummeted from the sky to the ground. The intense agony coursing through her body could not overshadow the terror that gripped her heart. She did not dare to glance at the blood-red gaze beside her. At that moment, a singular thought consumed her: to flee, to escape this place, to distance herself from this being. No, this was not a human. He was unequivocally not human. In that instant, amidst the haze of her already muddled thoughts, Huang Hong finally grasped a fundamental truth. Why could this entity linger in the Beishan cemetery for several days without consequence? She had initially assumed that the terrifying presence within the cemetery had vanished or was deterred by some other reason. Now, she comprehended it all. The being before her was far more dreadful than any horror that resided within that graveyard. Flee, ignoring the excruciating pain in her fractured leg. She frantically turned to the black crow, exclaiming, "Darling, darling." The cawing of the crow echoed from the heavens once more. A profound relief washed over Huang Hong. Regardless of the circumstances or the time, her precious companion always instilled an unparalleled sense of reassurance. It was precisely because of the crow that she maintained the confidence to escape, to break free from the grasp of this demon, this fiend. At last, the crow's voice grew increasingly nearer. Huang Hong extended her hand, yearning to grasp the crow's talon as she had before. Flight. It would forever remain her greatest advantage. Air supremacy has become the most crucial assurance for both offense and defense. Contemplating this, Huang Hong found herself feeling less apprehensive about the entity in the wilderness. What if its abilities were bizarre and terrifying? Once she led her precious companion to consume more corpses, surely there would come a day when justice would be served. With this thought, she instinctively glanced back. The crimson lantern had mysteriously returned to the man's grasp. What met her gaze was the sight of his blood-red, chaotic eyes, once again obscured beneath the open black umbrella. This was indeed the final image her eyes would behold in this lifetime. For in the next instant, a dark, eerily familiar claw emerged before her. This claw, which had once guided her to soar above the city of Luo, did not grasp her hand this time. Instead, it plunged into her eye socket. Blood gushed forth, splattering across the moonlit expanse of wilderness. A chilling howl erupted, reminiscent of a beast's lament, reverberating through the boundless wilderness. In the interplay of black and white, the bloodshot dual eyes manifested from Huang Hong's eye sockets, now resting upon the black crow's claw. It was then gently tossed up and seized by the raven's ebony beak, swallowed whole. Chu Qing extended his hand, and the crow obediently perched upon his palm. Subsequently, it settled upon his arm and shoulder, coldly observing Huang Hong, who was now howling like a mortally wounded beast, while preening its feathers as if attending to an inconsequential task. Chu Qing nodded in satisfaction, tossing a piece of pristine white paper money to the black crow. The latter swallowed it whole, and the malevolent aura surrounding it gradually began to disperse. The black umbrella was once again unfurled, and a blood-red lantern illuminated the path they had traversed. The moonlight bathed the desolate wilderness, leaving only the seemingly utterly deranged Huang Hong, who desperately fled in the opposite direction, wailing as it recounted the fate of the vanquished after the curtain fell on the stage. She appeared to cling to the hope of her survival, unaware that those who tread the line between the realms of the living and the dead lack even the qualification to be deemed prey. In recent days, my younger brother has gone traveling, which has caused a brief hiatus. Upon his return, I shall ensure to maintain updates. Gratitude for Chapter 30, The Black Crow's Arrival. The funeral bell tolls. September 2nd, 8 p.m. at the Inspectorate of Luo City, Criminal Division. Even though the sky was shrouded in darkness, this place remained abuzz with activity. Captain Wang bore a weary expression, not solely due to the incessant cases plaguing Luo City, but also because of the presence of this troublesome young lady by his side, whom he could neither admonish nor scold. Xiao Lu, having just been attacked yesterday, you ought to refrain from investigating further and return to rest. Should there be any developments, I will inform you at once. However, Lu Yin disregarded Captain Wang's well-meaning advice. Captain, what do the director and the higher-ups have to say about this? Upon hearing this, Captain Wang appeared equally perplexed. Such a significant incident had occurred last night. Yet most curiously, this young lady, upon awakening from her hospital stay, bore no visible injuries but spoke of strange matters. Tales of blood-red lanterns adorned with severed heads and the so-called king of Chu Qing, an incoherent jumble that could lead one to suspect she had been possessed. Most importantly, he reported the matter upward, and even the director followed suit. However, there was no reprimand from above regarding this grave case, which had resulted in the deaths of countless individuals. Naturally, such a significant incident warranted an official report. Yet after the report was submitted, there was merely a directive. An expert in this field would arrive from the capital the following day to assist in unraveling the mystery of the lanterns and other cases in Luoqing. Consequently, the primary objective of the department shifted to Huanghong. This morning, 2 corpses were discovered on the outskirts of the city, alongside their vehicle. According to the dashcam footage and some surveillance cameras, it appeared that Huanghong had feigned a roadside stop before murdering the 2 individuals once they were in the car. However, the crux of the issue lay in the fact that no surveillance cameras in the area had captured any trace of her presence, as if she had either descended from the heavens or emerged from the depths below. Lu Yin furrowed her brow, poised to speak, when suddenly a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the office. A figure burst through the door, and before the many inspectors could register their confusion, the newcomer excitedly addressed Captain Wang. "Captain Wang, Huanghong. She has been apprehended." "What? Where's she caught? What happened?" The words of a newcomer seized everyone's attention, including Wang and Lu Yin, the latter rising anxiously to inquire further. A passerby glanced at Captain Wang before speaking. It was near the outskirts of the city where someone made the discovery. The situation concerning Huanghong is exceedingly alarming. Her leg bones are shattered and severely injured. Most disturbingly, her eyes have been gouged out, indicating signs of a struggle. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yin dashed toward the door. "Xiao Lu, where are you off to?" "I'm going to check on Chu Qing. You might be in danger." "Captain Wang, you continue to interrogate Huanghong and inform me promptly of any developments." Captain Wang opened his mouth, watching Lu Yin sprint away, feeling somewhat helpless. A singular thought occupied his mind. Damn it, being handsome has its perks. If that impoverished lad were to become a prince consort. Shaking his head, he cast aside such disjointed musings and promptly stated, "Let us proceed to investigate this mad woman who spares neither her husband nor her children." In the darkness, Chu Qing, lantern in hand, slowly returned to the outskirts of Beishan Cemetery. Unbeknownst to him, Huanghong had been apprehended by the inspector almost immediately after his departure. At this moment, he strolled along the path home, feeling at ease and content. Yet, resting upon his shoulder was an ominous weight, akin to a massive block of ice, growing increasingly chilling. Chu Qing understood that this was the ghoul entering the 9th rank. It was only natural for such an unusual phenomenon to manifest with some signs and changes. Just as he swung open the door to his home, the previously subdued, ominous cawing erupted once more from his shoulder. Quack, quack, quack. The jarring sound, akin to nails scraping against a chalkboard, evoked a peculiar sense of significance within him. In an almost instinctive reaction, Chu Qing swiftly covered his ears, his blood-red eyes fixated intently upon the ebony raven before him. But wait, this was no ordinary raven. After Chu Qing bestowed a piece of ghostly currency upon the creature, its life essence was entirely balanced between the realms of yin and yang, initiating its ascendance. The raven, now transformed by this elevation, bore a markedly different appearance. Its form remained largely unchanged, perhaps even slightly diminished compared to before, merely a tad larger than an average crow. Yet, its once pitch-black eyes had inexplicably shifted to a mesmerizing jade green, shimmering with an eerie luminescence amidst the night. The feathers that should have been uniformly dark now displayed streaks of deep crimson, and most strikingly, its sharp beak appeared as if drenched in blood, radiating a vivid scarlet hue. This ghoul seemed an entirely different entity from the raven it had been prior. What astonished Chu Qing even further were the newfound powers that accompanied its ascension. Raven ghoul, rank, 9th grade, type, ghoul, lifespan, 30 days. In life, 30 days, death knell resonance. Rule its call can mark living beings, significantly expanding the range of bizarre attraction towards marked entities. It can also continuously sense the position and condition of marked beings, with the ability to mark up to 3 simultaneously. Nocturnal vigil, ability enhanced vision in darkness, along with heightened danger perception. Flight speed and stamina are greatly augmented. The ghoul, status capable of devouring the corpses of living beings, thereby acquiring a portion of their life force. However, both life force and spiritual essence will diminish simultaneously each day. Promotion requirements. Unknown. Note, an extremely practical ability. Indeed, human. You have discovered such a promising ghoul under my guidance. Ignoring the self-importance and accolades of the blood-eyed ghost, Chu Qing's blood-red gaze remained fixed on the black crow, which had already transformed into a crow ghoul, radiating satisfaction. Ghouls seldom possess straightforward yet peculiar rules for killing. The majority serve as auxiliary entities with diverse abilities. Undoubtedly, the black crow before him, with its death knell rule and night patrol capability, was quite impressive among ghouls. This uplifted his spirits. Upon returning to the cemetery, he glanced at the time. The clock hands barely indicated 8:30. The smoothness of this endeavor exceeded his expectations. He rehung the lantern adorned with a human head at the entrance and greeted the faceless ghost that stirred at the sound. Chu Qing then led the black crow into the lounge. However, he paid no further attention to the crow. After placing it on the counter, his gaze fixated intensely on the door. Indeed, as the black crow entered, the blood letters above the door seemed to animate once more. Most importantly, with this movement, Chu Qing felt an indescribable aura gradually coalescing above. He sensed it. Today, this very day, the eerie blood letters of the death apartment were on the verge of revealing themselves. The peculiar anticipation he had been yearning for was on the verge of materializing. However, before Chu Qing could focus his attention on the details of this enigmatic occurrence, the abrupt sound of a vehicle's engine came to a halt at the entrance. A slight furrow creased Chu Qing's brow. Hadn't Ruoxue arrived so early? To his surprise, the car door slammed shut. In addition to the jarring clang of the heavy iron gate, he heard Lu Yin's frantic voice calling out, "Chu Qing, are you all right?" Chapter 31. This is no joke. Casting a glance at the bloodied characters on the door, he observed that they were indeed slowly writhing, as if being absorbed once more by the glass door. However, the originally transparent glass door had inexplicably taken on a faintly reddish and murky hue in the darkness. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Qing decided to step outside and open the heavy iron gate that had only recently been closed. Upon seeing Lu Yin's anxious expression, Chu Qing instantly grasped the situation, and the indifference that usually lingered in his gaze softened slightly. The actions from the inspection department were swift. Without the black crow to serve as their eyes and wings for observation and evasion, the blind Huanghua was indeed apprehended within half an hour. "Phew, you're safe," Lu Yin exclaimed, visibly relieved upon recognizing Chu Qing. "What happened?" he asked, feigning ignorance. "Huang Hong has been captured, and the location of the arrest is not far from here. I thought something had happened to you. It terrified me," Lu Yin exclaimed, her voice tinged with urgency. Chu Qing smiled. As long as he's been caught, that's what matters. As she gazed upon the man's face in the enveloping darkness, Lu Yin parted her lips, momentarily at a loss for words. Even she could not fathom the reason that, in this pitch-black hour, she had impulsively ventured into such an eerie place. Conversely, the man appeared remarkably composed amidst the unsettling atmosphere. Summoning her courage, she inquired, "Will you not allow me to step inside for a moment?" Chu Qing noted that, and observing the ominous aura of the so-called death apartment, its blood-red inscriptions seemed to require further time to fully manifest. He led Lu Yin into his modest abode. Upon entering, Lu Yin's gaze was immediately drawn to the peculiar large bird strutting atop the counter. Its dark crimson and ebony feathers, reminiscent of a wolf's gaze, complemented its blood-red beak and sharp talons. In that instant, she gasped, and just as Chu Qing furrowed his brow, her voice broke the silence. "Wow, what a cool parrot." "A parrot? Chu Qing Chuka, Bemut. Do you enjoy keeping such animals?" Listening to her, Chu Qing nodded. "I suppose so, but I generally only keep those that serve a purpose." Lu Yin blinked in surprise, her gaze shifting to Chu Qing, now laden with curiosity. "You don't mean to imply that you rely on this creature to charm women, do you?" Unable to suppress a laugh, Chu Qing replied, "What you say is amusing. What girl will be fond of such a pet?" With a playful scoff, Lu Yin retorted, "Who says there aren't any? I quite like it. How intriguing." Chu Qing smiled silently, seemingly oblivious to the underlying implications of the conversation. He glanced at the time and remarked, "It's late. You should return and rest. Tonight in Luo City, I fear, may not be particularly tranquil." Lu Yin paused, as if contemplating something dreadful, the joy on her face dissipating. After a moment's hesitation, she asked with lingering trepidation, "Chu Qing, do you truly believe in ghosts?" Chu Qing's expression remained serene as he nodded. "I do." "Did you not pose this question to me during the day?" "No, that's not it. I wasn't jesting. I mean it sincerely." Lu Yin attempted to clarify. However, Chu Qing interjected, "Whether now or then, I have never been joking." Gazing at Chu Qing's face, which bore a smile, yet exuded certainty, Lu Yin opened her mouth, at a loss for words. After a moment's thought, Chu Qing turned his attention back to the young lady. "All right, it is quite late. Return and rest. Should you require assistance, feel free to seek me out for tonight's sake." Lu Yin nodded, her mind brimming with unspoken thoughts. Yet, as words lingered on the tip of her tongue, she found herself rendered speechless by Chu Qing's visage illuminated under the flickering tungsten bulb. Consequently, she re-entered her vehicle and ignited the engine. In the rear-view mirror, she beheld Chu Qing standing before the entrance of Beishan Cemetery. That peculiar parrot steadfastly perched upon his shoulder, watching her depart. Unbeknownst to her, within the depths of such a gaze, Lu Yin experienced an unprecedented sense of security. She exhaled softly, pressed the accelerator, and set the vehicle on the path of return, while her mind began to reminisce about Chu Qing's recent words. A playful smile graced Lu Yin's lips, and her mood elevated, leading her to pick up her phone and play a song. "I come rushing towards you. You are the stars and the sea." Alas, such delightful spirits lingered for only a few fleeting minutes before being abruptly interrupted by the shrill ring of a phone call. With a slight furrow in her brow, Lu Yin glanced at the screen, noticing it was a call from Captain Wang, prompting her to answer. "Hello, Captain Wang. What is the update?" Huang Hong has revealed that this deranged woman has personally taken the lives of 6 individuals, including her husband and child whom she accidentally killed at the outset. Truly a fiend. The gravity of this revelation caused Lu Yin to gasp in shock. The notion of 6 lives lost is staggering. In this era, such a grave case could send shockwaves throughout the nation. However, we cannot entirely ascertain the need for evidence. This woman appears to be unhinged and gravely injured. After a preliminary interrogation, she was sent to the hospital. Captain Wang's voice resonated once more. Lu Yin, evidently invested in the case, inquired, "Captain Wang, how was she apprehended?" "Don't even mention it." When I asked, this woman seemed utterly mad. Her words were incoherent, claiming she was judged and punished by spirits, repeatedly muttering about how she was not human. In the voice of Captain Wang, there was an unmistakable sense of helplessness and silence. Clearly, interrogating such a rambling lunatic, one who had committed such a heinous crime, was no small torment for him. Previously, she had claimed that the North Mountain Cemetery was haunted, and she had lured numerous homeless vagrants and idle individuals to that ghostly domain, using their corpses to nourish her so-called treasure. This madwoman even asserted that she had managed to evade the watchful eyes of the inspectorate and the surveillance of the Heavenly Network because of her treasure. Treasure? Lu Yin was momentarily taken aback. What could a deranged woman, who had savagely murdered and devoured her own husband and son, possibly refer to as a treasure? Even a tiger would not consume its cubs. What could this lunatic possibly cherish? At this point, Captain Wang seemed to have finally found a target for his scorn. Indeed, one could only marvel at the depths of her madness. The treasure she spoke of was a large raven, a bird as dark as night. She claimed that this raven could carry her through the skies of Luocheng. Was this not sheer nonsense? Most importantly, the flesh harvested from the corpses of those she had slain had mostly been consumed by that raven. As a seasoned detective with many years of experience, this was the first time he had encountered such madness. A raven, even if it could eat, how much could it possibly consume? According to this lunatic's account, Considering the victims from the North Mountain Cemetery and those she had killed, there were probably over 10 individuals within merely half a month. A living person weighs an average of 75 kilograms. Could it truly be that all had been devoured by a single raven? Such utter nonsense. Inside the dimly lit car, Captain Wang's curses echoed through the speakers. Yet, Lu Yin seemed unable to comprehend a single word. Despite her efforts to suppress her wandering thoughts, visions of that pitch-black parrot, interspersed with dark red, resurfaced before her eyes. Additionally, the voice of Chu Qing seemed to reverberate in her ears once more. "I am not joking with you." In that moment, Lu Yin appeared to finally grasp the truth. Chu Qing was indeed not jesting with her. Chapter 32, The Apartment Revealed, Contracts with Hell and Guidance of Death. On September 2nd, at 9:30 p.m., only 2.5 hours remained until the onset of the terrifying era. Lu Yin's thoughts were of little concern to Chu Qing. At this moment, his entire focus was directed at the entrance of his home. Under the dim glow of the light bulb, the once transparent glass appeared to have transformed into a deep crimson hue. As time passed, this dark red grew increasingly vivid and striking. It brewed within. It was born here. Moreover, as Chu Qing's gaze lingered, it seemed as if threads of blood began to manifest in the air, resembling slender crimson serpents, writhing and undulating through the atmosphere. Bian Cheng Wang Ding Xie, promoted to the position of guardian of the tomb, regarded it as the finest choice for a grave spirit. The Death Apartment, a bizarre legend from the previous life on Blue Star. At this moment, just before the onset of the eerie era, it was finally poised to be within his grasp. Countless shades of crimson swirled restlessly. The tungsten bulb overhead seemed incapable of suppressing the scarlet hue emanating from the door at that moment. Time passed slowly, and a thread of tension involuntarily manifested on Chu Qing's pale countenance. Even his blood-red pupils betrayed a flicker of unease. A sound akin to flowing water resonated in the air. At last, the ordinary door began to shift. Blood, once concealed behind the transparent glass, surged forth in torrents, cascading down like a waterfall. The vivid crimson seemed to resonate with an inexplicable connection to Chu Qing. The most significant distinction between Chu Qing and the former Ding Xiaolei in the characters he inscribed each time he prepared to strike. They were composed of his own blood mingled with malevolent energy. This bizarre genesis adhered to no rules. Such a nonsensical manner of creation may appear dubious, yet Chu Qing, who had endured years of torment in a world fraught with the uncanny, understood not to impose conventional reasoning upon the extraordinary. The blood characters of the Death Apartment were peculiar in this regard. In other words, these inscriptions were, in essence, the very blood of Chu Qing. With his own blood, he conjured, or rather summoned, this bizarre entity, and now the anomaly had taken form. As the blood cascaded like a waterfall, it remarkably detached from the glass door, floating gracefully in the air before descending into Chu Qing's outstretched hand. Clearly, the blood he had previously shed held significant value. Compared to when Ding Xie had summoned this entity, it undoubtedly shared a deeper affinity with Chu Qing. Chu Qing eagerly gazed at the pool of blood in his hand. His curiosity piqued. What, he wondered, was the essence of the legendary Death Apartment, whose very form could be devoured even by a first-tier king-level spirit master? Blood character ghost. Grade 9. Category Earthbound spirit. Lifespan 20 days. Hell contract. Rules: all beings that encounter the Death Guidance blood character must fulfill the Death Guidance task within the stipulated time, or face annihilation by the Death Rule. Death Guidance. Ability: the blood character ghost can perceive the strange twists of fate and issue death tasks. Upon fulfilling the corresponding Death Guidance task, the blood character ghost can receive death feedback and gain lifespan. Earthbound spirit. State requires a place to anchor. Otherwise, daily lifespan consumption increases tenfold. Promotion requirements. Unknown. Note: how could such a thing exist? Humanity, what have you conjured? As Chu Qing looked at the blood before him, a smile crept onto his lips. Indeed, this was the very essence of the legendary Death Apartment. It possessed the formidable ability to guide fate and establish rules. Even at the lowest grade of 9, it could acquire lifespan alongside its rules and abilities. While it lacked the proactive capabilities and overt combat power, against other anomalies that Blood Eyes possessed. The abilities of the Blood character Ghost were evidently more applicable in other realms. Just as Ding Xie had surmised, this death apartment was indeed the most suitable for a grave ghost. Without further ado, let's focus solely on this death directive. For a gravekeeper, an occupation shrouded in shadows, the peculiarities within the tomb are never excessive. After all, for the gravekeeper, such anomalies often serve as consumables. However, with the emergence of this blood-written death directive, it appears that the capture and acquisition of the uncanny will no longer be in short supply. Contemplating this, Chu Qing feels an overwhelming desire to etch a gravestone and be interred, transforming into a gravekeeper, wielding this blood script to become a tomb specter. Fortunately, at this moment, he will not be left waiting for long. He casts a final glance at the time, 10:40. Only 80 minutes remain until midnight. The era of the uncanny is upon us, and the book of life and death has surfaced. Although the appearance of this tome does not signify that the supernatural will be entirely unveiled to the world, nor does it imply that anyone is entitled to transition into a shadowy vocation as a specter master, it stands as a symbol, a representation. Yet, as he feels the chilling nature of the blood script in his grasp, Chu Qing's brow furrows slightly. Indeed, it is almost 11 o'clock, and the arrival of the uncanny era is imminent. But what of the previously arranged meeting with Enruashue? If his memory serves him correctly, she mentioned coming over in the evening. Although they agreed upon midnight, her character suggests she would likely arrive early. His brow furrows further. Just then, the freshly formed blood script seems to sense the chill in the air. Crimson as a flowing stream, it slipped from his grasp and subsequently re-entered the now restored glass door. The blood-red characters began to writhe incessantly, and before Chu Qing's astonished gaze, they gradually coalesced into rows of text upon the glass door. Chu Qing could not have anticipated that this blood character, freshly formed, would directly manifest a rule of power. Even more astonishingly, he found himself to be the first to validate this rule. However, the blood characters conjured by this entity left him utterly unprepared. Location: proceed immediately to the last bus stop of Route 404, 500 meters beyond North Mountain Cemetery. Time limit: within 1 hour. Task objective: rescue Enruashue, trapped within the ghostly taxi, and either eliminate or subdue the ghostly vehicle. Task reward: unknown. Task failure penalty: death crossed out. The blood character will depart and seek a suitable host anew. Gazing upon these blood characters at that moment, Chu Qing realized that it was not Enruashue who was late. Rather, it was time for her to leave. Chapter 33. The Ghostly Taxi. The Crisis of Enruashue. Enruashue had never felt so unfortunate. Her hands and feet trembled slightly. Inside this taxi, amidst the September chill, it felt as though the air conditioning was set to the lowest possible setting, chilling her to the very bones. Damned! 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 Enruashue cursed repeatedly in her heart. Why? Why did Lin Hengtian's wretched vehicle suddenly break down today? Why must she take a taxi instead of returning home to retrieve her previous BMW? Countless questions swirled in her mind, yet it was evident that at this moment, words were futile. Miss, we have arrived. A day spent in the shadows of life and death. Thank you. Indeed, at this very moment, the taxi driver before her sought nothing less than ghost money. But the question remained, where could she possibly procure such currency? More importantly, would a typical driver even request ghost money? Not to mention, after casting a glance at the driver's pallid visage and his soulless white eyes, she knew she had once more encountered Spectre. Regrettably, this ghost was not like Chu Qing, who sought to kill, but rather one that came to claim her very life. Is this what retribution looks like? She had stood by, even exacerbating the Lin family's downfall. And now, just a few days later, the Spectre had come knocking at her door. Desperately, she attempted to call Chu Qing, but within the confines of this taxi, it felt as if all signals and electronic devices had been severed. She was utterly unable to seek help from Chu Qing. Fortunately, Enruashue was evidently not an ordinary individual. Chu Qing had informed her that bizarre murders adhered to certain rules, while she was unaware of the ghost taxi's rules. One thing was certain: failing to provide payment was undoubtedly a grave infraction, likely leading to death. Taking a deep breath, she boldly stated, "Driver, we have not yet reached our destination. How can I give you money if we have not arrived?" The chilling, rigid, and sluggish voice only intensified and Ruoshue's trembling. Yet at that moment, she understood that panic must be avoided. She could not allow chaos to ensue. If disorder took hold, all would be irrevocably lost. "I am referring to the Beishan cemetery. You have merely delivered me to this bus stop. You're not a bus, but a taxi. And since you have not taken me to my destination, how can I possibly pay you?" The mention of taxi and bus evidently struck a chord, as the driver fell into a profound silence, and Ruoshue held her breath, recalling Chu Qing's words. Although the current anomaly lacked intelligence, it was precisely this deficiency that required the complete adherence to its lethal rules to ensure survival. Certain peculiar rules could be manipulated to some extent. In this moment, and Ruoshue was almost certain that failing to pay the fare would inevitably trigger the deadly protocol. Death was assured. Thus, despite feeling that hope was but a flicker, she resolved to buy time with every ounce of her strength. "No," she thought, "that is not a safe point. I cannot go there. I can only disembark here." After a brief contemplation, the voice as cold as a corpse uttered words that sank in Ruoshue's heart. "Why should I pay you? You have not delivered me to my destination, so why should I owe you anything?" With a steely resolve, and Ruoshue spoke. Never in her life had she imagined bargaining over taxi fare with an anomaly. Yet at this juncture, she had no other choice. "For half a day. In Shou Ming Chao. Thank you." What Ruoshue did not expect was that this ghostly taxi indeed offered her a discount. But what use is that? How could she possibly possess any In Shou Ming Chao? Who knows where one might procure such a thing? What difference does a day make compared to half a day? If she cannot provide it, wasn't it all the same? Death? However, and Ruoshue was unaware that, in fact, there is no unit of measurement for In Shou. Hence, the taxi's fare and this so-called discount were utterly meaningless. "No, if the destination is not reached, what grounds do I have to pay you? It must be free." And Ruoshue threw a tantrum, despite having rarely done so in her life. More critically, her outburst lacked any real conviction. "Free! Free!" The taxi driver repeated these words, as if finally grasping the situation. He abruptly turned his head towards her. This nearly caused Ruoshue, already on edge, to leap from her seat. His eyes, devoid of any iris, fixed intently upon her. The pallid face, stripped of all color, morphed into something grotesquely terrifying, as a voice, seemingly forced through clenched teeth, declared, "No money. Then death." This proclamation plunged Ruoshue into an abyss of dread. The temperature within the taxi seemed to plummet another 10 degrees, causing her teeth to chatter uncontrollably. With a quivering resolve, she could only stammer, "I will pay." The temperature in the air seemed to rise slightly due to this circumstance. However, the pretentious Ruoshue picked up her beloved Hermes' calfskin bag and ostentatiously rummaged through it for a considerable time. As the frigid atmosphere within the carriage began to resurface, she suppressed the panic in her eyes and produced 3 thick bundles of crimson long currency. This amounted to an impressive 30,000 yuan, enough not just for this taxi ride, but even to purchase a modest second-hand cab. Regrettably, to the figure before her, these bills were akin to mere scrap paper. This was evident from the chilling temperature that had once again plunged to that of midwinter. "I want money. This is not money. It's ghost money. No, it leads to death." Finally, Ruoshue was on the verge of experiencing the taste of death. Even with her extraordinary mental fortitude, as the inevitable demise approached, her large eyes brimmed with tears. She did not wish to die. She truly did not want to perish. Especially at this pivotal moment of the night, she yearned to become a true superior, a master of others' fates. Yet that icy grip was inexorably closing in, enveloping her as if she were encased in layers of ice, rendering her unable to sense her own existence. Even escaping, even struggling became impossible. Was this the nature of that eerie power? Her thoughts and consciousness felt as though they were on the brink of freezing. However, just as death was about to descend, a dull thud resounded from outside the car window. Like a divine melody, it rekindled her fading awareness. As the window of the vehicle slid down, on the precipice of life and death, and Ruoshue heard an exceedingly familiar voice. "Master, shall we go?" Struggling to look, she turned towards the driver's side, where the window had been opened, and in the darkness of the night, she beheld a pair of blood-red eyes that she recognized. Chapter 34. The Mother and Child Ghost. Chu Qing's consumption. This was an utterly ordinary taxi, distinguishable only by its classic blue and white design emblematic of Nuwa City, complete with a green license plate indicating it was an electric vehicle. However, the sole peculiar aspect was the license plate itself, EN 40004. It was evident that such a plate was anything but legitimate. Yet, in the dim light of the night, there were likely few who would take the trouble to scrutinize the taxi's registration number. Chu Qing calmly lowered his head, observing the open window and the middle-aged man within. A ghost taxi. He was unaware of the strangeness of this encounter. After enduring years of fierce battles in his previous life, he could only recall the infamous entities that would later become renowned, each at least of third-tier terror. The mundane sights by the roadside were clearly beyond his realm of concern. However, as the saying goes, even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. The blood-red eyes, upon his utterance, began to scrutinize everything about the individual before him. Ghost taxi, rank, 9th tier, type, sub-ghost, lifespan, 3 days, debt repayment rule. Should a customer fail to pay with their lifespan after the task is completed, they shall meet their demise. Mission accomplished, ability capable of accepting any passengers at the bus stops within the city, swiftly proceeding to all designated locations. Child ghost, status a subordinate of the ghost matron, upon exhausting its lifespan, does not perish but instead begins to consume the longevity of the ghost matron. However, upon the demise of the ghost matron, the child ghost will likewise meet its end. Promotion requirements, unknown. Note, it is evident that humans are trivial, yet there seems to be an intriguing entity lurking behind this. Chu Qing's eyelids flickered slightly. The child ghost of the ghost matron? Clearly, his previous assumptions and disdain had been rebuked. Even in a previous life, many years after the outbreak of the bizarre era, the child ghost of the ghost matron remained an exceptionally troublesome and rare existence. Most importantly, locating the ghost matron proved exceedingly challenging, once provoked. It often resulted in a relentless pursuit. If possible, Chu Qing had no desire to disturb such an unknown entity in the early stages. However, he could not neglect the first task assigned by the bloodletter ghost. Failing to complete this task would mean that the embryonic form of the death apartment he had summoned would flee, much like Ding Xie, seeking other refuge after failing its initial blood task. Such an outcome was utterly unacceptable. As a child ghost under the ghost matron, Chu Qing understood that unless he could subdue the ghost matron, he would have no means of controlling it. Thus, there was but one conclusion. Let us proceed. Get in the vehicle, step inside. The ghostly taxi's corporeal form, embodied by a middle-aged man, emitted a series of halting sounds. This does not imply that the other party possesses wisdom. In truth, a certain type of eerie and murderous rule necessitates interaction with others, often masquerading as an ordinary individual when their extraordinary abilities remain concealed. This is one of the most terrifying forms of the uncanny. The figure before us, were it not for the crimson gaze, would likely have evaded Chu Qing's immediate scrutiny. However, once his true nature is discerned, this entity poses no threat or significance to Chu Qing. The middle-aged man's ghostly facade regarded Chu Qing, contemplating luring this prey into his vehicle before silently disposing of the previous one. Yet at that very moment, his previously lifeless eyes, akin to those of a dead fish, became fixated upon Chu Qing's gaze. Those crimson orbs were so enchanting, so unsettling, that his nearly absent thoughts froze, staring blankly at those eyes. This was precisely the outcome Chu Qing desired, a sinister smile playing at the corners of his eyes. And Ruoshue in the back seat was oblivious to the passage of time. If possible, she would have wished to fling open the door and flee at once. Yet, she understood that this was not a moment for rash actions. Trembling, she could only watch the driver's seat, forcing herself to avoid the haunting crimson gaze. Having previously witnessed the horrors that lay within those blood-red eyes, she knew that was not a realm to which mortals could venture. Indeed, it was as such. A peculiar sound emanated from the front seat. The sound resembles the irregular fracturing of bones, akin to a rooster, its neck grasped firmly, struggling and shrieking, emitting the final tremors of life, yet helplessly succumbing to death. The once anthropomorphized, lifeless gaze of the ghostly taxi gradually turned pale, devoid of emotion, even lacking fear or surprise. Nevertheless, its body slowly extended from the open window, or perhaps it was being inexorably drawn out by a blood-red glare. Chu Qing's eyes had never appeared so crimson. The darkness of his eye sockets seemed entirely saturated with this sanguine hue. In that moment, the ominous aura emanating from his blood-red gaze was more potent than ever, even fiercer than that of a lantern adorned with human heads. A sizzling sound echoed, as if something were ablaze. The drag specter finally allowed Chu Qing to experience a unique sensation. Apart from Lin Hengtian, this was the first instance of the blood-red eyes feeding. Yet, even Lin Hengtian's demise could not afford Chu Qing the satisfaction of a true meal. Previously, whether it was the faceless ghost, the crow ghost, or the human-headed lanterns, their states were akin to being caught in the eye for an eye rule, poised within his grasp but never swallowed. However, this ghostly taxi harbored no reservations. Devoured in one swift gulp, from beneath, the ominous energy began to dissipate. In that moment, those blood-red eyes transformed into swirling crimson vortices. The dissipating malevolent energy was entirely engulfed by the crimson vortex. Everything was drawn into those blood-red eyes, until the ghostly taxi that once stood before him was utterly obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. Chu Qing closed his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, crimson tears began to flow from the corners of his eyes, as if a bizarre crimson eyeshadow had manifested there. The chilling and the warmth seemed to converge within his gaze, imparting an indescribable sense of comfort and delight. Still within the confines of that taxi, and Ruoxue instinctively covered her mouth. Her reaction was neither fear, nor disgust, nor revulsion. The glimmer in her eyes after being rescued attested to her excitement, her yearning, her admiration. Chapter 35. The Netherworld Instrument. Taxi number 40004. Chu Qing. Grade. None. Netherworld life. 6 months and 21 days. Lifespan. 3 months. Symbiosis. Status drastically reduced lifespan. Capable of fully commanding the Blood-Eye Ghost. Note: though merely a subordinate ghost, it possesses a delightful essence, marking our first encounter with edible sustenance. However, the entity behind this one will likely not let us off easily, but fear not, for this lord shall prevail. This ghost taxi had granted him nearly 3 months of netherworld life. Such an enhancement was quite remarkable. Yet, if given a choice, he would prefer not to gather netherworld life in this manner. Such a sinister longevity would inevitably exert a certain influence on one's thoughts and self-awareness. Consuming it occasionally may suffice, yet should one indulge in its devouring grasp daily, it would not be long before even Chu Qing's formidable willpower succumbed to a state akin to that of the ghastly Huang Hong, neither human nor ghost. Moreover, while this longevity is indeed significant, he possesses myriad methods to acquire it, rendering the exchange of his lucid consciousness and promising future unnecessary. Chu Qing opened his eyes. Those crimson orbs, reminiscent of blood, remained undiminished. He disregarded Ruoxue's presence in the taxi, eschewing any trivial inquiries about her appearance in such a place, and instead fixed his ardent gaze upon the vehicle. From a moment he had dragged that spectral taxi from the depths, Chu Qing sensed that this was no ordinary cab. His blood-red eyes once again focused intently on the peculiar contraption. Indeed, it revealed itself to be taxi number 40004 grade, 9th category, nether tool, death surge ability while driving. It can disregard and traverse through all pedestrians, vehicles, and certain obstacles on the road, effectively doubling its speed. Expensive driving, curse for every 100 kilometers driven. 1 day of longevity is consumed. Note: though this wretched contraption falls short as my steed, it is still passable. Humanity, shall we race a lap? Evidently, this object bore resemblance to the ebony coin previously encountered by Chu Qing. However, while the coin was classified as a 9th grade nether tool, It also served as a fragment of a superior nether tool. However, the taxi numbered 40004 appeared to be remarkably more pristine. Thus, in comparison to the black coin, this infernal vehicle possessed a rather insignificant curse effect. A journey of 100 kilometers would consume an entire day of one's life, which could hardly be deemed frugal. Nevertheless, ordinary vehicles still require refueling, whereas with this peculiar contraption, free from concerns about speed limits and pedestrians, such an expenditure seems justifiable. The value of this infernal instrument is exceedingly high. Indeed, during the nascent stages of the bizarre phenomenon, remarkable treasures were readily observable. In later times, once the worth of such items became known, acquiring them would prove far more challenging. With this thought in mind, Chu Qing refrained from summoning an Ruoxue from the vehicle, instead opting to open the door and take his place in the driver's seat. Chu Qing, fasten your seatbelt, he instructed. The necessity of wearing a seatbelt while seated in the back soon dawned on an Ruoxue. With a swift motion, Chu Qing pressed down on the accelerator, and instead of the roar of an engine, there was only the piercing rush of wind as speed escalated to an extreme. In that moment, Chu Qing finally grasped the essence of what true, death-defying speed entailed. He glanced at the time, 11:20. There was still ample time, allowing him to fully explore the capabilities of this infernal vehicle. After all, this taxi numbered 40,004 marked his inaugural use of such a supernatural instrument in this lifetime. As for the black copper coin, that trinket was unworthy of use, relegating it to mere assistance for the god of wealth in his endeavors. And Ruoxue's breath became increasingly tense and rapid. It was simply too fast. In a mere 5 seconds, this was no longer a matter of 0 to 100 acceleration, but rather a startling 0 to 300. Indeed, within a mere 5 seconds, this taxi, which appeared no different from a dilapidated cab, astonishingly surged to a staggering speed of 300 kilometers per hour. Insanity. Chu Qing had lost his mind, and Ruoxue was utterly convinced of this fact. This velocity was already terrifying in the outskirts of Luo City, yet within half a minute, it had plunged into the heart of the city. Although it was past 11 at night, there were still pedestrians and other vehicles on the road. Was he courting death? Clearly, and Ruoxue's concerns were justified. For in the next moment, a large truck, idling before a traffic light, came into view. But the question loomed, could they halt at such a speed? A cacophony of screams enveloped in Ruoxue as she felt the impending approach of death. Yet, at that moment, Chu Qing showed no intent to apply the brakes. Rather, he accelerated further. What does a speed of 400 kilometers per hour signify? Even high-speed trains typically operate between 250 to 350 kilometers per hour. The takeoff speed of an aircraft usually exceeds 300 kilometers as well. Yet, this rickety taxi had achieved this horrifying velocity. In less than a second, the rear of the truck had already collided with Chu Qing's vehicle. However, after Ruoxue closed her eyes, she felt neither the terrifying roar nor the pain. She opened her eyes in bewilderment as the car continued to speed along the highway. Even as the pace slightly diminished, it remained astonishingly swift. The vehicles on the road, and even some obstacles, were utterly powerless to hinder this car's relentless advance, which barreled straight through. Remarkably, she emerged unscathed. What was happening? This was truly extraordinary. She was at a loss to comprehend the situation. All she knew was that she had once again survived. Accompanying this was an exhilarating thrill, a rush born from the precariousness of life and death. These sensations were all instigated by the man in front of her. Unfortunately, Chu Qing paid her no mind. For him, this scene was merely a trifling experience, a mere trifle compared to his previous life. After executing a seamless 360-degree drift in the middle of the road, the speed soared to 400, transforming what would typically be a half-hour journey from the outskirts of Luoyang's city center into a mere 3 minutes. When the taxi finally came to a halt before the entrance of Beishan Cemetery, and Ruoxue's legs felt weak, she had finally disembarked from the vehicle that had brought her so perilously close to death. Driving further into the cemetery, Chu Qing guided Ruoxue back to his security room. There remained some time before midnight. Ignoring Ruoxue, who was still coming to terms with the experience, Chu Qing's gaze turned toward the bloodied words on the glass door. Indeed, as he stepped across the threshold, the ominous crimson inscription, seemingly a harbinger of fate, began to seep forth. Mission accomplished, and Ruoxue successfully rescued, the vengeful spirit vanquished. From the guidance of death, the bloodletter's spirit garnered 5 days of vitality. Executor's mission reward. The spectral vehicle number 40004. Observing the sanguine script, Chu Qing felt a flicker of unease. The taxi, which he had distinctly seen and brought back, had now morphed into a reward for another. However, Chu Qing chose not to dwell on such trifles. The completion of the bloodletter task ensured that the sanguine inscription remained placidly above that grand entrance. Thus, everything was in readiness. Now, all that remained was to await the impending bizarre resurrection, which would arrive in a little over half an hour. Chapter 36. Welcome to the Era of Terror. As night enveloped the surroundings, the majority of the populace in Longhua and across the eastern expanse of Blue Star had succumbed to slumber. The dim and shadowy realm felt distinctly altered, yet the source of this difference eluded recognition. Before them lay a remarkable bridge, one of considerable significance and value within the entirety of Luoqing. Spanning the banks of a yellow river, it extended nearly 4 kilometers in length. Even in the dead of night, the thoroughfare was frequented by a steady stream of vehicles. Lu Heping was evidently among them, though in contrast to others, a weary driver who had toiled throughout the day appeared rather fatigued. Before him stood the grand bridge, illuminated by the streetlights in the darkness, resembling a staircase leading to the netherworld, compelling him to halt his vehicle. He parked by the roadside just before ascending the bridge, intending to rest for a while and perhaps doze off in the car, setting out again at dawn. With this thought, he reclined his seat and played a soothing melody. Casting a final glance at the time, 23:59. Indeed, it was the hour for rest and slumber. A smile crossed Lu Heping's face, but before he could lean back and close his eyes, the numbers representing time reset to 0. September 3rd, 0:00. At that moment, time returned to its origin while simultaneously approaching its conclusion. Suddenly, Lu Heping was inexplicably enveloped by a chilling sensation. This coldness dissipated much of his drowsiness, and he instinctively reached for his phone to check the navigation, curious about how far he still had to travel. However, his eyes widened in surprise as he noticed that the screen, which should have displayed the navigation interface, had inexplicably turned pitch black. The next moment, just as Lu Heping suspected the device had run out of battery, a crimson hue began to seep from the darkness of the screen. Gradually, this blood-red color coalesced into a line of text. Welcome to the Era of Terror. This is a death game where humanity dances with the uncanny, a bizarre paradise of a new epoch. Oh, unfortunate humanity, you are destined to struggle for survival in the endless night. And you, Lu Heping, regrettably, are but an ordinary human. You are oblivious to the concept of life, the essence of the bizarre, and even more so to the means of resisting or mastering them. Regrettably, unless an unforeseen event occurs, you shall soon meet your demise. How dare you? You shall be the one to perish. In this modern age, is there truly such a thing as a mobile virus? Lu Heping, amidst his confusion, felt a flicker of anger. He resolutely chose to power off his device. However, to his astonishment, even with the phone turned off, the text on the screen showed no signs of disappearing. Instead, new words emerged. Foolish humans, since you refuse to accept reality, you shall languish in eternal death. Do not rush. It awaits you just ahead. Damn it! Lu Heping cast the phone aside, glancing at the darkness outside, the desolate road, and the distant yellow river bridge in Luocheng. The previous weariness and drowsiness had vanished without a trace. He decided to reignite the engine, eager to return home. Yet, on the upside-down screen of the phone that had been tossed into the passenger seat, blood-red text reappeared. Humans, death is an inevitability, and the myriad causes of death stem from the folly of your kind. Go forth, embrace its embrace. The vehicle resumed its journey, crossing the yellow river bridge, appearing from above like a small boat adrift in a vast ocean, vulnerable to the slightest tempest that might consume it whole. The night was shrouded in darkness. On the surface of the Yellow River Bridge in Los Angeles, a veil of mist descended, though it was unclear when it had arrived. Inside a modest apartment within the city, there were no typical dolls that one might expect from a girl, nor any of the pink decorations favored by young women. The room was exceedingly clean and unadorned. Yet, lying on the bed was Lu Lien, who, for reasons unknown, could not find solace in sleep, tossing and turning restlessly. The events of the past few days had overwhelmed her. She had witnessed far too much. The impact on her was profound. Even after lying in bed for what felt like an eternity, slumber eluded her. Her mind was inundated with vivid images. The life and death struggle of the head lantern. The countless corpses in the Huang family home. The woman who seemed to have lost her sanity, the black and red parrot, and most frequently, the man with the ever-present Chu Qing. He seemed to possess an inexhaustible allure that beckoned Lu Lien to delve deeper into his essence. This involuntarily led her to recollect their initial encounter. Thus, Lu Lien contemplated for a moment before sending a voice message to a friend in her WeChat contacts. Soon, a somewhat weary voice answered on the other end of the line. "Hello, little sister. Are you all right?" This inquiry left Lu Lien perplexed. "I'm fine, brother. Are you still awake?" Lu Ci, on the other end, managed a faint smile. He and his family held Lu Lien, the younger sister, in great affection. "If you're not sleeping, how can I? What's the matter? Missing your big brother? It's nothing serious. I just wanted to ask if you know someone." "Who?" "Chu Qing. He is probably around my age." Lu Lien spoke. The voice on the other end hesitated slightly, seemingly in contemplation. "Chu Qing. Indeed, there's a Chu family here in Kyoto, but I have never heard of such a person." Lu Lien furrowed her brow slightly and nodded. "Oh, perhaps I was mistaken. All right, brother, do rest early." However, at that moment, Lu Ci did not hastily hang up. "Wait a moment, sister. I've heard that some peculiar occurrences have been happening in Luoqing recently. You must have some insight regarding your return to our ancestral home for inspection, right?" "What insight?" Lu Lien replied, her tone shifting. Lu Ci's voice then became somewhat somber. "Xiao Lien, you should find time to return to Kyoto. It is too perilous out here. Let's see how it goes. All right, I'm going to sleep now." Lu Lien understood that, given her brother's capabilities and family standing, he might indeed know something. Perhaps returning to Kyoto was indeed a safer option. Yet, at that moment, she once again recalled that figure. Chu Qing, what secrets does he harbor? The call was disconnected, and Lu Lien glanced at the time. 23:59. It was indeed late, and she wondered what her brother was still doing awake at this hour. Nonetheless, since sleep eluded her, she decided to read a book. However, just as she picked up a random volume, the original hefty tome suddenly began to twist. A blood-red page materialized before her eyes. Before Lu Lien could fully comprehend the situation, a sinister black script materialized upon the blood-red pages of the book. "Welcome to the era of terror. This is a death game where humanity dances with the bizarre, a peculiar paradise of a new epic. Alas, poor humanity, you are destined to survive in the endless night, clinging to life in despair. And you, Lu Lien, unfortunately, are merely an ordinary human. Perhaps you have escaped death at the hands of the strange before, but that is insufficient for you to thrive in this age." Though Lu Lien was alarmed by the ominous text, her reactions were notably more adept than those of an average individual like Lu Heping. Perhaps the experiences of recent days had imparted an understanding to her. This world seemed markedly different from the one she once knew. Just as Lu Lien stood in a state of bewilderment and astonishment, a new line of dark script began to flow from the blood-red pages. "Yet, you are fortunate. You have garnered the favor of a certain existence. Cherish this friendship, for it shall prove immensely beneficial to you." Chapter 37. The Weight of Blood-Red Eyes. Information of the Book of Life and Death. Welcome to the era of terror. This is a death game where humanity dances with the bizarre, a peculiar paradise of a new epic. Alas, those pitiable lower-class humans are destined to struggle for survival in the endless night. Of course, this bears no relation to you. Esteemed sir, you need only to occasionally exhibit your mercy and compassion to embody the power of a true stronghold. Esteemed sir, you are the enigmatic amalgamator, the witness of transformation, the pioneer of the era. It is a privilege to serve you, Lord Chu Qing. Gazing at the watch in his hand, a faint smile graced Chu Qing's lips. The ledger of life and death remains ever so discerning. Indeed, the vessel of his ledger is this smartwatch, acquired merely a week prior to his rebirth. Yet, this detail holds little significance. As a human, as long as one remains alive in this harrowing era, the ledger of life and death shall not vanish. It will manifest in any form accessible to you. Ignoring the bewildered and Ruoxuan nearby, Chu Qing began to prod at the watch, his thoughts swirling. Examine the information regarding the peculiar entities I command. The reason this terrifying era is dubbed the Game of Death largely stems from the ledger's influence. This device allows one to probe into their own information, akin to the blood-eyed specter's ability to observe with its eyes and pearls, albeit limited to oneself and the entities fully under one's control. However, as expected, reviewing the blood-eyed specter's information through the ledger bears little distinction from the specter's observation with its eyes and pearls. The sole difference lies in a subtle nuance under the eye for an eye and eyes and pearls capabilities, which introduces a minor divergence. Weight level, 10. A smirk danced on Chu Qing's lips. The 9th grade weight power level is likely situated within a range of 110. Under the stringent rules, those with higher weight enjoy a superior advantage in the activation of abilities. Although in his previous life, Chu Qing had encountered entities whose weight levels exceeded the established limits, the manifestation of the blood pupil's abilities was already sufficiently impressive. As he cast another glance, seemingly sensing Chu Qing's elevated spirits, a new note appeared at the bottom of the Book of Life and Death. Esteemed Sir, to command such anomalies with the frail form of an unrefined human is indeed astonishing. However, to survive in this world with such a weak physique is evidently inadequate. Only by refining oneself and attaining the 9th rank can you harness your strength to combat these anomalies. Would you like to know how to refine yourself? Hee. Though this may be somewhat embarrassing to mention, for someone as great as you, a mere offering of 5 years of your life essence will grant you access to a secret known solely to me. Friendly reminder, if you lack sufficient life essence, you may convert your vitality instead. Simply tap on me to choose the conversion. Isn't that considerate? Upon reading the prompt from the Book of Life and Death, Chu Qing couldn't help but smile again. In his previous life, countless ordinary individuals, whether naive or desperate in critical moments, had fallen victim to this deception, exchanging precious years, sometimes even decades, of life essence for this so-called secret. The truth was rather simple. It merely involved transitioning to a spectral position. Indeed, that was it. 5 years of life essence yielded the answer: transition to a spectral role to attain the 9th rank. However, the Book of Life and Death did not elaborate on how to actually transition into the corresponding spectral role. This mechanism was indeed a cruel trick. Regarding the specific methods for transitioning to the realm of the dead, the Book of Life and Death, even with its records of lifespans, cannot procure such a transformation. It is only through years of research and exploration during this terrifying era that these pathways to the underworld have been discovered. The Book of Life and Death merely serves as a tool, if one truly considers it a golden finger. Then Chu Qing can only wish that the individual does not meet a particularly tragic end. As for the transition to the realm of the dead, he has long been prepared. He cast a glance at Ruoxue beside him, advising her not to place any faith in the dialogues inscribed therein, especially those that promise an exchange for lifespans. Remember, your lifespan is your greatest asset in this world. And Ruoxue nodded eagerly, yet her enthusiasm remained undiminished. Chu Qing, disinterested in her continued excitement, slowly straightened his posture. He had no need to consult the Book of Life and Death about its ineffective methods for transitioning to the underworld. As the former king of Jiang, what Chu Qing valued most were the numerous and varied transition methods for the realm of the dead that resided within his mind. The role of the gravekeeper he had prepared for himself had been a goal he diligently pursued since his rebirth. Contemplating this, he casually glanced at the Book of Life and Death once more. Dear sir, your lack of trust in me is truly disheartening. He chose to disregard this and continued to let his thoughts wander. Let me review my information. Whether the Book of Life and Death possesses genuine self-awareness has been a subject of scholarly inquiry in his previous life. Its origins remain shrouded in mystery, and, ultimately, no conclusive understanding was reached. However, one thing is certain. The existence of the Book of Life and Death cannot be directly defied by the executable commands of the ghost exorcists. Even when it comes to deceiving one's lifespan, it is primarily a seduction rather than a genuine deception. As expected, some information regarding Chu Qing gradually emerged in the Book of Life and Death. Chu Qing. Rank: none. In lifespan: 6 months and 21 days. Yang lifespan: 3 months. Coexistence. Status: drastically reduced Yang lifespan, capable of fully commanding the blood-eyed ghost. Status: unknown state. Note: esteemed sir, it seems you harbor many secrets. Initially, Chu Qing merely cast a casual glance, preparing to commence the ritual for his transformation into a gravekeeper. Yet, that single glance unveiled something truly remarkable. The state of being that even the blood-eyed ghost could not perceive contained elements unknown to him. What then could this unknown state be? Chu Qing fell silent, as he had already begun to contemplate. His rebirth, though surpassing his comprehension, undoubtedly brought about certain extraordinary changes and distinctions within himself. Thus, what was the actual reason behind his rebirth? Was it the pearl that appeared alongside the peculiar mural within that enigmatic realm? Chu Qing was uncertain. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. Regardless, the opportunity to be reborn and start anew was far superior to that of anyone else. Such an opportunity was not one he could afford to squander. Only through continuous enhancement of his strength could he adequately confront any challenge. With this thought in mind, he no longer hesitated. The transition of the gravekeeper to a shadowy profession has commenced. The legendary first gravekeeper's unique reward is equally within reach. Chapter 38. The Transition Ritual. The Gravekeeper and the Soul Buyer. Deceased: Chu Qing. Date of birth: July 15, 2003, at the 3rd quarter of the hour of the rat. Time of death: September 3, 2025. At the 3rd quarter of the hour of the rat, upon the grand stone tablet, these lines are inscribed with remarkable clarity. Moreover, above the tablet, an actual black and white photograph of Chu Qing resides, vividly lifelike and strikingly realistic. This immense stone tablet is positioned at the very center of the North Mountain Cemetery. The desolation and decay of the North Mountain Cemetery have rendered it devoid of numerous gravestones and urns. Even those that remain have been meticulously tended to by Chu Qing over the past few days. At present, within this vast cemetery, only this singular monumental stone tablet stands. Behind it, on the untouched earth of an unexcavated grave, lies an enormous, dark, somber wooden coffin. The coffin is open, arranged with utmost neatness, awaiting its occupant. Chu Qing's gaze is tranquil as he takes one last look at the stone tablet, then allows a drop of blood to fall upon the photograph, spreading it evenly before slowly passing beyond the tablet. How does one enact the transition into this most rudimentary of shadowy professions, the gravekeeper? It is quite simple. One must fulfill the fundamental prerequisites of a grave: a gravestone and a coffin. Inscribe one's name, affix one's photograph, and denote the time of transition as the time of death. Then, recline within the coffin and await for a duration of 2 hours. It may appear exceedingly straightforward. However, there exists a stringent and uncompromising condition that accompanies it. It is precisely this stipulation that has resulted in the delayed development of the profession of the gravekeeper, a shadowy vocation. The grave marker and coffin must reside within the realm of peculiar, wild phenomena. Consequently, these 2 hours are not merely a period of repose within the coffin, but also a confrontation with potential supernatural threats. For this reason, the gravekeeper, a role with modest returns, formidable challenges, and average combat prowess, was often disregarded by countless spirit tamers of the Dragon Kingdom in the previous era. Only in dire circumstances would one consider transitioning into the role of a gravekeeper. Nonetheless, based on Chu Qing's own understanding, he recognizes that the future of a gravekeeper is still promising. Ascending to a higher rank could lead to becoming the king of Bianxing, a position tied to the legacy of the 10 kings. This would spare one from the arduous path he once traversed, where he began as a paper artisan at the 9th rank, only to face the necessity of changing his vocational trajectory while striving to ascend from the 7th to the 6th rank. It was only through great fortune and innumerable strokes of luck that he transitioned into the lineage of the king of Chu Qing. Had he not squandered so much time during that phase, he would have undoubtedly been among the first to ascend to the 1st rank as a spirit tamer in his previous life, thus avoiding the slow and arduous progression. This is precisely why, in this reincarnation, he has given little thought to the vocation of a paper artisan. Although the path to becoming a paper artisan is unimaginably simpler compared to that of a gravekeeper, with combat capabilities that are not to be underestimated. Coupled with the experience from his previous life, he feels assured that as long as he can swiftly fold the paper figures, he need not worry about the slow accumulation of his life force. However, with the fusion granted by the blood-eyed Dragon Lord and the influence of the embryonic blood character Ghost from the Death Apartment, Chu Qing found no need to tread the worn path once more. Instead, his relationship with Deng Xie bestowed upon him knowledge of numerous secrets and intricacies pertaining to the guardian of the tomb lineage, particularly concerning the Wang of Bian City. Contemplating this, Chu Qing glanced at the time and let out a slight breath. He approached the edge of the coffin and regarded the somewhat bewildered and helpless Enruashua beside him. From his pocket, he produced a white, Yin-Shou paper money he had just seized from the hands of the Yin god. He tossed it to Enruashua, saying, "This is the Yin-Shou Ming Qian. Now, with this single piece of Yin-Shou Ming Qian, seek out all the peculiarities of this Beishan cemetery. Find one among them that is willing to protect you, or that might spare your life when your time draws near. I shall awaken only when I have regained consciousness. Of course, should your Yin-Shou prove insufficient, I trust you have noticed the earlier hints from the Book of Life and Death. You may then use your Yang-Shou to exchange, though you are well aware of the rarity and value of such an item. The method you are to employ this time will determine that the less Yin-Shou expended, the greater your future potential and limits shall be. Should you perish, you cannot blame anyone else. I require 2 hours inside. It is currently 10 past 12, meaning I shall not awaken before at least 10 past 2. Act wisely." And Ruoxue stood frozen, gazing at the drifting Yin-Shou in her hand. Almost instantaneously upon grasping this item, she felt a myriad of gazes directed towards her. The black and red crow perched on a nearby branch, a shadow obscured in darkness, and the blood-red lantern suspended from the mast. Additionally, there was the sinister deity of wealth displayed within the dwelling, along with the crimson characters she had glimpsed earlier above the door, the significance of which remained elusive to her. Gradually, she came to comprehend that these elements were all manifestations of the bizarre, as described in the Book of Life and Death. What surprised her was that Chu Qing not only possessed the uncanny, but an abundance of it. How then was she to communicate with these anomalies to ensure her own safety? And Ruoxue was uncertain. Yet her previous harrowing experience in the ghostly rental had instilled in her the understanding that she had no alternative. Should she forfeit this opportunity, she might find herself confronted with untold peril in the future. To speak of immediate threats, the chairman of Gao Jian Company, Gao Hong, the true instigator behind the sinister deity of wealth delivered to the Lin family, already had his predatory gaze fixed upon her. Fate is something one must strive for and seize. In a certain light, Chu Qing and Ruoxue had always belonged to the same ilk. In an instant, she resolved her determination, gazing at Chu Qing and nodding slightly with pursed lips. She cast a glance at Ruoxue. Chu Qing, however, chose not to engage further. He had already extended every possible effort. It is worth noting that the peculiarities of Beishan Cemetery had barely been subdued under his influence. The ferocity still lingered, and the instinct for violence remained intact. However, here, at the very least, a significant degree of suppression has been imposed. If the transaction is completed and she successfully survives these few hours, then the Reaper will be able to transition successfully. At that point, the upper echelon of the Reaper hierarchy, such as ghost traders and underworld merchants, would be exceedingly suitable for Enruoxue's vocation. Regardless, this is infinitely superior to the starting point of Enruoxue in her previous life. Not to mention, Chu Qing is already prepared to integrate and Ruoxue into the system of the death apartment, as long as she performs well. Her future growth is absolutely assured by Chu Qing. With all arrangements in place, Chu Qing ceased to squander any more time, slowly stepping into the coffin and gently closing the lid. Amidst the cawing of the raven specters, the king commenced the ritual. Chapter 39. Successful Transition. The first gravekeeper. The coffin was sealed. At that moment, the world grew profoundly silent. This enormous coffin seemed to encapsulate everything that had transpired before, sealing it outside. On the ledger of life and death, a crimson glow flickered, revealing lines of text. You have lain within this coffin. Though no one comprehends the significance of such an act, inside the coffin, darkness prevails, so profound that it only allows you to hear the increasingly labored sounds of your own breathing and the weighty thumping of your heart. Such sounds are, in fact, a blessing for you, as they serve to affirm that you are still a living being. Are you not? This place is exceedingly perilous. Within it lurks countless terrifying entities that could devour you at any moment, poised to strike. You find yourself engulfed in a state of panic, yet you are acutely aware of the perils that lurk beyond the confines of this modest box, which serves as your sanctuary. Although it seems rather inappropriate for a living soul to reside within a coffin designated for the deceased, one must ponder, are you truly alive? Casting a glance at the prompts inscribed upon the ledger of life and death, Chu Qing remains unfazed, even allowing a faint smile to grace his lips. At this moment, the ledger's feedback, shifting from a subjective perspective, underscores the peculiarity of the current circumstances. Such transformations in the text of the ledger only manifest in exceptional situations. Here lies a graveyard, a burial ground prepared solely for you. You comprehend that to survive in such a locale, to confront the enigmatic entities that dwell here, one must become an existence more uncanny than those very beings. Streams of sinister energy infiltrate your being from within the coffin. You realize that you do not recoil from these bizarre entities upon which your survival hinges. In fact, for reasons unknown, you embrace their arrival with unanticipated delight. The birth date and death time etched upon the gravestone are sufficient to allow you to draw upon their power. However, you must also grasp the reality that in seeking to harness this strength, you will inevitably attract the covetous gaze of the terrifying entities lurking outside. The pursuit of power invariably demands a sacrifice. This is an inescapable truth. Thus, prepare yourself for the arduous journey of seeking life amidst death. Regrettably, the preamble of this gravekeeper's transformation does not resonate accurately with Chu Qing. Indeed, the exterior of his coffin is adorned with 5 sinister and terrifying anomalies. Yet, despite the knowledge of their presence within the coffin, and the palpable sensation of the chilling energy seeping through the gravestone's birth and death dates, none dare to make a move, to seek life amidst death. For Chu Qing, this perilous and arduous ritual of transition is merely a formality. Nevertheless, the currents of frigid air still send a shiver down his spine. The malevolence embodied in these anomalies penetrates into Chu Qing's being. The human body, when infused with such dark energy, risks a significant reduction in lifespan and invites the attention of the grotesque. There exists but one solution, the embrace of a shadowy vocation. As time meanders on, an hour and a half slips by unnoticed. The external world appears to have no bearing on you. You are fortunate. The prowling entities outside either have not detected your presence or have chosen to disregard you. Ultimately, it seems you have attained a semblance of safety. Concurrently, the dark energies that have found their way into your body are gradually coalescing, and amidst these currents, you sense an indescribable transformation within yourself. In this liminal state, straddling the realms of the living and the spectral, you seem to have acquired a peculiar ability. In the depths of your being, you feel an inexplicable connection to the breath of the earth beneath you, an ineffable sensation that transcends words. You have gradually acclimated to this transformation, yet remain oblivious to its true significance. This is the foundation upon which you will anchor your existence during the impending era of terror. For quite some time, Chu Qing has disregarded the futile feedback and prompt from the death ledger. instead closing his eyes as though he had completely succumbed to slumber within the confines of a coffin. The powers of the gravekeeper's shadowy vocation are slowly coalescing within him. He is unaware of how much time has elapsed, but it is evident that, according to the recent notifications, the ritual of the gravekeeper's job transition is reaching its conclusion. Carve the monument, record the birth date, reflect upon the memorial, seal the life, and guard the death. In this moment, it seems as though you have truly become a bona fide corpse. However, as time flows onward, you sense a unique ability awakening from within your body, from your very soul. This ability is extraordinarily wondrous, intoxicating, and utterly captivating. Its appellation is shadow vocation. The power you now wield within this shadow vocation is known as the gravekeeper. The gravekeeper safeguards not merely tombs, but also death and all that springs forth from it. You are acutely aware of what that entails. Do not be afraid, do not panic. You comprehend the magnitude and secrecy of your profession. Thus, your unwavering resolve at the moment of choice befits the abilities conferred upon you by this vocation, does it not? In the recesses of his mind, accompanied by the subtitles of the Book of Life and Death, extraordinary abilities manifested instinctively. The guardian of the tomb. Chu Qing subconsciously clenched his fists. Yet, the prompt from the Book of Life and Death continued to emerge, and the esoteric knowledge pertaining to the guardian of the tomb incessantly surged into his consciousness. O guardian of the tomb spirits that flourish alongside the sepulchre are your greatest allies. O guardian of the tomb, within the confines of the grave, you possess exceptional enhancement and restoration. O guardian of the tomb, your boundless vitality renders you independent of mortal slumber. O guardian of the tomb, at the fleeting juncture of dawn and dusk, you must steadfastly uphold your duties to reap your rewards. O guardian of the tomb, your life was sealed when your name was inscribed upon your gravestone. The reason you still traverse this realm is the gift of death. O guardian of the tomb, you are the first of your kind to emerge in this world. In gratitude and admiration for you, the countless denizens of death and slumber, from the profound abyss of darkness, have bestowed upon you a unique token as a guardian of the tomb. May you prove worthy of their appreciation and gratitude. O guardian of the tomb, it is time for you to awaken. Within the dark confines of the coffin, a blood-red gaze slowly opened, accompanied by a slight upturn of the lips. Alas, the silence is deafening. Are there no comments? Is anyone out there? The young author feels a surge of anxiety. Chapter 40. The Power of the Guardian of the Tomb. A corner of the underworld. Within the pitch-black confines of the coffin, Chu Qing lay motionless. He sensed a force of the underworld that was entirely distinct from that of the paper craftsman. At that moment, he felt as though he could grasp the entirety of the Beishan cemetery, as if it were an extension of his own hand, intimate and profoundly clear. This ability, reminiscent of a spirit bound to the earth, illuminated for Chu Qing the true essence of the gravekeeper's power. Nevertheless, he lifted his arm, and the ledger of life and death, in harmony with his thoughts and intentions, provided him with the most direct and detailed feedback and insights. Chu Qing, rank, 9th grade, underworld life, 1 year, mortal life, none, gravekeeper, underworld position preserver of life, guardian of death, thus the keeper of the tombs. Mortal life dissipates, entirely converted into underworld life, consuming 1 day of underworld life daily. Preservation of life, ability within the realm of the graveyard under his jurisdiction. All attributes of his physical form are enhanced, and the demand for sleep is significantly reduced, while the recovery rate of all conditions is greatly accelerated. Guardian of death, duty at the break of dawn, ensure that all anomalies within the tombs are accounted for, thereby gaining underworld life for each 9th grade anomaly. 1 day of underworld life is obtained at each dawn. He can actively suppress the weight of anomalies within the tombs. Current graveyard range, 400 mu. Tomb spirit control, spirit manipulation technique, the ability to inscribe an anomaly, fully understanding its lethal rules, beneath his own gravestone, thus attaining mastery and control. Current rank allows for the control of only 1 anomaly. However, the grave spirit can only thrive within the confines of the tomb, simultaneously gaining the enhanced life-preserving abilities bestowed by the tomb keeper. thereby elevating the potency of its inherent powers. Currently, the grave spirit status is as follows. Grave spirit. None. Symbiosis. Status significantly reduced lifespan, capable of fully commanding the blood-eye spirit. Status unknown. Promotion requirements. Unknown. Note. Esteemed sir, you have embarked upon the first step of a monumental journey. It is my utmost honor to serve you. These elements encapsulate all of Chu Qing's abilities under normal circumstances. The role of the Tomb Keeper is precisely defined in this manner. Typically, one can only harness the distinctive traits and enhancements of the Tomb Keeper's shadowy vocation within the limits of the tomb. The grave spirit is similarly constrained, which elucidates why the profession of Tomb Keeper is often regarded as exceedingly burdensome. Not to mention the powers associated with the occupation labeled as Guardian of Death. In the span of a single day, a ninth-grade anomaly can merely afford a meager day's worth of shadowy lifespan. Who could possibly benefit from that? Generally speaking, a ninth-grade anomaly consumes an entire day's allocation of shadowy lifespan within just one day. It is only entities such as the Shadow God of Wealth and the Faceless Ghost, bound spirits unable to move freely, that experience a daily reduction of half their shadowy lifespan. Otherwise, given the meager returns, it is likely that aside from sustaining a few ninth-grade anomalies within this tomb, there would scarcely be enough to support oneself or even the grave spirits. The Tomb Keeper is rightly regarded as one of the most burdensome shadowy professions for good reason, if not for the introduction of this entirely novel element. Even Chu Qing would contemplate whether to occasionally allow these anomalies to feast upon the remnants of the deceased to sustain their ephemeral existence. However, beyond the aforementioned annotations regarding the abilities of the Gravekeepers, the most paramount factor remains the reward bestowed upon the first Gravekeeper. This reward is not some infernal artifact or esoteric clue that Chu Qing had envisioned. Rather, it is a unique ability never before encountered by a Gravekeeper, aspect of the netherworld, ability having received the gift of death. You possess the knowledge to harmonize the anomalies seamlessly with your tomb. You can discern the advanced construction requirements for a tomb that aligns perfectly with the varying states of anomaly abilities and, by expending ephemeral life, transform it accordingly. The anomalies within will experience a substantial increase in the ephemeral life they can accrue daily, while the likelihood of their ascension will also rise. Upon complete integration of the anomalies, the Gravekeeper can exert control over the corresponding anomalies without any cost. Currently, one can only observe the advanced construction requirements for 9-grade anomalies. Indeed, this aspect of the netherworld is the reward for the first Gravekeeper. It does not pertain to an enhancement of combat prowess. Instead, it expands the capabilities of the Gravekeeper. Yet, the benefits it confers are immeasurable. The value of ephemeral life is obvious, while the conversion of ghostly currency into a form of hard currency within the world of anomalies is invaluable. Moreover, the ability to increase the odds of anomaly ascension is exceptionally rare, complemented by a final effect that is vague, yet remarkably formidable. Is this the reward of the first Gravekeeper? He suddenly recalled Ding Xie, who had once spoken to him about the ceremony and requirements for ascending to the title of King of Bianqing. What was necessary was to establish a city of wrongful deaths that belonged to him. He wondered if, upon reaching the first rank of King of Bianqing, he too would possess an ability akin to a corner of the underworld. If that were the case, would this ability imply that he, as a Gravekeeper of the 9th rank, stood in distant comparison to the first rank King of Bianqing? Contemplating this, Chu Qing inhaled sharply, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, it was something to look forward to. However, anticipation was a matter for the future. What he ought to do now was to hastily transform the embryonic form of the death apartment into his own grave spirit. With this thought, Chu Qing rose from the coffin, and Ruo Shui's complexion was ashen. She had never felt so utterly helpless. Now, she fully comprehended the extent of Chu Qing's terror. Without him, this place was nothing short of a genuine hell. This Beishan cemetery was far more terrifying than that taxi numbered 40,004 several times over. The black crows in the sky, the unrestrained gaze of the god of darkness, The enormous red lanterns that floated above without warning, the blood characters that writhed incessantly, and at this very moment, the faceless, ethereal figure she had come to regard as her talisman. On her death ledger, lines of text flickered. Can money truly buy everything? Perhaps so, but the danger you face is overwhelmingly great. Merely a month of ephemeral life, reduced to a mere 15 days in the hands of the faceless ghost for conversion. After all, the quality of the ephemeral life obtained through such means is woefully inadequate. The faceless ghost has begun to reconsider whether it is worth facing the impatiently lurking entities that are eager to dismember you for this meager amount of life. Feeling the ominous hints from the Book of Life and Death, Enruashue could hardly suppress her frustration. This marked her third time paying the faceless ghost for the conversion of ephemeral life. Though it may seem insignificant, the exchange between ephemeral and vital life in the Book of Life and Death is far from a straightforward one-to-one transaction. For each fleeting month of ephemeral life, she has sacrificed 3 years of her own vital life. The previous day of ephemeral life was hardly enough for a mere gap in her teeth, leading her to expend a full 3 years of vital life for this conversion. The clock has ticked to 2:15. Why has Chu Qing not yet emerged? And Ruashua lamented her predicament. In this desperate struggle for survival, you sense that if you can escape this peril, you will gain a newfound power. This power is known as the shadow position. Your shadow position designates you as a life buyer. Life buyers traverse the realms of life and death with currency, facilitating exchanges to procure life. You must engage in willful negotiations with countless enigmatic entities, even though some of these entities are not inclined to communicate. They merely wish to feast upon their prey. At last, amidst these foreboding prompts, just as Enruashue contemplated activating the Book of Life and Death once more to exchange for a year of vital life, a voice reminiscent of celestial music resonated through the air. The once silent ledger of life and death suddenly sprang to life, as if it had been poised for this moment all along, with subtitles flashing rapidly. Oh, buyer of life! The relentless grindstone you are compelled to operate by the lure of wealth is your assurance in purchasing life. Oh, buyer of life, you possess an affinity that others lack. They regard you as one of their own. Oh, buyer of life, bear in mind that money is paramount. Wealth can command even the spirits, while poverty renders one a mere specter. Oh, buyer of life, amidst the strange commerce between humanity and the uncanny, you shall receive the rewards you rightfully deserve. Oh, buyer of life, you are the inaugural buyer of life in this world. In the profound darkness, the very essence of money and the countless eager traders, in a gesture of appreciation and gratitude towards you, have bestowed upon you a unique gift as a buyer of life. May you be worthy of their admiration and thanks. Oh, buyer of life, the awakening of existence shall obliterate all the predicaments and dangers before you. Express your gratitude, for as a buyer of life, it is not disgraceful to submit to the powerful. The chilling enigma dissipated entirely, and Ruashue collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. In the next moment, from the pitch-black coffin, a figure began to emerge slowly. Chapter 41, Grave Spirit, the Sinister Method of Ascension. In the darkness, Chu Qing stepped forth once more. At this instant, all anomalies fell into an eerie silence, as the owner of the blood-red eyes grew even more formidable, along with the very gaze that had once posed a fatal threat to them. Irresistible, unresistible. Chu Qing cast a casual glance at the perspiring figure of Enruashue. With his blood-red eyes, he instantly discerned all the gathered abilities of Enruashue. Enruashue rank 9, young lifespan, none in lifespan, none. Ghost currency, 10 years. Life buyer, in position, a life buyer engages in transactions with the supernatural through financial means, facilitating exchanges that ultimately lead to the procurement of life. Young lifespan dissipates, in lifespan diminishes, while physical condition and appearance remain impervious to the ravages of time. Every 5 days, 1 day of ghost currency is automatically consumed to sustain life. Upon depletion of ghost currency, death ensues. Through financial means, ability, the degree of acceptance by the supernatural increases, Hostility decreases, allowing one to gain insight into the intentions and partial rules of the supernatural, facilitating initial calm and communication. When lifespan is exchanged for ghost currency, the conversion rate improves to 3:1. Interchange of resources. Position each completed transaction with the supernatural yields a portion of profit, which is converted into one's own lifespan. Wealth can move mountains. Ghost manipulation. One may expend half of their lifespan's ghost currency to command a chosen ghostly entity. Current rank permits the control of only one present ghost. None. Abundant wealth. Ability. All ghost currency possessed experiences an increase in interest rates, accruing 0.05 of the total ghost currency monthly. Additionally, ghost currency can be utilized to temporarily control a supernatural entity, with the duration of control contingent upon the amount of ghost currency expended. Physical contact is required for control. This ability's ghost currency interest rate increases as the life buyer's rank ascends. Status. Survived a calamity, mentally and physically exhausted. Promotion requirements. Unknown. Note: human. How could you grant such formidable abilities and a profession to a woman? Quite impressive. Indeed, suiting my taste perfectly. Quickly secure her. Ignoring the banter of the blood-eyed demon, Chu Qing was fully aware of the capabilities of the life purchaser. This was not a role particularly adept in combat. What astonished him was the reward granted to the first life purchaser. It also appeared to be a formidable ability. The interest rate of the nether currency? There exists an exchange ratio between nether currency and lifespan. This is one of the most frustrating aspects that the ghost tamers encounter in this bizarre world. To exchange certain items for purchase, one must convert lifespan into nether currency. However, the conversion rate is an astonishingly unfavorable 12:1. Indeed, 1 year of lifespan can only be transformed into 1 month of nether currency. Furthermore, once this month of nether currency is consumed by other entities or ghost tamers, it yields merely another month of lifespan. Such an exasperating ratio can only be alleviated through a few specific means, one being the sequence of positions associated with life purchasers. Another is the ultimate version of the black copper coin puzzle that Chu Qing possesses, a terrifying treasure held by the proprietress of the narrow world. However, this rare, yet essential currency can be accumulated at such a rate. If this woman were to have 1,000 or 800 years of nether currency in lifespan, would it not imply that she could effortlessly amass 5 to 6 months of nether currency in a month? It may not seem like much at first, yet it possesses the remarkable ability to enhance levels and amplify rates. The future holds far greater promise. This skill is brimming with potential. For a moment, Chu Qing found himself reluctant to allow this woman to become a practitioner within the death apartment system. Longevity and ghostly currency are never unwelcome. However, at this juncture, gaining Chu Qing's absolute trust to relinquish any surplus longevity to an Ruosh Yue is an unattainable feat. While this ability is indeed rare, it is not irreplaceable. With this thought in mind, he did not lose sight of his primary objective, the blood character ghost of the death apartment, which he had long contemplated since his rebirth. Ranked alongside the blood-eyed dragon monarch as one of his most significant ambitions and achievements. Today, at the moment of becoming a gravekeeper, it shall finally transform into his grave ghost. The best choice for a grave ghost, the one he yearned for, was Wang Dingxie of Bian City. He hastened his steps towards the security room's entrance, where the blood character seemed to sense Chu Qing's approach, gradually materializing upon the glass. The killing rules of the blood character ghost do not trigger in succession, marking a stark contrast to other peculiarities. Coupled with Chu Qing's summoning, as he extended his hand, the handful of blood characters settled into his palm, almost as if they were alive. In the next moment, accompanied by the blood character ghost, Chu Qing directly approached the gravestone before him, which stood proudly in the center of the North Mountain Cemetery. He slowly crouched before it, gazing at the blood character ghost in his hand while supporting the massive gravestone. With a mere thought, the surface of the stone seemed to be etched open by an invisible carving knife. A line of pristine script emerged beneath the gravestone, inscribed in diminutive letters, "Grave Ghost, Blood Character Ghost." The instant these words manifested, The handful of fresh blood in Chu Qing's grasp seemed to boil with fervor, as if it were subtly resisting the encroachment of that enigmatic force. Nevertheless, this resistance was not particularly vigorous. Firstly, the blood character ghost, being a peculiar variant of a bound spirit, inevitably sought a place to dwell. Secondly, there existed an intrinsic affinity between Chu Qing's aura and that of the ghost. It exhibited no overt hostility towards him. The death apartment, unlike other bizarre entities, did not exhibit an insatiable eagerness to devour human life. It merely needed to fulfill the dictates of fate to harvest its ethereal longevity and facilitate its growth. Ultimately, rivulets of blood began to flow languidly, seeping into the carved inscriptions upon the gravestone. In the next moment, Chu Qing sensed a unique connection with the blood character ghost. Every drop of blood coursing through his veins seemed to merge with the essence of the ghost. It was as though the blood he had expelled earlier had, through this peculiar means, rejoined him. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The most significant revelation occurred as the blood character ghost ascended to the status of a grave ghost. Not only did it gain a portion of enhanced abilities, but a previously unseen veil of mist began to unfurl around it. Promotion requirement: complete over 10 death directives. Additionally, acquire a 9th grade entity bearing the name Gate to absorb as a piece of the promotion puzzle. Gazing at the promotion requirements of the blood character ghost, even Chu Qing could not suppress a smile. Is the door truly enigmatic? Thus, the criteria for the blood character ghost advancement have been discerned. Yet one wonders what the promotion requirements for his other support, the Blood-Eyed Dragon Lord, might be. Chu Qing did not dwell on it. The path would ultimately reveal itself. He cast a glance at the desolate yet not lonely Bay Mountain Cemetery, pondering that it would not be long before this place became bustling with activity. With this thought, he disregarded the still bewildered and Ruasha, who was sensing the buyer of life's shadowy powers, and lightly leaped onto the securely fastened coffin lid. This night would be etched in the memories of countless souls, a night that left an indelible mark in the river of time. As the long night lingered, Chu Qing, with his blood-red pupils, observed the murky night sky, obscured even the moon by sinister energies. It could not help but softly lament. The autumn wind sighs once more. The world has changed. Ah, what splendid weather it is. Chapter 42, The Golden Shrine, the Tomb of the God of Wealth. Who can enlighten me on the origin of that foolish phone virus, which has been cursing me to death? Alas, you two have it? I thought it was my golden finger. But what does this inscription mean? Why has no one made a statement until now? What a golden finger indeed. Humanity is on the brink of destruction, and I no longer care. Before I perish, I must enjoy myself thoroughly. What on earth has happened to this world? The following morning, or rather, from the depths of the night, an unsettling phenomenon began to unfold across the entirety of Blue Star. Countless worlds and nations, along with innumerable ordinary individuals, were engulfed in fervent discussions regarding the sudden emergence of the Book of Life and Death. This enigmatic entity, reminiscent of a viral outbreak, instilled a pervasive sense of trepidation throughout the globe. Yet, official communications from various governments remained conspicuously absent. Whether this occurrence was a jest born from a technological breakthrough or an eerie manifestation remained a mystery. Even the authorities were incapable of providing clarity. Ultimately, at 7:30, a time when daylight should have already graced the world, the morning news finally announced this alarming development. However, the renowned anchorwoman, celebrated nationwide, offered no substantial explanation. Her singular warning regarding the Book of Life and Death was unequivocal. Under no circumstances should one exchange their lifespan. One must not succumb to the allure of this entity. It was evident that within the span of those 7 hours, from midnight to 7 in the morning, numerous individuals had tragically tested this admonition with their very lives. The entire world found itself ensnared in such discussions. Yet, this was merely the inception of a much larger narrative. It would take over half a month for the world to fully comprehend and confront this bizarre reality and the corresponding measures that would follow. One could hardly fault the sluggish pace of official responses. Indeed, considering the vast population of the Dragon Kingdom, it was already among the most expedient of authorities on the entire Blue Star. Thus, after a night of diligent effort, Chu Qing glanced at the morning news and explored various public platforms such as forums, group chats, and Weibo before deciding not to dwell on them further. In his previous life, he might have been one among these individuals. As the new world's order and rules emerged, those who reacted swiftly and took the initiative would possess a greater likelihood of ascending to positions of power in this new realm. However, the risk of demise would also escalate correspondingly, and Ruo Shui had already departed. This was not a sanctuary for her, as she had her own matters to attend to. She understood that the immediate priority was to locate a suitable anomaly to serve as her grinding ghost. As for the peculiarities residing within the Beishan cemetery, Chu Qing had already been exceedingly benevolent towards Ruo Shui. If she had become a spectral entity, especially the first of her kind with unique rewards, yet was unable to control the anomaly, there was no need for Chu Qing to concern himself further. If every task fell upon his shoulders, what purpose would Ruo Shui serve? Regarding the possibility of discovering other anomalies, with the advent of the bizarre and the onset of the terrifying era, the frequency and quantity of anomalies would only increase, particularly in the unique locale of Luo City. Therefore, finding a controllable grinding ghost would not pose a significant challenge. At present, Chu Qing's thoughts were not predominantly occupied with Ruo Shui, but rather focused entirely on another matter, a corner of the underworld. This ability bestowed upon him by the first gravekeeper permitted him to observe the advanced construction requirements of tombs containing anomalies. For Chu Qing, this represented a highly lucrative venture. Thus, throughout the duration of that night, he devoted himself almost entirely to the exploration of this peculiar ability. Presently, the singular opportunity for him to swiftly satisfy a rather bizarre requirement lay solely with the object before him. The ominous statue of the Yin god, adorned with a sinister smile, seemed to exude an air of despair, as if it were on the verge of tears. The black coin had finally returned to its rightful owner, leaving the Yin god bereft of even the authority to safeguard it. However, fortuitously, it was Chu Qing who was the first to prepare for action regarding this very item. Indeed, through the observation facilitated by the Yin Chao corner ability, the entity that presented the least complex conditions for Chu Qing was the Yin god. Yin god, a rare and special entity of the 9th grade. Suitable for high-level tombs, golden shrine. Golden shrine, a shrine entirely crafted from gold, symbolizing boundless wealth. Construction requirements: 1 ton of gold, in lifespan, 100 days. Area, 1 square meter. Tomb effect: once the Yin god takes residence, after each day of guardianship, the Yin god gains an additional day of Yin lifespan, while the tomb guardian receives an extra day of ghostly currency Yin lifespan. The Yin god's abilities are enhanced while within the shrine. Indeed, this requirement was the simplest and most accessible among the high-level tomb constructions present. Furthermore, it could be achieved with monetary means. The rewards were notably substantial, equating to a net gain for the guardian, directly transformed into ghostly currency. Given the disheartening exchange rate for ghostly currency, 1 day's worth equated to the value of 12 days of Yin lifespan. It is evident how profoundly alluring this prospect was for Chu Qing. However, while 100 days of shadowy existence may seem manageable, the question remains, where to procure the gold? Chu Qing supported his chin and searched for the current gold price. Less than 700 yuan per gram. A ton amounts to 700 million. TSK. Chu Qing smacked his lips. He had never encountered such an immense sum of money in his lifetime. As for Ruo Shui, even if she possessed wealth, it was implausible for her to have such a vast cash flow. Moreover, considering the realities of the world, it would be prudent for Ruo Shui's legitimate Lin company to maintain its current status. Thus, where could he possibly acquire such a windfall? Underhanded methods were beneath Chu Qing. So, how could this money, or rather, this substantial amount of gold, come into his possession? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly felt a peculiar surge. In the next moment, his palm became unbearably hot. A crimson hue seeped forth and manifested upon the nearby glass door. It was none other than the current curse of his tomb, the blood character curse. Before Chu Qing could fully comprehend the situation, the blood characters began to pulsate slowly, reminiscent of the previous night. Location: Luoyang Villa District, Jinxiu Manor No. 2. Time limit: Arrive before 10 o'clock tonight. Mission objective. Locate the anomaly within the manor and either capture or eliminate it. Mission reward. A substantial quantity of gold. Mission failure penalty. Death guidance will not be activated again within 10 days. Staring at the blood characters on the glass, Chu Qing was momentarily stunned, but gradually, he began to grasp the terrifying implications of the blood character ghost ability, which pertained to fate. He had no time for contemplation and promptly opened the local forum and various websites of Luocheng, searching for the exquisite manor number 2. However, upon his first glance, he was immediately drawn to the most prominent notification at the top, a bounty notice. Owner Zhou Ingzhu of the Villa District Manor No. 2 offers a reward of 10 million. We kindly request individuals from all walks of life to perform exorcism. Zhou Ingzhu. Chu Qing furrowed his brow slightly, as that name seemed vaguely familiar. Chapter 43. The Exquisite Manor. The Master's Professional Assessment. The Exquisite Manor, an abode of unparalleled opulence and luxury in all of Luocheng. Though not the capital of Central Plains Province, Luocheng, steeped in history as an ancient capital, is indeed more habitable. Within the living room of Manor Number 2, a woman appearing to be in her 30s held her phone, her face a canvas of weariness and helplessness. Su Yun, rest assured, this time we have a renowned expert from our Central Plains Province. He will undoubtedly be able to locate and eliminate that malevolent entity. Ugh, you really have no shame. Am I not here with you? It's not about lacking a man. It's genuinely unclean. I've been sleeping well at your place these past few days, I know, and I truly appreciate your hospitality during this time. Haha. All right, the doorbell has rung. They must have arrived. I won't keep you any longer. Let us meet at the beauty salon tomorrow morning. The woman ended the call with a sigh. However, before the call interface displaying something could fade away, the entire screen of the phone abruptly plunged into darkness, revealing blood-red text. Foolish woman, do you believe you can find some useless individuals to confront that dreadful entity? Well, it may be prudent to gather a few sacrifices. Perhaps it could delay your date with death, for you must know, escape is not an option, is it? Thus, I suggest your best course of action is to hastily arrange for a coffin, preparing for your demise, lest you be left unclaimed. Of course, you may also choose to relinquish 20 years of your life force in exchange for a glimpse into the path of ascension. Perhaps by then, you may wield power sufficient to contend with your adversary. Zhou Ingzhu's complexion darkened significantly, her pale hand gripping the phone tightly. Veins visibly taut beneath her skin. She struggled to comprehend why, even in the face of such an uncanny phenomenon. Her close friend insisted that the world was devoid of the extraordinary, attributing it instead to some nonsensical virus. However, she was acutely aware that her home was indeed tainted. Others may remain oblivious, but she knew the truth, for she had once felt the unmasked malice in her dreams. It was precisely because of this that, as foretold by the ledger of life and death, she understood there was no escaping her fate. Could it be that she truly had to sacrifice 20 years of her life? Yet, that was a significant portion, with merely over 30 years remaining. To forfeit 20 would render her an elderly woman in an instant. Upon contemplating this, Zhou Ingzhu ceased her hesitation. When the doorbell rang once more, she pressed the button to open the door and stepped outside. The path stretched nearly a mile, and a Range Rover approached slowly. As the vehicle drew near, Zhou Ingzhu adorned her face with a radiant smile. Gazing at the white-browed monk clad in a monk's robe who was descending from the car, Master Zhishan, you have finally arrived. The monk, named Zhishan, shook his eyebrows, seemingly adjusting to the new dye. However, the matter at hand was evidently of great significance. Ba, previously, a disciple of mine informed me of certain concerns, and I was skeptical. Upon seeing you today, I discern that your energy is dark, indicating potential peril. Zhou Ingzhu's expression turned grave. Master, let us discuss this inside. Master Zhishan signaled to his assistant and disciple behind him, and they proceeded indoors. It must be said that Master Zhishan's expertise was undeniably impressive. Once inside, with just a few words, he managed to persuade Zhou Ingzhu, the former big sister of Central Plains Province, to nod in agreement, utterly convinced. Remarkably, even before resolving the issue at hand, Zhou Yingzhu waved her hand and transferred a deposit of 1 million directly to him. Master Zhishan produced the latest model of the iPhone 17, and upon witnessing the substantial sum deposited, he could hardly contain his delight. However, soon after, that 1 million transfer turned ominous as the sinister mobile virus, which had been circulating since that morning, re-emerged. You have employed exceedingly sophisticated rhetoric and professional deception to acquire a substantial fortune. You take pride in your eloquence. However, there's a matter that you seem to have overlooked. What if, indeed, there are spirits present here? Are you prepared for your very first professional assessment? Gazing at the gruesome words before him, Master Zhishan furrowed his brow. Despite his advanced years, he was not well versed in these modern curiosities. Yet, he had heard from his disciples that much of the morning had been spent contemplating this phenomenon. What it truly was he could not fathom. As for the existence of ghosts, Master Zhishan dismissed the notion. After 2 decades in his profession, he was well aware of the world's mysteries. Nevertheless, he was disinclined to ponder it further, placing his phone on the coffee table before him, ready to engage with Miss Zhou. Her background was remarkably intriguing, linked to a significant case in Central Plains Province. Such beauty, if only. Alas, just as he was about to speak, a panicked voice crackled through the intercom at the door. Miss Zhou, a taxi has unexpectedly entered your estate. Entered? Zhou Yingzhu was taken aback. How could a taxi breach the grand entrance of her splendid estate? Had it crashed through the gates? Such a notion seemed absurd. Little did she realize, her speculation was eerily close to the truth. However, there was no time for further contemplation, as the sound of an approaching engine grew louder, culminating in a halt right before the villa's entrance. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the living room, one could immediately discern a taxi adorned with the distinctive blue and white colors characteristic of Los Angeles. Stepping out of the vehicle was a young man clad in a black trench coat. Even more peculiar was the unusual object he clutched in his hand, which appeared to be a statue of the god of wealth. Unperturbed, he sauntered in without a care in the world. Zhou Yingzhu furrowed her brow slightly before relaxing it again, for it must be said that this young man was remarkably handsome. Nonetheless, she maintained her composure and inquired with a cool demeanor, "Who are you, and how did you gain entry?" The visitor was none other than Chu Qing. He cast a calm glance at Zhou Yingzhu, already aware of the situation, and replied, "My name is Chu Qing. I heard from Sister Yun that you require assistance in exorcising evil spirits. I have some expertise in this area, hence my unsolicited arrival." Upon hearing the name Sister Yun, Zhou Yingzhu's wariness diminished significantly. However, the eminent Master Zhishan, seated a short distance away on the sofa, seemed increasingly restless. "Young benefactor," he interjected, "I am present here, so there is no need for you to trouble yourself. This matter is not something a novice like you can resolve alone." As he finished speaking, Chu Qing appeared unfazed, merely offering a cheerful glance toward the old monk. The monk returned the gaze without concern, yet at that moment, his phone placed on the coffee table began to flash again, inadvertently capturing his attention. "You are fortunate. The first professional assessment of your life seems to be encountering a turning point. Of course, you must find a way to retract your earlier words. Alternatively, you could kneel down and plead for forgiveness from the one you have just offended." Gazing at his mobile phone resting on the coffee table, the old monk found himself momentarily bewildered, his eyes darting about. Beside him, Zhou Yingzhu spoke up, "Master, this individual was introduced to me by my dear friend. I implore you to grant me this favor." Master Zhishan feigned dissatisfaction, turning to Chu Qing and remarked, "If that is the case, very well. Step outside for a moment. I would like to discuss Zhou's situation with you." Chu Qing was somewhat perplexed by the monk's intentions, but followed him outside. The monk bypassed the disciples and assistants who appeared to be preparing for a ceremony, leading them into the expansive courtyard of the villa. Casting a glance at Zhou Yingzhu, who had not yet emerged, he leaned closer to Chu Qing and whispered, "My young friend, let us come to an understanding. Today's transaction shall be split 50-50, shall we?" The monk's demeanor had shifted dramatically from the earlier solemnity. Intrigued, Chu Qing inquired, "What understanding?" The monk promptly produced his mobile phone, revealing the crimson text of a life-and-death ledger notification that still flashed on the screen. "You see this? The moment you arrived, this appeared. Remarkable. Previously, I had to resort to deception. Now, with this advanced technology, there is no need for words. It simply works. How about you teach me how to utilize this trick? For this transaction, I shall take 30% and use 70. What do you say? Observing the seemingly resolute monk, Chu Qing could no longer contain his amusement. He found such an intriguing teammate utterly delightful. He hoped that the small creature accompanying him shared this sentiment. With this thought in mind, Chu Qing refrained from responding, instead tilting his head slightly upwards. At an indeterminate moment, a raven, entirely cloaked in darkness, perched upon the eaves of the manor, meeting Chu Qing's gaze. Its harsh cawing pierced the air. Caw, caw. The sound was hoarse, akin to the mournful tolling of a death knell. Chapter 44. The Black Widow? To depart or not to depart? The omen of the Book of Life and Death. Chu Qing found himself at a loss. This matter was beyond his current control. The Book of Life and Death possessed the uncanny ability to sense the peculiar quantity and aura emanating from Chu Qing. Therefore, it provided a general assessment of his strength. Unless one surpassed the master of the book by 2 ranks or more, achieving a tier of middle grade 3, which is to say, entering the 6th rank, the book's probing could be somewhat obstructed. Otherwise, it could detect certain anomalies capable of concealing perception. Nevertheless, even in such cases, the book would still discern these reasons, consequently alerting the original master, an inevitability. However, it was precisely due to the book that many, like the half-skeptical Master Zhishan, were swiftly eliminated in the early stages. When the era of terror descended, many ordinary individuals initially relied on the Book of Life and Death to gauge their circumstances, successfully evading numerous life and death crises. In other words, during its early application, the book significantly enhanced the survival rate of countless ordinary humans. Regarding the matter of revealing oneself, Chu Qing, with a firm resolve, expressed indifference. He had no need to feign humility or seek validation in the eyes of others. Apart from his grand aspiration for immortality and eternal existence, his current desire was solely to attain the position of king. Young benefactor, what does that smile signify? Will you speak your mind? Chu Qing gazed calmly at him, meeting the latter's gaze, while Master Zhishan felt an inexplicable chill enveloping him. Over the years, Master Zhishan must have accrued a considerable fortune, hasn't he? Not much, he replied. I merely take others' wealth to alleviate their misfortunes. There are costs involved. He continued, in truth, it's just a few thousand, really. Have you seen my vehicle? A Range Rover, worth over 2 million. Young benefactor, if you teach me this trick, and if you are willing to learn from me for 2 years, I can assure you, in less than 2 years, you too shall possess one like this. Master Zhishan proclaimed with pride. Chu Qing chuckled again. Is that so? Then you have indeed acquired quite a fortune, master. Your financial prospects are quite promising. Observing Chu Qing's demeanor, Master Zhishan smiled, realizing that this young rascal was quite astute. Thus, he began sharing his experiences with Chu Qing, hoping to forge a closer bond and gain access to his high technology. It must be said that the old monk was remarkable in this regard, akin to those lecturers who preach the wisdom of high-stakes gambling from their podiums. After the two reached an agreement, the venerable monk began to perform various rituals in the living room alongside his disciple. Surprisingly, despite the commotion, it bore a semblance of authenticity. Meanwhile, Zhou Yingzhu appeared particularly intrigued by Chu Qing, who was observing everyone in the room with a perpetual smile. Little Chu, what is your relationship with Su Yan? She inquired. Yun Jie is my landlord, he replied. Oh, is it really that simple? If that is the case, why would she mention me to you? Zhou Yingzhu seemed skeptical. Chu Qing chuckled softly. In truth, my connection to Yun Jie is minimal. I came across your job posting on a local website, which prompted my visit. As for how I became aware of your relationship with Yun Jie, it was because I had previously seen you both together at Happy Garden. Zhou Yingzhu paused, taken aback by how readily the young man divulged this information. She raised her delicate brows. Little Chu, I shall not press you further, but do be cautious not to offend Master Zhishan. After lunch, for Su Yun's sake, you may take your leave. She appeared amiable. However, it was evident that she differed fundamentally from the genuinely gentle and serene Su Yun. There was an unmistakable warning in her gaze, coupled with an air of superiority. Chu Qing understood that she was not jesting. Yet, he remained unfazed. Sister Zhou, do you have a significant amount of gold here? Upon the utterance of those words, Zhou Yingzhu's expression remained unchanged. However, through Chu Qing's discerning gaze, he could distinctly observe the slight contraction of her pupils. In the fleeting moment that followed, a glimmer of lethal intent flickered beneath her dark irises. Indeed, it was a murderous aura. This woman had taken lives, and certainly not just one. So, she was a Black Widow? How intriguing. Yet, it was only to be expected, even without a thorough understanding of Zhou Yingzhu's background. It was evident that an ordinary woman could not possibly maintain such a formidable estate. Just the value of this opulent manor alone would amount to several tens of millions. But what of it? Chu Qing was entirely unfazed, even diverting his attention from the inquisitive gaze of the monk performing the rites to examine the entirety of the villa. A chilling, grayish-white mist swirled within his eyes. Strangely, since entering this villa, he had not encountered any discernible aura of malevolence. What was that peculiar entity? Chu Qing cast a glance at the statue of the Yin god of wealth, which had set down upon entering. The Yin god of wealth possessed the highest longevity among all his enigmatic possessions, although its murderous influence was not as immediate as that of the head lantern or blood-eye specter. It was by no means negligible. In the brief span of time that had elapsed, the monks and disciples engaged in the rites, including Master Zhishan, had cast more than a mere glance at the Yin god of wealth. They were evidently ensnared by insatiable greed. Most crucially, the murderous principle of the Yin god of wealth was exacerbated in its effects upon those who were particularly avaricious. It is evident that Master Zhishan and his team have not disappointed in their avarice, not to mention the ominous marking involved. Of course, the purpose of the arrival of the Yin god of wealth is not for this. It possesses an acute sensitivity towards wealth, particularly gold, which symbolizes affluence in the secular world. Chu Qing wishes to see if the Yin god of wealth can locate it. According to the fatal guidance from the previous bloodletter mission, the rewards for this task are clearly not to be acquired without merit. As Chu Qing surveyed his surroundings, the previously silent Zhou Yingzhu slowly spoke. How do you know this? Her voice was low and somber. Chu Qing's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of imperceptible crimson flashing in his eyes, before he exhaled softly in relief. For a brief moment, he genuinely believed that Zhou Yingzhu was the enigmatic impostor within this villa estate. Nevertheless, his patience was evidently wearing thin. He had little interest in the peculiarities of this place. If possible, he would simply take the gold and leave, indifferent to the fates of those who perished here. However, it seemed that others shared a similar dwindling interest. In the next moment, Zhou Yingzhu turned to face Master Zhishan and those bustling about, arranging the ceremonial candlesticks, and abruptly stated, Master Zhishan, I just recalled that when I was unwell, I encountered something peculiar that has been kept in the study upstairs. I dared not retrieve it myself. Would you accompany me to bring it down for a blessing? Zhou Yingzhu beamed with a smile that brimmed with a touch of entreaty, causing Master Zhishan and the disciples behind him to flush with eagerness, yearning to showcase themselves before this ageless enchantress. Even Master Zhishan waved his hand, exclaiming, I see. Then let benefactor Zhou lead the way, so that this old monk may witness what manner of fiend we are to encounter. Only Chu Qing narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing deeply at Zhou Yingzhu, realizing the hidden implications of the moment. Zhou Yingzhu, in turn, regarded Chu Qing with a radiant smile, yet her eyes held no warmth, resembling the cold gaze cast upon a lifeless body. Little Chu, you should accompany us. After we conclude, we can depart together. The emphasis she placed on the last three words was unmistakably laden with significance. Chu Qing lifted the corners of his mouth in a smirk. Very well. He paid no heed to Zhou Yingzhu's penetrating gaze, fully aware of her deeper intentions. It was no wonder she had urged him to leave quickly, considering Su Suyun's influence. The Black Widow is among the most adept at crafting traps to ensnare her prey. One could only wonder if this Black Widow could ensnare a spider catcher who was already prepared. Chapter 45. The picture of Zhong Kuei riding a tiger. Serving the tiger as an accomplice. On the staircase of the second floor, figures ascended one after another. Chu Qing trailed behind, carrying the effigy of the god of wealth, and slowly made his way to the second floor. Everyone stood before a tightly shut door. Then, everyone clearly observed that even Zhou Yingzhu, who had consistently maintained her composure, could not help but exhale deeply, evidently quite tense. This scene caused a slight unease among Master Zhishan's disciples and assistants, although they had followed their master for many years. Consistently asserting that the world was devoid of chaotic superstitions, the peculiar phenomenon that had unexpectedly emerged that morning still piqued their curiosity. With a creak, the door to the room slowly opened, leaving no room for further contemplation. Unbeknownst to them, Chu Qing's eyes had narrowed completely. He did not rush inside, nor did he even face the study door directly. As the saying goes, even when hunting a rabbit, one must use full force. With so many others preceding him, what urgency did he have to advance? If these individuals were to unearth the enigmatic rules of murder at the cost of their lives, it could be deemed a fitting end. However, he did not witness anything unusual. In fact, after Master Zhishan entered the room and took a careful look around, he inquired, "Zhou Benefactor, where is the malevolent object you mentioned?" Yet, Zhou Yingzhu disregarded Master Zhishan and turned to Chu Qing, who still lingered outside the door, smiling as she said, "Little Chu, one cannot be so timid in your profession." Chu Qing chuckled in response. Caution is the key to longevity. Nevertheless, he chose not to continue concealing his intentions and followed closely behind Zhou Yingzhu into the study, which was even more expansive than the average living room. Instantly, his gaze began to roam, eventually fixating on a particular object. An indescribable chill began to permeate the air. Indeed, this woman had long been aware of the eerie presence. It was a painting, an upright piece of art. The subject matter was not particularly extraordinary, a depiction of Zhong Kui riding a tiger. It was evident that this was an antique, quite conspicuously so. Perhaps it was precisely because it was so overt. The figure of Zhong Kui in the painting appeared remarkably frail, yet the ferocious tiger beneath him seemed so lifelike, as if it might leap out from the canvas and devour a person whole. Chu Qing understo instinquito. What malevolent force had Zhou bestowed upon them? Zhou Yingzhong, as anticipated, pointed to the upper position, and there it was, the painting of Zhong Kui riding a tiger. Master Zhishan took a glance at the piece, stepping forward slightly. Remarkably, at the very instant his gaze locked onto it, the tiger within the painting seemed to spring forth, causing him to recoil in shock. He blinked, realizing that beads of cold sweat had begun to form on his brow. Was it an illusion, or something else entirely? He looked around at the others. Chu Qing had somehow taken a seat behind a nearby tea table, while Zhou Yingzhu stood at the doorway, and his assistants and disciples observed him with curiosity, clearly unaware of the occurrence that had just transpired. So, was it truly merely an illusion? Master Zhishan cleared his throat and addressed the two individuals behind him. "Shi Ming, Shi Yuan, come here and remove this painting from the wall." "Yes." Two young monks promptly acknowledged the situation and stepped forward, approaching the painting of Zhong Kui riding a tiger. They were about to extend their hands, yet, at that very instant, their movements froze, as though they had been ensnared by an invisible force, remaining utterly still. In that moment, even Master Zhishan and the two remaining assistants sensed something amiss. "Shiming, Xiwan, what are you doing? Move swiftly." However, before his words could fully escape his lips, a terrifying roar erupted within the confines of the study. Roar. The sound reverberated like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains, piercing and thunderous. Yet, the scene before them was drenched in blood. As Master Zhishan and his two assistants looked on in horror, Shiming and Xiwan seemed to snap back from their trance. One clutched his abdomen, while the other touched his neck. In the next heartbeat, a horrifying spray of crimson erupted forth. One bore a gaping wound through his belly, while the other faced an even grimmer fate. His once shining bald head now vanished without a trace. The blood sprayed profusely, staining the painting of Zhong Kui riding a tiger, while the rest of the surroundings remained untouched. Subsequently, the lifeless body appeared to be dragged by some unseen force. A piercing scream shattered the air, but it did not emanate from the sole woman present. Zhou Yingzhu. Instead, it came from Master Zhishan himself. Then, the master with white eyebrows, without a moment's hesitation, dashed towards the door of Zhou Yingzhu's study. Suddenly, his frenzied momentum came to an abrupt halt, and he raised both hands, slowly retreating. Zhou Yingzhu's demeanor was indifferent. At some point, she had drawn a pitch-black pistol, coldly aimed at the trembling Master Zhishan, who was shaking like a leaf. "Master Zhou, what are you doing? What are you doing? There are ghosts in this room. The painting contains spirits." Zhou Yingzhu replied calmly. "I am aware, which is precisely why I sought out the master for assistance in exorcising them." "Master, you have already accepted the deposit. You wouldn't want to slip away now, would you?" "Deposit. Yes, the deposit," Master Zhishan stammered. "Master Zhou, I will return the deposit to you. You should seek assistance elsewhere. By the way, isn't Chu Qing still around? I can give him money to him. You can go to him instead." In response, a crisp gunshot rang out, reverberating through the air. Bang! Even Chu Qing could hardly believe that Zhou Yingzhu had actually fired. A scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, echoed as the blood-red mark of the bullet appeared on Master Zhishan's shoulder, confirming the bullet's trajectory. "Master Zhishan, in Lo City, or even the Central Plains province, has anyone ever told you that my money, Zhou Yingzhu's money, can be taken or discarded at will?" She then turned her gaze towards the two equally terrified men. Her exceptional marksmanship, coupled with the confined space of the study, left no room for retaliation. "And you two now, go and take down that painting." However, it has just been clarified that everyone witnessed the fate of Master Shi Yuan, and no one dare to take any further action. Master Zhishan, with remarkable quickness, immediately noticed the calm and collected Chu Qing, who was leisurely pouring himself a glass of water from a nearby kettle. If there truly are spirits in this world, could it be that the curse phone was indeed accurate? Was this seemingly sinister young man genuinely possessing some extraordinary abilities? Thus, he crawled over, exclaiming, "Young benefactor, if you save my life, I shall bestow upon you my Land Rover Range Rover." Chu Qing glanced at the white-browed monk tugging at his trousers and nearly burst into laughter. The effect of the Yin god was indeed quite remarkable. In such a life-and-death moment, this fellow still only offered him a mere car. He chuckled softly and nodded, saying, "Rest assured, master." He then set down his cup, took a sip, and continued, "Sister Zhou, may we discuss a matter?" Zhou Yingzhu furrowed her brow. The dark muzzle of her gun now aimed directly at Chu Qing. "Little Chu, I had already stated that, for Su Yun's sake, I would allow you to leave first. Why must you seek your own demise? As for them, do you have any idea how many individuals this old bald donkey has deceived during this time? How many female devotees have fallen victim to his schemes, resulting in countless families being torn apart?" Chu Qing set down the water cup and remarked, "Your words carry a hint of sincerity, so rest assured. Considering Sister Yun's influence, as long as you provide me with what I require, I shall grant you a chance for survival." Meeting Zhou Yingzhu's astonished gaze, Chu Qing continued, "What I wish to discuss pertains to another matter. After that painted creature has dispatched these individuals, please leave their corpses behind. I have a little companion here that has been left unfed." At this juncture, Chu Qing turned his attention to the window of the study. At some point, a black crow had appeared, its crimson beak pecking frantically at the glass, its eyes fixated on the splattered blood and the two lifeless bodies within the room. The frenzied gaze sent shivers down the spines of all present. Chu Qing approached the window, opened it to allow the crow to enter, and then turned back to continue. "Of course, should you, as the accomplice to this beast, find yourself unable to take charge of the situation, I am more than willing to take matters into my own hands and have a proper conversation with this little feline myself." Chapter 46. The Nature of Malevolence. Is it the wickedness of man or the cunning of the beast? Who is truly the ferocious one? The tiger. In ancient times, it was revered by many as the lord of the mountains, fearsome and deadly. It is said that a tiger that has attained spiritual essence can consume the souls of those who perish by its jaws, transforming them into its spectral minions, luring others to become its prey. To be an accomplice to the tiger is derived from this very notion. Indeed, the Zhou Yingzhu before us is the minion of the tiger depicted in the painting. However, in stark contrast to the legendary specter, at this very moment, Zhou Yingzhu remains a living being. The reason for this is that what she faces is merely a painted illusion of a tiger, rather than a true mountain lord. The room fell into an eerie silence. Grasping her black pistol, Zhou Yingzhu found herself momentarily at a loss. She was utterly perplexed by the identity of Chu Qing and the source of their inexplicable confidence. Apart from the incessant howls of Master Zhishan, there was naught but silence in the chamber. Master Zhishan's two assistants appeared to be rendered speechless, their expressions reflecting sheer terror. At that pivotal moment, a crimson glimmer finally emerged from the depths of Chu Qing's eyes, locking on Zhou Yingzhu. In an instant, her mind surged with adrenaline as Chu Qing sprang forth, snatching the ebony pistol from her grasp. This scene unfolded in the blink of an eye, yet allowed Chu Qing to exhale with relief. In truth, without the lantern of severed heads, her ability to harness the darkness beneath the light was rendered impotent, posing a genuine threat to her own safety. Presently, with the pistol disarmed, only one other potential danger remained in the room. Nevertheless, this tableau undoubtedly instilled a sense of delusion in the onlookers. Witnessing Chu Qing's swift action, Master Zhishan was overwhelmed with joy, and his two assistants likewise regained their composure, gazing at Chu Qing with unbridled delight. Young brother, for today's events, this humble monk shall surely express his profound gratitude in the future. With that, he resolved to lead his two assistants in a bid to escape. Regrettably, a sharp gunshot echoed in the air, piercing through the smoke of gunfire, as a pair of crimson eyes calmly regarded the three of them. "What did I ever state that you three could leave?" The young man smiled as he observed the pallid face of Master, who had lost considerable blood. With a cheerful demeanor, he continued, "Now, the three of you shall retrieve that painting together." Despair. At this moment, the hearts of the three present were engulfed in desolation. Yet, the gun barrel, now steadily aimed, and the merciless countenance of the one who wielded it made it painfully clear that their fate had not shifted in the slightest. Merely the identity of the executioner had changed. The weak possess not even the power to choose the manner of their demise. Thus, even when Master feigned unconsciousness on the ground, the outcome remained unchanged. He was met with a gunshot aimed at his thigh. As the weapon was directed towards the two assistants, they could no longer contain themselves and rushed desperately towards the painting, intent on removing it from the wall. However, the final result remained unaltered. The gruesome method of death loomed, along with the terrifying, gaping wound. Subsequently, observing the writhing Master in agony, could no longer restrain himself and lifted him, unceremoniously tossing him before the painting. In the old monk's eyes, filled with resentment, there lingered a sense of confusion. He could not comprehend why such treachery truly existed in this world. I find it utterly incomprehensible why these two individuals are more malevolent than the deceit itself. At this moment, he seems to have forgotten the countless shattered families he has manipulated and the numerous young women he has deceived under the guise of enlightenment. In their eyes, how does this seemingly benevolent monk surpass the sinister in any significant way? Ultimately, the five individuals in the room met their demise in the same manner, all falling prey to a ferocious beast, succumbing to its sharp fangs and claws. Just then, the presence lurking in the shadows appeared to be immensely satisfied with this bountiful harvest of prey, emitting a contented roar within the study. Where only Chu Qing and Zhou Yingzhu remained, roar. This sound echoed like a tiger descending from the mountains. Within the vividly painted scene of Zhong Kuei riding a tiger, the tiger's form became increasingly lifelike, while Zhong Kuei's presence seemed to grow ever more insubstantial. It was as if this spectral figure of the warrior judge could scarcely contain the fierce tiger that was about to emerge. Chu Qing remained undisturbed by this. He merely patted the raven, which was on the verge of leaping forward, and calmly gazed at the painting of the tiger descending the mountain. Even though he had discerned some of the rules governing the deadly nature of this painting from the earlier deaths of the five individuals, the blood-eyed entity continued to regard the artwork without trepidation. Tiger riding painting, grade, 9th rank, category, painting of deceit, duration of shadow, 3 years, 7 months, in 3 days. Heart extraction by the black tiger, rule within 1 meter of the painting. The entrant will confront the true form of the tiger spirit and engage in an illusory battle with it. Failure to defeat the tiger results in death. If one were to overpower a tiger through sheer human strength, an opportunity for escape would arise. The ability to act as a tiger's accomplice allows a human who enters the black tiger's heart extraction range to serve this fearsome creature. The state known as painting's deception renders the individual incapable of extricating themselves from the artwork, yet their life force diminishes at half the usual rate each day. The painting itself is impervious to physical destruction. The criteria for advancement remain undisclosed. It is noteworthy that while this entity is indeed formidable, it ultimately remains a mere beast. Indeed, the murderous rules of the tiger depicted within the painting are alarmingly straightforward, and though it is undeniably powerful, it pales in comparison to the more abstract nature of the god of wealth. Furthermore, this peculiar being possesses the ability to control accomplices. Assuming no unforeseen circumstances arise and the requirements for advancement are not excessively stringent, it holds considerable potential to ascend into the ranks of the mid-tier specters. Although he may have indulged somewhat, Chu Qing nodded in satisfaction. He would certainly not decline such a promising anomaly. His own room, after all, lacked a few fine artworks, and he could find a suitable place to display this one beautifully. However, at that moment, as Chu Qing approached, Zhou Yingzhu finally regained her composure and turned to him. "Etlin, Xiao Zhu, that thing is incredibly dangerous. Now that it's well fed, you should refrain from approaching it." Chu Qing paid her words little mind, recognizing that she had yet to grasp the reality of the situation. Given that Zhou Yingzhu was already ensnared as an accomplice under the control of this tiger spirit, she was undoubtedly well acquainted with its terror and ferocity, while remaining oblivious to her own circumstances. Thus, Chu Qing smiled slightly, continuing his stride as he remarked, "How do you know whether it is more fearsome than I?" As his words fell, he halted in his tracks, raising his gaze. A man and a tiger stood facing each other. The human's blood-red eyes mirrored the fierce intensity of a predator, while the tiger, with its formidable claws, seemed poised to strike at his heart. Chapter 47. Has it begun? Is already over. A roar. The ferocious tiger's roar reverberated, leaving Chu Qing's ears ringing. Suddenly, the tiger depicted in the painting appeared to leap forth from its confines. What a magnificent and fearsome beast! Just as described in the classics. A blood-soaked raw body, crimson, curved limbs. Its mane flared like flames, and its brows stood rigid and fierce. Its mouth was a terrifying display of gleaming steel teeth, and its golden eyes shone brightly. With an indomitable spirit, it let out a mighty roar, exuding an air of regal ferocity. The sudden emergence of such a powerful tiger was enough to explain why the 5 individuals had faltered within mere seconds. Even though Chu Qing understood that this was merely a manifestation of tiger evil energy conjured from his consciousness, he instinctively took a half-step back. This reaction stemmed from humanity's deep-rooted reverence for apex predators engraved in our very genes. Yet, soon enough, those crimson eyes met the golden ones head-on. At that moment, the air itself seemed to freeze. He sensed that this depiction of Zhong Kuei riding a tiger was likely stronger than the previous manifestations. Just how many lives had that woman, Zhou Yingzhu, fed to this painting to allow it to evolve to such a degree in such a brief span? Feeling the weight of this rules collision, it seemed this entity was on the verge of breaking through to the 8th rank. In the fleeting span of a breath, the formidable silhouette of the tiger lunged once more in the next instant. Though astonished, Chu Qing remained utterly composed. He swiftly retreated, not in an attempt to evade, but rather, he fixed his crimson gaze unwaveringly upon his opponent. With audacity, he reached out, placing his hand above the gaping maw of the beast, and in the moment its momentum waned, he abruptly drew his head closer. The tiger's eyes, seemingly aglow with golden brilliance, and its dark crimson, malevolent pupils were no more than 3 centimeters apart. In that fleeting moment, the ferocity emanating from Chu Qing eclipsed that of the vibrant, malevolent tiger by a significant margin. What allowed the blood-eyed dragon lord to ascend to the pinnacle of ferocity, both within the dragon kingdom and across the globe in his previous life? If At the same level, after the rules intertwined, one could suppress the rules of the blood-eyed. Then the blood-eyed dragon lord of that past life might as well have plunged into the Yellow River in despair. Thus, without hesitation, as Chu Qing boldly advanced, a thread of sinister energy connected and controlled him. With a mere thought, countless wisps of dark energy enveloped him. The illusory, vibrant, malevolent tiger before him transformed into a mere shadow, returning to its original depiction. It remained poised, maintaining its previous posture, while the painting of Zhong Ke riding the tiger hung silently on the wall. Beside him, Zhou Yingzhu stood in a daze, her mouth agape, unable to close it, before she unexpectedly posed a question that took Chu Qing by surprise. Has it begun? A hint of trepidation lingered in her voice. She feared that at any moment, her voice might transform that figure into a lifeless corpse, just as it had done to the previous 5 souls. She dreaded the thought that, regardless of her actions, her ultimate fate would remain unchanged. Then, she observed Chu Qing slowly extending his hand to remove the painting that had become her nightmare, which hung on the wall, and he gently rolled it up. Following this, a faint voice emerged. Is it beginning? It has already concluded. Zhou Yingzhu blinked in astonishment. The moment Chu Qing rolled up the painting, she suddenly felt the cold aura that had enveloped her dissipate entirely. Above her heart, the encroaching shadow of death seemed, in that fleeting instant, to be gradually dispelled by a crimson hue. She stared blankly at Chu Qing, who was turning to face her. Unfazed by her astonishment, Chu Qing carefully stored the painting of Zhong Ke riding the tiger before stating, "The question I posed earlier can now be answered." "What question?" Zhou Yingzhu regained her composure. "Gold." Chu Qing's brow furrowed slightly as he reached out and tossed the black crow amidst the corpses lying on the ground. He could discern that the painting of Zhong Ke had the power to draw the bodies within it to be devoured. However, since he had seized the opportunity, he had no intention of withholding the chance for the black crow to feast. After all, this was the nature of its existence. "Oh, I have it. I have gold. An abundance of it." Zhou Yingzhu indeed spoke the truth. She possessed a considerable amount of gold. In a manner of speaking, the prototype of the death apartment has devolved into an eerie script of blood, dictated by the fate it has brought forth, without deceiving him. Within the splendid estate of Zhou Yingzhu, in Villa Number 2, lies a basement containing 2 small storage boxes filled with gold bars, their estimated value conservatively exceeding 1 billion. The presence of such a colossal fortune in Zhou Yingzhu's basement raises questions, yet Chu Qing remains indifferent to the trivialities behind it. His sole focus rests upon the nearly 2 tons of gold itself. As for the aftermath, given that Zhou Yingzhu had the audacity to summon Master Deshan and has engaged in such dealings before, it is evident that she possesses the means to manage the repercussions. Moreover, even the remnants of bone have swiftly vanished into the gullet of the black crow, suggesting that any further cleanup seems rather negligible. While 2 tons of gold appear substantial, in reality, a reasonably sized suitcase suffices to contain it, as gold's density is remarkably high, resulting in a compact volume, yet a significant weight. Consequently, it was time for the satiated black crow to exert its strength. This avian creature, only slightly larger than a crow, astonishingly hoisted over a ton of gold and deposited it onto Chu Qing's taxi. Such formidable power left Zhou Yingzhu momentarily dumbfounded. Satisfied, Chu Qing, accompanied by the god of fortune, entered the vehicle. "Mr. Chu, could you provide me with a contact number?" Finally, Zhou Yingzhu, who had been bewildered throughout the encounter and devoid of her earlier Black Widow demeanor, could no longer contain herself. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Qing obliged her request. The woman possesses numerous connections. It is worth noting that firearms in the Dragon Country are not easily accessible to the average individual. In the future, these connections may prove beneficial. After exchanging contact information, Chu Qing gradually activated the engine. Zhou Yingzhu, having regained her astuteness, promptly stated, "I will call someone to assist you in opening the door." "There's no need. Chu Qing does it." Then, to Zhou Yingzhu's astonishment, he accelerated the taxi, numbered 4004, directly towards the entrance. Contrary to expectations, the anticipated sound of a violent impact did not ensue. Instead, The blue and white taxi sped through the gate, leaving only its fleeting silhouette in its wake. Taxi 40004 raced forward, achieving a remarkable speed of 400 kilometers per hour in mere seconds. With ample gold at his disposal, he was eager to witness the golden shrine of the god of wealth, a creation born from the powers of the underworld's corner. As Zhou Yingzhu stood rooted in place, her gaze lost in thought, she caught a glimpse of Chu Qing's profile on the newly added contact in her messaging app. The profile picture was strikingly simple, a solid black image. The ID, however, was memorable. Gravekeeper, Chapter 48. The shrine emerges. The god of wealth returns. Golden radiance. Although the luster of gold and its opulent aesthetic may not align with the tastes of many in contemporary society, it is undeniable that the sight of over a ton, nearing 2 tons of gold before one's eyes, is indeed striking. Chu Qing sat within the confines of his family's security room, yet he paid no heed to the pile of gold resting on the floor. Instead, his gaze was drawn to the dark red glass of the grand door, which retained its ominous hue even in the daylight. Upon entering through the threshold, the blood character ghost had already responded. Mission accomplished. Locate the eerie tiger riding painting within the Jingxuan and successfully entomb it. Guided by death, the blood character ghost has gained 20 days of Yin lifespan. Executor's reward, a substantial amount of gold. Gazing at this blood character notification, a subtle smile graced the corners of Chu Qing's mouth. The blood character ghost was undoubtedly the optimal choice for a grave spirit. At this very moment, his own Yin lifespan had also been extended by 20 days. Indeed, upon becoming a grave ghost, the peculiarities of Chu Qing's symbiotic state had increased once more. The consumption of Yin lifespan had risen accordingly, yet this was only to be expected, as the Yin lifespan acquired by the blood character ghost seamlessly merged with his own. This was precisely why he could confidently assert that the 100 days of Yin lifespan expenditure from the Golden Shrine was a trivial matter. Moreover, the quality of the Yin lifespan acquired through the tasks completed by the blood character ghost, as dictated by the guidance of death, was comparable to that obtained through Yin duties. It is worth noting that the quality of Yin lifespan from these duties refers to that garnered by Chu Qing's origami figures in his previous life. As for the quality of Yin lifespan from the Gravekeeper's duties, Chu Qing had yet to experience it, leaving its quality undetermined. The era of terror has descended, and in less than a day, he has become a keeper of the tombs, awaiting the dawn of the next day to receive his first measure of ghostly longevity. Yet, it remains uncertain how long it will take to accumulate sufficient longevity to ascend to the 8th rank. The position of an 8th rank keeper offers several choices. However, regardless of the path chosen, there exist 2 immutable conditions that he must fulfill. Firstly, he must possess a full 20 years of ghostly longevity. Secondly, the tomb must contain no fewer than 5 graves. These are the most fundamental prerequisites, yet fulfilling them does not guarantee a smooth ascension to the 8th rank. In truth, if it were that simple, the previous era of terror would not have led to such a catastrophic decline in population. Rapid ascension cannot fully assimilate the power of ghostly positions. Should one hastily claim 20 years of longevity through slaughter, only to seek the ascension ritual immediately thereafter, the inevitable consequence would be a loss of self upon becoming an 8th rank entity, succumbing to the corruptive influence of the ghostly role, resulting in a state akin to that of the deranged Huang Hong, neither human nor ghost, but a true aberration. To ascend without fear, one must acquire longevity without excessive reliance on the bloodshed, and more importantly, must diligently embody and comprehend the responsibilities and abilities inherent in the ghostly position. Only through this meticulous approach can one ascend worry-free after fully digesting the powers of the ghostly role. However, this wisdom was only gleaned several years after the onset of the era of terror. There are always those so-called enterprising individuals who, after fulfilling certain conditions and discovering a method for ascending to higher positions in the underworld, eagerly strive to break through. In the end, they become beings that are neither wholly human nor entirely ghostly. With this thought, Chu Qing gradually regained his focus, finally directing his gaze toward the gold he had brought back. The Yin Xiao Yi Jiao, This skill propels the profession of tomb guardians into deeper realms, ensuring that their potential and future extend far beyond mere influence over the ninth rank. It not only signifies a swifter acquisition of the guardian's longevity in the early stages, but, more importantly, enhances the potential for the peculiarities within the tombs to ascend. Just this single aspect renders the ability of the Yin Chao Yi Jiao on par with the formidable powers gained from promotions within the upper three ranks of the underworld. Contemplating this, Chu Qing slowly closed his eyes, connecting with that thread of power. In that moment, he felt his entire consciousness merge with the North Mountain Cemetery. While he could not claim to have complete mastery over every blade of grass and every tree, this heightened perception far surpassed that of mere eyesight. In the next instant, a box of gold that had rested on the ground seemed to be lifted by an unseen chill, suddenly rushing toward the Yin god of wealth beside the counter. With a resounding clang, countless pieces of gold collided with the deity, and then, enveloped by the aura of the underworld, the once solid gold bricks transformed into liquid gold. As if an invisible brush were poised before Chu Qing, it gradually painted and sculpted a most resplendent and opulent shrine. Entirely gilded and standing approximately 1.7 to 1.8 meters tall, it was adorned with intricately carved patterns resembling various coins in its hollowed center. Beneath this shrine lay two small compartments, exquisitely crafted and capable of being opened. However, unlike the typical depictions of the god of wealth, which usually feature a child holding treasures, the figures carved beneath this golden shrine were five diminutive spirits kneeling in reverence, cradling gold ingots in their hands. Before Chu Qing could take a closer look, in the instant the shrine settled into place. The hovering figure of the Yin god of wealth seemed to respond to some unseen summons, moving directly to the very center of the golden shrine. With a resounding thud, it anchored itself firmly in position. At that moment, Chu Qing sensed a profound change in the essence of the Yin god of wealth. Positioned at the center, it exuded an air of solemnity and majesty. In this instant, Chu Qing distinctly perceived an unusual aura of dark energy emanating from the Yin god. Melding with the arrival of the golden shrine, an indescribable sensation arose from the figure, one that others might not comprehend. Yet, Chu Qing understood that this sensation signified the opening of a peculiar staircase, a pathway for the Yin god of wealth to explore and forge its own route to ascension. Even he had not anticipated such rapid developments. He suddenly turned his gaze toward the most inconspicuous, silent, and unassuming figure amidst the bizarre entities he was seeking, the dark god of wealth. Concealed between the sides of a shrine, beneath the resplendent gold and jade, stood a statue of the god of wealth, entirely black, adorned with a smile that seemed to gaze down upon the kneeling devotees and the greedy supplicants before it. Within that smile lay arrogance, nobility, and an indescribable, indifferent divinity. Yet beneath the surrounding aura of malevolence, behind that smile, lurked cruelty, bloodshed, greed, and the sinister grotesqueness hidden within the darkness. The god of wealth, shadowed in the front, wealth lingers behind. At the moment when Chu Qing opened his eyes and scrutinized this entity, a pair of blood-red couplets slowly manifested on either side of the niche where the god of wealth was enshrined. The first line read, "Only with 100 taels of gold can the god of wealth smile." The second line, "With 10,000 ghostly notes, one can halt the king of hell." The horizontal inscription proclaimed, "Wealth can connect to the divine." Chapter 49, The Chaos of Luocheng. Terror suddenly unveiled. The ascent of the bizarre occurs through various channels and methods, often devoid of any discernible pattern. Sometimes, it is merely a matter of achieving a certain threshold of shadowy longevity, unexpectedly resulting in an elevation. However, such peculiar advancements do not alter the nature of abilities or the rules of killing. Rather, they primarily enhance existing powers while introducing additional supplementary capabilities. Furthermore, there are cases like Chu Qing's bloodletter anomaly, where apart from shadowy longevity, certain other specific requirements must be met, with the most crucial being the absorption of particular bizarre entities, forming a puzzle for ascension. The peculiar nature of such promotions apart from a significant enhancement of one's own abilities, is greatly influenced by the enigmatic capabilities that are utilized like pieces of a puzzle, leading to unexpected advancements. As for the promotion of the Yin god, Chu Qing remains oblivious. After all, it is only natural that one cannot perceive the promotion methods of an enigma that one does not control. Perhaps in the future, as the grade of the blood eye ascends, he may gain insight. However, for now, such prospects are evidently bleak. Even if he were to witness it, Chu Qing harbors no other ambitions. Assisting this entity in its promotion may only yield limited benefits, such as the acquisition of additional longevity through daily tomb guarding. Beyond that, after ascending to the 8th rank, who knows if the blood eye and the blood character can still restrain it. Chu Qing firmly refrains from engaging in endeavors devoid of certainty. The golden shrine was placed in the corner of the security room. He surveyed the room, glanced at another corner, and then retrieved the painting of Zhong Kuei riding a tiger, hanging it on the wall. Almost at the very moment it was affixed, Chu Qing sensed a mysterious connection between this artifact and the Beishan cemetery beneath his feet. Just then, indeed, the death register made its reappearance. Ding! Another brand new enigma has joined the esteemed family of Lord Chu Qing. Let us applaud. The power of death is held by you with such ease. The authority of Yinluo is grasped by you so casually. My most esteemed Lord Chu Qing, it remains my honor to serve you. Certainly, I must remind you that despite your formidable prowess, the city beneath your feet is teeming with myriad peculiarities. Even you, can you truly navigate unhindered through this city steeped in ancient mysteries? As Chu Qing gazed at the prompt from the ledger of life and death, the smile that had graced his lips gradually faded into serenity. In this dark and desolate realm of the uncanny, who can genuinely move about without restraint? Perhaps only the legendary king of Chu Jiang from myth can attain such freedom. In the city of Luo, the inspectorate has been in constant motion since the early hours of the morning. The operators have scarcely ceased their calls, with the emergency lines ringing incessantly. A multitude of cases have emerged within the inspectorate, primarily prompted by reports concerning that bizarre entity. However, at this juncture, the ordinary inspectorate remains utterly oblivious to the true nature of that thing, and thus refrains from disseminating any information. Yet, amidst this cacophony of emergency calls, there are also accounts of harrowing incidents. Nearly every such case is swiftly relayed to the Criminal Investigation Department. Within the precincts of the Criminal Investigation Department, a stark contrast to the earlier bustle of the police headquarters is evident. It is eerily quiet. Apart from a few reception clerks, the offices are devoid of personnel, with only two figures present. Captain Wang, gazing at the small blackboard, finds himself overwhelmed by the sheer volume of calls received in just 6 hours since the start of the day. He is a seasoned detective with over a decade of experience, a hero tirelessly battling on the front lines. Yet in all these years, he has never encountered such a scene. He gazes at the densely packed blackboard as if in a trance, repeatedly recounting the cases he has faced that day. Sun Ping and Zhao Chuan investigating the series of mysterious falls at Hongxi Building. Li Hongwei and Ding Lulu probing the incident of a fallen Buddha head at Linai K Grottos that claimed the lives of 3 tourists. Zhao Yuan and Su Bufan looking into the murder case involving Tang Dynasty armor at the museum. Zhang Qing and Tan Yu examining the strange sounds at Kaiyuan Lake. Qian Yuping and Guan Su investigating the disappearance of vehicles on the Yellow River Bridge. As he speaks, the expression on Captain Wang's face grows increasingly grim, to the point of appearing almost bewildered. Meanwhile, his phone buzzes with a series of alarming messages, plunging this veteran detective into a state of profound confusion. Are you shocked? Are you frightened? Don't worry. This is just the beginning. They are reveling in the thrill of the hunt. They are savoring a rare delicacy. They are basking in the joy of creation. And you, Wang Wei, the guardian of the people, feel the weight of responsibility and mission bestowed upon you by your uniform, igniting a sense of urgency within you. But what can you truly do? In this new era, what can you possibly achieve? Perhaps you are even less capable than that young girl by your side, are you not? Captain Wang gazed vacantly at the young princess beside him. At this moment, her royal status no longer stirred his heart. An entire morning had passed, merely a morning devoted to reporting incidents, and yet the death toll had exceeded 50, with the number of missing persons surpassing 100. Such a shocking case unfolded continuously, and after being reported, it elicited no response whatsoever. Was it merely a predicament confined to Luo City? Or was it a phenomenon echoed throughout the nation and even the world? Captain Wang was uncertain. However, seated across from Wang Wei was no longer the spirited and cheerful female inspector of Ur. Instead, there was only silence and a shared numbness. She too was fixated on her own ledger of life and death. Unlike others, her ledger took the form of a book. It was this very book that made everyone in the criminal investigation department acutely aware that this was not merely a case of a smartphone virus. Are you frightened? Anxious? Do not worry. This game will not befall you, at least not just yet, as long as you remain sufficiently prudent and do not actively seek your demise. Yet deep down, you know you cannot remain idle. For Lu Yin embodies justice and compassion, just as your name suggests. However, only the divine can truly extend compassion to humanity. Only the divine possesses the right to bestow such grace upon the world. Perhaps your family, in a bygone era, resembled deities in their benevolence. But in this age, can you, or your kin, truly act as guardians akin to the divine? Indeed, you cannot, nor can your family. All you can do now is to bear witness. To witness the demise of those you vowed to protect while donning that uniform. To witness the loss of those beside you. You yearn to take action, yet remain uncertain of how to proceed. However, unlike those who stand helplessly, awaiting their fate, such as the man before you, Lu Yin, you possess an alternative path. Seek him out, inquire of him what you and your kind, mere ants in this vast world, ought to do in the face of such horrors. You know who he is, do you not? Lu Yin raised her gaze, bewildered, and instinctively closed her eyes. A crimson hue, reminiscent of countless nights before, materialized before her. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, staring at the now blank ledger of life and death, and slowly exhaled a single word, Chu. The remaining syllables lingered on her lips, yet she could not utter them aloud again. Thus, no one would ever know whether she intended to say Chu Qing or King of Chu Jiang. Chapter 50. The Skeleton Tree. The New Tomb of Heads. The Hongxi building has witnessed a series of tragic falls, resulting in 4 fatalities. Authorities have dispatched inspectors to the scene, urging citizens to exercise caution and underscoring the importance of fire safety. Meanwhile, the Yeet grottos, having suffered from years of neglect, have seen the collapse of a Buddha head, leading to the apprehension of responsible individuals by inspectors. Today, the Yellow River Bridge is shrouded in an inexplicable fog, causing numerous vehicles and vessels to go missing, prompting a lockdown of the area. Citizens are advised to remain vigilant, as the Earth is experiencing mysterious magnetic field influences, resulting in unknown changes and the emergence of peculiar life forms. Experts from around the globe are currently conducting research, and citizens are reassured that they will be promptly informed of any developments. In the meantime, it is recommended to minimize outdoor activities to avoid unnecessary dangers. On the television, the anchors from Luo City TV, a man and a woman, wore grave expressions as they reported these alarming events that have transpired in less than a day. Chu Qing, cradling his pet Xian Tong, listened intently to the broadcast while casually glancing at his computer screen, effectively juggling multiple tasks. He was already aware of the situation in Luo City from his previous life, and he possessed some knowledge about the early notorious anomalies that had a significant impact. His rebirth did not cause much of a butterfly effect concerning these peculiarities. However, his reincarnation had indeed stirred considerable upheaval elsewhere, particularly regarding the House of Strange Tales, which captivated his attention. At this very moment, his post titled The Eerie Survival Guide has been prominently pinned at the top of the homepage in bold red font. The discussions surrounding the post have exceeded tens of thousands, while its view count is nearing a staggering 1 million. As for the points accrued from the Strange Tales community, it is best left unmentioned. This is quite understandable. With the advent of the era of terror, much of the content within this survival guide resonates profoundly. Naturally, the truly valuable information, such as the promotion rituals for shadowy positions, remains undisclosed by him. Regarding his own inbox, Chu Qing can no longer bear to look. It is inundated with a plethora of private messages that have nearly surpassed the capacity limits of the Strange Tales platform. The only messages he can peruse are a few that he had previously opened, thus appearing at the forefront of his private chats. Notably, two messages stand out. One is from the Hell Society, which has once again extended an invitation to him, stating that they have garnered a certain number of members within the Dragon Kingdom. Regrettably, Chu Qing harbors no interest whatsoever in this. It is merely a ghost tamers organization. Even if it were to become one of the largest in the future, it holds little allure. Such organizations will proliferate once the era of terror finds its footing. To say they wish to recruit him is one thing. Even if they offered him a position as their leader, he would remain disinterested, unless it were a case where the entire faction served solely him. He sees no reason to entertain such notions. After all, apart from individuals like Lu Ci, which King would willingly take on the role of a caretaker for others, merely to bolster their facade? After disregarding the news from the Hell Society, Chu Qing turned his attention once again to another message that piqued his interest. This message pertained to someone named Zhang He, a soul ensnared within the Mirror Realm in the provincial capital of Xingqing, Zhongyuan Province. "Dear host, are you still there? I cannot escape. Help me, please." This fragmented plea continued intermittently for 2 hours. Consequently, Chu Qing replied, "Are you still there?" Almost instantaneously, a response arrived. "Yes, dear host. I am here. Please, I cannot get out of this mirror. I am terrified." As he read the incoming messages, Chu Qing's gaze remained tranquil. After glancing at the ominous blood inscriptions on the door and noting the absence of any movement, he sent another message. "Hold on. Just endure a little longer. I will come to rescue you shortly. But, dear host, how much longer must I endure?" Choosing not to engage further with the incoming messages, a hint of derision flickered in Chu Qing's eyes as he shifted his focus to the remaining posts on the forum. Most were devoid of any significant meaning. He scanned a few before a sudden sound pierced the silence from outside. Caw-caw. The harsh cawing of the black crow was as jarring as ever. Stepping outside, Chu Qing waved and observed the black crow descending from the sky, its presence reeking of a metallic tang. Satisfied by this creature's return, he nodded approvingly, recognizing it as a reliable harbinger of cleansing. Beneath the talons of the black crow lay several peculiar items, cast before Chu Qing's eyes. Should an onlooker have witnessed this scene, they would likely have cried out in terror. However, for Chu Qing, there was no fear. Only a hint of amusement graced his features. Before him lay a collection of skulls, numbering 6 or 7, some still adorned with traces of blood, presenting a most unsettling sight. "Well done. It appears you have unearthed an array of bizarre remnants." Unlike many other anomalies, the scavenger seldom resorts to violence unless driven by desperation. The Black Crow's power is one of assistance rather than malevolence. Given the current circumstances within Luo City, there is no need for a dedicated search, as numerous corpses left behind by these strange entities abound. Caw! It is uncertain whether the Black Crow comprehends, but it emitted a couple of caws nonetheless. Indeed, this is the very collection Chu Qing had requested of the crow. Regrettably, the corpses from the splendid manor had been mostly decapitated by the Tiger Rider, and Chu Qing, wary of being perceived as a deviant by Zhou Yingzhu, chose not to preserve the 2 intact skulls. As for the rationale behind gathering such items, it is quite straightforward. Crow Ghost, a 9th-tier corpse-eating spirit, suitable for high-level tombs. Skull Tree. Skull Tree, a nest formed entirely from stacked skulls, exceedingly terrifying. Construction requirements: 500 fresh human skulls. Lifespan: 40 days. Area coverage: 20 square meters. Tomb effect: once the Crow Ghost resides, after each day of guarding, it gains an additional day of both yin and yang lifespan. Except for unforeseen circumstances, the Crow Spectres would invariably return to their tombs before dawn each day. Meanwhile, the Gravekeeper could sense the location and movements of the Crow Spectres through the skeletal tree. Each time a skull was added to the skeletal tree, the Gravekeeper would receive a day's worth of shadowy longevity in return. This skeletal tree, in comparison to the Golden Shrine, was decidedly simpler, and from a practical perspective, it proved to be more beneficial at this stage. In this world, skulls were not particularly rare, though they required to be fresh, which posed some challenges. Moreover, 500 were needed, and Chu Qing was not the type to recklessly engage in bloodshed. He could only rely on the Black Crow and occasionally search for freshly claimed corpses that had fallen victim to the supernatural. Within a short span, he had gathered a substantial number, and judging by the current momentum, it seemed he had not yet reached his limit. Nodding in approval, Chu Qing, accompanied by the Black Crow, placed the skulls in a secluded corner of a hillside behind the North Mountain Cemetery. In the future, this would be the site for the skeletal tree's establishment. Having confirmed his tomb nest, the Black Crow cawed once more and soared into the sky, evidently continuing its search for more skulls. As an anomalous Black Crow that had been promoted, although not a demon, its intelligence was evidently superior. Chu Qing nodded in satisfaction, pondering how magnificent the skeletal tree, yet to be constructed, could grow in the future. Meanwhile, within the cemetery, besides the Black Crow and the shadowy deity, there were also the head lanterns, faceless ghosts, and the recently acquired tiger riding map. The image of riding a tiger might suffice. He had not observed it closely. However, recalling the previous two instances, even Chu Qing felt a tinge of helplessness. This corner of the underworld, though formidable, posed significant challenges for an ordinary gravekeeper to navigate entirely. Nevertheless, it is precisely because of such difficulties that the endeavor becomes intriguing, and the rewards obtained are all the more bountiful. Before Chu Qing could fully envision the vivid imagery of a graveyard filled with mountains of corpses and seas of blood, the sudden ring of his phone interrupted his thoughts. Upon checking, he discovered it was none other than Ruoxue. Once he answered, her opening remark caused his brow to raise. "Qingge, I have found the target for the grinding ghost." Chapter 51, and Ruoxue's choice. I am the abyss. Huh, do tell. Although Chu Qing had not contemplated participating in Ruoxue's selection of the grinding ghost, he felt a flicker of curiosity regarding the matter. Naturally, he wished to ascertain the caliber of Ruoxue's judgment. After all, she and Fang Ping were the only two individuals who had imparted the methods of transitioning to an underworld profession, while Fang Ping remained elusive. Having only sent a reassuring message late last night, his communication with Ruoxue had been relatively consistent. It is like this, in the heart of Luocheng at Kaiyuan Lake. There is something uncanny. It resembles a human head. Chu Qing nodded, pondering for a moment. Kaiyuan Lake is indeed a well-known attraction in Luocheng. Although he had some recollection of its strangeness from his previous life, he had never delved deeply into its mysteries. Today, I have been vigilantly observing the developments in this vicinity, and indeed, the area around Kaiyuan Lake has been cordoned off. A duo of inspectors has arrived, and tragically, one has perished while the other lies gravely injured and unconscious. However, they have unveiled certain rules pertaining to that entity. Based on my assessment, it appears that the entity's mechanism is activated by sound. The surviving inspector has managed to endure only after completely losing his hearing. Should I prepare adequately, I feel there exists a substantial hope of subduing it. Sound? Previously, Chu Qing had relayed some information to Ruoxue, and naturally, after becoming shadowy figure, she would possess some understanding of it. The more straightforward the rules of an anomaly, the greater its potential often is, if it solely relies on sound. This indeed presents a rather intriguing anomaly, highly suitable. With this thought, Chu Qing nodded. Very well, if you are confident, then proceed. Brother Qing, won't you lend a hand? The woman's playful voice echoed from the other end of the line. Yet Chu Qing's expression remained remarkably composed. This will be the norm in this world going forward. If I assist you now, it may very well be your turn to perish next time. Besides, do not forget, I have already rendered you the greatest assistance once. However, you do need to come over shortly. I wish to conduct an experiment. All right, when should I arrive? Chu Qing glanced at the sky. It was 2 in the afternoon, and the sun was slowly tilting westward. The daylight was growing increasingly fleeting. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, perhaps in an hour. Understood. As the call ended, Chu Qing casually surveyed her surroundings. Before she could take in more than a fleeting glance, the sound of an engine reverberated at her doorstep, followed by the melodious voice of Lu Yin calling out, Chu Qing, are you inside? Chu Qing was not at all surprised by Lu Yin's arrival. It had merely been a day since they last met, yet Lu Yin appeared noticeably haggard and pale. Upon entering the security room, Lu Yin's gaze fell upon the pure gold shrine, and she paused, visibly taken aback, seemingly astonished that Chu Qing had acquired such a conspicuous object in less than a day. Nevertheless, Lu Yin refrained from asking further questions, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions as they met Chu Qing's. Chu Qing had no inclination to engage in a silent game with the young woman. Instead, while reopening the portal to the strange tales, he inquired, "What brings you here?" Lu Yin opened her mouth and finally spoke. "Zhang Qing has died." Chu Qing furrowed his brow, not out of sorrow for the deceased or concern for their connection to Lu Yin, but rather due to an unsettling coincidence of names. Tan Yu's ears were pierced, rendering him permanently deaf. Lu Yin continued, her expressive eyes now rimmed with red. Chu Qing, momentarily taken aback, soon felt a sense of clarity wash over him, with little emotional turmoil stirred within. After all, this was merely the beginning of a far greater tale. "So, do you wish for me to investigate or perhaps seek vengeance on their behalf?" he asked. "No." Lu Yin shook her head resolutely. "They died in the line of duty. It is our responsibility to seek vengeance. Moreover, that place is far too perilous." Chu Qing's lips curled into a smile, a hint of amusement igniting within him as he regarded Lu Yin. Lu Yin gazed at him with anticipation. "Chu Qing, you know something, don't you? You know how to deal with those creatures, right?" Chu Qing remained silent, calmly observing the fervent Lu Yin before he spoke. "Lu Yin, do you wish to be a hero?" Taken aback, Lu Yin shook her head in confusion. Yet, as she studied Chu Qing's expression, she pressed her lips together and then nodded with unwavering determination. This display elicited a chuckle from Chu Qing. It was evident that the young lady seemed to have misunderstood something. Thus, with a serene smile, he remarked, "Becoming a hero is quite simple. Now, mobilize the forces at your disposal and evacuate everyone from Luo City." "What?" Lu Yin appeared as if she had misheard, disbelief clouding her features. "Evacuate everyone from Luo City?" "Hundreds of thousands of people, either to Qing City or to Kyoto, away from here." Chu Qing slowly rose and turned his gaze toward the window of the security room. His back to her, Lu Yin's complexion paled. However, before she could inquire further, her phone rang abruptly. Flustered, she hastily answered. "Hello? Lu Yin, where are you?" Came a voice of Captain Wong from the other end. "Captain Wong, is there something wrong? Come to the station quickly. A special operations agent from Kyoto has arrived. He wishes to see you, insisting that your safety must be assured first." "Indeed, I shall return at once." Lu Yin set down the phone, lifting her gaze, only to find Chu Qing already smiling at her, encouragingly saying, "Go ahead." Lu Yin parted her lips, yet ultimately refrained from uttering a word. She turned, opened the door, and departed. Chu Qing did not accompany her. However, just as Lu Yin was about to close the door, he unexpectedly spoke up. "Those who are pure can never be extinguished, and anything capable of extinguishing them cannot be truly regarded as human. Therefore, do not pursue these matters excessively. Live well and depart from Luo City. Remember, when you gaze into the abyss also gazes back at you." Lu Yin stood momentarily stunned, her body stiffening. Positioned behind the open glass door, she instinctively inquired as she watched the door slowly close, "What is the abyss?" As the door gradually shut, the dark red glass slowly separated the two. Chu Qing's final words echoed from behind the dark red glass door. Before the dark red glass door, the shadow within the room became indistinct. Justice is the most luxurious, most expensive, yet ultimately the most trivial thing in this world. To combat it, to subdue it, to annihilate it, one must be more insane, more malevolent, more ruthless, more inhuman. Thus, when you stare into the abyss stares back at you. In a previous life, Chu Qing lingered on the edge of a precipice for a long time. In this life, King Chu Jiang leaped boldly, for I am the abyss. The update is a bit late. My sincerest apologies. I humbly seek your evaluations. The 52nd chapter, Contractor, The Choice of Destiny, and Ruo Xue possesses the key to the North Mountain Cemetery. Thus, After receiving permission from Chu Qing, she took the key and approached. Upon entering the security room, she noticed Chu Qing standing by the wall, gazing at something affixed to it. And Ruoxue was momentarily taken aback. How could such a significant transformation occur in the security room in just one day? What was this dazzling shrine dedicated to the god of wealth? She recalled that Chu Qing previously had no fondness for such ostentatious aesthetics. Had he perhaps changed his disposition? And what was that painting? And Ruoxue was no longer the naive individual she once was. In just a few days, she had experienced what others might not encounter in a lifetime. Moreover, she was now a bona fide 9th grade in profession ghost master, the first individual capable of bargaining for life in this terrifying era. Was there yet another enigma? Even without turning around, Chu Qing sensed her presence, his gaze fixed on the painting of Zhong Kui riding a tiger. He spoke directly. "You've arrived, I see." And Ruoxue nodded. Chu Qing did not rush to discuss serious matters. Instead, he invited her to observe the painting of Zhong Kui riding a tiger. "What do you think of this piece?" Although Ruoxue felt an inexplicable thrill merely standing at the doorway, she dared not disregard his invitation. As she stepped closer, she remarked, "It seems to depict a tiger. Does it not?" Chu Qing cast a sidelong glance at the woman, feeling somewhat as though he were playing a lute to a cow. Yet, it was understandable. She was not from the arts department during her school days, and to her, this was merely a painting, an ancient one at that. His fingers gently caressed the surface of the scroll, the image of the fierce tiger becoming increasingly vivid, while the figure that should have occupied the central position, Zhong Kui, astride the tiger, appeared exceptionally frail, as if its ink were on the verge of vanishing completely. After a brief pause, he remarked, "Once this Zhong Kui completely fades, this painting should attain the rank of an 8th grade anomaly." 8th grade, and Ruoxue's breath quickened. Having become a life buyer, she was acutely aware of the vast disparity in the ranks of anomalies. Among the spectral duties, several were centered around paintings. And should this Zhong Kui riding the tiger become an anomaly under their command, it would indeed be akin to adding wings to a tiger. Chu Qing reflected momentarily before withdrawing his gaze. "All right," he turned to Ruoxue. "Please describe the anomaly you have identified. How did you discover it? And what transpired afterward? Share all the details." He settled down, though his focus was not entirely on Ruoxue's words. Instead, his senses and gaze gradually shifted towards the blood-red glass door. His eyes darkened. As Ruoxue began to speak, Chu Qing sensed wisps of breath slowly coalescing on the surface of that glass door. However, the blood characters that should have emerged did not seep through, causing Chu Qing to furrow his brow slightly. As Ruoxue beheld this scene, she momentarily wondered if she had misspoken and hastily ceased her discourse. Chu Qing glanced at her and reassured her, urging her to continue. He then unexpectedly closed his eyes, and Ruoxue's words continued to linger in the air, reverberating around them. The force of fate is truly wondrous, yet utterly elusive. Such is the nature of destiny. The blood-lettered anomaly embodies the strange power of fate. However, even if he were master it as a grave spirit, Chu Qing could not wield it with the same effortless command as Blood Eye. After all, Blood Eye had completely fused with his corporeal form, intertwining their very souls and nerves. Although it possessed a hint of independent consciousness, its influence was often minimal. In contrast, the blood-lettered anomaly, though governed by the underworld's influence, remained somewhat detached. Thus, he needed to engage in numerous attempts to grasp the nuances of the blood-lettered anomaly's rules, thereby facilitating a more seamless mastery over this force of fate. Most crucially, he must thoroughly comprehend the conditions under which the death guidance of the blood-lettered anomaly manifests. Yet, he could distinctly sense the connection between himself and the blood-lettered anomaly through the grand tomb beneath his feet. The very essence of the anomaly seemed to brew at the frequently appearing Grand Gate, yet the hellish contract of death guidance stubbornly eluded him. He was acutely aware that this was a result of his own desires, as well as the needs emanating from the tomb below. However, in stark contrast, the death guidance that had been present earlier at the splendid manor remained absent. In a fleeting moment, Chu Qing discerned the reason. The death guidance operates with a temporal interval for activation. One day, Could it possibly manifest only once? Considering that it appeared once last night and once this morning, this temporal limitation may not be fixed within a mere 24 hours. Is it feasible to expedite the cool-down period of this death directive? This is not mere nonsense from Chu Qing. The peculiar abilities and rules, some indeed, necessitate a respite, such as the darkness beneath the lantern of that head lantern, which cannot be activated for prolonged durations. However, there are those that can be perpetually engaged, like the blood eye. Yet, even the blood eye cannot perpetually respond with an eye for an eye. In his previous life, Chu Qing naturally comprehended this principle. It was precisely due to this understanding that he discerned how to exceed limits once more within this constraint while utilizing the enigmatic powers. He closed his eyes and subsequently began to appropriate the remaining less than a year of his lifespan. In the next moment, blood began to slowly seep through the glass door, manifesting upon the surface of the grand entrance. Chu Qing abruptly opened his eyes and gazed intently. Ruo Shui, who had sensed his movement, also turned her head in curiosity. Thereupon, crimson characters appeared on the glass door. Location: within Kaiyuan Lake, Luocheng. Time limit: before dawn tomorrow. Task objective: discover the anomaly within Kaiyuan Lake and capture it. Task special limitation: must be carried out solely by Ruo Shui. Task reward: the Ghost Master and Ruo Shui shall acquire a contract connection, becoming one of the signatories of the hellish contract inscribed in blood. Note: those who sign the contract with the infernal powers must periodically fulfill the tasks of the Bloodletter's death guidance, or face obliteration. However, becoming an infernal contractor allows one to disregard the constraints of other bizarre contracts within the realm of the Bloodletter, as long as they do not exceed the limits set by the Bloodletter. Penalty for task failure and Ruo Shui's death. The task of the Bloodletter this time comes with a unique restriction, unlike the previous two occasions. This particular limitation, coupled with the dire consequence of failure, rendered Ruo Shui's countenance pale. Just then the book of life and death flickered to life. The fate of death, the death of fate. That existence guides you once more to the crossroads of decision. You should feel fortunate that it is currently too feeble, thus granting you a degree of choice. Yet, do you truly possess the freedom to choose? Do not be disheartened, do not surrender. This is not an unfavorable situation, for within the guidance of fate, each trial may yield some gifts from destiny. Of course, do not forget that every gift from fate bears its own price. Purchaser of life. Make the choice you deem just. Chapter 53. Lu Yin's Decision. Another encounter with the king of Chu Jiang, the inspectorate, a middle-aged man, whose physique has softened but still bears the faint traces of past exertion, occasionally wipes the sweat from his brow. He failed to comprehend the situation. In this metropolis, he was considered a prominent figure, having encountered numerous influential individuals, including those who had graced the news from the capital. Yet, none had instilled within him the palpable pressure that this man in his 30s did. It was not merely the aura of someone in a high position, but an indescribable sensation altogether. Particularly striking was the man's gaze, subtle yet profound, as though the entire inspectorate held no significance for him. This man seemed to care for but one individual. At long last, after countless beads of sweat had been wiped away, footsteps approached from the office door. The aunt, who had waited a solid half-hour, finally returned. "Xiaoyan, you're back. This is Captain Qin, who has come from the capital." In truth, the director was uncertain of the captain's exact role. The reason was simple. The item presented bore only the crucial emblem representing the Dragon Kingdom and a few characters stating, "Top secret." With that thought, the director bid farewell and exited the office, ensuring the door was closed behind him with considerate care. It was evident that Lu Yin was already well acquainted with Captain Qin. "Brother Qin, why have you come personally?" The previously expressionless man finally relaxed upon seeing Lu Yin, allowing a smile to break through. "Xiaoyan, I'm so relieved to see you safe. Prepare yourself. We are returning to the capital immediately." Lu Yin never anticipated that the first thing Qin Ge would notice about her was this. Is this what father intended, or is it grandfather's will? Captain Qin cast a glance at Lu Yin and replied, "It's also your brother's intention." "My brother?" Lu Yin was taken aback. When had it ever been her brother's turn to speak during their time at home? However, she did not dwell on it and bit her lip. What about the ordinary citizens of Luo City? Captain Qin furrowed his thick brows and exhaled deeply. Xiao Yin, you are unaware of the current situation. Although Luo City is not small, the circumstances have changed. Moreover, even if you remain here, what can you truly accomplish? You are merely an ordinary person, and you have no comprehension of what lies ahead. Just as he was about to continue, Lu Yin resolutely interrupted him. I am aware of the current predicament. It is precisely for this reason that I refuse to leave. Is it not those strange beings? Is it not those malevolent spirits that kill indiscriminately? I am unafraid. When I donned this uniform, I swore beneath the insignia that I would sacrifice everything for the people at any moment. Now, within a single day, we have lost 2 comrades, with several others gravely injured. The casualties in Luo City are conservatively estimated to exceed 100 in just one day. At this moment, how can you ask me to return to Kyoto? What will others think of me? What will they think of my grandfather and my father? How is this any different from fleeing the battlefield and becoming a deserter? Captain Qin opened his mouth, but soon a faint smile graced his lips. When you first learned marksmanship from me, I discerned that the young lady is indeed the daughter of a tiger, not a dog. The speculations of the old leader and the elder were not misplaced. Lu Yin paused for a moment, puzzled. What do you mean? The 3 of them spoke to me before your arrival, indicating that if you were already aware of the truth, you would undoubtedly be unwilling to return to Kyoto. Lu Yin fell silent. She was aware that prior to today, her return to Kyoto would not have posed any significant issues. However, given the events that had unfolded today, leaving now would likely render her life restless henceforth. In life, there are indeed certain matters that one cannot treat with indifference. Captain Qin gazed calmly at Lu Yin, then spoke slowly. Xiao Yin, the elder and the old leader did not elaborate much. Yet Lu Ci left a message for you before my arrival. After you made your decision, pursue whatever you wish to do. This is a calamity that all of humanity must confront, and no one can escape it. Should you tragically fall in Luocheng, it would merely be a sacrifice that an elder brother would bear. If not, one day, he will ensure that Luocheng will be free of any anomalies. Brother, Lu Yin whispered softly. Very well, let us proceed. I have come to Luocheng on a mission. Captain Qin remarked with a smile. Mission? Lu Yin blinked, slightly bewildered. Yet she rose to her feet and followed Captain Qin as he opened the door to the office. However, as soon as the door was opened, the 2 individuals stood frozen in place. Outside the threshold, a multitude of figures had gathered unbeknownst to them. Lu Yin's eyes widened in surprise. Lulu, Zhao Chuan, Yuan, Captain Wang. She was perplexed, but the next moment, a synchronized round of applause erupted. The inspector named Ding Lulu gave her a thumbs up. Xiao Lu, you are remarkable. The typically taciturn Zhao Chuan also managed a rare smile. Well done. Captain Wang displayed a fierce expression. So that thing is indeed something bizarre. Damn it. Why be afraid? Lu Yin's cheeks flushed slightly, but she quickly seemed to recall something, her complexion paling a bit. Fortunately, at that moment, Captain Qin interrupted the atmosphere and directed his gaze towards Director Zhang, who stood on the periphery. Director Zhang, may I temporarily borrow your inspectorate's conference room? Also, regarding what just transpired, Director Zhang nodded. Rest assured, all inspectors within the entire inspectorate are prepared and ready for deployment at a moment's notice. Excellent. Then please have them convene in the conference room. 20 minutes later, all who could attend were requested to be present. 20 minutes later, in the inspectorate's grand conference room, Captain Qin stood at the podium, addressing a sea of inspectors clad in uniforms below. Adjusting a microphone, Captain Qin began, Good day, everyone. Time is of the essence. So allow me to introduce myself. I am the captain of the Special Operations Bureau in Kyoto, and you may call me Captain Qin. My purpose in coming here today is to ensure that you understand how to protect yourselves and safeguard the people's property in the turbulent times ahead, as well as to provide a general awareness of these peculiarities. Upon hearing these words, the audience erupted in a flurry of murmurs. It was evident that some had speculated about this before, but the confirmation brought a collective sigh of relief. Finally, someone who comprehended the gravity of the situation had emerged. Even Lu Yin, seated among the crowd, clenched her fists in excitement. Ignoring the whispers from the audience, Captain Qin continued, Now, let us familiarize ourselves with the concept of the bizarre. As the PowerPoint presentation commenced, a document illuminated the large screen behind him, prominently displaying the title, Guide to Surviving the Bizarre. This guide meticulously detailed various characteristics of the bizarre phenomena and classified several types therein. Captain Qing stated matter-of-factly, and at that moment, a hand shot up from the audience. It was none other than the overly enthusiastic Captain Wang Wei from the Criminal Investigation Department. Captain Qing, was this guide to surviving the bizarre authored by the Special Operations Bureau? Captain Qing pondered for a moment before responding. Not exactly. Although there are records of similar materials within the Bureau, none are as clearly organized as this document. As for the origins of this document, it hails from a peculiar overseas website known as Strange Tales Home. Upon returning home, you may wish to peruse it. This document was shared by an individual with the ID Chua Jiang Wang on that site. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. Captain Qing's words swiftly regained everyone's attention. Yet Lu Yin remained seated, staring blankly at the screen. Once again, Chua Jiang Wang, Chapter 54, The Head in the Lake, The Voice Under the Moon, Nightfall. Although the clock pointed to 5:40 in the afternoon, such descriptors hardly seemed fitting for the current atmosphere. The once bustling Kaiyuan Lake Park lay completely sealed off at this moment. Moreover, the streets illuminated by the orange streetlights were enveloped in an eerie silence. The warm glow of the streetlights not only failed to dispel the ominous shadows, but also infused the night with an indescribable aura of the uncanny and the sinister. At this very moment, within this bizarre world concealed by darkness, a figure gradually approached. Ignoring the warning signs proclaiming no entry, she gazed into the distance at the expanse of Kaiyuan Lake. In truth, while this entity is referred to as a lake, how vast could it truly be, situated as it is in the heart of Luocheng? Even during the day, one could see individuals waving from the opposite shore. However, at the edge of this modest lake stood a figure who, after several attempts to steady her breath, finally summoned the resolve and courage to advance. Indeed, the approaching silhouette belonged to none other than Ruoxue. She once again inspected the earbuds nestled within her ears. The cacophony of the world was entirely barred from her perception, rendering her surroundings eerily silent. Although Ruoxue found this disquieting, the events of the day lingered vividly in her mind. The two inspectors, seemingly entranced by the sounds, had ventured into the water, one of them sinking completely to the lake's depths, while the other lay gravely injured and deafened. Even from a distance, she had felt the repercussions of that fateful moment. Yet, Ruoxue was acutely aware that her ability to hear those sounds clearly, without succumbing to their effects, stemmed from the fact that she was no longer an ordinary person, but rather a possessor of a shadowy destiny, a buyer of lives. She would inevitably confront this day, and moreover, she had prepared herself meticulously. Ruoxue cast her gaze upon a small wooden boat resting beside the lake, then gracefully leapt aboard. As she rowed, she glanced at her phone's ledger of life and death. Buyer of lives, you have made an impeccably correct choice. The favor of fate cannot be so easily dismissed. Embracing destiny's grace is your sole opportunity for dignity. Most importantly, your discernment has earned the approval of that individual, granting you the privilege of this transaction. Although your sacrifice has been substantial, a full 6 months of your life essence, merely to secure an enigmatic opportunity for a lease, you, as a competent trader, should comprehend that while money may be one of the most vital commodities for a life buyer, life itself is singular and irreplaceable. Indeed, life is but one. While half a year's worth of life essence carries immense significance, and Ruoxue understands that only by mastering her own spectral entity, possessing true control over the peculiar forces, can she genuinely attain the means for self-preservation. With this realization, Ruoxue clutched tightly the scroll nestled against her chest. She vividly recalls Chu Qing's words, further affirming her chosen course of action. For Chu Qing had warned her that any mismanagement of this entity could unleash a terror far surpassing the anomalies lurking within Kaiyuan Lake. The small boat gently drifted. On this lake, an indescribable chill enveloped her, as if the cool breeze, coursing through her beige Chanel coat, penetrated her skin and seeped in her bones. And Rua Xue instinctively tightened her clothing. Yet in that very moment, she suddenly perceived an ineffable sound emerging. It was as if a lover whispered sweet nothings in her ear, eliciting an involuntary smile and an intoxicating delight. Yet, the sound also resembled the faint, incessant buzzing of flies, prompting an urge to swat at it. Though no matter how hard she tried, she could not find the source. As in Ruashiwe's countenance abruptly shifted, she sensed an inexplicable unease flooding her heart the moment that eerie sound emerged. It was strange, extraordinary, yet the more peculiar it became, the more she felt compelled to maintain her composure. Fortunately, the chilling sensation emanating from the scroll in her embrace somewhat alleviated the flicker of agitation within her, granting her the courage to gaze towards the source of the sound. Unbeknownst to her, she had drifted to the very center of Kaiyuan Lake. At last, she beheld the culprit gradually surfacing from the water. A head emerged slowly, breaking the surface, its ashen lips parting in sync with the frantic beating of Ruashiwe's heart. Ia, a grudge seething 3,000 fathoms deep. The resentful souls of the wronged brimming with rage. Alas, my youth was sacrificed, gnashing my teeth in hatred for the injustice. The spectral presence lingers, heavy with sorrow, endlessly chanting the name of my beloved. Beneath the red plum blossoms, the memories are indelible. By the lakeside, I pour forth my heart's lament. To lament, oh to lament. Ia. Instinctively, and Ruashiwe sought to cover her ears, wishing to shield herself from the ghastly operatic tones that sought to invade her senses. Yet, she quickly regained her awareness. In this desolate expanse of the lake, the haunting melody seemed to resonate from the depths of the underworld, causing her teeth to chatter, an indescribable chill reminding her of that fateful day in the taxi. At that moment, the ledger of life and death flickered back to life. It has appeared. You attempt to communicate with it, but alas, its power exceeds your wildest imagination. The elephant pays no heed to the expressions of the ant. One must demonstrate their capabilities, or perhaps their wealth. Fortunately, you have rented it and are thoroughly acquainted with its rules. Indeed, this is a gift from fate, is it not? Ultimately, you realize that to subdue this entity, you must employ that very thing. Beneath the tranquil and desolate light of the moon, the crystalline waters of the lake reflect the brilliance of the celestial orb. In this serene realm where the moon meets the expansive lake, a sudden roar of a tiger reverberates through the night. The moon shines brightly, illuminating even the distant side of Luo City. In the North Mountain Cemetery, Chu Qing has, on rare occasion, placed a rocking chair within the graveyard, reclining comfortably as he gazes with a smile into the distance. There, a pitch-black cat with obsidian eyes swiftly pursues a faceless ghost under the cover of night. Its movements are graceful and astute, catching the faceless ghost off guard, rendering it incapable of evasion. The primary reason, of course, is that a blood-red eye has been fixed upon it, leaving it no chance to escape. The enigmatic creature is a rare and peculiar entity from a terrifying era. The obsidian-eyed cat possesses the potential to become such a creature. However, unlike other anomalies, it requires gradual nurturing and growth. Though the obsidian-eyed cat has spent time with him and other peculiar beings, it barely qualifies for the elevation ritual of the cat anomaly. Nonetheless, having encountered such a promising specimen, Chu Qing is reluctant to hastily promote it and squander its innate talent. As she observed the faceless specter becoming increasingly agitated by Xian Tong, it suddenly unleashed a wave of ominous energy, instilling a paralyzing terror that rendered Xian Tong motionless on the spot. In a flurry of meows, she swiftly retreated into Chu Qing's embrace. Chu Qing chuckled lightly before tossing the startled Xian Tong back out once more. Whether human or supernatural, rigorous training was essential for all. Chapter 55. The Favor of Destiny. Trembling and chilled, and Ruashiwe had not anticipated how frigid the lake water would be in September. Perhaps it was not the lake beneath her feet that felt cold, but rather the object she held in her hands. At this moment, she raised the scroll high, positioning it protectively in front of herself, shielding it from that accursed head. She sensed her arms growing numb with the cold. The life buyer had not significantly enhanced her physical strength, causing her elevated arms to tremble slightly. Yet despite this, Enruo Shui showed no inclination to lower the scroll. Although the life buyer was not a combat-oriented specter, she possessed a certain sensitivity, in addition to her affinity for the supernatural. Within this brief span of time, Enruo Shui had gained a rudimentary understanding of the peculiar rules surrounding the head. She could distinctly perceive the shifting dynamics between both parties. Clearly, Chu Qing's earlier admonition echoed in her mind. This painting of Zhong Kui riding a tiger could only be displayed for a maximum of 3 minutes. After that, it must be completely retracted. Simultaneously, she sensed a breath beginning to escape from the illusion wrought by the tiger riding image. The shadowy powers of the life buyer had been mastered by her on this particular day. Suddenly, she sensed something and, without a moment's hesitation, rolled up the painting that had been turned away from her, reconstituting it into a scroll. A roar, reminiscent of a tiger's, echoed, tinged with a sense of unwillingness. Yet, intriguingly, the ability to slay through rules is simultaneously bound by them. Although the Zhong Kui riding a tiger painting exudes an air of ferocity, it harbors a fatal flaw, which is the primary reason why Chu Qing could lease it to Enruo Shui for a single use after expending 6 months' worth of ghostly currency. As long as one does not confront the painting directly, the influence of the black tiger prying heart does not apply. Thus, no matter how reluctant the tiger painting might be, it could only be reassembled by Enruo Shui, who had rehearsed this several times. After securing the painting, she redirected her gaze toward the peculiar human head before her. She sensed that this head seemed to communicate an indescribable message through its gaze. It was injured. Although the recent encounter with the tiger painting did not yield a clear victor within the confines of the black tiger prying heart rule, it had undoubtedly suffered significant oppression from the regulations. Consequently, Enruo Shui could perceive the strange intentions and abilities of the head through the shadowy powers of the life buyer. Life buyer, this was originally a life and death crisis for you. At the crossroads of fate, you navigated this perilous situation with surprising ease. Upon witnessing your formidable abilities and hidden depths, the peculiar entity before you expresses an eerie willingness to engage in a conversation of an unusual nature. Through the influence of your life buyer, you delve deeper into the enigmatic rules governing this entity, uncovering fragments of its arcane capabilities. Its power resonates with sound, yet cannot be wholly defined by it. It emits a voice deep within your soul, and once you behold its true form, that voice surges uncontrollably into your heart. However, your unique abilities have illuminated the distinction between you and the hapless lambs awaiting slaughter. What course of action shall you pursue? Gazing at the prompts inscribed in the Book of Life and Death, Enruo Shui casts a glance at the now dormant entity, contemplating her next move. Resolutely, she extends her hand, grasping the peculiar head without hesitation. Strangely, following the genuine clash of the extraordinary moments prior, her trepidation towards such entities has significantly diminished. Come with me. Together we shall cultivate your growth more swiftly. The entity offers no resistance, following Enruo Shui as they glide away from the surface of the lake. Approximately an hour later, a police vehicle, its red and blue lights flickering in the darkness, gradually comes to a halt by the banks of Kaiyuan Lake. 4 figures emerge. None other than Captain Qin from the Inspectorate, accompanied by Lu Yin, along with the former Captain Wang from the Criminal Investigation Department, and another member who has recently joined the Special Operations Team. The expressions of the 4 individuals were exceedingly grave. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that Lu Yin exhibited a hint of both excitement and trepidation. However, none of them uttered a word. Their discussions had already transpired on the road, in the vehicle, and even before their departure. Now that they had arrived at this juncture, there was nothing more to say. They exchanged glances, each remaining silent, until Captain Qin gestured for them to nod in agreement and embark upon a small boat nearby. Previously, there had been sacrifices made here, yielding a wealth of intelligence. It was established that the enigmatic entity in this locale employed sound as its lethal weapon. Thus, the 4 had long since prepared themselves for the encounter. The small boat glided slowly across Kaiyuan Lake, yet the tension among them persisted. Not a single sighting was made until they reached the very center of the lake. They exchanged incredulous looks, each reflecting surprise and peculiarity in their eyes. According to prior reports and the footage captured by the accompanying Inspector-S camera, the reach of that entity was purportedly capable of extending across the entirety of Kaiyuan Lake. Yet, here they were, having seen nothing at all. Was it conceivable that this bizarre presence only emerged at night? Such a notion seemed illogical. How could it be that something so strange appeared in the daylight, yet remained elusive at night? Moreover, based on the earlier guide concerning such anomalies, it appeared that most of them were unaffected by the transition from day to night. What, then, was the current situation? The four dared not grow complacent and continued to row across Kaiyuan Lake for an additional half hour, ultimately confirming that the daytime manifestation of the entity had indeed vanished. At that moment, the four individuals simultaneously lowered their heads, observing the life and death ledger positioned at their collars. Should any critical information arise, they would be the first to perceive it. This was one of the measures implemented by the Special Operations Bureau. In that instant, the life and death ledgers of the four revealed a unified message. Do not seek any further. What you are searching for has already vanished. This is fortuitous. For just moments ago, there occurred a clash beyond your comprehension. Though still immature, it is not something you should attempt to engage with at this time. You ought to be grateful for this encounter. Otherwise, the price for your presence here would be unfathomable. They are not as simple as you envision. Thus, cease your search and do not recklessly pursue the unknown. In the fortunate embrace of fate, strive to live well. The four, bewildered, raised their heads to gaze upon the tranquil expanse of the lake, momentarily at a loss. They sensed that behind the dark city of Luo, there seemed to be a more profound force manipulating the concept of fate within the shadows. Chapter 56, The Exorcist, the head that frightened to tears. The promotion methods for the 9 rank-in positions. The Shepherd. The promotion methods for the 9 rank-in positions. The Blade Bearer. The promotion methods for the 9 rank-in positions. The Mountain Dweller. The promotion methods for the 8 rank-in positions. The Performer. The promotion methods for the 8 rank-in positions. The Corpse Fetcher. The promotion method for the 7 rank-in positions. The Corpse Driver. The promotion methods for the 6 rank-in positions. The Spirit Medium. In the dead of night, seated before the grand tombstone in his family's Northern Mountain Cemetery, Chu Qing crossed his legs, positioned before the stone slab inscribed with his name. Blood-red characters emerged in tandem with his thoughts, manifesting upon the surface of the stone. However, once inscribed, they quickly faded from view, merging into the gravestone itself. Chu Qing's gaze remained serene, entirely unfazed by the implications of what he had inscribed, knowledge that would be deemed utterly maddening by the ordinary populace of this era. This information constituted a precious treasure within Chu Qing's mind. Having conducted preliminary experiments on the blood characters' enigmatic nature, he had garnered some understanding. The blood characters served as a precursor to the Death Apartment, the Hell Hotel, and the Scarlet City, all of which had been validated in his previous life. Furthermore, judging from the initial promotion of the blood characters, it was evident that subsequent advancements would likely necessitate the completion of numerous death guidance tasks. It would be arduous for him to cover all aspects alone, nor was it essential. Thus, in the future, individuals like in Ruoxue, driven by the blood characters, would proliferate as they had in his former life. This segment, shrouded in blood letters and manipulated by the concealed hand of the Ghost Master, can, much like in the previous life, establish a points-based exchange system through the completion of the death guidance tasks associated with the blood letters. Among these tasks, certain eerie entities and supernatural artifacts rightfully belong to him, the hidden sovereign of the Death Apartment. Furthermore, he possesses knowledge of some domestic and international shadow employment sequences that were only discovered long after in his past life. These, along with various items he deems unnecessary, can serve as rewards for those ghost masters who clandestinely serve him. In his previous life, the betrayal of Ding Xie and the treachery of the Chu family, who had once aligned themselves with him, imparted a profound understanding. The human heart is far more terrifying than the supernatural. Only by fully grasping the life and death contract can he truly exert control over these individuals. However, this vision remains a distant aspiration for a simple reason. At present, the bloodletters are entrusted to the Beishan Cemetery, where outsiders cannot freely enter. It remains uncertain whether his own advancement, along with the elevation of the bloodletters, will alter this situation. Nonetheless, there is no immediate urgency. As the bloodletters have yet to ascend, they typically issue death guidance only once a day at most. Collaborating within Ruoxue to fulfill this task is more than sufficient. With this thought in mind, Chu Qing gazed at the shadow employment sequence he had just inscribed. The 6th rank shadow position, the exorcist. This is one of the higher tier shadow positions, ascending from the previously written 9th rank position of herdsman. Its primary capability, aside from the ghostly two spirits, lies in its ability to accelerate the birth and growth of the eerie, a unique and supernatural phenomenon. Indeed, the reason for my slight interest primarily stems from a recollection of the enigmatic Xiantong and this peculiar position among the shadowy professions. To elaborate, in my previous existence, I had a rather amicable relationship with an individual known as the Qingqiu Mingshui, a 3rd-rank ghost master who ascended as a practitioner of the outgoing immortal. Although his rank was not particularly high, the essential factor was that for those belonging to the lineage of pastoralists and outgoing immortals, reaching the 3rd rank marked the pinnacle, as there were no further paths for advancement within the shadowy hierarchy. Nevertheless, owing to the unique powers derived from the outgoing immortal and the demonic anomalies, this individual held a considerable reputation within the ghost master circles of Longhua and even globally. In my previous life, prior to the ceremony for ascending to the position of Chu Jiangwang, I heard that he had discovered a path abroad that would allow him to further his shadowy profession, although it was not within the confines of Longhua, and I remain uncertain whether that path facilitated his departure. He was indeed quite talented. Should the blood character anomaly achieve its progression and be able to leave behind a trail of death in the external realm, it might enable him to enter the ranks of ghost masters ahead of time. As these thoughts crossed my mind, Chu Qing seemed to sense something, glancing towards the door. In the darkened world, the peculiar severed head gripped in hand slowly opened its eyes, surveying its surroundings. It found itself in an unfamiliar realm. Yet, the atmosphere here was thick with malevolent energy, which it found quite appealing. Clearly, it bore a striking resemblance to the majority of anomalies, lacking in exceptional intelligence. It possessed only the primal instincts of a beast, coupled with an inherent malice towards other living beings. Such is the nature of anomalies. Thus, as an enigmatic entity, the instinct to hunt and to kill is fundamentally rooted in the essence of survival. It opened its mouth, and a voice gradually emerged. Yaya. However, scarcely had this sound materialized when a streak of blood-red light descended. An indescribable sense of the bizarre enveloped the atmosphere, and the sensation of distorted rules re-emerged. The disembodied head eerily lifted its gaze to behold the large crimson lantern suspended above. Rationality compelled it to close its mouth. Though devoid of intelligence, it understood that unleashing its powers in this strange realm would be tantamount to provocation. Indeed, that was the case. It was grasped in a hand, and the lantern suddenly plummeted. It could even perceive the grotesque visage contained within, a sight that instilled a palpable fear. Fortunately, the human spoke. "I have returned." At the utterance of this voice, the lantern ceased its movements, and the surrounding blood-red light receded significantly. Yet it remained fixed in the sky, unwavering in its scrutiny. Sensing the atmosphere, the mindless head, now devoid of reservations, reopened its mouth. Yaya. This utterance seemed to attract something's attention, and the head abruptly perceived a faceless figure lurking nearby, glaring malevolently at itself. The entity's features were obscured, yet such obscurity only served to amplify the unmasked malice. And an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped it entirely. An indescribable chill and profound terror seeped into the very essence of the disembodied head. Once again, the power of rules prevails, and this time, even the oppression of these rules seems to have been evaded. One's abilities appear to have no effect whatsoever on the other. Yet, this sense of terror compels one to instinctively close their mouth. The scant knowledge it possesses informs it that this defies logic. This is not the realm of the arcane. All it desires is to sing. But why must it be so difficult? Fortunately, that individual appears to have grown accustomed to it all. After casting a glance at the darkened security room, they proceeded toward the cluster of tombs in the distance. At last, it laid eyes upon a human, a source of nourishment. This human, formidable in nature, elicited an instinctual response from the entity, prompting it to open its mouth upon seeing the man crouched beside a grand gravestone. Yeah? Then it beheld the human lean closer, their eyes transforming into a vivid crimson, the abyss of their pupils starkly contrasting with the blood-red irises fixed upon it without blinking. Such immense horror. It was far more terrifying than the previous two entities combined. The creature instinctively closed its mouth once more. Miraculously, from that human-like head, two streams of tears began to cascade down. Whether from fear or the strain of failing to unleash its powers thrice, it remained uncertain. Suddenly, the creature turned its gaze towards Ruashu, who, empowered by the authority of the underworld, could effortlessly discern the creature's intent. The outside world was perilous. It sought refuge in the bubbles of Kaiyuan Lake. Chapter 57. The Beautiful Head. An unexpected assault. Observing the peculiar visage of this disheartened figure, even Chu Qing found himself momentarily taken aback, blinking in surprise before regaining his composure. Is this truly the enigma of Kaiyuan Lake? It appears rather unimpressive. Without a second thought, Chu Qing activated the ocular abilities of his blood eye, directing its gaze upon the strange entity. Beauty's head. Rank, 9th grade. Category, spiritual entity. Lifespan, 9 months and 3 days. Yellow Spring Ensemble. Rule: any creature that hears its melodious voice will be irresistibly drawn to it. Compelled to approach. Should one sing alongside it, the lethal rule of death is triggered. Mind's resonance. Ability: the emitted sound can manifest within the listener's mind to a certain extent, with enhanced effectiveness upon visual contact. Spiritual entity. State usually imperceptible and capable of traversing physical barriers. Each traversal consumes a portion of its lifespan. Promotion requirements. Unknown note. Beauty. This entity possesses considerable potential. Should it evolve in the future, it may become even more aesthetically pleasing. Humans, perhaps you might entrust it to me for proper indulgence? Chu Qing swiftly reverted the status of his blood eye. His interest in this beauty's head was minimal, even if its potential was undeniably promising. The challenges of future promotion and the weight of its rules were considerations of lesser importance. However, it is precisely this capacity for widespread rule activation that diminishes the overall weight of its rules. Upon entering the cemetery, the test of the lanterns and the faceless specter was quite revealing. Strangely, this eerie ambience suited Ruashue remarkably well. With the ethereal resonance of her spirit, she could even manipulate the beautiful visage, facilitating a preliminary dialogue and exchange with the otherworldly entities. Contemplating this transaction, Chu Qing lifted his gaze to Ruashue, who comprehended the situation. She retrieved the painting of Zhong Kuei riding a tiger from her bosom and presented it to him. Simultaneously, her ledger of life and death illuminated. Buyer of life, due to the inherent stance dictated by the choices of fate, you have completed your first transaction in this lifetime. This mutual exchange holds profound significance for you. You have purchased the right to utilize a peculiar entity with 6 months of your ethereal lifespan as currency. Your transaction is now fully realized. The scales of monetary balance are evaluating the gains and losses of this exchange to determine your reward. You have expended 6 months of your ethereal lifespan. Yet the entity you have rented has preserved your life and granted you insight into the comprehensive rules governing this phenomenon. You may acquire this peculiar entity as a grinding specter. Upon assessment, it is determined that you have achieved a substantial profit in this transaction. You receive a rebate of 50 of the ethereal currency expended, which translates to an additional 3 months of lifespan. Indeed, this transaction is exhilarating, and your understanding of the role of the buyer of life has deepened significantly. Of course, you should be aware that such an opportunity is rare and precious for you. Moreover, a generous employer like this should be cherished. Feeling the weight of the ledger of life and death, and Ruoxue could not help but allow a faint smile to grace her lips, and Chu Qing felt similarly. The value of the 6 months' worth of longevity paper money is significant. As for the profit from this woman's transaction, Chu Qing felt no envy. Firstly, such a windfall is seldom encountered, and it was only due to Ruoxue's signing of the Hell contract, becoming a contractor bound by blood, that he extended this rare opportunity for rental. Secondly, this profit consists of longevity, which holds little utility for a buyer of life. She must convert the longevity into paper money. Although the conversion ratio for buyers of life is not as dismal as the 12:1 rate faced by ordinary spirit tamers and common folk, the actual amount received is still considerably diminished. Furthermore, buyers of life do not always reap profit from every transaction. Losses can certainly occur. However, for him, the gravekeeper, with the dawn of the next day, he will harvest 6 days of longevity, including the black copper coins and the golden shrine, as well as an additional 2 days' worth of longevity paper money. It may not seem substantial, but it represents a guaranteed income, and this is merely the beginning. Moreover, the income of a gravekeeper is assured, and he has another crucial source of revenue. He slowly rose from behind the dark tombstone and said, "All right, take this and return to the house." The dark red glass door swung open, and Ruoxue entered the room, carrying the head of a beauty. The door was closed, and it was evident that she understood Chu Qing's intention. The tungsten bulb flickered to life, and both of them turned their gaze toward the dark red glass door. Although Ruoxue had indeed completed the mission of retrieving the beauty head from the depths of the graveyard, her presence here undoubtedly added a sense of ritual. Mission accomplished. The peculiar beauty head found in Kaiyuan Lake has been successfully brought into the tomb. In the guidance of death, the blood character ghost reaps 20 days of longevity. Executor's reward, and Ruoxue gains the Hell contract, becoming a contractor. Suddenly, a crimson light was cast from the dark red glass, enveloping Ruoxue's body. In the next moment, an irregular blood-red symbol appeared on the back of her hand. Chu Qing did not question the abilities of his grave ghost. In fact, the rules of the Hell contract were remarkably inclusive, and Ruoxue becoming a contractor was also a part of the guidance of death. The power of fate lies not in passively accepting destiny, but in altering it within the confines of established rules. This is the truth of fate. Unfortunately, the woman before him lacked the profound understanding and insight that Chu Qing possessed. She blinked at the symbol on her hand and then, without hesitation, looked at Chu Qing with delight. "Qingge, can you control this symbol?" Chu Qing raised an eyebrow and nodded. "What is it?" "This symbol is too ugly. Could you perhaps change it for me and move it to a different location, not on the back of my hand?" "Indeed, this matter is of little consequence." Chu Qing nodded. "Very well. Tell me, what kind of symbol do you desire, and where do you wish to place it?" And Ruoxue, suddenly intrigued, took out her phone and began to search. Soon enough, she found a design that captivated her and presented it to Chu Qing. However, upon merely glancing at it, the corner of Chu Qing's eye twitched. Wasn't this a certain tattoo? He resolutely chose to disregard it. "Do not be foolish." And Ruoxue pouted slightly, and then glanced at the flickering tungsten bulb before suggesting, "Ah Qing, even if you are to remain here indefinitely, you should at least improve your living conditions. Look at this place. It lacks even decent tiles." Chu Qing was rather indifferent to such external conditions and had no inclination to waste time addressing them. Just as he was about to decline, a sudden tremor coursed through his wrist. He swiftly looked at his wrist, and indeed, the long-absent book of life and death erupted with an extraordinary notification. "Esteemed Sir, though I am reluctant to disturb you at this moment, I regret to inform you that you must not forget there are elements that remain in the shadows, watching you. That is the true threat this city poses to you. It is waiting, it is gathering strength, it is preparing. It does not know when it will bestow upon you some small gifts. Be cautious, it approaches." Chu Qing's pupils suddenly constricted, and without a moment's hesitation, his crimson eyes flared to life. He leaped out of the doorway, and in an instant, a beam of red light descended into his hand. It was none other than the gruesome head lantern. And Ruoxue, bewildered by the unfolding events, had been hardened by her recent experiences and, without a second thought, seized the beautiful head and dashed outside, joining Chu Qing at his side. The terrifying crimson glow of the head lantern swiftly enveloped them. In the next heartbeat, a thunderous roar echoed, and both Chu Qing and An Ruoxu recognized it as the sound of a vehicle's engine. Yet, what was more horrifying was that despite being perilously close to the cemetery, the vehicle showed no signs of halting. With a thunderous crash, the massive iron gate was obliterated, causing the adjoining walls to tremble and collapse. Still, this was not the end. Although the colossal beast's speed had diminished, Chu Qing's heart raced with unrelenting dread. Sure enough, in the dim night, he finally discerned the object of his terror, which erupted in a burst of flame. It was a fuel tanker. Now, the fuel tanker exploded. Boom! Chapter 58, The Ghostly Delivery. The onslaught of the maternal ghost. Chu Qing had never felt invincible in this bizarre era. Such a notion was entirely unfathomable. After all, he had merely been reborn 3 days before the onset of this terrifying age. Yet, at the initial signs of the uncanny, there should have been at least half a month to a month of forewarning. During this period, various peculiar entities with bizarre abilities lurked in the shadows, observing this world. Indeed, the power of the blood-eyed dragon lord is acknowledged by future generations. However, the blood pupils he possesses now are, in essence, not those of the blood-eyed dragon lord of the future. In the past few days, his rate of growth has been remarkably swift. Yet, as the Book of Life and Death states, in this city, a terrifying ghost city marked by an exceedingly high number of anomalies by the world's demon hunters, can he truly roam, unrestrained? The scene before him jolted Chu Qing, who had grown somewhat complacent in his recent progress, back to the grim reality. A terrifying tremor and fierce flames engulfed the surroundings. Had it not been for his ability to wield a lantern of heads and the enhanced physique of a gravekeeper, Chu Qing would likely have met his demise on the spot. Nevertheless, even so, he witnessed firsthand that aside from the complete destruction of his family's northern cemetery gate, his modest abode, which had been disparaged by An Ruoxu, collapsed like a house of cards. Fortunately, the area shrouded in darkness beneath the lantern was still considerable. Given the magnitude of the collapse, it seemed unlikely to affect the god of wealth still within the ruins. However, it was undeniable that the house was no longer habitable. He had no time to heed An Ruoxu's ominous words. His blood pupils fixated intently on the burning and explode upon witnessing that entity. Chu Qing was suddenly enlightened. Indeed, the swaying figure of flames was heading towards the abandoned taxi numbered 40,004 not far away. Chu Qing's blood-red eyes darkened ominously. So, this creature had come knocking at his door? Since it had come, it should not leave. In an instant, Chu Qing's pupils locked onto the target, his keen senses igniting as he gazed at the strange apparition. As anticipated, Ghost Courier, rank, 9th grade, category, sub-ghost, lifespan, 3 days, pickup protocol, must comply with orders. Upon arrival at a designated location, it must retrieve a specified item. If the item is not taken, a lethal rule is triggered. Time is of the essence, ability capable of operating any vehicle to reach the destination. Restrictions on rule effects are significantly diminished. No circumstance will affect its speed of action. Sub-ghost, status a subordinate of the ghost mother. Once its lifespan is exhausted, it does not perish but instead consumes the ghost mother's lifespan. However, upon the death of the ghost mother, all sub-ghosts will perish as well. Promotion requirements. Unknown note. This entity again, humanity, I find the forces behind it increasingly intriguing. Indeed, without a moment's hesitation, Chu Qing lunged towards the taxi numbered 40004, fixing his gaze upon this entity. The being, engulfed in roaring flames, still appeared to be the most ordinary of humans. Its gaze seemed solely fixated on the taxi numbered 40004. With a swift kick, Chu Qing struck, realizing this ghost courier was evidently not a mere ethereal anomaly. With a single kick, the opponent stumbled and fell to the ground not far away. The ghostly courier slowly lifted its head, its charred visage revealing exposed eyeballs fixated on Chu Qing. Courier do not deny me, death, ignoring the creature's rules. Chu Qing's blood-red pupils firmly locked onto it. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed the eye for an eye. A terrifying chill surged forth, accompanied by that scarlet gaze, as the howling wind swept past the distant flames and his inky black hair. In that moment, against the backdrop of raging fire, Chu Qing appeared more like a ferocious demon clawing its way out of hell than the ghostly courier itself. His blood-red pupils radiated a crimson thread in the darkness, gently swaying with his gaze. The fate of the ghostly courier mirrored that of the previous ghostly taxi. The boiling malevolence engulfed them, resembling a horrifying vortex that utterly tore their bodies apart. And Ruo Shui stood a short distance away. Though this was not her first encounter with such a scene, the spectacle still sent chills coursing through her. Moreover, not only she, but the beautiful head firmly grasped in her hand trembled at the sight of the man who mercilessly shredded the ghostly courier amidst the flames. Both could sense the fury and ferocity emanating from that figure. The dismembered body, once again, was drawn into the whirlpool of Chu Qing's blood-red eyes. His dark eye sockets overflowed with blood as if painted with red-eye drops, saturating the entirety of his ocular cavity. Chu Qing closed his eyes, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner, cascading down and enveloping his entire eye socket, resembling crimson eyeshadow. After 3 seconds, he reopened his eyes, yet they were filled with a chilling madness and bloodlust that Ruo Shui had never witnessed before. Fortunately, after a brief moment of respite, his expression returned to indifference. He apathetically gazed at the entrance engulfed in flames. The fire from the oil tanker did not last long, in places thick with malevolence. Such ordinary flames do not burn for an extended period. However, in the wake of the recent explosion, his sanctuary had been utterly obliterated. He turned to Ruo Shui and asked, "The company belonging to the Lin family is responsible for real estate development, correct? Please arrange for the front gate to be rebuilt in the coming days. Remember, only the gate and the area in front can be touched. No one is allowed to enter the graves behind." Understood. He calmly walked towards the collapsed room. The notebook, television, and other belongings were beyond salvage. But as he had anticipated, the Yin god, being tucked away in a corner and with the golden shrine present, remained unaffected. Since there was no damage, he felt no inclination to intervene further. As for the blood characters, they posed no concern. The glass door was merely a habitual attachment, with its true dwelling being the entirety of Beishan Cemetery, standing before the partially collapsed doorway of the small house. Chu Qing suppressed the unsettling thoughts that threatened to consume him and redirected his focus to the ghostly courier and the ghostly taxi. The malevolent entity, evidently fixated on him, seemed eager to reclaim the taxi numbered 40004. Given that the adversary had taken the initiative, passively waiting was not in Chu Qing's nature. Regardless of whether he could seize this entity at this stage, he needed to ascertain the true nature of his opponent. The profound and strange collision of forces made the disparity of information paramount, which was also the reason behind the formidable prowess of the blood-eyed ghost. As his thoughts slowly unfurled, Chu Qing's brows knitted together. He recalled the peculiar courier and then the earlier bizarre taxi, soon arriving at a crucial piece of information. With this realization, Chu Qing retrieved his phone from his pocket, glancing at the 2 contacts who might offer assistance. After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately decided to open the newly added WeChat account of Zhou Yingzhu. Lu Ci had warned him in a previous life that the Chu family's intentions towards him were far from pure, although it could be regarded as a minor favor. Given the immense power of this lurking malevolent entity, it was unnecessary to place Lu Lian in peril. Thus, in the depths of the night, Chu Qing swiftly typed a message. "Please investigate whether there are any abandoned bus stations, passenger terminals, or train stations in Luo City that have exhibited genuine peculiar occurrences. If this task is executed well, I can offer you an opportunity." Chapter 59. The Malevolent Entity. Its World. In Villa Number 2 of the Splendid Manor, Zhou Yingzhu lay upon her custom-made, hazening bed, exhaling deeply. It had been a considerable time since she had experienced such quality sleep. She recalled the events of the morning. That man, how did he come to possess such power? A glimmer of longing flickered in Zhou Yingzhu's eyes. From her arduous journey to this moment, her yearning for strength and authority was beyond imagination. The scene from today had already revealed to her that the rules of the world had shifted. If one failed to seize the initial phase and ascend with the tide, the future could be even more dire than in times past. Death might well be the most favorable outcome. Zhou Yingzhu thought of the 5 monks, Zhishan among them, whom she had unwittingly sent into the jaws of danger. And she couldn't help but sigh. She had contemplated reaching out to her dear sister for counsel, yet she was uncertain of Chu Qing's temperament. Would her secret inquiries provoke ire if discovered? From their brief encounters, that man exhibited an indifference to humanity that surpassed her own. He genuinely seemed to regard human life as inconsequential, as if it held no value in his heart. Perhaps only someone of such disposition could acquire that kind of power in such a short span of time. Just then, her phone, which she had set aside, suddenly emitted a crimson glow. Zhou Yingzhu, fate has favored you. In this tide of transformation, your wealth has granted you a glimpse into the truth of the world. That entity requires your assistance. You should feel honored. Cling tightly to this opportunity. It may well be the most significant chance of your life. Zhou Yingzhu stared at the flickering red light of the death ledger on her phone, momentarily taken aback. Almost instantaneously, a message arrived from her recently functional device. Upon reading the contents of the message, Zhou Yingzhu abruptly sat up in bed, disregarding the radiant light that accompanied it. A bus station? A passenger terminal? Perhaps even a train station? She could not comprehend why this man would make such peculiar requests. Yet, as the death ledger indicated, she need not understand the reasons. She simply had to comply. Promptly, she responded and then picked up the phone. Hello, Chung, instruct your men to carry out a task for me tonight. Chu Qing lay within the confines of the coffin, devoid of any inclination for slumber. The spectral influence of the gravekeeper rendered him less dependent on sleep. And Ruo Shui had departed. Previously, she had not fully mastered the Sema group. Now, however, she had finally paid the price and successfully commanded a grinding specter, thereby acquiring a truly subtle and extraordinary power to determine life and death. Consequently, to assist Chu Qing in restoring the shattered walls, gates, and structures of the Beishan Cemetery. And Ruo Shui needed to return at the swiftest pace to seize control of the Sema group. Chu Qing felt no anger. These damages were merely external matters, of little consequence. As long as the collected anomalies remained intact, all was well. Moreover, he was now even more intrigued by the ghostly mother behind the specter, pondering what manner of entity could conjure such bizarre phenomena. The capabilities of this eerie delivery service are indeed remarkable, not to mention the previous instances where it even conjured a ghostly taxi and the enigmatic 40004 cab. Thus, what sense does it make to harbor anger or resentment towards such a formidable anomaly devoid of intellect? Such emotions would only belong to a fool. On the contrary, the entity's strength piques Chu Qing's interest even further. Moreover, this recent assault, far from being detrimental, presents certain advantages for him. Within the dark ledger of life and death, crimson characters manifest. The bizarre attack caught you off guard. However, as a gravekeeper, you have fulfilled your duty, safeguarding the repose of the interred, remaining largely undisturbed by the assailant. You have gained a deeper understanding of your role as a gravekeeper. Indeed, while there may not be any feedback in terms of longevity, this advancement in his understanding of his role serves as the finest reward. It will expedite his future ascension to the 8th rank. With this thought in mind, Chu Qing closed his eyes. Throughout the day, he had exerted himself excessively, compounded by the depletion of his longevity from the Golden Shrine, leaving him fatigued. As he sensed the connection with the vast grave beneath him, his condition began to recover swiftly. At an unknown moment, he abruptly opened his eyes, perceiving an odd vibration. He rose slowly from the coffin and gazed towards the east. At 8 o'clock, the sun finally broke through the horizon, casting a pale glow. Chu Qing understood that as a gravekeeper, his duty to guard the tomb had commenced. He cast a sweeping glance around, noting all the peculiarities, including the ominous black crow that had returned with over a dozen human skeletons in the dead of night. As he patrolled, the ledger of life and death provided its feedback. You were surveying your cemetery. At the threshold of darkness and dawn, all the departed rest in silence. However, daylight is not a shackle for them. but rather a mark of respect for the guardian of the graves. During this patrol, you have grasped the essence of the guardian's duty, deepening your understanding of this role. You have acquired 6 days of shadowy longevity. And due to the unique nature of the high-grade tomb, the Golden Shrine, you have additionally gained an extra day of spectral currency. Within the tomb, all the dwellers are present. You have flawlessly fulfilled your guardianship, and thus, all the serene specters within the tomb have also received an additional day of shadowy longevity. At this moment, you may directly allocate the 6 days of shadowy longevity you have acquired to the other specters through your guardian monument, without the need to convert it into spectral currency. Sensing the feedback from the ledger of life and death, Chu Qing chose not to distribute this high-quality longevity, but instead absorbed it entirely into his being. He slowly opened his eyes. The sky had brightened considerably. Chu Qing gazed towards the east, where the blood-red sun began to rise. Unbeknownst to him, even the sun had transformed in such a manner. He dismissed it, as he had grown accustomed to it in his previous life. However, just then, a phone call came through. Looking down, he saw it was none other than Zhou Yingzhu. Chu Qing was taken aback. He had indeed underestimated Zhou Yingzhu's capabilities. As anticipated, the voice of Zhou Yingzhu resonated from the other end of the line. "Mr. Chu, we have located a special place during the night, but I'm unsure if it is the one you seek. May I ask where is it?" Chu Qing interjected directly, "The old downtown of Luo City, at the abandoned starting point of the former number 14 bus station. I have sent you the location. I'm currently en route there. Do you wish to accompany me?" Zhou Yingzhu's initiative pleased Chu Qing immensely. "I shall arrive shortly. Do not act recklessly." With that, Chu Qing abruptly ended the call, cast a glance around, and contemplated, picking up a nearby lantern, yet opting not to use it, instead placing it within the coffin alongside the painting of Zhong Kuei riding tiger. Most importantly, Chu Qing turned his gaze to his grand tombstone, sensing no fluctuations of fate. Why was the blood-lettered ghost so eerily silent? Was it still within the so-called cooling period, or did it, too, harbor fear of that entity? Did it believe that at this moment it was incapable of subduing or even vanquishing that thing? Chu Qing was uncertain. He only understood that the truth would reveal itself in time. Thus, he chose not to summon the taxi numbered 4000 for this time. Instead, he tilted his head towards the vast sky. The black crow unveiled its prior utility towards the yellow rainbow for the first time. Chu Qing grasped its sharp talons, and the world beneath him began to ascend slowly. The old downtown, with the location pinned on WeChat, allowed Chu Qing to swiftly lock onto that destination. What Zhou Yingzhu did not anticipate was that Mr. Chu Qing's speed matched her own arrival. Zhou Yingzhu lifted her gaze to the imposing raven perched upon Chu Qing's shoulder, as well as the human head lantern he held in his hand, swallowing nervously. Chu Qing cast a satisfied glance at Zhou Yingzhu. Not only had she come in person, but more importantly, she had not brought anyone else along. "What place is this?" "Mr. Chu, this is a former bus station in the old city. The starting point for bus number 14, which traversed the entire old district. However, as the city underwent beautification and transformation into a tourist destination, this outdated bus route was discontinued. Consequently, I had heard that many locals had come here seeking answers from the authorities, but most received no satisfactory responses. Evidently, Zhou Yingzhu had prepared thoroughly during the night, as she appeared somewhat haggard, yet still exuded vigor. I instructed my subordinates to scour all the bus stations, large and small, throughout Luocheng overnight. There were some rumors of hauntings, but upon investigation, most proved unfounded, except for here. What is the matter here? Noticing Zhou Yingzhu's hesitation, Chu Qing directed his gaze toward a nearby site. It was an utterly ordinary bus parking lot, flanked by some dilapidated old houses, with a few faded yellow lines marking parking spaces scattered across the lot. The disparity between this place and the reformed tourist area of Luocheng was indeed stark, as if they existed in entirely different cities. In every city, there exists a shadowy corner, a place that people instinctively seek to conceal, yearning only to present a polished facade to outsiders and superiors. Here, no one reports. Throughout the night, 4 individuals have come to investigate, yet to this moment, they remain uncontactable. Chu Qing exhaled deeply, knowing that this was the place. He gazed toward the bus station's departure point, then slowly advanced. However, at that very moment, an inexplicable chill enveloped Chu Qing in the dawn of Luo City. The watch on his outstretched left hand illuminated, the feedback from the ledger of life and death timely manifesting. Yet this time, the emerging content was something Chu Qing could never have imagined. Are they human? Perhaps they are. In the eyes of the city, they are hurried worker ants, the very cogs of urban operation, the consumables of civilization's march forward. To many people, they do not qualify as human. They may represent the humans chronicled in the annals of human civilization, yet are often recorded not as people but as mere numbers. They thrive within this city. This place gathers the overwhelming majority of their existence. Here, it bears the path they must traverse. Until one day, when people deem that and those beings have lost all significance in continuing to exist, then what meaning do they or it hold? Dear sir, are you prepared to enter the realm of it? Chu Qing's breath abruptly halted as he gazed in astonishment at the bus station looming in the distance. He had not anticipated that on merely the first day of the arrival of the terrifying era, a bizarre secret realm would emerge in Luo City. Chapter 60. The 14 bus of the old district clang. Clang, clang. The sound of the vehicle moving slowly roused Chu Qing from his slumber. He blinked, momentarily disoriented at the world outside. The dilapidated streets, the dimly lit crowd, the incessant chatter surrounding him. What was he doing here? All right, he had finished work early today. He was a courier. It was said that the road bordering the old district and the high-tech zone was under construction, which was why he got off work a bit sooner. Although he couldn't quite see how the construction over there related to their logistics in the old district, why dwell on such matters? After all, an early end to the workday was a comfort in itself. With that thought, he stifled a yawn, wishing to lean back in his seat for a brief respite. The bus home, the 14 bus, was the one place where he need not worry about insomnia. Here, there were no pressures of life. No aging parents whose graying hair belied their relatively young years, and no ex-girlfriend who had left him after 3 years of courtship over issues concerning dowries. No parent wishes to burden their child with a 30-year mortgage, nor do they desire the disdainful glances and cold words from relatives and friends. In the absence of such suffocating pressures, a single phrase jolted him from his reverie. Have you heard? Due to urban beautification efforts, the bus routes in the old city are being completely reconfigured. It seems that only Mingsing Road will serve as the bus line for the old district. What? How can this be permissible? The old city is so vast. Are we expected to traverse it solely on foot after disembarking on Mingsing Road? Yet, there is no alternative. It is said that a beautiful tourist city must provide a seamless transit experience, lest visitors perceive any flaws in Luoqing's environment. Previously, the subway did not extend to our area, all right. Let us refrain from further discussion. The dull thud of the number 14 bus's tires against the pavement rendered sleep impossible. He gazed vacantly at the world outside. As a native of Luocheng, he felt an estrangement from the city itself. This old district formed the majority of his impressions of Luocheng. The number 14 bus had been his steadfast companion since his school days. Now, even this familiar route was disappearing. Would he, too, fade away like this bus, this very route, and even the old city itself? Indeed, this is inevitable. He understood this reality all too well. He knew that perhaps the city had no need for him. A sense of unwillingness welled up within him. He yearned to become one of those intrinsically exalted individuals, capable of garnering genuine respect in the eyes of others, rather than merely being perceived as a mere courier. A title that encapsulated his entire identity and the sum of his life's worth. He envied those endowed with talent in various pursuits. Perhaps he too possessed a unique gift. Yet lamentably, he had failed to uncover it throughout his existence. With a sigh, he felt an indescribable sense of melancholy, intermingled with an even more profound feeling of absurdity. The origin of this sentiment eluded him as he gazed at the world beyond, where vehicles glided past. His home had long since arrived, or rather, had already been left behind. The bus route 14 meandered through the entirety of the old town. If the previous lady's assertions were indeed accurate, he wished to take a moment to truly observe the visage of this aged district and its inhabitants. Perhaps one day, he would no longer have the opportunity to do so. At the 1401 stop, once the site of an elementary school, the old town had not always borne the weight of age. It had known prosperity in its time, and the school had flourished as well. Nevertheless, institutions of education are eternally safeguarded from financial woes. After all, one cannot afford to deprive education, nor inflict hardship upon children. The weathered walls were adorned with climbing ivy. It was here that he had spent his elementary school days. Regrettably, before he could linger a moment longer, or perhaps reminisce about the name of the little girl who used to sport two braided pigtails at his side, the vehicle resumed its journey once more. Clang, clang, clang. Soon, the bus came to a halt once more. This time, the stop was at an exceedingly filthy and chaotic street. This was the morning market. Despite its disarray, it perhaps exuded a semblance of life. Although, this was merely a facade spoken in embarrassment by the locals when faced with the disdainful gazes of visiting relatives from afar. In his childhood, he cherished visiting this place, particularly the fish stall, not for the fish itself, but for the presence of a little cat that often lingered there. He had a profound affection for cats. At times, he pondered what it would be like to transform into a sprightly feline. If there were a next life, he would rather not be human. He yearned to be a cat. The burdens of human existence were too exhausting, demanding too many thoughts. Being a cat, a stray wandering the streets, would only require him to focus on the simple necessity of sustenance. Clang, clang, clang. The bus resumed its journey. The next stop was by the riverbank. Here, a tributary of the Luo River had once flourished, but now it resembled a foul-smelling ditch. Once, a wealthy entrepreneur had invested heavily in this area, claiming it would enrich the locals and purportedly elevate some GDP figures he did not comprehend. All he knew was that eventually, the magnate departed with great wealth, the factory was shuttered, and the riverbank, where he once frolicked and bathed as a child, lay abandoned and forgotten. The bus roared to life once more, the clattering sound echoing through the air. Passengers boarded and alighted, but he merely cast a glance, then turned his attention elsewhere. He gazed out at the world rushing by, his mind awash with memories accumulated over 2 decades in the city. These recollections were trivial, exceedingly minute, almost inconsequential when juxtaposed with the sprawling development of the metropolis. Yet, to him, they seemed to constitute his entire existence. It has been said that growing up entails the loss of certain elements while acquiring others. Sitting on this number 14 bus, Chu Qing found himself ensnared in contemplation. He felt he had indeed lost much, yet had seemingly gained nothing in return. Now, it appeared that even the remnants of his possessions were slipping away. For the familiar honk of the horn heralded the arrival of the dilapidated bus stop that had withstood the elements for over 20 years. Before he realized it, he noticed that he was the sole passenger remaining on the bus. For reasons unknown, as he gazed at the upcoming terminal, which also marked the bus's final stop, an inexplicable fear surged within him. The tangerine sun dipped below the horizon, casting its glow upon the road as the bus continued its journey. As he sat there, his gaze drifted almost imperceptibly, and in that moment he felt as if he transcended the confines of the vehicle. From a divine perspective, he beheld himself seated within the bus, the scene radiating warmth and exquisite composition as the recent past unfolded before his eyes. However, the exquisite scene before him began to undergo a gradual transformation. All colors faded, and all vitality dissipated, as if an antiquated film projected a lifeless black and white silent movie. Chapter 61. Life and Death. The Ascension Method of Blood Eyes. Come, this is our home. Do you not wish to join? Step into the vehicle and embark. A chorus of voices echoed in his ears. The cold, oh, how piercingly cold the air was. Chu Qing had never experienced such chill. Even during his time as the lord of the underworld, a second-grade position, when he had immersed himself in the so-called Yellow Springs, it seemed he had never felt this frigid. This was the essence of death. Indeed, only when one is completely enveloped and shrouded by the rules does such a sensation arise. It was not merely the body that felt cold. The soul, an indefinable entity, also shivered. Yet why was he facing death? Was he truly dead? Was he not aboard that bus? No. Suddenly, a jolt coursed through Chu Qing's body, and the chilling grip of death, which had nearly enveloped him, was momentarily resisted. After all, he was the gravekeeper. Yes, he was not merely a courier. He was the gravekeeper, the ninth grading position, Chu Qing. He was Chu Qing, the king of the river in his past life. In an instant, an indescribable sense of familiarity surged from his pupils. His crimson eyes lifted, gazing into the distance. He was unaware of where his gaze was directed, as the rules of death were rapidly enveloping him entirely. Yet, on the precipice of life and death, Chu Qing possessed a startling clarity. He was watching him from his prior encounter with the faceless ghost. He understood that the activation of the blood eye did not necessitate a traditional eye-to-eye confrontation. The essence of their connection lay in the mere brush of their gazes. As long as the other party directed their sight towards him, the pair of crimson eyes, which had fervently awakened since he attained the blood eye, would inevitably return the gaze. In that moment, the consciousness that had seemed shrouded in a veil of mist was finally restored. Chu Qing's body was chilled to the bone, and the blood-red light emanating from his eyes spilled forth, seeping droplets of crimson beyond his eyelids. The frenzied blood eye danced wildly, as if it yearned to leap from his eye sockets. It was a madness he had never witnessed before. Suddenly, he felt it. That piercing gaze, he sensed its presence. However, this time, the blood eye, which had always been a harbinger of success, failed to manifest its full potential. The exchange of glances persisted. Chu Qing recognized that the adversary had similarly invoked the rules of murder. The imminent death he had nearly brushed against served as irrefutable evidence. Yet, his attempt at an eye for an eye had not yielded the desired outcome. The most plausible explanation was that the opponent's power was not inferior to that of the blood eye. At the very least, the disparity in their powers, as demonstrated in this moment, was negligible. Nonetheless, the effects were not entirely absent. The frenzied, crimson gaze of the blood-red eyes flickered, while Chu Qing's body, akin to a chilling brush with death, began to gradually dissipate. The warmth of life re-emerged within him. In this moment, his perception of the external world was finally restored. He could sense the gaze that had been fixated upon him, the activation of the rules of death, slowly coming to a halt. It was evident that the other party recognized they had missed their chance, the most opportune moment to eliminate Chu Qing. Chu Qing pursed his lips and surveyed his surroundings. Yet, to his utter astonishment, he remained standing in the same spot. In the distance lay the dilapidated, forsaken bus stop. His hand was still outstretched, maintaining the pose of observing the life and death ledger on his left wrist. Even without stepping into the secret realm, Chu Qing understood that he had truly circled the gates of hell. Mr. Chu, the voice of Zhou Yingzhu echoed behind him. However, Chu Qing paid no heed and glanced once more at his left hand. As his consciousness regained its clarity and the gaze of the unknown, ghostly figure shifted away, the ledger of life and death began to pulse with new characters. Esteemed sir, you have been deceived, have you not? Of course, this is not necessarily a negative occurrence. Believe me, it truly is not a misfortune. It has made you realize that its possessions are not easily obtained, and you have made it clear that your existence is not something it can manipulate at will, even with calculated intentions. The memory journey of that ghostly courier is so humble, so insignificant, yet for someone as grand as you, it must present a unique form of amusement. Does it not? Perhaps both of you should comprehend that, in the current situation, neither party seems capable of truly overpowering the other. Therefore, a temporary ceasefire may serve as a prudent choice for both sides. Wouldn't you agree? Of course, I reiterate, esteemed Lord Chu Qing, this is not an unfavorable circumstance for you. As Chu Qing gazed upon the feedback from the Book of Life and Death, he discerned the meaning behind the recent scene. So, it was the ghostly courier whom he had slain upon arriving here could have its memories activated by the ghostly matron, even before he had stepped into the secret realm, initiating the deathly rules to curse him. No wonder. Chu Qing's eyes betrayed no emotion. Just as the book stated, after he successfully countered the initial deadly move from the ghostly matron, it would be arduous for her to launch another assault, unless he willingly entered the secret realm. In the recent confrontation, he had also grasped the terrifying nature of the ghostly matron. Recklessly entering her territory would be tantamount to seeking death. Fortunately, time was on his side. With this thought, Chu Qing exhaled deeply and declared, "Very well." Zhou Yingzhu dared not utter another sound. It must be said, the ghostly matron had imparted a significant lesson to Chu Qing, who had been smoothly navigating these recent times. After all, he had only been reborn for less than a week. However, the ominous signs of a bizarre resurgence have been evident for at least half a month, if not a full month. Los Angeles is one of the cities most afflicted by supernatural occurrences in the previous life. The existence of this ghostly matriarch must be one of the earliest manifestations of formidable strangeness. Otherwise, it could not have given rise to the existence of secret realms. Power. In such a terrifying era, power is the most reliable asset one can possess. With this thought, Chu Qing chose not to linger and swiftly turned to leave. Zhou Yingzhu, perplexed, soon heard Chu Qing's voice. "Come with me. You will drive us to Beishan Cemetery." Understood. Seated in Zhou Yingzhu's Bentley Continental, Chu Qing partially closed his eyes. His brow furrowed. An acute sensation reminiscent of the initial fusion surged through his gaze once more. In an instant, a crimson hue enveloped his vision anew. Yet, the reappearance of the blood-red subtitles left Chu Qing momentarily stunned, as he finally comprehended the meaning behind the life and death ledger's prompt. Indeed, this impending crisis was not entirely a misfortune for him, for at this very moment, beneath the influence of the blood-eyed specter, the long-awaited method of ascension had finally become clear amidst this life-threatening ordeal. Chapter 62. Special Ascension Requirements. Ghostly Hands. On the roads of Los Angeles, the presence of people was regrettably sparse. Even though it was not the weekend and the sun was high in the sky, one could scarcely find anyone on the roads, let alone in some of the city's more bustling locales, where the crowds were disappointingly few. The blue Continental sped along the road, while Zhou Yingzhu gazed at the navigation system indicating Beishan Cemetery, yet she dared not glance back at the figure trailing behind her. She remained oblivious to Chu Qing's thoughts and, at this moment, could not fathom the depths of his tumultuous emotions. The delicate balance between life and death, along with the symbiotic bond with the blood-eyed phantom, had awakened its latent potential in response to the looming threat of death, finally allowing it to sense its path to ascension. However, witnessing the blood-eyed phantom's method of advancement prompted Chu Qing, despite his experiences from 2 lifetimes, to merely scoff. Has this bizarre entity gorged itself to the point of excess? Indeed, from an external perspective, the elevation of the blood-eyed was not particularly arduous. One could even assert it was remarkably straightforward. Yet, had Chu Qing not sensed their symbiotic relationship, he would have harbored grave doubts, suspecting that this creature had been subverted by the ghostly matriarch within the secret realm, intent on conspiring with it to take his life. Undoubtedly, he once more raised the blood-red veil of his vision, scrutinizing the status of the blood-eyed phantom. Blood-eyed, rank, 9th grade, type, symbiotic anomaly, in lifespan, 10 months and 16 days. Eye for an eye, rule after mutual gaze. One can disregard the opponent's rule-based abilities and reflect them back. If the opponent lacks a rule-based ability, it can control the life force, ghostly essence, of the being, causing its blood, energy, to flow backward, spill out, and perish. Activation requires a gaze, with the effect determined by the disparity in rank and talent between both parties. With eyes and pearls, ability capable of probing living beings, underworld artifacts, and discerning rank, essence, rules, abilities, and lifespan, among others. Symbiosis, status, currently coexisting with humanity. The consumption of vitality is doubled, while a preliminary awakening of certain wisdom has occurred. Promotion requirement. Devour 5 entities of at least an eerie nature, and a fusion of any part of the symbiotic body with an eerie entity is required, with the eerie grade not lower than 9. No, humanity. What do you mean? How dare you question me? You are far too weak. I exist to protect you. A mere human, alongside myself. Indeed, the ascension of the blood-eyed ghost can be described as relatively straightforward. This being does not even require the consumption of vitality. The number of eerie entities to devour poses no significant challenge for the blood-eyed. The only noteworthy aspect is that its ascension requires Chu Qing to once again coexist with another eerie being. Unlike the grave ghost, which can be controlled as with the blood character ghost, it must merge with itself. Just as he contemplated upon his rebirth, humanity does not necessitate a method of controlling eerie entities through a shadowy profession. It is through the fusion of one's own body with a symmetrically compatible eerie entity that they coexist and parasitize one another. However, this approach carries significant risks. In his previous life, among the 5 rulers who had already fallen, the Corner King, also known as the Five Senses King, was particularly adept in this realm. Chu Qing had limited interactions with this individual, and naturally, no secrets or methods would be divulged to him. Therefore, in order to continue pursuing this path, merging his body with eerie entities, he must embrace the inherent dangers. Chu Qing is not one to shy away from peril. Otherwise, he would not have resolved on the very day of his rebirth to fuse with the initial form of the blood-eyed dragon lord. However, he has now become the foremost gravekeeper, and the grave spirits have taken on the form of a death apartment. Coupled with the integration of the blood-eyed dragon lord, he is, to a large extent, no longer compelled to continue venturing forth. Yet, the blood-eye is intent on risking everything. It is evident that this confrontation with a mother and son ghost has instilled a sense of crisis in this self-important blood-eyed spirit. Chu Qing closed his eyes once more, massaging the throbbing pain in his temples. In truth, although he felt somewhat speechless, he did not resist. Rather, he harbored a hint of anticipation. What is the significance of a smooth journey? In a terrifying era, or indeed in any age, those who rise invariably possess a gambler's mentality and absolute confidence. This encounter has once again illuminated for him that in this dreadful epoch, one must row against the current. Stagnation equates to regression. If one does not grow, or if growth is stunted, countless peculiarities will swiftly hunt and evolve. To achieve his aspired goals and pursue power, he cannot afford a pause even for a moment. If one can attain eternal existence, if one can remain immortal through the ages, what does it matter if they're surrounded by vengeful spirits? He began to delve into the recesses of his memory once again. If one chooses to act, they must strive to excel. Furthermore, in this world, it is not merely the weak and the lowly in potential that result in lower mortality rates after integration. Given this, since fusion is inevitable, it is entirely justifiable to select more formidable anomalies. While it is indeed challenging to find another as fierce as the blood-eyed dragon lord, one cannot simply settle for anything mediocre, for it is an entity that will be integrated into oneself. In contemplating the formidable and enigmatic powers of the previous life, Chu Qing pondered which foundational form could seamlessly merge with a human essence. He soon recalled something accessible to him at present. Luo City, notorious in his past life as the epicenter of a ghastly outbreak, was overwhelmed by a multitude of supernatural occurrences, transforming it into a veritable city of the dead within a mere 3 years. However, it was precisely this circumstance that allowed a select few ghost tamers to emerge in the public eye during the early days of the crisis. Although Chu Qing had fled Luo City at an earlier stage, he remained attentive to certain developments there. Among these burgeoning figures, one particularly caught his interest. In the initial throes of the supernatural upheaval, some individuals fortuitously managed to harness and merge with these eerie forces. After all, what Chu Qing could accomplish, others were also capable of achieving. While many perished, there were inevitably survivors. From his observations of the ghost taming community in Luo City, he had heard of a notable individual known as Ghost Hand Dubai Fan. It was said that his rise began with a peculiar entity fused within his palm. Moreover, after the revelation of his shadowy profession, he transitioned into the role of a night watchman, becoming one of the foremost ghost tamers in Luo City, enjoying a fleeting moment of unparalleled fame. Even in Qing City, some sought to ally themselves with this figure, drawn by the rumors surrounding the entity within his hand. It was whispered that any supernatural being ensnared by that ghostly grasp found itself utterly devoid of the ability to resist. Although Chu Qing possessed limited knowledge regarding the specific rules and abilities, he later learned that despite the individual having escaped from Luo City and even ascended to the 4th rank of the Inquisition known as Night Wanderer, he ultimately met his demise within a certain secret realm. Nevertheless, the ghostly hand, which managed to capture the attention and remembrance of many during the early terrifying era, evidently possessed considerable prowess. However, Chu Qing remained uncertain whether this individual had located the ghostly hand, integrated it, or mastered its use. Furthermore, he was equally uninformed about what this person had been engaged in prior to the advent of the Bizarre Age. Contemplating this, Chu Qing abruptly inquired of Zhou Yingzhu, "Are you familiar with someone named Du Baifan from Luo City?" Zhou Yingzhu paused momentarily in her actions, then after some consideration replied, "That name sounds somewhat familiar. If you're not in a hurry, may I take a moment to investigate?" Chu Qing nodded in agreement. "Very well. Since you find the name familiar, it must not be an ordinary person, and it is not particularly common either." After approximately 10 minutes of waiting by the roadside, Zhou Yingzhu's voice finally resounded once more in his ear. "I have found something, Mr. Chu. I am unsure if this is the Du Baifan you are referring to, but the only Du Baifan I know is from Luo City. He was the founder of Wanhao Building Materials, which was fairly well known in both Luo City and the Central Plains region at that time. However, the company later went bankrupt, and he left Luo City for Xingqing. Currently, he serves as the general manager of Gaojian Group in the provincial capital." Suddenly, Chu Qing opened his eyes wide. Did the bankruptcy of his company have any connection with the Senmu Group in Luo City? "Oh, Mr. Chu, are you aware of this? The Wana Building Materials, led by Du Baifan, faced its downfall due to some business tactics employed by the Senmu Group, which ultimately led to its bankruptcy." Listening to Zhou Yingzhu's words, a knowing smile appeared on Chu Qing's face. So this was the case. Chapter 63. The Unadorned Struggle of Commerce. Devoured to the last crumb. In the heart of Luo City, a rather resplendent skyscraper rose majestically from the ground. Once a subject of envy for many, at this very moment, everyone, including the executives, was devoid of any peace of mind for work. Any piece of news from the ledger of life and death could leave many perched on the edge of their seats. Although merely a day had passed, numerous photographs had already surfaced online. Previously, some would scoff at such supernatural claims, dismissing them entirely. Yet now, as the possibility of these phenomena manifesting in their midst loomed, could one still focus on their work? Indeed, this world has never been short of those who labor. After all, today marked only the second day of this bizarre outbreak. For many, clarity regarding the situation remained elusive. Though anxiety loomed, countless individuals succumb to accidents each year. Should they then forego their duties out of fear? Most, in truth, remain oblivious to the peril posed by this strange eruption. However, this is quite normal. In the current circumstances, most of the anomalies might still be at the 9th tier. The 9th tier possesses the capability to easily snatch away a life. Yet it does not pose a direct threat to the lives of many. A transitional process is still required. For instance, if Chu Qing's head lantern were to ascend to the 7th tier, the darkness beneath it could activate, making it effortless to spiral away hundreds or even thousands of individuals in one go. Thus, even at this moment, the building marked Senmu Construction is still populated by several employees, albeit not many are diligently engaged in their tasks, until a crisp sound of tapping echoed through the air, drawing the attention of everyone towards its origin. A figure, adorned in polished leather heels and an exquisitely tailored suit, emerged slowly from the elevator. Upon witnessing this presence, no one uttered a word, yet many exchanged glances, a glimmer of intrigue flickering in their eyes. Just a few days prior, upon learning of this woman's identity, their flattery knew no bounds, as she was destined to be the future matriarch. However, the situation has now drastically shifted. Setting aside the peculiarities of this era, where one could perish in the blink of an eye, the word has already spread. Senmu Construction, which dominates the construction industry in Luocheng and has ties to the real estate sector, is on the verge of being acquired and consolidated by the Gaojian Group from Xingqing. Currently, the chairman of Gaojian Group, Gao Hong, who is also the second largest shareholder of Senmu Construction, has already reached an agreement with the various shareholders of the group. They would not acquire the shares of the Nansen Group from this woman. Instead, they could compel her to sell her shares to Director Gao at a pittance. At this moment, and Ruoxue had seemingly transformed from a prospective matriarch into a pitiable woman, akin to drawing water with a bamboo basket, only to find it empty. Yet, and Ruoxue appeared oblivious to these machinations. After a cursory glance, a trace of icy disdain flickered in her eyes. She paid no heed to the trifling individuals around her, but rather proceeded directly into the innermost office, rapping on the door before entering with a composed demeanor. "Secretary Zhang," she stated coolly, "please inform the board that, in 1 hour, I will convene a shareholders meeting as the heir to Lin's shares. I trust that the esteemed shareholders will honor their commitments to attend. Those who choose not to come shall bear the consequences." Without waiting for the board secretary's response, and Ruoxue re-entered the elevator and ascended to the executive meeting room. She awaited calmly within the boardroom, clutching a peculiar plastic handbag, in addition to the exquisite Hermes adorned with lychee patterns. An hour swiftly passed, and figures began to trickle in, seemingly timed to perfection. Engaged in their own conversations, they paid no mind to Ruoxue, who occupied the chair of the chairperson. To them, she appeared nothing more than a fortunate gold digger aspiring to ascend the social ladder. In the present moment, merely a few days after the demise of the Lin father and son, their eagerness to arrive at the company is indicative of their blindness to the situation. At this juncture, it should be her kneeling before them, pleading for them to purchase her insignificant remaining shares at a high price. Alas, such a scenario is utterly impossible. Of course, Director Gao had previously remarked that this young lady possesses an appealing appearance, and coupled with her status, should she be willing, it might not be entirely unfeasible. And Ruoxue gazed calmly at the board members, who wore expressions of mockery. Perhaps they have long since regarded her as a mere lamb for slaughter. And Ruoxue smiled, and once everyone was seated, she spoke. "I am the heir to the Lin family's estate shares, and I currently hold 42 of Senmu Construction's shares. Naturally, it follows that I am the chairman of Senmu." Upon her declaration, everyone was momentarily taken aback, soon thereafter displaying disdain. A voice interjected, "Young lady, while the shares are indeed in your possession, according to protocol, your entry into the boardroom is contingent upon a vote from the other directors." "Uncle Li, are you not bullying me?" And Ruoxue chuckled, for she had never heard of shareholder with nearly 50 stake being required to obtain a vote from the remaining directors to enter the boardroom. This old man was truly taking advantage of her. Fortunately, she still had him, and she had that. Coincidentally, the man who had spoken up was an ideal candidate. The man surnamedly chuckled. "Bullying? How is this bullying? Moreover, what if it is?" She gazed at the old man who had spoken, and slowly retrieved a plastic bag that had gone unnoticed. Her gaze fixated on the face of the elderly man, and in an instant, her previously radiant smile, akin to summer blossoms, transformed into an icy and malevolent expression. "You ungrateful wretch." The man, known as Uncle Li, was momentarily taken aback, poised to rise, yet froze in place. From the plastic bag, and Ruoxue gradually extracted an object that left everyone present in stunned silence. It was a head, a meticulously groomed woman's head, adorned with a hint of blush and lipstick. It was no mere illusion or prop, for as everyone turned to behold it, it seemed to gaze back at them, and Ruoxue looked at the old man and offered a slight smile. "Let's send him on his way." Clearly, after the events of last night, this entity had become exceedingly obedient to Ruoxue's will. Her gaze swiftly locked onto the director, surnamed Li. Then, a voice resonated, an ethereal lament, a whisper that tugged at the heartstrings, a teasing allure that captivated the soul, a call from the depths of the underworld. As all were entranced by this voice, the next moment revealed old Li, his finger probing his throat, crimson splattering everywhere, eliciting a cacophony of screams that set the entire conference room ablaze. Yet, the figure seated at the head of the table remained utterly composed, and Ruoxue showing not the slightest concern for the lifeless body before her. Perhaps, as Chu Qing remarked, after transitioning to the realm of the supernatural, the scenes that would profoundly shock ordinary individuals have become mundane for them. Thus, upon hearing the piercing screams of these burly men, she furrowed her brow in irritation and softly uttered, "Quiet down." This voice, akin to the beauty beside her, penetrated the eardrums of all present and resonated deep within their hearts, compelling them into silence. Subsequently, and Ruoxue, filled with deep sorrow, proclaimed, with the strange occurrences in Luo City and the peculiar demise of our esteemed director Li Chuanfeng, I, in my capacity as the chairperson of the Senma Group, call upon all board members to observe 3 minutes of silence in honor of Director Li. What? Observing the bewildered expressions of those around her. And Ruoxue feigned disbelief and addressed them. Do any of you have differing opinions? Instantly, all present closed their eyes, pretentiously beginning the so-called moment of silence. Watching these individuals, and Ruoxue, upon seeing everyone with their eyes shut, decided to abandon even the pretense, casually stroking the exquisite head resting on the table. The beauty glanced back at her, and then her ruby lips parted slightly as she emitted a satisfied belch. At that moment, emulating Chu Qing, a message illuminated from a wristwatch. What is the highest realm of commercial warfare? When the bazaar clings to their necks, draining their blood and souls, they will inevitably come to understand, will they not? Though dealing with these inferior, ordinary humans, there exists no distinction in the significance of transactions. You have gained a deeper understanding of the essence of business warfare, and your comprehension of the role of the buyer of lives has become more profound. Even seemingly insignificant transactions may yield unexpected assistance for the buyer. For instance, your mastery over these matters and the impending phone call holds considerable value and significance. As the final digit illuminated, almost instantaneously, the phone nestled in Ruoxue's backpack rang, the caller ID boldly displayed as Darling. Paying no heed to the terrified expressions of those around her, she retreated to a secluded corner before hastily answering the call. Without any unnecessary preamble, the voice of Chu Qing resonated calmly on the other end. Make arrangements for Gao Hong of Gao Jian Group and their general manager, Dubai Fan, to visit Luo City at once. Understood. And Ruoxue never offered further commentary on Chu Qing's orders. Yet curiosity and excitement bubbled within her. Qing, what are your plans? Leave no stone unturned. Chapter 64. The Skull and the Executioner. Caw! The shrill cry of a raven pierced the air from above. Chu Qing stepped out of the Continental and glanced up at the blackbird. Ever since this creature underwent its evolution, it had been a constant companion. Yet it seemed to serve no purpose at all. He had consistently summoned the raven to invoke the power of the death knell. Yet what was the result? As bait, I found myself unable to ensnare even the most rudimentary of peculiar entities in the wild. After a painstaking journey alongside the maternal specter I had previously provoked, I nearly lost half my life in the endeavor. The results were rather lackluster. I felt a tinge of disappointment, yet I understood the circumstances. After all, the rules governing ghouls are peculiar, and I have already ascended to the role of a gravekeeper. Furthermore, with the advent of this horrifying era, a portion of the oddities require no movement, as they readily present nourishment at my doorstep, rendering the pursuit of wild game unnecessary. Wouldn't you agree? With this thought in mind, I turned my gaze toward Zhou Yingzhu, who had yet to take her leave. This woman wields considerable influence in Luocheng, and her capabilities are commendable. Meeting my assessing gaze, Zhou Yingzhu inquired, Mr. Chu, do you have any further instructions? She refrained from mentioning my previous promise, adopting an attitude of dutiful compliance akin to a black-gloved operative. It is likely that her rise to prominence was fueled by such traits. Now, she was merely returning to her most familiar domain. After a moment's contemplation, I asked, are you aware of where I might procure a substantial quantity of skulls? Regardless, my foremost task is to construct the high-ranking tomb for the Black Crow. This endeavor not only augments my lifespan daily, but also enhances my comprehension of my duties as a gravekeeper. While I gather skulls for the edifice, I shall await the arrival of Dubai Fan and Gao Hong. Upon hearing my request, Zhou Yingzhu furrowed her brow and pondered briefly this. Are you seeking new or old skulls, Mr. Chu? New, I replied. The new discourse, I fear, pertains to the hospitals across various regions. I could devise a means to extract the corpses of those who perish in the morgue each day. Chu Qing turned to Zhou Yingzhu, inquiring, how many might that be in a day? In previous times, it was likely no more than a mere 10 individuals daily, yet now, the figures are uncertain. I estimate it could range from 30 to 50, 30 to 50, To amass 500 would require a considerable span of time. Chu Qing furrowed his brow, dissatisfied with this pace. His concern stemmed from his lack of understanding regarding the criteria for the lively designation of these 500 skulls by the underworld. What if he kept them for several days, only to find they had surpassed their expiration? Furthermore, the more skulls, the better. After all, even once the skeletal tree was established, placing a skull upon it could yield a day's worth of vitality through the construction of the tomb. This was also why Chu Qing placed great importance on the development of the skeletal tree. Noticing his discontent, Zhou Yingzhu contemplated, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes. Mr. Chu, there exists another method, one that could swiftly procure that which we seek in abundance. Chu Qing regarded her with interest. Zhou Yingzhu, unperturbed, candidly stated, in this world, we may be lacking in many things, yet we are never short of people. Chu Qing narrowed his eyes, nodding in apparent agreement. Indeed, there is no shortage of people. Zhou Yingzhu perked up. If you require assistance, Mr. Chu, I could take care of it. What course of action do you wish to pursue? His retort momentarily stunned Zhou Yingzhu. The words she intended to utter were swallowed back. And, after a moment's contemplation, she responded, I am aware that some individuals in Luocheng are unscrupulous, yet they have managed to remain unscathed due to their connections and undeniable utility. These individuals deserve their fate. Eliminating them would attract little attention at this juncture, and certainly would not embroil you in any troubles. Moreover, I can procure 500 skulls from the hospital within a day or two. Chu Qing then withdrew his gaze and remarked indifferently, if they are indeed deserving of death, then let it be so. He glanced towards the rapidly darkening Xiongyu, suddenly recalling certain individuals from his past life. Particularly noteworthy were two figures. One was Lu Yin's brother, the head of the Bureau of Anomalies, King Qingguang, Lu Xi, who had repeatedly implored numerous high-ranking ghost tamers during elite meetings in Longhua to refrain from indiscriminately slaughtering innocent civilians. His presence had ensured that Longhua maintained the highest population among the Blue Star nations. However, there was another remarkable individual who had left a profound impression on him. This was a close acquaintance, the Wheel King, who had once stated that if a ghost tamer were to kill for the purpose of enhancing their own power, it could not be deemed as malevolent. Only when the elite ghost tamers grow formidable can they confront those fearsome deities. Hence, every life extinguished embodies the hopes and aspirations entrusted to them. The greater the number slain, the heavier the burden of responsibility they must bear. Chu Qing vividly recalls the moment when the Wheel King uttered these words, his expression one of profound compassion, as if he bore the duty of saving all sentient beings upon his shoulders. He is indeed a madman, there is no denying that. Yet, who among those who have survived to such a time and attained such formidable prowess as a ghost tamer is not a lunatic in their own right? Even Lu Xi, when it comes to his sister, has committed acts akin to the slaughter of cities. With a sigh, Chu Qing reflects on his aversion to indiscriminate killing for the sake of power, particularly against ordinary people or lesser ghost tamers. However, in this terrifying era, where formidable anomalies emerge incessantly, one is compelled to adopt ruthless means to grow stronger. Thus, he resolves to prepare for a modest act of punishing evil and promoting good. Ultimately, these individuals are destined to be eradicated by the anomalies, which would only serve to prolong their own existence and expedite the growth of these malevolent forces. It would be far more prudent to offer up their lives and heads, contributing in some measure to the salvation of Luo City. As this thought crosses his mind, Chu Qing begins to comprehend the Wheel King's perspective. Yet, he is suddenly struck by the notion of a unique position in the realm of shadows. He gazes at the woman before him, Zhou Yingzhu. She possesses commendable qualities. Her methods are ruthless and her heart unforgiving. The future of the Death Apartment necessitates such talent. Do not be deceived by the fact that, in the present, the Blood character Ghost's deathly guidance is something he can effortlessly accomplish. However, the requirements for the Blood character Ghost to ascend to the 8th rank reveal that such an elevation is likely predicated upon the completion of numerous death-related guiding tasks. It is evidently impossible to achieve this alone. In these terrifying times, potential spirit manipulators are indeed worthy of consideration. This potential encompasses not only temperament and capability, but also physical appearance. Even if Chu Qing currently harbors no particular intentions, the sight of a robust man frequently entering and exiting his domain pales in comparison to the allure of a striking beauty. Given equal abilities, why would he not choose the latter? There is nothing inherently amiss with him. Among the ninth rank of Yin positions, there exists a relatively unique sequence that has garnered considerable admiration from many spirit manipulators in a past life. Some have even touted it as the foremost Yin position sequence due to its formidable combat prowess and inherent advantages. For others, the exceedingly rare and precious Ming artifact is naturally possessed by this Yin position, and it is also a growth-oriented item that can enhance in accordance with the elevation of its master's Yin position rank. In ancient times, executioners tasked with carrying out capital punishment were a particularly distinct group. Armed with great blades, they would sever the heads of criminals at a command, the splattering blood serving as a grim warning to the onlookers of the consequences of defying the court. They were instruments of the feudal dynasty's authority, wielding power to manifest dominion, and they were characterized by their formidable destinies and fierce fates. In this era of terror, such individuals have similarly transformed into Yin positions, and indeed, they have become a remarkably powerful one. Indeed, this is the ninth rank Yin position, the executioner. Upon contemplating this, Chu Qing abruptly lifted his gaze towards Zhou Yingzhu and inquired, "Have you ever harmed anyone?" Chapter 65. The Departure Meal of Pork Rice. Hearing Chu Qing's question, Zhou Yingzhu parted her lips, ultimately opting for candor. "To be frank, Mr. Chu, during my early days in the world, I was known among my peers as Little 13th Sister." Chu Qing was taken aback, casting a skeptical glance at Zhou Yingzhu. "You don't seem like it." Zhou Yingzhu found it difficult to clarify. After all, who among us is devoid of a shadowy past? However, her history was indeed a genuine dark one. Yet, she was somewhat modest regarding her moniker. In truth, during her most fervent days, she was dubbed the knife-wielding she-devil. Chu Qing, indifferent to the details, stated, "Very well. If that is the case, do you possess any particular knife you are skilled with?" Zhou Yingzhu, somewhat perplexed, nodded. "Yes. I have a finely crafted miao knife with a sharpened edge stored at my home." "Excellent. Then let us set forth. We shall procure the knife first, and then proceed to enact our intentions." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yingzhu hesitated slightly. "What is it?" Chu Qing furrowed his brow. Before Zhou Yingzhu could articulate her thoughts, her expression revealed the answer. Gulp. For the first time, a hint of crimson embarrassment graced Zhou Yingzhu's cheeks. Chu Qing, however, remained unperturbed. Since his transition to the role of a gravekeeper, his reliance on sustenance had diminished to a notable extent. Having gone over a day without food, he found no discomfort in it. However, considering the greeting he had extended the previous night, it was indeed somewhat excessive for Zhou Yingzhu to accomplish her task so swiftly, having gone a day and night without sustenance. Reflecting on this, Chu Qing cast her a glance and remarked, "I have limited time. I shall find something to eat casually. There will be ample opportunities for you to rest later, but if we miss this village, the establishment will no longer be available." "Thank you, Mr. Chu," she replied. Just as Chu Qing was about to enter the vehicle, an inexplicable ripple began to emerge, reminiscent of the first domino in a cascading effect. It was as if a chain reaction was unfolding in the unseen realm. Chu Qing abruptly turned his head, and upon the massive tombstone behind him, a trickle of blood began to coalesce. Subsequently, lines of text materialized before the two. Location, unknown. Time limit, before 1600 hours today. Task objective, find a restaurant and order a delectable pig's trotter rice. Task reward, unknown. Task failure penalty, none. Chu Qing's right eyelid twitched. In that fleeting moment, the first dish that came to his mind when he mentioned food was indeed pig's trotter rice. Fate, it seems, manifests as all the choices and serendipities that arise once a particular anchor point has been selected. To master one's destiny is to transform favorable choices and coincidences into certainties. Thus, after a moment's contemplation, Chu Qing decided to take along the lantern fashioned from a human head. It was the most useful of all his peculiarities, albeit previously exploited without recompense. This item was exceedingly formidable, and Chu Qing felt a twinge of concern that he might struggle to control it should it take flight. At present, before the Yin position breaks through to the 6th rank, the physical body of the spirit master remains vulnerable to assault from the tangible world and weaponry. In this context, the value of the human-headed lantern is truly unparalleled. Upon reflection, Chu Qing suddenly felt a tinge of sympathy for this object. Well then, from now on, during each vigil, I shall bestow 1 or 2 days of the 6th day in longevity upon this lantern as a token of gratitude for its unwavering companionship. With this thought in mind, Chu Qing did not linger further at the European continent, but instead beckoned Zhou Yingzhu and hailed a taxi. "Let us go." Without a moment's hesitation, she climbed aboard. Could this truly be an ordinary taxi? This thought barely crossed her mind when they accelerated to a staggering speed of 400 kilometers per hour, leaving Zhou Yingzhu no time to indulge in idle speculation. What does it feel like to collide with a person at such velocity? She was experiencing it now. 3 minutes later, the vehicle slowed down, and Chu Qing arrived at a small street filled with eateries not far from the Beishan Cemetery. Though it was merely 3 in the afternoon, the sky had already darkened ominously, and it was not yet time for streetlights to illuminate the way. The entire street resembled a desolate ghost town. Occasionally, a few homes flickered with light, yet they did not meet Chu Qing's requirements. Soon enough, the two of them spotted a modest establishment. A tungsten filament light, comparable to that in Chu Qing's former security room, flickered with a warm, yellow glow, bearing the bold inscription, "Authentic Guangxi Longjiang Pork Knuckle Rice from Luocheng." It was a quintessential hole-in-the-wall eatery. The two stepped out of the vehicle and entered the small establishment. Though not expansive, it was relatively clean and tidy, and it seemed that the sound of customers entering had been heard. A dull voice resonated from the kitchen. "You can simply scan to order." Chu Qing glanced over and ordered 2 bowls of pig trotter rice. "Mr. Chu, do you also enjoy pig trotter rice? It's not bad. I used to like it when I worked part-time during school." Zhou Yingzhu observed Chu Qing's demeanor, as if a nostalgic thought crossed her mind. "When I dropped out of vocational school and went to work in Guangdong, I remember the first time I tried pig trotter rice. I couldn't understand the local dialect, and looking at the sign, I initially thought it was made from pig hooves. However, after tasting it, I discovered it was actually pig knuckles. It was quite delicious. At that time, it was my favorite dish, though regrettably, my monthly salary was less than 1,000 yuan, and I could only afford to indulge in it when payday came around." As Zhou Yingzhu reminisced fondly, Chu Qing pursed his lips. He had little interest in her tale of struggle and ascent. Noticing his expression, Zhou Yingzhu inquired, "Have you been to this place before?" Chu Qing pondered for a moment and nodded. "I suppose I have." "What do you mean by I suppose?" Zhou Yingzhu wondered internally. "How is the food here?" She continued, I haven't had pig trotter rice in many years. This is an old establishment. If it has managed to thrive in Central Plains Province, it must possess considerable culinary skill." Chu Qing remarked thoughtfully. "Wow, receiving your endorsement means I must savor it thoroughly," Zhou Yingzhu replied eagerly. Without making them wait long, a figure soon approached, bringing 2 bowls of pig trotter rice. Chu Qing's gaze fell upon the figure that had just arrived, clad in an oversized apron, adorned with a chef's hat and mask, revealing only a pair of dull eyes. It was evident that the individual was quite portly. Chu Qing understood immediately. Meanwhile, at that very moment, Zhou Yingzhu had turned her attention to the pig trotter rice set before her. The dish gleamed with a golden hue, while the rich, crimson broth soaked into each grain of rice, emanating an irresistibly rich aroma that made one's mouth water instinctively. Despite Zhou Yingzhu's claims of having savored countless delicacies from both land and sea, the sight of this dish rendered her utterly captivated, resembling a famished spirit. How could it be so fragrant? It surpassed even the allure of abalone. Who would have thought that such a masterful establishment existed in Luocheng? This chef's talent was truly underappreciated here. Zhou Yingzhu exclaimed, "What a shame. If it weren't for the current circumstances, such an extraordinary restaurant would surely be thriving." Chu Qing pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Indeed, the business is quite good. Without waitstaff, this small eatery often finds itself overwhelmed during peak hours. Observing Zhou Yingzhu, who could no longer suppress her hunger. He advised, "Take your time to chew thoroughly. Do not rush to swallow." Zhou Yingzhu paused, then nodded. "You're right. That's better for digestion. By the way, Mr. Chu, do you know the owner of this place?" Having frequented it many times in the past, Chu Qing naturally had encountered the owner on several occasions. Chu Qing did not touch his chopsticks, his mind drifting back to memories. He recalled that the owner appeared to be a man in his 30s, a local from Luo City, who had ventured to Guangdong in his youth to work and had acquired some skills. Upon returning to his hometown, he established this eatery. His wife, a woman from Sichuan, was amiable yet somewhat fiery. They had a son whose academic performance was commendable. He should have completed his college entrance examinations this year and, under normal circumstances, would be heading to university when school resumed in September. The family possessed kind hearts. Occasionally, they would generously provide meals to sanitation workers and beggars. The owner adored his wife, though he had a penchant for drinking. However, he was rather submissive and held a healthy respect for his wife. I recall numerous occasions when they quarreled over his habit of indulging in a few drinks at the shop during the evenings, and truthfully, his wife's anger was justified. His drinking etiquette was rather poor. I remember one night when I returned late from my part-time job, he had too much to drink and insisted on singing "Sister, You Sit at the Bow" for 10 minutes. Zhou Yingzhu laughed, finding him quite amusing. "But Mr. Chu, since you were so familiar with him, why didn't he greet you when he stepped out? I would have liked to meet him as well." Yet, Chu Qing remained devoid of any smile, gazing at Zhou Yingzhu with an expression of calmness. "You have already met him." Zhou Yingzhu was taken aback, her once rosy lips, now glistening with the broth from the pig's trotter rice, reflected a look of confusion as she stared at Chu Qing. Chu Qing still did not touch his chopsticks. He gently lifted his chin, continuing to speak in a tone that remained utterly devoid of fluctuation. "Their entire family is right there in your bowl." Chapter 66. The Culinary Master. The legendary utensil zug. Observing Zhou Yingzhu, who was leaning against the table and retching, Chu Qing's gaze remained serene. Zhou Yingzhu had hardly consumed a few bites, and at this moment, not only had she expelled everything, but even the yellow bile followed suit. Yet, this was certainly preferable to losing one's life, was it not? Chu Qing cast a glance at the 2 bowls of pork trotter rice. An aura of malevolence enveloped the surroundings. A ghostly presence lingered in the air. However, one must admit that, in terms of appearance and aroma, as well as Zhou Yingzhu's expression after tasting it, this dish was, in fact, an improvement over the previous culinary attempts. Even Chu Qing, who had little regard for culinary pleasures, felt a flicker of temptation upon witnessing this. Nevertheless, that impulse was swiftly quelled. He turned his attention toward the entrance of the kitchen at the back of the small establishment. A figure seemed to linger there, standing behind the kitchen, peering at the only 2 patrons within the establishment. Chu Qing felt no trace of panic. When one perceives the essence of the eerie, there is no need for particular trepidation. However, humanity often succumbs to fear in the face of the unknown, leading to a loss of rationality and ultimately becoming prey under the rules of their adversary. As long as one discerns certain rules or abilities of the other, even an ordinary person may find a glimmer of hope when confronting lesser forms of the uncanny. Thus, among the various abilities, the head lanterns that obscure human perception and cognitive faculties, along with the faceless specters, can be deemed among the more terrifying types of early aberrations. As for the blood inscriptions, they typically manifest at the moment of death, coinciding with the initial experiences of Chu Qing, who is well versed in such matters. The entity before us clearly possesses the capacity to influence human mentality to a certain extent, albeit not as dramatically as the head lanterns and faceless specters. Nonetheless, this holds significant weight for Chu Qing. For an ordinary individual, the impact is considerably more profound. This is evident from Zhou Yingzhu, who, after instinctively retching, stood up with a gaze that glimmered hungrily at the bowl of pig's trotter rice. Yet, the thought of what lay within stirred her stomach, leading to further waves of nausea, even as her eyes betrayed an increasing greed akin to that of an addict. Despite the potency of this substance surpassing many others, Chu Qing dismissed it with a wave of his hand, causing 2 bowls of pig's trotter rice to crash to the ground. "All right, you should return to the car now. He instructed. Zhou Yingzhu, rendered speechless, clutched her mouth and fled outside. Chu Qing sighed, allowing his gaze to return to neutrality. He then placed his hands in his pockets, slowly rising to approach the kitchen door, where he forcefully kicked it open. Inside the dimly lit kitchen, the entirety of a figure remained obscured. A stout body was accompanied by labored breathing. Upon sensing Chu Qing's arrival, the figure abruptly turned its head, its eyes, concealed behind a mask, fixating intently on him. In this spine-chilling scene, Chu Qing remained utterly unfazed, his eyes having long since turned crimson. The threat posed by this entity was minimal. He had sensed it the moment it first appeared. Otherwise, he would not have been leisurely chatting with Zhou Yingzhu. Chef Pig, grade, 9th rank, category, humanoid anomaly. Lifespan, 2 months and 7 days. Feast, rule the food it prepares possesses an unimaginable allure for all living beings. Once any creature consumes beyond a certain threshold, it triggers a lethal rule. Recipe, ability and extraordinary culinary skill, capable of researching recipes based on available ingredients. Dishes created from these recipes possess certain special effects. Current master dish, pig's feet rice. Pig's feet rice requires rice and pork. Upon consuming a certain amount, any creature will transform into a swine-like form, with other effects remaining unknown. Humanoid, status daily consumption of lifespan is doubled, possessing a negligible degree of intelligence. And aside from the lethal rule, can employ ordinary means for attack. Promotion requirements. Unknown, note, it smells delightful. Humanoid anomalies, akin to the mother and child ghosts, are exceedingly rare in the early stages. As observed by the blood-eyed, this entity, aside from its lethal rule, can also launch attacks through conventional methods. However, during the initial arrival of anomalies in the Dragon Kingdom in the previous life, such entities were scarce, while other nations, particularly those in the West, encountered them more frequently. In truth, these bizarre entities, while possessing an unsettling appearance, can employ various means of attack that are far more terrifying than the rest. However, they also exhibit certain vulnerabilities as a result. Generally speaking, the abilities governed by these entities tend to be relatively weak and one-dimensional. Furthermore, although these beings cannot be eradicated through physical means, they can indeed be hindered by them. Thus, even when hunting, these entities primarily resort to lethal rules, only resorting to direct confrontation when they find themselves at wit's end. For instance, at this moment, the corpulent figure clutched a vivid crimson kitchen knife, its presence accentuated by the malevolent glint in its exposed, pig-like eyes, which emanated an indescribable air of bloody ferocity. Alas, such a method pales in comparison to the entity's rule-based abilities. The disparity is akin to that between a wooden sword and a Barrett rifle. Chu Qing's blood-red gaze locked onto the once menacing figure of the swine chef, rendering it motionless. At that moment, both the malevolent aura and the blood were entirely under the control of his sanguine eyes. Chu Qing stood still, contemplating how best to deal with this creature. His initial inclination was to eliminate it outright. Of course, this was not out of a desire for vengeance for the original family. He had no such inclination, nor had he formed any significant bond with them. Moreover, the act of these entities taking lives is akin to humans consuming pigs or sheep, an immutable aspect of nature, governed by the law of the jungle. Allowing such factors to influence one's decisions is nothing short of folly. The initial intent to kill stemmed purely from the desire of the blood-eyed ghost to ascend. Aside from assimilating the peculiarities, it also necessitated the consumption of the remaining 5 anomalies. As it stands, the blood-eyed has only devoured 2, leaving 3 yet to be claimed. However, one cannot deny that upon witnessing the culinary prowess of this pig chef, Chu Qing found himself somewhat hesitant. The chef's abilities were indeed impressive, although the activation of the rules appeared to be quite demanding. What captured Chu Qing's attention was the potential of that recipe. The prospects of this ability are exceedingly vast. A single pig trotter rice dish, once consumed, could transform living beings into swine. What if further culinary creations were developed in the future? Most importantly, Chu Qing recalled a treasure puzzle from his previous life. It comprised a series of highly esteemed netherworld artifacts. While it paled in comparison to the complete version of the black copper coin, it remained a coveted item for many ghost tamers. Over 2 decades in his past life, no one had managed to assemble a complete netherworld artifact, yet the individual effects of those fragments were quite remarkable. And indeed, those fragments were kitchen utensils. This set of netherworld culinary tools was famously referred to as the legendary utensils. Coincidentally, Chu Qing was aware of the origin of one of them. Chapter 67, The Divine Assembly. The Wandering Shadows. In front of a dimly lit little shop, Chu Qing stepped out slowly, a smile gracing his lips. He reflected once more, feeling grateful that after his rebirth, the first thing he did was seek out the blood-eyed dragon lord and merge with it. That decision was undoubtedly his most astute. With a light and brisk step, Zhou Yingzhu boarded the vehicle, her complexion as pale as a ghost as she gazed at the solitary figure of Chu Qing. She parted her lips, yet before she could utter a word, Chu Qing's voice resonated. "Are you still hungry? If so, we can seek sustenance at another establishment." The moment these words escaped his lips, a wave of nausea surged within Zhou Yingzhu once more, though it was evident that her stomach had long been emptied of any contents. "No, there's no need. Perhaps we should eat something. I anticipate that I may soon have cause to vomit again." No, I cannot eat any more." Chu Qing cast a glance at Zhou Yingzhu, who weakly waved her hand in refusal. He could comprehend her predicament, not solely due to the pig's trotter rice they had consumed. Once the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, the overly rich aroma could induce dizziness and an instinctive urge to retch. Nevertheless, understanding did not halt Chu Qing's momentum. He pressed the accelerator, propelling the vehicle at a speed of 400. In a short while, they arrived at the familiar entrance of Villa No. 2 in the Jingxun estate. As Zhou Yingzhu trembled while disembarking from the taxi, she remained acutely aware of their purpose. In truth, all the calamities they faced were but a means to achieve the goal that resided within her heart. Although she remained oblivious to the specifics of their endeavor, she placed her trust in Mr. Chu, believing he would not act aimlessly. Upon entering, she instructed Chu Qing to sit for a moment while her pallor began to restore itself. Only then did she approach a safe, unlocking it to retrieve a long sheath blade. The Miao knife, slender and elongated, was in truth not entirely suited to the task Chu Qing intended to undertake. However, Chu Qing was also a man of discernment. As he drew the long knife from its sheath, its blade shimmered like autumn waters, with patterns akin to ethereal mists, revealing that this was no ordinary trinket. The sharpened blade alone was sufficient to attest that, had it existed in ancient times, it would undoubtedly be a treasure worth its weight in gold. A fine blade, he praised sincerely, tossing it to Zhou Yingzhu, who received it with pride, her countenance brightening considerably. With no time to spare, Chu Qing inquired, "Where are the individuals you mentioned?" Zhou Yingzhu's expression regained some composure as she replied, "Please hold on a moment. I will make a call." 3 minutes later, Zhou Yingzhu returned. "Mr. Chu, those individuals are currently in their lair, the Divine Guild. Their leader is named Wei Xiongguang, a prominent figure in both the entertainment industry and the gray market in Luoqing." Chu Qing searched his mind for any recollection of this name, but found none, simply nodding in response. "Very well, let us proceed." Observing Chu Qing rise, Zhou Yingzhu expressed her concern. Mr. Chu, should we not bring some people along? They might be armed." "No need. Just bring an umbrella." Chu Qing, unfazed, slowly rose to her feet and thoughtfully suggested, "However, I still advise you to have something to eat before you go." Upon hearing this, the previously recovering Zhou Yingzhu opened her mouth to retch, and after a moment, quickly added, "Wait, there's also Mr. Chu. It seems there are some issues on his end." In the heart of Luo City lies the Shindui Club, the largest leisure and entertainment establishment in the area. Yet, contrary to its usual vibrant atmosphere, the entrance stood firmly shut. Within the office on the top floor of this 4-story venue, a figure puffed on a cigar while gazing out at the pitch-black expanse of Luo City. The man glanced at the time. It was merely 6 o'clock. At this hour, normally even the streetlights would not yet be illuminated, yet the darkness was impenetrable. What in the world is this nonsense? He cursed vehemently, his eyes darting to the smartphone beside him. His name was Wei Xiongguang, a figure of considerable repute in Luo City. The Shindui Club, under his command, was frequented by the elite and well-connected, including prominent figures and their sons from the provincial capital. However, all of that had changed. He and all his subordinates had become like turtles retreating into their shells, too fearful to leave the sanctuary of the club. The reason for their trepidation was simple. The man turned his gaze to the street outside, where a solitary figure wandered aimlessly. Even in the depths of the night, illuminated by the lights surrounding the club, the silhouette was distinctly visible. That entity seemed to possess a depth even more profound than darkness itself, capable of ensnaring everything, including one's gaze. Its visage remained obscured, its form indistinct, akin to a shadow, standing vigil, lingering beneath, haunting the premises of this solitary establishment. The entirety of the venue sprawled across an extensive area, encompassing nearly several hundred acres, including the parking lot. Yet, despite its vastness, any individual exiting the establishment would inevitably collide with that ominous silhouette. Wei Xiongwang could never erase from his memory the harrowing image of the guest from yesterday morning, whose head was ruthlessly severed by that very figure. It was not merely that guest. Even when others exited simultaneously, that entity could manifest several appearances, mercilessly snapping their necks in unison. Contemplating this, a surge of rage ignited within Wei Xiongwang. Damn it! What about those wretched inspectors? Why can't they swiftly rid us of this accursed thing? Those two inept fools are merely courting death. I truly wonder how I squander my money on nurturing such incompetence. Wei Xiongwang seethed with impotent fury. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. Come in. The door swung open, revealing a subordinate who ventured forth. Boss, there is hardly any food left at the club. What should we do now? What to do? Wei Xiongwang's eyes blazed with ferocity as he seized the ashtray and hurled it with force. The subordinate, paralyzed by fear, could not even flinch and was struck, blood streaming from his head. Damn it! In such a grand establishment with so many dining options, how can we be on the verge of running out of food in less than 2 days? Are you all pigs? The young man trembled all over. Boss, it's mainly because there are too many people in the club. Everyone is aware of that ghastly creature outside, including numerous technicians, waitstaff, previous patrons, and our own people. A glint of coldness flashed in Wei Xiongwang's eyes. Go summon Heihu and his crew. Cut off those fellows' means of sustenance. Anyone who dares to cause trouble, let Heihu and his men deal with them decisively. I've realized that it's not just us. The entire city of Luo is likely in a similar predicament. At this moment, we can't afford to worry about anything else. Survival comes first. Additionally, forget about those technicians. If there are any patrons with decent looks, bring 2 of them to me. Understood, boss. As the young man departed, Wei Xiongwang exhaled slowly, attempting to quell the fury simmering within him. The oppression he had endured in recent days had eroded the internal cultivation he had honed over the past decade. All that remained was the weight of suppression and an unarticulated fear lurking deep within. Precisely at this moment, acquiring a couple of enticing women seemed appealing. If all else failed, he wouldn't hesitate to eliminate them. He had taken lives in his youth, and the act of extinguishing a life was the only thing that could release his pent-up emotions. Especially when it came to beautiful women. The thrill of annihilating something so exquisite sent shivers down his spine. However, just as he began to anticipate the methods he would employ, the phone on the table suddenly lit up. Wei Xiongwang glanced over, and his eyelids twitched involuntarily. It is not merely a caller ID, nor is it anything else, but rather a strikingly dark backdrop, adorned with blood-red text. Are you feeling oppressed? Are you engulfed in despair? This is the essence of our era. Wei Xiongwang, what you are currently experiencing is merely the inception. The enigma lurking outside is destined to not spare you. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, you possess 3 potential outcomes for the future. First, you might lead your subordinates in a brutal suppression of all, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion and death. Second, your cruelty and madness instill fear among your followers, prompting them to eliminate you first. Third, at the moment of depletion, you may choose to break free from encirclement, only to inevitably perish at the hands of that mysterious entity. This is your fate, a fate steeped in despair. However, grant me 10 years. transferring 10 years of your life for vitality to mortality. I may reveal to you the path to resolution. 10 years, when weighed against a single life. Does not seem like a loss, does it? Gazing at the ominous prompt of the Book of Life and Death, Wei Xiongguang pursed his lips. Just a day prior, he was reluctant to accept the notion that he could truly be ensnared by such a contraption. Yet, 2 days have elapsed, and he senses an undeniable shift toward that grim reality. Nevertheless, 10 years, he sees that his remaining vitality is merely 23 years. With a resolute determination, Wei Xiongguang clenched his teeth and chose to make the payment. As he tapped on the death ledger, he muttered in anger, "If I can't escape this cursed place, I swear I shall smash this wretched thing to pieces." Oh, Wei Xiongguang, your foresight is truly remarkable. A decade of vitality. Ah, the allure of it is utterly intoxicating. Since that is the case, let me enlighten you, my foolish friend, on how to escape this dreadful locale. It is rather simple, indeed. You merely need to transition into one of the shadowy roles, harness the power of the underworld, and become a ghost master. Through this power, you shall command the eerie entities. Not only can you evade peril, but you shall also wield dominion over the shadows and the uncanny forces. Shadowy roles, uncanny entities, power. Wei Xiongguang's eyes widened in astonishment, sparkling with newfound hope. This life essence must be worth it. However, just as excitement surged within him, he gazed at the death ledger on his phone. Speak up. Why the silence? How does one transition into a shadowy role? Oh, my foolish friend. This decade of vitality is solely for me to impart the method of your escape, which I have indeed done, have I not? As for how to transition into a shadowy role, I regret to inform you. In a fit of exasperation, Wei Xiongguang could no longer contain himself and hurled the phone against the wall, shattering it with a resounding crash. Yet at that moment, the television in the office flickered to life once more, displaying the same blood-red text. Oh, my foolish master, why resort to such fury? Uncertain whether his fortune was favorable or adverse, his situation had finally taken a turn for the better. Go on and take a look through the window. Once you do, you will see that I have not deceived you, he urged. It was the perfect moment to observe that formidable power. Suddenly, Wei Xiongguang was taken aback and quickly redirected his gaze toward the entrance. At the far end of the darkened street, 2 figures had inexplicably materialized. As the clock struck 6:30, the wretched streetlights of Luo City flickered to life, illuminating the scene alongside the glow of the Shindo society. It was then that he discerned the true nature of the figures. One wielded a black umbrella, while the other bore a red one, moving in tandem. Wei Xiongguang fixated on the shadowy silhouette beneath the black umbrella. As the figures stepped onto the street, the ominous presence drew closer. However, the anticipated scene of a neck being snapped failed to materialize. For reasons unknown, the figure cloaked in darkness remained stationary beneath the black umbrella, utterly still. Meanwhile, the 2 umbrella-bearing figures continued their slow, deliberate advance. A surge of electricity coursed through Wei Xiongguang's body. This was a specter of the underworld. This was a master of spirits. This was an extraordinary power. He swallowed hard, determined to seize this elusive strength. The eerie creature that had ensnared them all, reminiscent of a wild dog brutally slain by the roadside, was unceremoniously discarded to the side, no longer able to captivate the attention of that shadowy figure. Beneath his gaze, this figure approached the very threshold of his office, standing before the grand entrance of the God City. Just as he found himself in a state of confusion, pondering the meaning of this unfamiliar entity known as the spirit tamer, the figure seemed to sense something. The dark umbrella was raised high. Under the dim glow of the street lamp, the features of that face remained obscured, save for a pair of blood-red eyes and a faint voice that echoed in his ears. Open the door. Chapter 68. The Art of Slaughter. With a dull thud, the door swung open violently, striking the one-eyed man who had just approached with a solid blow. However, at that moment, Wei Xiongguang appeared utterly unconcerned for the fate of his loyal subordinate, his feet moving faster than they had during the previous chase. Confused, the young man trailing behind could only follow suit, for as a devoted subordinate, he could not remain indifferent while his leader fled with such desperation. They descended from the 4th floor to the 1st, neglecting even to take the elevator. This spectacle left several attendants and departing guests bewildered. What was Wei Xiongwang up to? Had the strange figure guarding the entrance vanished? With this thought, the onlookers grew increasingly agitated, for due to their vantage point, most were oblivious to the events unfolding at the doorway. However, humans are inherently social beings. As Wei Xiongwang led a throng towards the entrance, everyone exchanged glances, and naturally, they too made their way towards the grand hall on the 1st floor. Fortunately, the hall was indeed vast. The Hishun Dui Guild, undoubtedly one of the largest entertainment venues in the entirety of Luo City. Standing before the tightly shut doors, even Wei Xiongwang, with his extensive experience, could not help but take a deep breath. He was transported back 13 years to a time when he stood before a small, local boss responsible for renovations. With a youthful and inexperienced visage, accepting the daunting task of displacing a stubborn household. That very night, using an excavator, he buried a family of 6 beneath the rubble. That was his inception. Now, Wei Xiongwang felt even more anxious than he had back then. It was as if he had arrived at another pivotal crossroads in life, one of even greater significance and intensity that sent shivers of excitement coursing through him. "Brother, have you found a way out?" The flattery from his younger subordinates prompted him to turn, glaring at everyone. Enough with the chatter. He then adjusted his slightly disheveled attire from his hurried pace before finally opening the grand entrance. Under the harsh, glaring lights, Wei Xiongwang beheld the scene he had previously glimpsed from the upper floor. 2 black and red umbrellas raised aloft, accompanied by a large red lantern. Among the leading figures, even with half of their face obscured, one could discern an air of tranquil indifference. "Please welcome the 2 of you." Previously, the fierce and ruthless Wei Xiongwang now exuded an air of insincere flattery. The onlookers exchanged dubious glances, pondering the identities of the newcomers, their curiosity piqued by how these 2 had managed to enter despite the ominous shadow outside that had so brutally dispatched the 2 inspectors. Everyone had witnessed that chilling scene. And now, 2 individuals had emerged from the outside. Were they reinforcements summoned by their leader? Chu Qing's gaze swept over the man before him. Lacking any skill in physiognomy, he nonetheless sensed the malevolent aura that surrounded this individual. It was evident that during the past month and more, as the eerie forces began to awaken, this man had blood on his hands. Indeed, as Zhou Yingzhu had remarked, he was not a man of virtue. However, regardless of one's moral standing, the crows do not discriminate when it comes to heads. Thus, undeterred by Wei Xiongwang's obsequious demeanor, Chu Qing stepped forward with deliberate calm. Suddenly, as he approached, Wei Xiongwang's voice faltered, his attention shifting to the figure behind Chu Qing, Zhou Yingzhu. Dressed in an ethereal white gown, she emanated an aura of chilling grace. She remained silent, merely bestowing a faint smile upon Wei Xiongwang. Naturally, he recognized Zhou Yingzhu, in a city as small as Luo City. A woman of her formidable reputation would not go unacknowledged. They had crossed paths before, albeit their interactions had been limited, especially since Zhou Yingzhu had no interest in conflict with him, leading to years of relative peace. What could bring her here? He was unaware, yet upon seeing Zhou Yingzhu, the fervor within Wei Xiongwang was suddenly doused, as if cold water had been poured over it. Chu Qing paid little heed to this, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the bustling 1st floor of the city hall. There were simply too many people. A cursory glance revealed at least 1,000 individuals. He turned to Wei Xiongwang. "Are you Wei Xiongwang?" "Indeed. May I inquire who you are, sir?" Chu Qing disregarded his question, instead tapping the blood-red lantern in his hand before asking, "Are all these individuals under your command?" Wei Xiongwang glanced around, unable to decipher Chu Qing's intentions. Nonetheless, given the circumstances, it was evident that this person was human, not a ghost. As long as they were not those spectral entities, it was manageable. After all, Black Tiger and several of his loyal subordinates were armed with shotguns. He spoke candidly. "Sir, these security personnel and attendants are indeed mine. The rest are technicians and guests who have yet to depart. Do you have any instructions?" Chu Qing nodded, contemplating briefly before stating, "Very well. Allow those of no consequence to leave first." Wei Xiongwang could glean nothing from Chu Qing's placid tone, and he was certain of his unfamiliarity with the man, making it unlikely that he had offended him. At the same time, he held an unwavering confidence in himself. Wei Xiongwang had always adhered to a singular principle in his dealings. He would never provoke those he could not afford to offend, and once he did engage with someone, he would go to great lengths to investigate their entire network of relationships, ensuring that he eradicated any potential threat without leaving a trace. As for Zhou Yingzhu, he had no conflicts of interest with her in the past, and throughout the years in Luocheng, they had maintained a respectful distance. There was no reason for her to act otherwise. Thus, he contemplated the onlookers gathered at a distance, turned, and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, addressing them. "Esteemed guests, please proceed ahead. I, Wei Xiongwang, assure you that I will ensure your safe passage, liberating you from the clutches of that sinister entity. I implore you to place your trust in me." He presented himself with a demeanor of resolute nobility, leading one to believe he was a guardian of the innocent. This was precisely the effect he sought, as the origins of his adversary remained obscure and enigmatic. A touch of theatrics was certainly permissible. Unfortunately, his actions merely elicited a hint of scornful amusement from Chu Qing's eyes. He then turned to Chu Qing, adopting a demeanor of passive acquiescence as he approached. "Sir, do you have any further instructions?" Chu Qing surveyed the number of individuals who had remained, and indeed, there were quite a few, perhaps 400 or 500, a mix of men and women. He nodded. It was no small task. However, for the sake of the tomb's construction and the advancement of his dark beauties, this guardian of the tomb must exert his efforts. Consequently, he disregarded Wei Xiongwang's inquiry and promptly cast the lantern of severed heads into the air, the crimson light no longer concealed in the slightest. He then spoke, "Kill." His tone was flat, as if he were merely discussing a matter of little consequence. Perhaps it truly was. He derived no pleasure from slaughter, for pure killing was tedious. However, if possible, Chu Qing hoped to find a sliver of enjoyment amidst the monotony. The black and red umbrellas were once again unfurled. Viewed from above, under the glow of the blood-red lanterns, they resembled two ballet dancers illuminated by the flashing lights of the stage. Art has never been confined to mere paintings. Chapter 69. To act on behalf of heaven. What reason is required? Splatter. The scarlet spray not only stained her pristine white dress, but also added an unnatural flush to Zhou Yingzhu's face at that moment. While on the road, Chu Qing had already informed her of the task she was to undertake. The executioner, among all the spectral occupations, was relatively simple to transition into compared to roles like the paper craftsman. It was one of the few professions that did not require sinister participation in its transition. Moreover, the power of the executioner, once transformed, was formidable compared to other practitioners of the same level. Yet precisely because of this, the role of executioner was not one of the first to be revealed. It was instead announced later. The reason was straightforward. To become an executioner, one needed to engage in extensive slaughter. Heads must roll, and rivers of blood must flow. In a world already bearing the marks of an impending apocalypse, how could it withstand such self-inflicted carnage? Consequently, in the previous life, few were aware of the requirements for this transformation into an executioner. Moreover, the upward mobility of this profession is relatively modest, in comparison to gravekeepers and ferrymen, those who occupy the esteemed positions in the underworld. It lacks a certain depth. Nevertheless, the advantages of this shadowy role, as previously mentioned, are significant. Zhou Yingzhu gazed at her delicate, pale hands, meticulously maintained over the years, now stained crimson with blood that soaked into her fingers, resembling tender scallions. A severed head rolled slowly before her, akin to a deflated ball carelessly discarded. She exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that she had consumed some sustenance on the journey here. Otherwise, the earlier physical exhaustion would have left her devoid of strength to continue wielding her blade. Yet even now, her fingers trembled, nearly causing her to drop the red umbrella held in her other hand. Fortunately, in the next moment, a peculiar transformation reignited her vigor, transferring to the death ledger on her wristwatch, where a line of text emerged. Slaughter is the privilege of the strong. When your blade descends upon a foe's head, The death you bestow affirms your dominion over their life and demise as a formidable force. What a sharp blade! What a ruthless individual! Wield your knife and indulge in a bloody revelry. Instantly, upon seeing the prompt from the death ledger, Zhou Yingzhu felt a surge of power erupt within her. She turned her gaze towards the others, who, beneath the crimson glow of the lights, stood in a mechanical stupor, stripped of all sensation, as if they were marionettes devoid of souls. Zhou Yingzhu understood that this was a gift from Chu Qing. She must engage in slaughter as much as possible in the time that lies ahead. Thus, the elongated blade, akin to a harvester in a slaughterhouse, descended. The act of killing was astonishingly simple. The lives of beings were so frail. You understand, you can only continue to kill. If you do not, the next head to fall may very well be your own. Kill. Take his head, let it roll. Kill. Let the blood flow like a river. Kill. Let the mountains of corpses and seas of blood rise. Kill. Let the heavens and the earth be turned upside down. Zhou Yingzhu's eyes turned crimson. Her arms and hands trembled incessantly. Her fingers, pale and purple from exertion, could barely feel pain. All she knew was that she had returned. The version of herself from years past had been resurrected within her heart. It turned out that the thick, crimson liquid felt more pleasurable than the essential oils in a spa. It turned out that the spiraling objects flying beneath her blade were far more exhilarating than luxury cars or target practice. Just as the Book of Life and Death proclaims, kill. At this very moment, the woman who had long shed her martial spirit finally discovered the very thing she had yearned for within her heart. Only such slaughter could awaken her. Her heart pounded fiercely, providing her with an unending, seemingly overcharged strength. It was precisely for this reason that the figures became prey beneath the long blade and the crimson umbrella, akin to sugarcane cleaved in half by a sickle. Gradually, Zhou Yingzhu found herself unable to recall the number of times she had wielded her blade. She could not remember how much crimson had splattered upon her pristine white dress. Yet, one thing was crystal clear to her: the act of killing. Her singular focus was directed towards a specific target, the vulnerable spot 3 centimeters beneath the jawline, where the flesh was softest and the obstruction posed by the spinal column at the nape was minimal. At last, her watch displayed a series of messages. Without madness, there is no survival. Amidst the frenzied slaughter, you feel as if the knife in your hand has come to life. It calls out to you. It yearns for you. It anticipates the harvest of more lives. It responds to you. As long as you continue to slay, it shall bestow upon you a unique power. This power is sufficient to sustain your existence in this world. This power is known as the shadow position, and the role it grants you is that of the executioner. Executioner, the final 3 words, along with the will imbued within the long blade, left Zhou Yingzhu no room for contemplation in that moment. She struck once more. However, this time, upon making contact with the figure, she witnessed the gradual return of its gaze, from confusion to shock and finally to anguish. Zhou Yingzhu understood that the terrifying lantern effect overhead was nearing its expiration. It turned out that these effects are not limitless. The cessation of that influence signified that these individuals were no longer mere puppets, standing idly for her to cleave. However, this situation did not instill fear in Zhou Yingzhu. Rather, it ignited within her an indescribable exhilaration. What distinguished the previous slaughter from the butchery of chickens and sheep in a slaughterhouse? Her speed, under the long blade that began to ripple with dark currents in her grasp, intensified. At last, with a decisive stroke that severed the arm and head of the individual instinctively blocking her blade, an ineffable sensation enveloped Zhou Yingzhu. Oh, executioner, that murderous blade is your innate instrument of death. Oh, executioner, the headless specters beneath your blade are a part of your reliance. Oh, executioner, you master numerous techniques of the blade and know how to effortlessly extinguish a life. Oh, executioner, with each strike that cleaves flesh and grotesque heads, you shall reap a portion of reward. O executioner, your fate is the most formidable, your destiny the most sinister. Yet even so, your lifespan is not destined to be lengthy. O executioner, you are the first of your kind to emerge in this world. In recognition and gratitude, The countless executioners of madness have bestowed upon you a unique gift as an executioner amidst the endless frenzy. May you be worthy of their admiration and thanks. O executioner, embrace this power and relish the ecstasy of slaughter. Blood crimsoned the surroundings, and the stench was overwhelming. This was the sole scene Wei Xiongwang beheld upon opening his eyes. Where is this? The fabled inferno? Indeed, for a person of his ilk, death rightfully led to hell. However, it was not long before Wei Xiongwang was jolted from his thoughts. He beheld a familiar figure clad in a jet-black trench coat, turned away from him, seemingly engaged in the arrangement of some items. What was he arranging? Wei Xiongwang yearned to discern the details, and indeed, he did catch a glimpse. Yet, it was precisely this revelation that rendered him speechless. Chu Qing appeared to sense something amiss, turning to glance at him, and revealing a smile he had never witnessed before. "Oh, you've recovered? You are quite fortunate." His fortune was indeed remarkable. In recognition of the contributions made by the head lantern, Chu Qing had deliberately allowed this exceedingly malevolent entity to indulge in a feast of flesh. Wei Xiongwang, however, stood in a daze, surveying the multitude of corpses strewn about. Among these lifeless forms lay countless acquaintances, subordinates, and companions. He turned to Chu Qing in confusion. "Do I know you?" Chu Qing shook his head. "No, this is our first encounter." Wei Xiongwang pressed on. "Have I wronged you in any way?" Chu Qing continued to shake his head. "We are not even acquainted. How could there be any notion of wrongdoing?" At that moment, it seemed as if Wei Xiongwang had been struck by a revelation, exclaiming, "Since we are strangers and I have not wronged you, why do you treat me thus?" Chu Qing regarded him with a hint of amusement. "What utter nonsense! When you trample upon the lives of others, trafficking in women and children, coercing the innocent into degradation, and committing acts of arson and murder. Did you not pause to reflect?" Wei Xiongwang remained perplexed until Chu Qing spoke softly. "Thus, I come to enact justice on behalf of the heavens. What further justification is necessary?" After finishing his words, Chu Qing chuckled lightly. "Haha, just teasing you. I merely happen to need a few heads. Go ahead and rest easy." Wei Xiongwang was taken aback until the exuberant head lantern hovered above him, proclaiming, "We're taking off." The ecstatic voice emanating from within the lantern resonated like the resounding strike of a gavel in the court of Yama, accompanied by the piercing laughter of the spirits below. Chapter 70. The Executioner's Power. The Ghostly Blade. How does it feel? In the taxi, Chu Qing observed Zhou Yingzhu, whose eyes sparkled with lingering excitement, and inquired curiously. "Thrilling," she replied, drenched in blood, yet entirely unfazed. Chu Qing nodded. "As long as you find it exhilarating." The blood I activated once more, allowing him to scrutinize Zhou Yingzhu anew. He had already gleaned much about the executioner's abilities. Yet the first reward bestowed upon the inaugural executioner was undoubtedly a sight to behold for Chu Qing. Zhou Yingzhu grade, 9th rank. Yang lifespan, 1 month. In lifespan, none. Executioner, in position a brutal slayer, wielding a blade that cleaves the uncanny. Life is extracted through death, seeking vitality in the realm of the departed. Consumes 1/20th of total yang and yin lifespans daily. If insufficient for a day, it consumes a full day. Death occurs when both lifespans reach 0. Accompanying malevolent blade. Ability, a decapitating blade borne alongside the wielder, capable of striking strange spiritual entities to a certain extent. Simultaneously, your mastery of the blade techniques is unparalleled. Execution and decapitation. Position with each execution of an uncanny being. One gains yang or yin lifespan based on the opponent's rank. The Underworld Blade, ghostly blade technique. By severing one's own head with a cursed blade, one can control the severed head as an Underworld Blade, without additional consumption of one's own life force. Current Underworld Blade, none. Ghostly Blade. Ability, one may sacrifice their own life force to empower the blade temporarily, significantly enhancing its lethality. Moreover, the Underworld Blade gains the method of slaughter ascension, allowing it to elevate its rank through acts of killing. Additionally, one can command an extra Underworld Blade. Current state, infused with the essence of slaughter, invigorated in spirit. Ascension requirements, unknown. Note, human, It appears you are akin to my existence. How about this? The beautiful human shall belong to you, while the enigmatic beauty shall be mine. What do you say? Chu Qing cast another glance at the provocative words of the blood-eye phantom, feeling a twinge of doubt. Upon his rebirth, the two potential contractors of the death apartment he had chosen were both women, and notably beautiful ones. Could be the influence of the blood-eye phantom? This entity had once orchestrated a selection of brides in the city of Luo, a tale that even reached the realm of strange narratives, revealing its true nature. Indeed, to wield such enigmas requires a corresponding sacrifice. However, if the cost is merely this, it may be tolerable. Momentarily diverted, Chu Qing's thoughts returned to the abilities of Zhou Yingzhu. The ghostly blade, a capability he had not encountered in his previous life, was undeniably formidable. In addition to further enhancing the executioner's combat prowess, it also opened a new avenue for nurturing the underworld blade, which was its most significant attribute. The peculiar demands of evolution are as varied as they are enigmatic. The advancement requirements of blood-eyed specters are certainly not few. However, the conditions bestowed by this ghostly blade, achievable through acts of slaughter, cannot be deemed truly simple, yet they undoubtedly afford a degree of convenience. Moreover, this ability intriguingly allows one to command an additional specter beneath the blade. It must be acknowledged that Zhou Yingzhu's ability is remarkably intuitive and notably effective in the early stages. In comparison, both Chu Qing and Ruoxue possess abilities that lean towards later stages of development. Yet in such a bizarre era, who can confidently assert their survival into those later stages? Nevertheless, Chu Qing harbors no feelings of imbalance from a long-term perspective. Her ability indeed pales in comparison to Chu Qing's Shadow Realm and in Ruoxue's abundant resources. This is primarily because, in terms of controlling the bizarre entities, the ghostly blade only permits the command of one additional specter. In contrast, the Shadow Realm allows one to control additional entities once certain tomb requirements are met and maintained for a period. The greater the number of bizarre entities within the tomb, the more one can command, rendering it virtually limitless. The same holds true for Ruoxue's abundant resources, which allow for temporary control of bizarre entities through monetary means. With the added factor of interest, in the age of horror, Inshou Mingxiao is undoubtedly a hard currency. With this thought, Chu Qing cast a glance at Zhou Yingzhu's blade. It was sheathed once more, yet in the eyes of the Injob ghost controller, the sheathed long blade was enveloped in wisps of dark, ethereal energy. It is no wonder that this executioner was pursued by countless ordinary individuals in his previous life. His survival skills in the face of the uncanny were indeed remarkable. Chu Qing nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging that his efforts had not been in vain. However, while I possess the uncanny, it is not something I shall bestow upon others. The specters you wield must be sought by your own endeavor. Every entity that finds its way to the North Mountain Cemetery is a genuine asset of Chu Qing. It is simply inconceivable to relinquish them freely. After acquiring the first position of the underworld and gaining experience from interacting with the uncanny, if one still cannot master it, it can only imply a lack of capability. Zhou Yingzhu nodded, firmly gripping the long knife. Evidently, she was brimming with confidence after mastering the role of the executioner. Chu Qing paid little attention to this and glanced at a small freight truck approaching in the distance. "That must be your people," he remarked. With a total of 513 heads, it was certainly beyond Chu Qing to retrieve them alone. Fortunately, with a mere phone call from Zhou Yingzhu, assistance could be summoned. This trivial matter did not warrant much concern from either of them. After sending a message on her phone, Zhou Yingzhu expressed a tinge of regret, saying, "Mr. Chu, regarding the one we just encountered." Chu Qing understood her implication. Indeed, the uncanny surrounding the divine temple had been conveniently eliminated by Chu Qing along the way, serving as nourishment for the blood-eyed ghost. It was undeniably a pity to have such an entity consumed as mere sustenance. Nonetheless, considering that Zhou Yingzhu has just recently ascended to the rank of a spirit master, Chu Qing offered an explanation. "That peculiar entity is ill-suited to be your ghostly servant, and I cannot take it with me. It is a bound spirit, yet its abilities and lethal rules are undeniably formidable, indeed a pity." The recent entity could ensnare so many within the divine capital. Its strength is unequivocal. The rules and powers are, in essence, rather straightforward. As long as a person possesses a shadow, it can emerge from the realm of the bound spirit through that shadow, snapping a person's neck and resulting in death. Thus, countering it is rather simple. Extinguishing all the bright streetlights surrounding the divine capital would suffice. Indeed, it is that uncomplicated. However, such lower-tier anomalies operate this way. Once the rules are comprehended, they are not particularly challenging to contend with, yet the true difficulty lies in discerning those rules. Moreover, these abilities and regulations are indeed powerful. In the early days of the anomaly era, the brilliance relied heavily on the majority. The potency of shadows is indeed terrifying. Alas, it is merely a bound spirit, confined to this street. While there are methods for the bound spirit to escape, they are overly cumbersome and not worth the effort. Thus, it is preferable to let the blood eye serve as sustenance. These matters are trivial. Even the slightly unsettling dark emotions that lingered after consuming the anomalies were thoroughly purged during the recent slaughter. Consequently, Chu Qing's spirits were quite elevated. Before the entrance of the divine capital, pale figures, some clearly having just retched, retrieved neatly packed spherical objects to load onto their vehicle. Then, he boarded the vehicle. Chu Qing slowly activated taxi number 40004. The grand mausoleum of the Raven Demon had finally been completed. He too was eager to witness the skeletal tree that required so many human heads. What could it possibly resemble? Chapter 71. The positioning of the skeletal tree. The truth of the world. Beyond the expansive cemetery, a pale crimson crescent moon hung in the night sky, casting its ethereal light upon the desolate and silent graveyard. Caw! The eerie, raspy cries echoed from the branches, where a black raven perched, its eyes glinting with a sinister green, clutching strips of flesh in its beak. Over 500 neatly arranged skulls lay piled upon one another, still stained with remnants of blood and flesh, exuding an aura of unspeakable horror. Yet, standing upon this land, Chu Qing's expression remained unperturbed. He glanced at his own lifespan, 1 year, 1 month, and 7 days. Previously, he had only 10.5 months of life force remaining. But after fulfilling the blood-marked guidance of the butcher and consuming the earthbound spirit, he had once again surpassed the 1-year mark. Alas, this figure would soon dwindle once more. Chu Qing directed his gaze toward the heap of skulls on the ground. Zhou Yingzhu had already returned to rest, and the peculiar deathly guidance inscribed in blood had not revealed any new developments. Consequently, Chu Qing found himself unable to manipulate the situation, preventing him from transforming them into contractors like in Ruoxue. However, there was no rush. This was the secluded rear section of Beishan Cemetery, a place generally untouched by the presence of others. Chu Qing slowly closed his eyes, and a particularly unique essence of dark energy surged forth from his control once more. The longevity of his shadowy life transformed into the purest form of Yin energy, merging seamlessly with the entirety of the Beishan Cemetery beneath his feet. In the next moment, akin to the previous golden shrine, the skulls piled in this place seemed to sense something inexplicable as an indescribable force intertwined and gradually melted them together. Chu Qing perceived the growth of branches from bones within the grave. He beheld the blossoming of flesh and blood amidst death. This time, the scene unveiled by the tomb belonging to the Black Crow surpassed Chu Qing's wildest imagination. In comparison to the Golden Shrine, this skeletal tree truly embodied all of Chu Qing's notions of the sinister ability known as a corner of the underworld. Countless skulls formed the trunk, resembling a nest composed of flesh and skin piled atop the branches. This horrifying sight appeared potent enough to drive an ordinary person to madness with just a single glance. Ding! Ah, esteemed Lord Chu Qing, a unique tomb of bones and flesh has taken root under your benevolent gaze. It serves as the haven for the crow spirits, as well as your finest exhibition of spoils. You can feel the accompanying loyalty and submission of the crow spirits towards you. The role of the gravekeeper may encompass more than merely guarding the cemetery. You have gained significant insight into the duties of the gravekeeper in the realm of shadows. You have taken a monumental step forward on your path to greatness. Esteemed sir, amidst the journey through the night, I yearn to traverse alongside you. In the grand edifice of Xinjiang, the provincial capital of Central Plains, one can behold nearly the entirety of Xinjiang. Even though the night envelopes this place and death spreads its shadow, two figures stand tall, surveying all. Bai Fan, what is your perspective on our current predicament? Bai Fan, a gentleman in his 30s with a scholarly demeanor and spectacles, possesses an eccentricity that is evident as he dons peculiar leather gloves even in this late hour. After a moment of contemplation, he replies, since that peculiar entity emerged, the situation has taken a strange turn. The slightly portly figure ahead nods in agreement. Indeed, that object speaks of the advent of a bizarre era, a cacophony of nonsense. Most significantly, after my tests, Bai Fan, do you know what that entity subsequently revealed? What? I had someone convert their lifespan from yang to yin, then exchanged it for the method it proposed to harness and control those spectral beings. The result? It claimed one must become what it termed an yin position. What on earth is that? Is this some sort of game? The portly figure exclaimed in astonishment. Did it not elaborate on how to attain this so-called yin position? No. After a brief silence, Bai Fan slowly extended his palm, then furrowed his brow and said, Director Gao, I can sense that my body has been growing increasingly frail during this period, and it is due to this object. If there are no other means to break this predicament, I fear I do not have much time left. That thing mentioned before that I have less than 7 days of life remaining. Gao Hong glanced at the hand of Bai Fan that had removed its glove. It was an exceedingly emaciated hand, beneath which something seemed to be moving. Even more bizarrely, the nails, which should have been flesh-colored, had turned pitch black. Nevertheless, Director Gao, being able to merge with this entity allowed me to uncover the extraordinary nature of the statue of the god of wealth, which I gifted to Lin Yuancheng, thus avenging my grievances, and that is sufficient for me. Bai Fan appeared unconcerned, yet the madness and resentment in his eyes betrayed his true thoughts. Gao Hong contemplated for a moment and remarked, Did you not say before that using this hand to kill could prolong your life? I have found some targets for you. Could it be that they are ineffective? Yes, those ordinary individuals provide too little sustenance. I can feel that this hand craves the slaughter and consumption of more exceptional entities. Only the bizarre can satisfy it. Director Gao, as for the statue of the god of wealth in Lin Yuancheng's home, I wonder. Bai Fan's words made Gao Hong furrow his brow slightly, and he responded, There have been some minor issues over in Luocheng. Do you recall the last time regarding the young bride from the Lin family? Did you not tell me about this the last time you returned? This time, after the Lin family has been entirely annihilated, the gold-digging woman who has gained the inheritance is involved. Bai Fan furrowed his brow, inquiring, What is going on? Gao Hong nodded in affirmation, stating, Indeed, I just received news from Luocheng. Today, within the confines of Senma Group, Old Wang sent me a message. That girl, and Ruo Xue, in full view of the public, killed Old Li. What is more alarming is that this girl possesses a ghastly object, a woman's head. Its precise powers remain unknown. Yet it is undeniably terrifying. Furthermore, this afternoon, she personally called me, expressing her desire to meet you and me in Luocheng to discuss the acquisition of Senma Group. Upon hearing this, Bai Fan's brow tightened. What did Wang Heng say? Is that girl as strangeness not inherent to her? Gao Hong nodded again. Indeed, it was retrieved from a plastic bag and has always been left untouched on the table. At this revelation, Bai Fan's eyes suddenly brightened. Could it be that the girl has mastered some other method? Old Gao, we must go. Certainly. The two nodded, deliberating the details of their journey to Luocheng the following day. Meanwhile, they remained oblivious to the ominous caption that appeared on the mobile phone resting on the coffee table behind them. The dark path ahead is bewildering and disorienting. Does the power you possess truly belong to you? The true visage of the world seems to be finally revealing itself. Venture forth and seek the truth of this realm, even if it demands any price. Chapter 72. The Carnal Kitchen. Renovation of the Cemetery. ABA, feast upon. Flesh. A colossal figure, a similarly enormous pig's head, stood before Chu Qing. This was the true form of the chef pig. However, the once terrifying chef pig, which had already instilled a psychological shadow in Zhou Yingzhu, now appeared akin to a child with diminished faculties, showcasing before Chu Qing its insignificant wisdom as a grotesque humanoid. Nevertheless, Chu Qing paid little heed to the chef pig's intelligence. It would not affect his gains. His primary concern lay in how this being would influence the advanced tomb situated in the underworld. Aside from the crow demons and the god of wealth in the nether realm, the bloodletter ghost was neither counted nor required in the so-called advanced tomb. The faceless ghost and the head lantern posed considerable trouble, while the riding tiger enigma, though manageable, radiated immense malevolence. Chu Qing harbored doubts that should he recreate the advanced tomb, the daily increase in his lifespan might lead to this entity naturally advancing to an 8th-grade anomaly. At such a juncture, Chu Qing could not guarantee his ability to subdue it, thus it would not be on the agenda for the time being. Yet, the chef pig before him appeared rather docile. Most importantly, the advanced tomb in the shadowy corner appears to be quite promising. The pig chef, a peculiar 9th-grade humanoid, is well suited for the advanced tomb. The blood and flesh kitchen. Blood and flesh kitchen. A kitchen filled with various unidentified meats, exuding a nauseating and pungent scent of blood. Construction requirements. A human kitchen. A diverse assortment of meats totaling 100 tons. Lifespan. 60 days. Area. 60 square meters. Tomb effect. After the pig chef takes residence, guarding for 1 day grants an additional day of lifespan, as long as the ingredients are sufficient. The pig chef will remain within the blood and flesh kitchen. The pig chef's abilities will be enhanced, with a certain probability of developing recipes with positive effects. Moreover, the blood and flesh kitchen can operate externally, collecting lifespan and ghostly currency, with the pig chef required to pay a 50% income tax in ghostly currency. The blood and flesh kitchen requires surprisingly few materials for the pig chef. Even during this season, procuring 100 tons of meat is not particularly challenging, especially since there are no specific requirements regarding the type of meat. This aspect significantly contrasts with that of the crow ghost. The only point that causes Chu Qing to hesitate slightly is the issue of space. 60 square meters, along with the need for a human kitchen as a prototype, may seem modest within the expanse of the North Mountain Cemetery, yet it poses considerable inconvenience. It is enough for a 2-bedroom apartment. Furthermore, this establishment can operate externally. Of course, Chu Qing has not yet contemplated transforming anyone into a pig to eliminate them. However, the pig chef's potential to develop beneficial recipes in the future is undeniable. Thus, Chu Qing's judgment remains intact. The potential of Chef Zhu is genuinely remarkable. It is precisely for this reason that Chu Qing feels the need to devise some plans. While contemplating this, as the sun reached its zenith this month, the sound of an engine resonated from the front, and Ruo Shui's voice echoed from a distance. Qingge. Simultaneously, Chu Qing discerned a distinct sound of footsteps. Someone else was present. Furrowing his brow, he advanced further, and indeed, beside Ruo Shui stood another figure. It was a man who appeared to be no older than 30. Dubai fan? No. Chu Qing immediately dismissed this notion. The man was notably withdrawn, positioned behind Ruo Shui, exuding an air of passivity. Qingge, allow me to introduce you. This is the chief designer of the renovation company under semi-construction. You can call him Atai. I invited him over to assist you with the design and planning. What do you think? Chu Qing nodded, casting a glance at the man. To his surprise, Ruo Shui had indeed brought a fortuitous opportunity. He had been contemplating whether to plan the outskirts of the Beishan cemetery, and here appeared a professional. Very well, do you have any ideas? Chu Qing unusually took the initiative to inquire about Ruo Shui's thoughts. Ruo Shui, somewhat taken aback, nodded. Qingge, I would like to establish several apartment buildings or some individual residences here. What do you think? Chu Qing glanced at the expectant Ruo Shui. He understood her subtle intentions. After all, the peculiar density of the entire Luo city was likely unmatched in his vicinity. However, it is precisely because of his presence that this place feels considerably safer, does it not? Chu Qing pondered for a moment. In the future, the expanse of the Beishan cemetery will undoubtedly expand significantly. The capabilities of the underworld require a considerable area to be occupied. Nevertheless, establishing an apartment complex or several individual residences to incorporate it within the cemetery is not an insurmountable task, particularly for a contractor like in Ruoxiu, who currently cannot extricate herself from the Beishan Cemetery. It would facilitate the acquisition of missions. Not only in Ruoxiu, but also Zhou Yingzhu could benefit from this. Moreover, the recent venture of Chef Pig's Meat Kitchen sparked some ideas in his mind. Since Chef Pig can accept ghostly currency for business and pay taxes, Chu Qing must provide him with a few customers, right? Although there may be a temporary scarcity, in the future, the contractors of the death apartment might well yield a considerable amount of ghostly currency. Experience from his previous life taught Chu Qing that directly depleting resources is akin to fishing in a dried-up pond. Only through sustainable and intermittent harvesting can he entice more exorcists to join, allowing him to remain in the shadows, comfortably fishing for opportunities. Contemplating these thoughts, Chu Qing nodded. Very well, but do choose the location wisely. Once you have a plan, do show it to me. And Ruoxiu beamed with delight. As for the surroundings of the cemetery, she would not exchange this place for the Lin family's villa, nor even for the Bai Palace. Having discussed these trivial matters, it was time to address the more significant issues at hand. And Ruoxiu cast a glance at the figure of Atai behind her, her expression returning to a calm demeanor as she instructed, Atai, please retrieve the tools and take some measurements. With that, she paid no further heed to Atai's countenance, and, alongside Chu Qing, ambled slowly to the grand tombstone. She then whispered, Qinggu, Gao Hong has replied to me. They will arrive early tomorrow morning. You should prepare. Atai observed the pair, standing alone in the midst of the great grave under the cover of night. His trembling hands fumbled through the toolkit he had brought, extracting some measuring instruments. Damn it, if someone had told him 3 days prior that he, a chief designer with numerous prestigious awards, would be summoned to this forsaken place to design a burial site, he would have dismissed them with a slap. What was his status? He was no feng shui master. Yet now, he understood the meaning of being under one's roof and having to bow one's head. Atai maintained a stern expression as he approached the crumbling corner of the wall, instinctively glancing upwards while taking measurements. Within the dark, dilapidated room, a flicker of golden light caught his eye. He instinctively squinted, directing his flashlight toward the source. However, beneath a golden shrine, a statue of a grinning god of wealth seemed to be watching him intently. In that moment, Atai felt a chill run down his spine, drenched in cold sweat, as an inexplicable sensation washed over him. He could not shake the impression that the statue of the god of wealth was somehow alive. A sudden gust of cold wind swept through, instantly drying his sweat, and an indescribable chill began to permeate the air. Atai turned around. Not far away, a colossal raven, with eyes glinting like those of a malevolent wolf, was fixated upon him. Even more terrifying, beneath the raven's perch in the depths of darkness, a robust silhouette seemed to emanate a rustling sound. Above, illuminated by a sanguine glow reminiscent of blood, he faintly discerned what appeared to be a shadowy pig's head. An indescribable, immense dread enveloped him. Who could possibly elucidate the nature of this ghastly place? Chapter 73. An Uninvited Guest. Bloodshot eyes and black hands. Morning. Despite the dawn breaking at 8 o'clock, many were still unaccustomed to the early hour. For those peculiar entities inhabiting this world, the distinction between day and night bore little significance. Yet, numerous individuals remained accustomed to daytime endeavors. At this very moment, a Maybach cruised along the streets of Lo City. What does that little girl truly intend? Why summon us to such a location? Could it be a trap? Gao Hong furrowed his brow as he drove. Du Baifan pressed his right hand, then remarked, regardless of the potential traps, we must proceed. Moreover, at this juncture, a glint of cold light flickered in Du Baifan's eyes. I would fear the absence of traps. If that girl possesses no means, would her presence not be in vain? Not entirely in vain, for you are the one intent on consuming her head, are you not? Gao Hong replied nonchalantly. The two exhibited an unwavering confidence, seemingly having long regarded Ruoxiu as already deceased. Subsequently, Gao Hong expressed a sense of regret. What a pity that the world has transformed into such a ghastly state. Under these circumstances, the significance of Gao Jian devouring Senmu diminishes greatly. I have heard from those over here that the peculiar frequency in Luo City is far more prevalent than in Qing City. If we handle this matter properly, it would be best for us to avoid coming to Luo City. No, Du Baifan interjected with unwavering resolve. Regardless of whether I can extract any information from that young girl, I have no intention of returning to Qing City. I plan to take root in Luo City once again. Gao Hong cast a peculiar glance at him. A flicker of excitement passed through Du Baifan's eyes. That object has been tested, and the ominous thing in my possession has indicated that it is of the 9th grade. Since it possesses a grade, there must be a way to ascend. The potential for elevation signifies that such power has mediums and methods of control. Indeed, Luo City harbors far more anomalies compared to Qing City, and it is precisely for this reason that it presents an opportunity. I must seize this chance. I shall climb step by step, scaling to the highest heights. Gao Hong glanced at Du Baifan, whose face bore an expression of excitement bordering on ferocity. This subordinate and friend whom he had once held in high regard seemed to have transformed into someone else entirely. An inexplicable chill surged within him. Is this the price of controlling that entity? Yet, contemplating the strangeness and terror of that force, Gao Hong could not help but feel a twinge of longing. Who wouldn't he desire to wield such power? However, Du Baifan still possessed a modicum of rationality. Suddenly, he turned to Gao Hong and inquired, "Old Gao, did you bring that thing?" A flicker of fear crossed Gao Hong's eyes, yet he nodded affirmatively. "It's in the trunk." "That's good," Du Baifan declared, brimming with confidence. However, at that moment, he instinctively picked up his phone and gazed at the pitch-black screen, where blood-red text began to seep through. "You are quite courageous. Or perhaps, you have no choice but to come. You know, this might be the only option to resolve your troubles and concerns in one fell swoop. Even though you do not even know what it is that you are about to face. Nonetheless, its power instills you with immense confidence. Yet in this world, what is most abundant are various forms of that thing. Even more so, those who perish due to their overconfidence and arrogance. Are you one of them? No one knows, but my dear friend, I can only tell you one thing. It is ready, but what about you? This is a duel between hunter and prey. Moreover, it is a battleground where only the victor takes all. So, are you the hunter or the prey?" Du Baifan stared at the blood-red text on his phone, rendered speechless for a long while. It was the first time he had witnessed such a profound reaction from this device. What exactly did that little girl possess? At this moment, Du Baifan's original confidence evaporated entirely. Amidst the silence, a voice emanated from the navigation system. "Ding. You are now 500 meters away from your destination. A parking spot has been designated for you. Please prepare to disembark." They instinctively turned their gaze towards the fork in the road not far ahead. For reasons unknown, despite it being the early morning light of day, an inexplicable sense of foreboding lingered at the end of the path. The dilapidated cemetery marked on the navigation appeared as a malevolent specter, its gaping maw reminiscent of a bloodthirsty demon, fierce and terrifying, instilling a chill in the bones. A night had passed. As dawn broke, Chu Qing had already embarked on his patrol. You are once again surveying your cemetery. Under your stride, this cemetery, far from tranquil, harbors an unusual atmosphere. They remain obedient. During this patrol, you felt the weight of the gravekeeper's duty, gaining a deeper understanding of your role. You have acquired 7 days of longevity, and due to the unique nature of the advanced Toon Golden Shrine, you have also received an additional day of ghostly currency. Such tranquility in the cemetery is a testament to your efforts. However, in such serene places, there are always some oblivious souls who intrude upon this peace. Nevertheless, this poses little concern for you. Let them comprehend the nature of what they covet. The feedback from the Book of Life and Death elicited a faint smile from Chu Qing as he stood before the grand stone tablet inscribed with his birth date. Positioned at the heart of Beishan's cemetery, it seemed that the peculiar entity under Chu Qing's command, which also possessed the ability to manipulate fate, sensed his emotions and the book's response. At that moment, it too, unwilling to remain in obscurity, emerged. Blood-red characters gradually seeped from the inscription, coalescing into the guiding power of death. Location, Beishan Cemetery. Time limit, none. Mission objective, eliminate the intruders who dare to trespass. Mission reward, unknown. Mission failure penalty, unable to invoke the guiding power of death for 10 days. Chu Qing's gaze swept over the crimson text, which, after he finished reading, slowly faded, merging into the stone tablet. As anticipated, the sound of an engine sputtering to silence echoed from just beyond the entrance. Chu Qing discerned that this sound did not belong to an Ruoshue's vehicle. Sure enough, as he turned to investigate, the half-collapsed door creaked open. Two figures emerged from the narrow gap of the entrance. The moment Chu Qing caught sight of them, they too recognized his presence. A pair of blood-red eyes and a dark hand stood defiantly against him. Chapter 74. The Trump Card. The Sacrificial Lamb? Caw! The crisp call of a crow at this moment seemed neither out of place, nor did it attract anyone's attention. The two figures materialized at the door, and indeed it was him. Chu Qing's gaze lingered on the gaunt man before him. He had encountered this individual's visage on a forum before. However, at that time, Du Baifan was at the pinnacle of his life. With his ghostly prowess and the formidable strength of a fourth-tier Yin official, the Night Wanderer, he was a paragon within the entire Central Plains, even attracting the interest of the newly established Anomaly Bureau, which sought to recruit him as the head of the Central Region. Yet now, Du Baifan appeared shrouded in darkness, an aura of death suffusing around him, clearly indicating that his remaining time was tragically limited. This was to be expected. Firstly, upon merging with the anomaly, one's lifespan would drastically diminish, a fact with which Chu Qing was intimately familiar. In his previous life, he had seen his 60 years of vitality dwindle to a mere 3 months after merging with the Blood-Eye Demon. Secondly, should the anomaly reach its limit and be forcibly activated, as Chu Qing had previously done with the Bloodword Demon, it would likewise consume one's lifespan. No one uttered a word. The two individuals were not fools. Upon entering and observing Chu Qing's unperturbed expression, coupled with the conspicuous absence of an Ruoshue, they quickly deduced the situation. Thus, almost instantaneously, they executed entirely different maneuvers. Gao Hong swiftly drew a pitch-black pistol from his coat, while Du Baifan, despite his apparent frailty, surged towards Chu Qing with remarkable speed. His hand, entirely obscured in darkness, revealed nails that shimmered with an eerie luminescence. Their coordination was impeccably executed. It is evident that both individuals are aware that, despite the peculiar circumstances, a human body, once struck at its vital points, remains susceptible to death. However, they have both misjudged one critical aspect. Chu Qing gazed at the handgun, a trace of disdain flickering in his eyes. Were it in the outside world, this firearm could indeed pose a threat to his life. Alas, they find themselves within the confines of the Beishan Cemetery, specifically within the domain of a gravekeeper's tomb. The frailty of the gravekeeper outside only serves to underscore the extent of his power within the confines of the tomb. In the external realm, one could argue that the gravekeeper's supernatural abilities are virtually non-existent, rendering him akin to an ordinary person. Thus, within the tomb, his might surpasses even that of the executioner. Zhou Hengzhu. The dull thud of the gunshot reverberated, piercing the silence with an unsettling sharpness. Yet, at the moment the sound erupted, Chu Qing merely sidestepped slightly, allowing the bullet to whiz past him. Dodging a bullet? Moreover, not in some frantic sprint, but rather standing still and evading at the moment of firing? Was this individual even human? Gao Hong was astounded, while Du Baifan was exhilarated. Such reflexes are undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Nevertheless, in light of his own declining physical condition due to the manipulation of the peculiar, he could ascertain that the opponent's strength was not solely attributed to the mastery of the strange forces. He was indeed correct. The prompt from that entity was not mistaken. This individual, alongside that young girl, harbors significant secrets. Regrettably, the astonishment and elation experienced by the two did not endure for long. For in the next moment, they discovered that the entire world seemed to have undergone a transformation. Before them, Chu Qing had inexplicably vanished without a trace. The once clear and bright morning had inexplicably succumbed to an all-encompassing darkness. The only sound that persisted was the cawing of crows. What was happening? They were both momentarily paralyzed in place. However, when they turned to look again, they found that even each other's figures had disappeared within the vast cemetery. Everything they had previously experienced seemed but an illusion. Did that man with slightly blood-red pupils truly exist? Or was that entity even human? Was a being capable of inducing hallucinations? Thus, was the earlier act of dodging gunfire merely a figment of imagination? An inexplicable dread began to seep into their hearts. Baifan. Ultimately, it was merely the ordinary man Gao Hong who could no longer contain his voice, even though he had already encountered the bizarre. And despite his repeated reassurances to himself that it was all a fabrication, the relentless spread of fear pushed his nerves to the brink. Perhaps he should never have come here. Swish, a shadow suddenly darted past him right behind. Gao Hong turned to look, yet found nothing. It was as if the flicker at the corner of his eye had deceived him. Nevertheless, Gao Hong could feel the presence of the figure that had just brushed past him. He could even detect its chilling scent. That was an aura of malevolence, as Du Baifan had once informed him. At last, Gao Hong could no longer contain himself. He retrieved a peculiar object from his bosom once more. He did not flee, for in prior encounters, he and Du Baifan had faced far worse predicaments. He understood that the more one fled, the more one surrendered their sanity to fear, thus hastening their demise in the presence of such entities. Therefore, he unveiled his trump card again, one of Du Baifan's secrets. It was a diminutive origami figure, scarcely the size of a fingertip. Yet, the craftsmanship of the origami figure was exquisite, distinctly different from those crafted by Chu Qing and Fong Ping earlier. The expression on this figure's face was strikingly lifelike. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a smile brimming with joy and pride. Gao Hong promptly affixed this origami figure to his forehead. Without any adhesive, the figure astonishingly adhered to his brow, remaining steadfast. At that moment, the previously agitated faceless specter halted its advance. Simultaneously, Gao Hong shouted, "This is my substitute. Whoever dares to slay me will become the next target of the substitute. Little girl, I know you are lurking in the shadows. Come forth, let us converse, for we need not be adversaries." His voice seemed to resonate with an effect, as the cawing of the crows above appeared to grow, somewhat subdued. The entire world seemed to slow, as if the emergence of this so-called substitute had cast a spell of hesitation over it. Indeed, the effect of this scapegoat has manifested. At this very moment, as he stood calmly watching the two individuals trapped by the faceless ghost, Chu Qing could not help but raise his brow. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed upon the scapegoat. The reason was quite simple. He was intimately familiar with that paper figure. In his previous life, it was the very first anomaly that he, as a paper craftsman, had controlled. In Chapter 75, the truth of the world unfolds. Are you satisfied? In his previous existence, Chu Qing, a top-tier second-grade ghost master, had wielded various anomalies, including the Huangquan Yinpa, with whom he had progressed to the second grade. Among the anomalies he had controlled, the first left a profound impression on him, for it had completely dissipated, and he had been the one to dissolve it himself. In fact, at the very beginning, Chu Qing had not thought much of the paper craftsman. His ascension to the sixth grade and the subsequent change of sequence was purely a result of encountering a crisis and, by a twist of fate, altering his path. It was precisely this change that led to the anomaly's collapse. Naturally, Chu Qing did not yearn for that anomaly, for it was exceedingly weak, much like the scapegoat before him. Perhaps they were merely two facets of the same entity, a trivial creation of a powerful anomaly. Thus, whether this scapegoat was indeed the one from Chu Qing's past remained uncertain. However, a flicker of fervor ignited in his eyes. Lady Paper. In the early days of his previous life, the enigmatic being that had gained considerable renown in the Central Plains had already manifested during the initial phase of the terrifying era. At that moment, the eyes of Chu Qing were not only red but also green. The reason was straightforward. If he obtained this peculiar being, renowned for its mastery of paper, his future ascension to the 8th rank of the esteemed underworld position known as Grave Ritual would be significantly expedited. The prospect of advancing from the 8th to the 7th rank would also be considerably shortened. As for the possibility of misidentification, that was absolutely out of the question. In his past life, Chu Qing had gritted his teeth to elevate that feeble substitute to the 7th rank, and had even personally encountered the paper lady once. By sheer luck, amidst a near-fatal encounter, he had managed to escape. Therefore, while he might confuse other entities, he would never mistake this substitute crafted by the paper lady herself. It was imperative that he locate it. Seizing the opportunity while the paper lady's rank was still relatively low was essential. Chu Qing could hardly anticipate such an unexpected boon. However, despite the fervor in his heart, he quickly regained his composure. The strength of the faceless ghost lay in its terrifying visage, instilling an inescapable fear in living beings. Not to mention others, even Chu Qing, who had grown accustomed to various formidable entities in his past life, felt the impact of that fear when he first confronted the faceless ghost. It was no surprise that others would be even more affected. Furthermore, Du Baifan's dark hand seemed to be inherently disadvantaged against the faceless ghost. The ability to create ghost walls and the rules of its fearful appearance would not even come into contact with it, which was precisely why Chu Qing refrained from utilizing the lanterns. The lantern of invincibility, should it come into contact with that dark hand, may not necessarily ensure a smooth capture. However, it appears that this is where the journey concludes. My dear friend, although your fate was sealed the moment you decided to embark on this path, I still feel compelled to offer you a warning. Restrain the fears that dwell within your heart. Though this is undeniably challenging, and though succumbing to the tangible presence before you is not a disgraceful defeat, it must be noted that, even at this juncture, it has yet to truly strike. The ominous prompts of the ledger of life and death can no longer sway Du Baifan. In fact, he now harbors doubts about the authenticity of these warnings. The phenomenon known as ghost walls is a common, yet profoundly terrifying ability, for it confounds the perceptions of living beings, while amplifying their innermost fears. Yet, Du Baifan continues to fight. The darkness beneath his nails and the flesh within his palm, which seems to writhe incessantly, fail to provide him with the invincible feedback he once knew. Instead, he is met only with an increasingly piercing chill. Why is this happening? He cries out in frustration. Yet all that answers him is the incessant cawing of crows in the sky, as if death itself is knocking at his door. At last, a shadow gradually emerges from a distance, a spectral figure, devoid of any visible features save for its form. Almost instantaneously, a voice that chills to the bone whispers in his ear, "Do you see my face?" A profound terror, coupled with an indescribable sense of oppression, was obliterating Du Baifan's sanity. He struggled to withstand the nearly collapsing will, yearning to extend his hand and grasp that entity. However, he suddenly felt his body stiffen. An unutterable chill enveloped him entirely. In that moment, the world seemed to descend into an unparalleled silence. Then, in the next instant, the world began to tremble, as the inky heavens appeared to suddenly leak a ray of brilliance. Du Baifan's frigid form seemed to summon a flicker of resistance. He yearned to struggle. He sought to discern the true essence of this world, to uncover the moment he had traversed into this illusion. Yet, what he desired most to behold was that enigmatic young man from moments ago. Was he genuine or a mere figment? Was he human, or was something more sinister? The transformation of the world seemed to accelerate in tandem with his thoughts. Du Baifan found himself rendered immobile. His outstretched right hand appeared to writhe, as if yearning to escape, to flee from Du Baifan's very being. At that moment, however, Du Baifan was evidently too preoccupied to consider such matters. His eyes widened in terror. He understood that this sensation was one of imminent death. Yet, it was precisely for this reason that he yearned to unveil the world before him, just as the ledger of life and death had indicated. He must uncover the truth of this realm. What, indeed, is the truth of the world? The icy grip of death coursed through him, leaving him with but his consciousness and senses intact in that fleeting moment. At last, the shattering of the dark illusion lay starkly before him. Suddenly, Du Baifan's eyes widened in astonishment, to the point where the corners of his eyes threatened to split from the strain of his gaze. He fixed his stare unwaveringly ahead. For there, amidst the ruins of that world, less than 2 meters from him, stood a figure. The man, clad in a black trench coat, had not moved an inch, remaining as still as he had been upon entering. Calmly, he stood before the immense gravestone, witnessing the death that was fated to be Du Baifan's. Du Baifan gazed into those crimson eyes, devoid of any semblance of humanity. Within their depths, he perceived only fear, madness, anguish, resentment, a bewilderment swirling within his own. Then, with a resounding bang, that dark hand finally released its grip, severing from his wrist without a single drop of blood spilling forth. In that moment, just before the brink of death, Du Baifan felt an indescribable surge of vitality, compelling him to slowly part his lips and utter a question. Are you human? This inquiry, often a jest among friends, bore profound significance in that moment. It marked their first exchange, the inaugural words spoken between Du Baifan and Chu Qing. As Du Baifan looked upon Chu Qing, his face brimming with hope, he found no trace of emotion on the latter's calm visage. Nevertheless, Chu Qing slowly replied, I suppose so. In that fleeting moment, Du Baifan's face was devoid of the previous terror, madness, and anguish. The visage that was on the brink of confronting death bore a fleeting smile of relief. The next instant, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. His phone, which had fallen alongside him, flew into view before his closing eyes, revealing a crimson message that slowly materialized. Dear friend, are you satisfied with the truth of the world? Du Baifan lacked the strength to make one final gesture. He simply closed his eyes at last. Death arrived as anticipated. Accompanying this finality was a whisper that faded in his ears. It's okay to be human. It's fine, in such a world, to die now. Truly, it's so regrettable. Chapter 76, The Black Sinister Hand. The substitute death paperman, lying motionless at his feet. Du Baifan had completely succumbed to silence, and Chu Qing cast him only a fleeting glance. His gaze was fixated on the writhing black hand on the ground. It appeared less like a hand and more akin to a twitching, distorted, soft-bodied creature. Blood-red eyes locked onto it, and a line of crimson text materialized before him. Black Sinister Hand. Grade 9. Category. Entity. Symbiotic Anomaly. Lifespan. 1 day. Lonely Palm. Rule upon contact with a living being. S. Palm. The rules of murder are activated. As easy as pie. Ability. Any anomaly touched or grasped by the palm is rendered incapable of exercising any rules or abilities. Entity. Symbiosis. Status upon the death of a symbiotic entity. Its own abilities and the effects of rules are significantly diminished, leading to death once the lifespan reaches 0. The promotion requirements remain ambiguous. Note, behold, humans, this is our hand. The madness of the blood-red pupil was within Chu Qing's expectations. He calmly gazed at the shadowy hand, which was gradually writhing with decreasing frequency. Yet, Chu Qing did not let his guard down. He picked up a plastic bag and carefully placed the hand inside using a twig. The palm ceased its movements, laying still within the bag, as if lifeless. Although the method of containment was somewhat rudimentary, Chu Qing felt a sense of relief wash over him. Finally, a smile broke across his face. Indeed, the effects of this dark hand aligned perfectly with his recollections. While the rules governing this hand were rather ordinary, requiring contact with the palm of a living being, was it not true that only humans and humanoid entities possessed hands? Without hands, would the anomalies be devoid of rules? Nevertheless, the capabilities of this dark hand were formidable, capable of suppressing all rules and powers of the anomalies. Upon contact with the essence of an anomaly, it was akin to standing on the scales of victory. Of course, Chu Qing surmised that this ability must possess a weighted significance. Should the rules of certain anomalous abilities surpass its weight, the effects might be considerably diminished, or even rendered ineffective. However, given Chu Qing's extensive experience, he was undoubtedly more adept than others. Judging by the stringent nature of the rules governing this dark right hand, its weight should not be insignificant, yet he pondered how well it had been integrated. With this thought, Chu Qing's emotions shifted to a sense of urgency, and he abruptly turned his gaze towards that direction. The spectral barrier of the faceless ghost gradually dissipated, accompanied by the shifting gaze of Chu Qing, which drew Gao Hong's attention toward him. Before Chu Qing lay a lifeless body, its severed right hand, and the blood-red gaze of its eyes. A sudden tremor coursed through him, prompting a swift retreat as he regarded Chu Qing with abject terror. Yet, as if struck by an epiphany, he pressed his palm against the peculiar little paper figure atop his head. This substitute, now his sole source of reliance, undeniably proved to be a stroke of good fortune. Were it not for this effigy, he would have already joined Du Baifan in death. Chu Qing's gaze fell upon him, or rather, upon that very substitute. Substitute paper figure, grade, 9th category, entity anomaly, lifespan, 1 year and 7 months, attachment, rules capable of protecting a living being to a certain extent from anomalous harm. The attached individual consumes a significant amount of both yin and yang life force daily, remaining bound to the substitute until their demise. Life force borrowing, ability upon the death of the substituted being, the paper figure transfers to the one who caused the death, borrowing their life force. Furthermore, once attached to the substitute, the individual experiences a considerable increase in susceptibility to anomalous attraction. The rules and abilities of the substitute are perceptible to other anomalies. Entity, status, indestructible, capable of moving with the wind. Daily consumption of life force is doubled. Promotion requirements. Unknown, note, an unappetizing morsel, yet at this moment, I am not particularly discerning. Gazing upon this eerily familiar ability, Chu Qing felt a flicker of novelty. In his previous life, this wretched object had deceived him more than once. However, it undeniably had its effects. Though it lacked any active rule-based abilities, its primary function was to incapacitate one's opponent, rendering them unable to retaliate or act, while ensuring that even upon my demise, the adversary would not find solace, an insidious mechanism that harmed both parties. Such a contraption was not lethal, but rather vexatious. Who could fathom how Chu Qing ascended step by step with this peculiar entity in his past existence? With these thoughts in mind, Chu Qing approached Gao Hong, who clearly had no intention of inviting him inside for a conversation. As Chu Qing drew nearer, his blood-red eyes met Gao Hong's gaze. Despite trembling, Gao Hong forced himself to regain composure. And indeed, he succeeded. I cannot discern whether you are human or ghost, but my presence here is at Du Baifan's behest. I am merely a driver. I do not know the whereabouts of Ruoxua, and I no longer wish to be associated with the Senma group. Chu Qing disregarded Gao Hong's coherent declaration of his own survival, instead posing a different inquiry. Where did you acquire this paper effigy? Upon hearing this, Gao Hong paused momentarily, realizing that this was indeed a human. His eyes glimmered with a hint of intrigue. If you desire this paper figure, you may not be aware, but before he could finish, Chu Qing impatiently interjected. I have already stated, my question is where you obtained this item. The whereabouts of the paper lady are of great significance to Chu Qing. In this strange era of revival, it is hardly plausible that the paper lady possesses formidable strength. This substitute death figure may very well be the first creation of the opposing party, and it is highly likely that discovering its location could lead to the whereabouts of the paper lady. Gao Hong was momentarily taken aback, seemingly oblivious to Chu Qing's impatience. My lord, when Du Baifan and I initially acquired this object, it was not an easy feat moreover. Only the two of us are privy to its location. Chu Qing narrowed her faintly crimson eyes slightly. Oh, what do you propose? My lord, Du Baifan and I are ensnared by this object, and we could lose our lives at any moment. Here's the deal. If you assist me in freeing ourselves from this predicament, I shall disclose the location of that object. Chu Qing smiled faintly. Rest assured, this substitute death figure shall no longer trouble you. Gao Hong hesitated, observing Chu Qing's demeanor. Without further ado, Chu Qing activated her blood-red pupils and fixed her gaze upon the substitute death figure. A vivid crimson hue seemed to expand suddenly, enveloped by a terrifying aura. The paper figure bore no distinction for the previous ghostly shadows, ghost deliveries, or ghost taxis. Ultimately, within the whirlpool of crimson that had formed in Chu Qing's eyes, it disintegrated into countless fragments of sinister energy, which were then drawn into the vortex. As Chu Qing's eyes closed, a stream of red blood flowed from the corners, causing Gao Hong's body to tremble, an amalgamation of fear and a hint of exhilaration. The man, in comparison to Du Baifan, possessed an immeasurable strength, and most importantly, he was privy to certain knowledge. A glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes. Chu Qing slowly opened his gaze. "Now, may I inquire where you discovered this item?" Gao Hong chuckled softly. "Your abilities are remarkable. I wonder if I could ever grasp them. Here's my proposition. If you reveal to me the method behind your power and the origin of this paper figure, I shall certainly disclose the location. Only I and the deceased Du Baifan are aware of it." Before he could finish his sentence, Chu Qing let out a laugh. He disregarded Gao Hong's desire to continue speaking, instead clutching the black, ghostly hand and making his way back to his temporary abode, the large coffin. A faint voice resonated throughout the cemetery. "You may part ways." Gao Hong was initially bewildered, yet clarity soon dawned upon him. The sky darkened once more, but this time, a crimson light emerged above, and the distant cawing of crows grew increasingly urgent, as if imploring, "Leave me a fragment." Chapter 77. The Fusion of the Black Eerie Hand. The Scales of Fate. "I was wrong. I beseech you, spare me. Spare me. I know where to find it. At the Yongxiang Wreath and Paper Money Shop in the Eastern Crematorium. I implore you, grant me my life. Grant me my life. Ah, do not approach, do not approach." Chu Qing calmly observed as the faceless ghost materialized before Gao Hong, subsequently unmasking his face. After laboring tirelessly for quite some time, the faceless ghost indeed deserved a feast, especially since it had already indulged in a head lantern yesterday. However, Chu Qing furrowed his brow slightly, as the negative emotions swirling in his mind began to cloud his judgment. In his previous life, he had naturally visited Xinjiang, the only significant human settlement in the Central Plains that resonated with the capital. The eastern suburbs, a crematorium, a funeral home. The paper lady was not merely peculiar. She was mobile. After the eruption of the eerie phenomena, such places would initially attract a multitude of people. Would the paper lady still linger there? Chu Qing deemed it uncertain. Nonetheless, he had never anticipated a smooth progression of events. Though curiosity lingered in his heart, he understood that haste was unwarranted. At present, his attention should be directed towards another matter. He glanced at the ghostly hand in his possession as the negative consciousness in his mind gradually began to settle. Within the tomb, the presence of the gravekeeper's ominous duty could barely maintain control. Finally, he released a long, drawn-out breath. It had been a considerable time since he had felt the emotion of tension within him, and now a slight unease began to surface. Merging with the uncanny using one's own body is an exceedingly perilous and terrifying endeavor for any level of ghost master. Yet, Chu Qing remained indecisive. He sat within his grand coffin, placing the ominous black hand before him. Grasping the bloodied kitchen knife from Chef Zhu's hand, he measured it slightly before delivering a decisive blow. It was evident that the tomb keeper's enhanced physique bore remarkable efficacy. Blood continued to spill profusely, and a piercing pain surged through him. However, in comparison to his previous experience, Chu Qing found it bearable. More crucially, he sensed a semblance of tolerance. The severed hand, detached at the wrist, did not exude a copious amount of blood. Given his current state, should the fusion with the ghostly hand fail, there remained a significant possibility of reattachment. Of course, its mobility would undoubtedly be less agile than before. The tomb keeper, as a custodian of life and guardian of death, embodied this truth. Although beads of sweat had begun to form on his forehead, Chu Qing's expression remained serene. He calmly discarded the black, ghostly hand onto the ground and then slowly aligned the severed wrist with its prior position. The chilling sensation, even amidst the flowing blood, could not be subdued. Chu Qing gazed at the hand, sensing that it, too, appeared to scrutinize him. This hand, previously separated from Du Baifan, seemed to evaluate whether this second soul bold enough to undertake such an act was worthy of coalescence. After all, in their past union, it had endured a relentless hunger. Yet now, it appeared that there was no room left for contemplation. In that moment, Chu Qing felt an overwhelming chill enveloping his entire arm, as if his entire body were encased in ice, rendering him immobile. An indescribable connection began to emanate from his fingertips. Yet, Chu Qing understood that the bizarre amalgamation and the peculiar resistance were merely one facet of the situation. The more crucial aspect lay in whether the human body could achieve complete symbiosis with the uncanny. If such a union were unattainable, the likelihood of survival for ghost tamers would be exceedingly slim. With his eyes tightly shut, Chu Qing strained to shake off the frigid grip that bound his arm to his torso, desperately attempting to seize control of the ghostly hand, his right hand. However, he gradually sensed an intensifying coldness spreading within him. What had begun as a creeping chill from his wrist now coursed through his entire arm and into his torso, rendering half of his body completely rigid. Veins on his forehead bulged as he fought with all his might, striving to connect with the neural pathways to harness and command this eerie hand. Yet, the icy sensation continued its relentless advance, subtly creeping towards his neck and head. Should this cold fully encompass his body, he would share the same fate as the previous Dubai fan, leaving him with but one outcome: death. Chu Qing pressed his lips together, his blood-red pupils beginning to manifest with urgency. His mind raced frantically, constantly surveying his surroundings in search of a potential solution to break free from this dire predicament. He suddenly turned his gaze towards the dismembered right hand lying beside him, and his body instinctively shifted closer. With that cold right hand, he made contact with his original palm. The reason was quite simple. Chu Qing did not wish to perish, nor did this peculiar hand. Even devoid of true intellect, nothing desires to vanish from existence without cause. The reluctance of this hand to merge was not due to a lack of will, but rather the intense mutual repulsion between them. He needed to awaken this hand, enabling it to exhibit some degree of power, to overcome this repulsion and achieve a seamless integration. Indeed, Chu Qing's composure in the face of peril proved crucial. The moment their palms touched, the dormant black hand seemed to spring to life. The rule governing the black hand's abilities dictated that it could only activate upon contact with a living being's palm. As the saying goes, a single hand cannot clap. This contact now catalyzed its potential. Amidst the coldness, Chu Qing sensed a flicker of vitality emerging from the depths of that chill. He tentatively curled his fingers slightly. Though the movement was minimal, the slowly responding dark fingers filled Chu Qing's heart with a profound sense of relief. The coldness still lingered, yet its source had dissipated. Under the influence of the Guardian's shadowy powers, this chilling, deathly aura quickly faded away. Chu Qing watched in astonishment as his original hand, during the time it was in contact with the black hand, gradually deteriorated and withered, ultimately merging into the dark appendage. A thought stirred within Chu Qing. He slowly raised his right hand. The palm appeared as it always had, a stark contrast to the emaciated state it bore while in the presence of Dubai Fan. It was elongated, smooth, and devoid of even the slightest pore. The only notable difference was the pitch-black nails adorning each of the 5 fingers. A stir of emotion welled up within Chu Qing. Beside him, the ledger of life and death gradually revealed a series of inscriptions. Chu Qing, rank, 9th grade. In lifespan, 2 months and 10 days. Yang lifespan, none. Gravekeeper, in position. Control of grave spirits, spirit manipulation technique. Symbiosis, status lifespan, significantly diminished. Capable of fully commanding the blood-eye ghost and the black deceptive hand. Daily consumption of in lifespan is quadrupled compared to an ordinary person. Status unknown. Promotion requirements. Unknown. Esteemed Lord Chu Qing, you have vanquished the intruder and safeguarded your burial ground. You have gained a deeper understanding of the in position of gravekeeper. You are one step closer to the path of greatness. Your will is more unyielding than the stones that bind souls in hell. Your spirit is more indomitable than a bird soaring without wings. Your decisions are more resolute than the blade of an executioner. Even though I know you must be weary of my words, I feel compelled to express it once more. It is my utmost honor to serve you. Chu Qing disregarded the flattery emanating from the ledger. His heart stirred as he gazed upon the stone tablet positioned before the grand coffin. The crimson text gradually seeped forth. Mission accomplished. Eliminate all intruders who dare to trespass. Guided by death, the bloodletter reaped 40 days of life. Mission reward acquired. Fusion of the Black Hand. Observing the ominous prompt, Chu Qing could not help but smile, the corners of his mouth lifting to reveal, for the first time since his rebirth, a blissful grin. This is the weight of destiny. In the game of fate, he is always the victor, for the scales of destiny are forever held in his grasp. Chapter 78. The Agitation of the Blood Eyes. Even though it was morning, the sky was overcast, resembling a colossal, ghostly visage pressing down upon it. Clearly, it was not a propitious day. Nevertheless, Chu Qing's spirit soared. His icy palms had fully merged with him in perfect harmony, in stark contrast to the Blood Eyes, who often complained and indulged in trivial snacks. This black hand toiled silently, dutifully, without uttering a word. Most importantly, it lacked that damned intelligence. Chu Qing glanced at the two individuals lying on the ground. Good people. He seldom used such a term to describe humans. Yet he could not deny that these two were indeed genuinely good souls. Not only did they travel 100 miles from Xingqing bearing the strange, but they also delivered 2 corpses. With one in each hand, Chu Qing tossed the lifeless bodies backward. The raven ghost, already impatiently waiting, swiftly seized them, one by one, with its claws. In no time, the Book of Life and Death provided him with feedback. Another 2 prey and spoils. Their skulls have become the only value to honor your spoils of war. Meanwhile, the skeletal tree has granted you 2 days of shadow longevity. While this may not seem substantial, esteemed sir, you are far more aware than I of the principle that little accumulates into much. Chu Qing glanced once more at his remaining shadow longevity. 3 months and 22 days. After merging with this dark anomaly, his shadow longevity had drastically diminished. Simultaneously, the daily consumption of his shadow longevity had reached an astonishing rate, equivalent to 4 days. This was unavoidable, as he needed to sustain 3 peculiar entities. Without the blood character ghost, it would indeed be insufficient solely relying on the shadow duties of a gravekeeper. However, the assistance of the blood character ghost had significantly alleviated his concerns regarding shadow longevity, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. In that moment, Chu Qing's eyelids began to tremble uncontrollably. The blood pupil reemerged almost against his will, and rivulets of blood streamed from his eye sockets. Chu Qing could sense its urgency. It was indeed desperate. Merging with another anomaly was not Chu Qing's primary objective. The reason for the merger lay in the blood pupil's aspiration for advancement. This was the most crucial matter at hand. Once the blood pupil ascended to the 8th tier, he would possess enough confidence to confront the true form of that mother and child ghost, to enter its hidden realm and discern its methods. He sought to ascertain whether it had achieved the overlapping of rule weights, and whether it had completed the formation of an unsolvable rule through the combination of multiple anomalies. With the blood eye ascending to the 8th rank, he finally possessed the confidence to venture into Xingqing, in search of the peculiar entity known as the Paper Lady, which would greatly assist him in his forthcoming promotion to the 8th rank of the Underworld's grave ritual. Thus, the acquisition of the Black Eerie Hand did not signify a conclusion for Chu Qing. On the contrary, with the fulfillment of this most stringent requirement, the blood eye could barely contain itself. It yearned to devour the final anomaly, to achieve its ascension. The exhilaration was overwhelming, almost rendering it uncontrollable. So intense was the excitement that even Chu Qing felt compelled to gently press his palm against his eye socket, whispering softly, "Do not rush, do not rush. We shall seek it out. Patience is essential at this moment." As he sensed the blood eye within his eye socket gradually calming, Chu Qing finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He remained acutely aware of his limited lifespan, a mere 3 months, approaching 4. This was sufficient. In truth, it was not only the blood eye that was restless. Having firmly grasped the Black Eerie Hand, Chu Qing too harbored a desire to test its abilities. Not to mention, having narrowly escaped death at the hands of that vengeful spirit, he was even more eager than the blood eye to reclaim his honor. Thus, he stood before his family's grand tombstone, slowly closing his eyes. In that moment, he became one with the entire cemetery, and the blood character ghost was equally entwined within. Continuously activating the rules of the blood character ghost required a sacrifice of his lifespan. The last time he forced such an activation was during an Ruoshue's contract. marking Chu Qing's first experience of wielding his lifespan as a cost. The price paid at that time amounted to a full month. Although Ruoxua later fulfilled the hellish contract, returning a portion of the cost, overall, it still resulted in a loss. This time, to activate it consecutively was evidently bound to yield a negative outcome as well. However, Chu Qing found himself unable to endure any longer. The threat posed by that mother and child specter was exceedingly formidable. A terrifying era had just commenced, giving rise to the eerie and dreadful secret realm. Even without ascending to the 8th tier, it seemed that such a promotion was imminent. Should he delay even a single day, the adversary might very well ascend before him. At that point, the victor would be uncertain. Most importantly, Chu Qing was profoundly intrigued by that strange entity. With this thought, he no longer hesitated. The meager remnants of his life force were continuously infused into the blood-lettered abilities. Instantly, blood began to coalesce upon the massive stone tablet, desperately seeping outward. The sky was enveloped in utter darkness. The gray clouds had finally transformed into an oppressive black mass. Standing beneath the foreboding sky, Chu Qing supported the enormous stone tablet. He could sense that something was beginning to seep outward. At this very moment, his life force had already been consumed for a full 20 days. Yet, it was still insufficient. The guidance of fate, under the existing conditions, could not illuminate a pivotal path, for Chu, the essence of life, seems to flow freely, akin to an inexhaustible resource, as it is injected into the ominous blood characters. At last, upon the stone tablet, a stream of crimson liquid began to coalesce. Yet, that blood remained in a state of agitation, as if it were surveying the chaotic future to ascertain the desired outcome. 40 days. All the vitality previously amassed has been entirely expended. However, Chu Qing remained utterly unperturbed. Indeed, if 40 days proved insufficient, he could continue to infuse more. In that fleeting moment, the once darkened sky suddenly burst forth with brilliance. A heartbeat later, a resounding voice reverberated through the heavens, echoing in Chu Qing's ears. Boom! The terrifying rumble of thunder was akin to celestial drummers, deafening in its intensity. Blinding light illuminated Chu Qing's tranquil visage, his eyes still closed. In the next instant, he abruptly opened his eyes. Simultaneously, the massive stone tablet began to seep forth lines of blood characters. The guidance of fate had arrived. Chu Qing's pupils spun wildly with fervor. This time, he did not seek to halt the unfolding events. It was a long-anticipated new prey he shared with them. Splash! The delicate raindrops finally descended. One wonders if a rainy day is indeed an opportune time for hunting. Amidst the wind and rain, Chu Qing, clad in a black trench coat, slowly re-erected his ebony umbrella. Unwritten thoughts lingered, a pause in the narrative. This chapter concludes here. My apologies. Chapter 79. Strolling in the Rain. The performance of a vignette. Location: any place within the downtown area of Luo City. Time limit: before the rain ceases. Task objective: on this rare rainy day, take a leisurely stroll in the rain with an umbrella. Amidst the thunderous roar of the storm, Chu Qing sheltered beneath a black umbrella, pondering the recent guidance of the blood character ghost. This forcible summoning bore similarity to his earlier encounter with the pork rice, lacking a precise target, and curiously devoid of any punitive measures for failure. He had begun to discern the patterns governing this spectral entity. Such phenomena did not arise from the compelling, distinct objectives he had previously engaged with. Hence, no repercussions accompanied their failure. Conversely, once a strange target was identified, the stakes escalated, and failure would inevitably invoke consequences. Thus, the guidance from the blood character ghost could not be deemed a guarantee of leading him to his desired goal. However, even in the absence of the blood character ghost, Chu Qing could not confine himself to the modest expanse of the Beishan Cemetery. For the other gravekeepers, their own burial grounds offer the utmost safety. Even Ding Xie would only act after ensuring complete confidence and preparation. Chu Qing's situation was markedly different. The guidance from the blood character ghost merely harnessed the forces of fate, yet the imperative for the ascension of the blood, I made this venture unavoidable. Here lay a district of Luocheng that was not particularly bustling. Yet the towering residential buildings and surrounding amenities testified to its status as the city's heart, especially when compared to the outskirts of his Beishan cemetery. The pitch-black asphalt road, drenched by the relentless downpour, stood desolate, devoid of any soul. The torrential rain, coupled with the resurgence of the supernatural, rendered the world seemingly inhabited solely by Chu Qing. He felt no trepidation in this atmosphere. On the contrary, he reveled in it. Thus, he retrieved his Bluetooth headphones from his pocket and connected them to his mobile device. A song began to play at random. This was his playlist. Yet for Chu Qing, it felt like an entirely foreign entity. The music was from 2 decades past. Within this playlist, he could discern various traces of his former life. It contained both the refined artistry of solo piano compositions and the seemingly inconsequential pop songs favored by the masses. To him, there was little distinction between the two. The technicalities of music may serve as a criterion for distinguishing high art from lowly tunes. However, the vast majority of listeners remain indifferent to the intricacies of chords, melodic lines, and rhythmic variations found in classical piano pieces. More often than not, music merely serves to evoke emotion. And emotion is precisely what Chu Qing craved at this moment. He glanced at the title of the piece, The Sound of Silence. The sound of piano keys through his headphones, intertwined with the gentle patter of rain surrounding him, created the most enchanting harmony. Holding an umbrella, he strolled down the center of the street, savoring the solitude accentuated by the enveloping quietude. The torrential rain cascaded down, and his dark silhouette, shielded by an equally dark umbrella, traversed this vibrant yet desolate world. Towering skyscrapers loomed above, scraping the clouds. He continued to walk as the music in his ears transitioned. His brow arched slightly upon realizing that it was no longer a solo piano piece, but rather an old love ballad with lyrics. The title escaped his memory, and he paid it no mind. It was as if he sensed the shift in the music, and not far ahead, he finally caught sight of 2 indistinct figures. They appear to be human, though it seems somewhat peculiar and jarring to employ such terminology amidst the urban landscape. Chu Qing stood upon the street, gazing up at a storefront above. Within the obscurity of that towering edifice, a light illuminated a scene where 2 figures appeared to be embroiled in a heated dispute. It was precisely this commotion that captivated Chu Qing's attention. Clearly, they were a married couple. The piercing tones of their argument pierced through even the melodies emanating from his headphones and the patter of rain surrounding him. Regrettably, this was not an exquisitely crafted narrative, but rather a trite and all too familiar tale. Damn it, how have I treated you since our marriage? Is this how you repay me? The sound of the wind and rain intensified. Finally, the lyrics of an old love song began to resonate in his ears. Your face bears traces of weariness. Your eyes hold remnants of tears. The music's verses harmonized remarkably with the scene before him. I risk my life to provide for us, and you bring a pretty boy into our home. Do you? Are you hoping I'll be done away with by that ghostly doll in the neighborhood? Is that it? A sharp slap echoed, accompanied by the woman's muffled sobs, more intricate than the lyrics playing in his ears amidst the tempest. He slowly opened his umbrella and approached the window directly below. He found himself with ample time, and amidst the complex emotions of humanity, he was able to repress the madness and darkness that followed the eerie consumption. He gently harmonized with the rhythm of the music in his headphones. I spent the entire night trying to discern between you and me. Who will love whom a little more? The rain intensified, pouring down heavily. At last, the cries ceased, and in the next moment, a voice, resolute and unwavering, emerged by the window. Let us get a divorce. What did you say? Divorce? I no longer love you. What do you mean? You're not pretending anymore, are you? I'll tell you, that's impossible. Yang He, is this truly amusing to you? Dairu. Let us take a moment to calm down and have a serious discussion. Chu Qing's gaze remained tranquil. Human emotions are indeed a curious and intricate phenomenon. I would rather watch you sleep so peacefully than witness your heartlessness while awake. At that moment, the song seemed to gradually swell, and in the upstairs, the silent couple finally began to cultivate the atmosphere. Ha! Yang He, are you truly shameless? I already put a cap on you, and now you still refuse to divorce? Well, since everything has been laid bare, and you've even resorted to violence, I owe you nothing. I'll go pack and leave shortly. No, today you cannot go anywhere. You cannot leave. Step away. Yang He, have you lost your mind? What do you intend to do? Release me. Cough, cough. Let go, let go. No, you must not leave. The woman's struggle echoed with fervor, while the man appeared to have reached his breaking point. Fine. You wish to depart, do you? Go. I shall permit your departure. Yang He, what are you doing? Do not act rashly. You wretched woman, I grant you freedom. I grant you freedom. Ah, help. Beneath the window on the second floor, Chu Qing held aloft a black umbrella, facing the cascading rain that flowed from the eaves, gradually raising his gaze. The once dim corner by the window was now splattered with a vivid crimson on the beige curtains. At that moment, the window swung open. In this modest room, a portion of a woman's body dangled directly outside. She wore a white camisole, her long black hair cascading around her, and on her neck was a gaping wound that was painfully conspicuous. The blood gushed forth, merging with the rain, fortuitously landing upon Chu Qing's black umbrella below, creating a few red plum blossoms on its previously dark surface. He remained indifferent, and in fact, he finally recalled the title of the song playing in his earbuds. For as the familiar chorus resonated, he found himself with the leisure to hum along. You said you wished to escape, yet it is destined to find a landing. Love has extinguished, passion has died. The remaining hollow space, does it require attention? The woman's drooping body, swaying in tandem with the howling winds outside, seemed to echo the tumultuous atmosphere, reminiscent of dried cured meat hanging from an iron hook in the depths of winter. Chapter 80, Echoing Ghost Child. The transformation of the black umbrella. 10 minutes later, Chu Qing strode leisurely out of the quaint community known as Fushi Garden. In his left hand, he held aloft a pitch-black umbrella, while his other hand gripped something else. To be precise, it was not merely an object, but rather a small doll that appeared to be no more than 2 or 3 years old. Its skin was pale, albeit marred in places with hues of blue, purple, and even black. It resembled a porcelain figurine, devoid of blood. What was particularly noteworthy was the doll's hollow eye sockets, from which a stream of dark, purplish blood flowed. Among all the things he detested in both this life and the last, unruly children rank high on the list. Undoubtedly, this little creature epitomized such a child. While other children might yearn for toys, computers, or smartphones, this one sought not only his eyeballs, but also his very life. Clearly, Chu Qing had no intention of surrendering either his life or his eyes to it. Thus, devoid of eyeballs and life, he offered it only a resounding slap, a manifestation of the dark and bizarre, promptly subduing it. This peculiar ability, reliant on echolocation, operates under a chilling rule upon inquiry. Any response from a living being triggers an eerie echo that allows the practitioner to pluck out the victim's eyes and extinguish their life. Such an uncanny power is not uncommon, yet its efficacy is remarkable. Were the circumstances different, perhaps in another time or form, Chu Qing might have considered preserving it as a part of the future Beishan cemetery. Regrettably, that is not feasible at present. Nevertheless, Chu Qing refrained from hastily allowing the overly eager blood-eyed entity to consume it. Previously, he had felt a sense of urgency, but after wandering through the rain for nearly half an hour, that anxiety gradually dissipated. He was aware that after devouring a replacement and merging with the Shadow Hand's anomaly in the early morning, further consumption of another aberration would lead to a certain degree of transformation. He must strive to mitigate the emotional repercussions of his prior feasting. It must be acknowledged that the guidance of the blood-lettered anomaly held considerable wisdom. Strolling calmly in such torrential rain proved profoundly beneficial for his recovery. Thus, clutching the small doll, Chu Qing was in no rush to return to the Beishan cemetery. He continued to wander in the downpour. The entire city seemed to come alive beneath the rain, and it wasn't merely the city that stirred. The patter of raindrops appeared to soften, while the sound of the black umbrella grew increasingly muted. This silence enveloped Chu Qing, momentarily leaving him unaware. At last, he slowly cast his gaze forward. The curtain of rain persisted, yet beneath the dark umbrella, Chu Qing perceived that the cacophony of the outside world had become remarkably faint. Gradually, he raised his head. directing his attention to the black umbrella. This umbrella was merely an ordinary one from before, left behind by an unknown guardian of the North Mountain Cemetery. When Fong Ping had recounted tales of the lantern of human heads, Chu Qing surmised that the capabilities of this ominous artifact were intrinsically linked to the radiance it emitted. Thus, with considerable confidence, he grasped this umbrella and set forth to seek the lantern. In subsequent encounters, each time the formidable and peculiar power of the lantern manifested, Chu Qing would wield this umbrella to counteract its area of effect, preventing any inadvertent harm. In truth, this was the first occasion on which Chu Qing employed the black umbrella for its intended purpose, as a rain shield. Amidst the gentle patter of rain, he sensed that this umbrella, which had accompanied him for quite some time, was finally undergoing a transformation under the influence of such a vibrant ambience. The emergence of the blood-lettered anomaly led Chu Qing to understand that the birth of the supernatural was devoid of rules. However, objects that frequently existed alongside malevolent energies and were often accompanied by peculiarities while serving specific functional effects were indeed prone to change. Take, for instance, this black umbrella. When wielded by Chu Qing, it had consistently served a singular purpose: to shield against the terrifying capabilities akin to that of the lantern, thus earning its due recognition. On this extraordinary day, the prior accumulation of events seemed to have finally precipitated a rather remarkable transformation. As Chu Qing gazed at the black umbrella, he realized that, unbeknownst to him, his once ordinary eyes had morphed into a crimson hue. Indeed, these blood-red eyes appeared to have captivated by the alterations of the umbrella, momentarily ceasing their incessant urging for him to hastily absorb the ghostly doll, instead fixating on the enigmatic black parasol. It seemed to sense the scrutiny of the blood-red gaze. Unlike the formidable challenge of forming the blood character, the black umbrella was evidently less complicated. Consequently, its transformation accelerated. The once mundane plastic canopy gradually transitioned into a peculiar paper-like material, darker than before, imbued with an indescribable, unique texture. However, that was the extent of it. The bizarre metamorphosis and its appearance were not of paramount importance. Yet, Chu Qing found himself intrigued. He understood that this moment signified the umbrella's gradual shift into the uncanny. Nevertheless, he remained indifferent to what form the black umbrella might ultimately assume. In comparison to the blood character, this black umbrella held no significance or value for him. Thus, he lifted his gaze and soon spotted the woman who had recently been hanged in the window of the Fushi community. He pondered the whereabouts of her husband, whether he had fled or succumbed alongside her in death. Chu Qing could not ascertain. Yet, he remained unconcerned. He retraced his steps, returning to the ledge beneath the window, his blood-red eyes locking onto the scene with newfound intensity. Subsequently, the wound that had nearly dried up began to flow anew, the blood coursing forth once more. The blood eye governs the lifeblood of living beings. The droplets of crimson fell precisely upon the black umbrella, which was undergoing a crucial transformation. Approximately 50 milliliters dripped down, and as Chu Qing gradually seized his control over the blood eye, he stood beneath the eaves, improvising with the nearly forgotten expertise he once possessed. With his finger, he used the blood as his medium, slowly sketching upon the dark surface of the umbrella. It was an exceedingly abstract composition. To the casual observer, it might appear merely as meaningless scribbles. After all, crafting a picture with blood upon the umbrella's surface was a formidable task. Yet fortuitously, the transforming black umbrella seemed to comprehend Chu Qing's intentions. It depicted buildings, streets, and the drifting blood rain. Indeed, at this moment, what Chu Qing inscribed upon the metamorphosing black umbrella was none other than the city of Luo, or rather, the future Luo city, the realm he envisioned, the city of wrongful deaths. Chapter 81. The umbrella calls the rain, moths to the flame. After the fresh rain in the empty mountains, the weather turns to autumn. Early September is typically a time when the autumn tiger begins to unleash its strength. However, following this downpour, an unexpected chill permeated the air, a presence not befitting the season. This rain carried an essence of darkness, descending upon Luo City and augmenting the already countless anomalies. For instance, there was Chu Qing's umbrella. Upon returning to the North Mountain Cemetery, twilight gradually succumbed to darkness. The ghostly doll remained clasped in Chu Qing's right hand, akin to a chick in a grasp. Yet, Chu Qing seemed indifferent, redirecting his attention to the umbrella he held. Its surface, still an impenetrable black, now exuded an indescribable, unique texture. This transformation was ineffable. If previously it resembled the inferior aesthetics of a low-grade online game, at this moment, the black umbrella embodied the essence of a masterpiece crafted in Unreal Engine 5. However, beyond its appearance, the most significant aspect was the emergence of its peculiar abilities. Black paper umbrella, grade 9, category, entity anomaly, lifespan, 7 days, call of the storm, rule summons a rain of blood. Beings drenched by the blood rain will trigger a fatal rule upon reaching a certain threshold. Shielding, ability capable of thwarting anomalous rule abilities transmitted through water and light. Entity, state unable to move freely, yet its lifespan consumption is halved daily. Promotion requirements. Unknown, note, human. I am aware of your satisfaction with your creation, yet you have perused it multiple times. It is time to delve into the crux of the matter. With the black umbrella in hand, and under the scrutiny of his blood-red eyes, Chu Qing observed the sky as crimson raindrops began to descend. As the rules activated, intricate blood-red illustrations emerged upon the once pitch-black surface of the umbrella, depicting the city and streets of Luo City that he had just sketched. Chu Qing smiled with satisfaction, folding the umbrella once more, as the blood rain above the sky vanished without a trace. Although it was a peculiar creation born from his own hand, distinct from the blood character Spectre, it emerged through a serendipitous twist of fate. Nevertheless, this black umbrella possessed an equally luminous future, for its rules and effects were remarkably outstanding. Contentedly, he placed the black umbrella within the coffin. Such corporeal anomalies do not wander aimlessly. They serve as the optimal vessels for providing the best longevity in a cemetery. His gaze finally shifted to the small doll he clutched in his hand. The doll was devoid of any struggle, akin to a tattered rag cast aside carelessly. With the restraint of the black specter lifted, the ghostly doll attempted to rise slowly. Yet Chu Qing denied it the opportunity. His blood-red eyes locked onto it. That sensation of engulfing it once more surged within him. This little trinket before him resembled meat upon a chopping block, and indeed, it was precisely how Chu Qing regarded it. The ghostly doll seemed to sense something, experiencing a flicker of fear, yearning to escape. It no longer wished to behold the gaze of this man. Alas, at this moment, it was clear that it had no choice in the matter. Blood trickled down, slowly dripping from Chu Qing's eye sockets into the doll's own. It was filled with horror, fear, and dread. Even the uncanny can experience terror. Regrettably, all of this served only to heighten the excitement of the master of those blood-red eyes, without any other purpose. Ultimately, with a howl utterly distinct from that of the ghostly doll, its form began to fragment gradually. The blood-red eyes transformed countless times into a swirling vortex of crimson. Fragments shattered and entered into Chu Qing's eye sockets, merging to become a part of the bloodshot gaze. In that moment, the entire world was enveloped in an ominous dark red hue. A chilling numbness gripped Chu Qing's mind, yet his thoughts spiraled into chaos and madness. Countless negative, frigid whispers, akin to the murmurs of demons, resonated in his ears. Slaughter, devour, frenzy, ferocity, wickedness. The accumulated malevolence paled in comparison to what Chu Qing bore at that moment. Despite his foresight, he had long anticipated the perilous nature of slaying the bizarre entities that consumed one's lifespan, far more dangerous than extinguishing the lives of mere mortals. For a spirit master coexisting with the aberrant, the stakes were even higher. At this moment, Chu Qing's eyes could scarcely close. The bloodshot pupils spun erratically within the inky darkness of his eye sockets. Blood trickled down the contours of his eyes. He struggled to maintain control over his thoughts, even as his countenance bore the frigid malevolence reminiscent of the most sinister aberration. Yet, he remained steadfastly seated within the vast coffin, motionless. The spirit master exists to combat the anomalies, and this encounter was undoubtedly the most intense since his rebirth. He could sense that with the dissipating and consuming presence of the ghostly child, a blood-red layer began to envelop his entire vision, akin to a cornea. The blood pupils were already amiss. The clarion call for ascension had begun to sound. In the storm-laden skies above the North Mountain Cemetery, the chilling currents converged, surging into his blood-red eyes. Ascend! Ascend! At this moment, a pair of blood-red eyes seemed to call out to these two words. Yet under such circumstances, Chu Qing forcibly turned his gaze towards the imposing stone tablet before him. Blood-red characters slowly seeped and coalesced from within. But the appearance of the text this time left him somewhat disheartened. Task completed, strolling through this city on a rainy night. Under the guidance of death, the blood-lettered ghost has reaped 15 days of lifespan. Reward obtained. The transformation of the black paper umbrella. There was no ascension for the blood-red eyes. This implied that this time, the elevation of the blood-red eyes could not even be aided by the fate guidance of the blood-lettered ghost. In that fleeting moment of disappointment, Chu Qing adjusted and regained his composure. Often, it is not the possession of wisdom that renders life interesting. The capriciousness of fate must be personally experienced to truly grasp its essence. And now, it was once again a moment for Chu Qing to encounter the whims of destiny. The enigmatic elevation was an undertaking fraught with greater uncertainty than the ascension of a ghost master. For it was uncertain whether, after such a peculiar advancement, one could still merge with the ghost master, or if it would lead to a backlash. Elevation not only brings an enhancement of power, but also entails the acceptance of greater risks. Nevertheless, power is an intoxicating allure. Even when one knows that the likelihood of reaching the unknown pinnacle is perhaps as minuscule as 1 in a billion, there will still be those who choose to forge ahead with determination. Chu Qing closed the coffin lid and lay once more in the pitch-black confines of the casket. He shut his eyes, yet the darkness that should envelop him was instead pierced by a blinding crimson light. He neither flinched nor recoiled, instead embracing the searing scarlet that burned like a candle before him, resolute as a moth drawn to the flame. Chapter 82. The Ascension of the Blood Eye. The Eye of Soul Thievery. A sea of blood red engulfed him, as if the world had been stripped of all other hues. Chu Qing felt himself traversing this boundless expanse of crimson. He was unaware of when he would reach an end, nor could he fathom when he might escape. The entire Scarlet Realm was devoid of boundaries, devoid of the concepts of earth and sky. It felt as though he were traversing a swirling arc, seemingly unable to break free. Where was this place? Chu Qing remained ignorant, yet he knew he must find a way out. He possessed nothing of notable merit. Perseverance was all he could truly claim at the twilight of his struggles. Human, allow me to seize your body and everything that belongs to you. A peculiar voice resonated. Or rather, the voice coalesced into words that materialized before Chu Qing's eyes. A mere human dares to aspire to command me? Its tone was exceedingly arrogant, yet imbued with unwavering confidence. Fear not, for I shall lead your body and all your peculiarities to the pinnacle of this world. As for you, just a trivial human, destined to languish in this boundless sea of blood. Chu Qing disregarded the ominous lines of blood that coalesced before him, abruptly gesturing to shatter them. He then continued